dialed in to the Verizon Wireless Tailgate Show on the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP. Verizon, your signal reigns on America's largest and most reliable wireless network.
Oh, the shoulder catch. He caught. Pass is tipped and intercepted. Go Caleb. Yes, sir. Touchdown.
The Verizon Wireless Tailgate Show is also sponsored by BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. The Georgia Egg Commission, eggs, nature's miracle food. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution, Marathon Petroleum, fueling the American spirit. By Georgia Farm Bureau and Farm Bureau Insurance. The Jim Ellis family of automotive dealerships. By ServPro, fire and water damage cleanup and restoration. ServPro, like it never even happened. By Foremost. Find the Foremost agency at foremost.com. Foremost for you. Gordo's Mexican restaurant-style cheese dip. Authentic Mexican restaurant-style cheese dip. Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. The unbeatable combination for termite protection. By Bulldog Banking from Bank of America. Georgia Power, official power source of the Georgia Bulldogs. And by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Now, between the hedges at Sanford Stadium in Athens, here's your host, Neil Hondo Williamson.
Bulldog Nation, and we are all smiles down here at Tailgate Central. Today, our red and black Warriors return to the friendly confines between the hedges as we gun for a critical fifth victory in a season of struggles. Joining me here at the Lowe's stage, adjacent to the Tate Center, are the usual cast of characters, Lauren Smith and Eric Zier. Up in the broadcast booth is the voice of the Dogs, Scott Howard. And our studio host and producer is David Shoemate. Our engineer here at Sanford Stadium is Charles Youngs. And thanks to Lowe's for the Lowe's stage. Lowe's is the official tailgating destination of the Georgia Bulldogs. Our weather in the Classic City, it's cold. We feel like we're in a wind tunnel here. Even though they say the wind is out of the northwest 7 miles an hour, it feels a lot brisker than that. 37 degrees in Athens. Of course, we are in the shade under the bridge, so that doesn't help. And gentlemen, good morning. First of all, it's our first cold day of football this season. I'd like to ask if that would be an advantage for our foes from the north, but it's not Ohio State we're playing today. It's Idaho State, Scott, so not too much of an advantage playing in the cold, huh?
No, I don't. I just looked up the weather this morning out in Pocatello, and it's similar to what it is here. It's a little bit colder on the wind chill factor, but so this is kind of the weather they wake up to. So I don't think that'll be a factor today. Maybe the time difference might be a factor. These guys, came in yesterday and they stayed. They're staying over in the Atlanta area, so they've got about an hour drive to get here. And on their body clock, that's an early wake up call. So we'll see if they're dragging a little bit when they come out and kick it off.
Yeah, and going back to the weather, Scott, it's not going to prove to be an advantage today for Idaho State. We're going to outmatch this football team in every single category. But what I'm interested to see, it is really the first cold game that we've had all year long. We've been blessed with beautiful weather week in and week out. And for me, the adjustment playing in the cold was always one of the biggest adjustments. Not playing in the rain, but playing in the cold. Everything is much tougher. Then the ball's harder. It's slippier. When the wind blows, even if it's not blowing that hard, this little bit of wind we have, because it's cold outside, is going to have an effect on how we play. And as we look at the last couple of games that we have this year, probably going to be in colder weather, this is actually a good thing that we're getting it for the first time against Idaho State.
Well, you're a little soft.
I'm not a little soft. Very soft.
He's not Chuck Dowdle soft, but he's a little soft.
Listen, the cackles and the guttural laugh, Scott, from the booth there on that, I don't know if that was necessary. I mean, it's true and right, but goodness.
Well, I thought it was interesting. Jay McMillan, who is assistant athletic director at Idaho State, a good friend. I met him yesterday and met the team, and I said, welcome to Pocatello South. He says, when we boarded the plane in Pocatello yesterday, it was 70 degrees. So they felt quite at home. And it was interesting to see all the kids come out and take pictures of the stadium. Those Idaho State kids are quite impressed with our facilities. And then when they discovered UGA, they all grabbed their cameras. It was quite an interesting scene.
Oh, good. That's a really fun story there, Lauren. Staying with you, Lauren, after last week's heartbreak and the level of opponent that the Bulldogs will face today, how did our coaches keep our players engaged this week?
Well, I think you just have to look ahead. The situation with boiled down. Everybody talks about 4 turnovers. Really, there was 6. turnovers. If you think about it, because there were 2 fumbles we should have recovered and didn't. So if you look at it from that standpoint, there were 6 turnovers that at least a few of them could have gone our way. We touched the ball on defense in the defensive backfield about 3 times, didn't get any. It's just it was just a heartbreaker. But I have to say this: you have to give Florida credit. They've been the dominant team in the league, I guess, the last 20 years, and people don't realize this. You know what Tennessee's record against Florida? 5-14.
Yeah.
So it's not like Georgia's the only one that seems to have struggled against Florida. But what hurts is that was a game we know we should have won.
Yeah, and I think that's what makes it so tough, too, is that we all know how much we've struggled against the University of Florida. And going into last week, it's a game that we all felt that we could win and maybe should have won. And I think if we go play that football team 10 more times, we win 7 of them. I think that we've got the better football team. I still think the Gators struggling to find identity on offense. They did a little bit better against us and found it some against us. But, boy, when you lose a game like that, I can't look back and remember a game that hurt quite as much. I think it's going to have some hangover effect as we step out on the field today. And I think fortunate for us right now that we're playing Idaho State, because getting back in focused and getting everybody on the same page to finish off this season, it's hard to do after a loss like that, especially when you had to kind of start to the season that we did. 1-4, we get some momentum, and then we just get our heart ripped out. It's tough. We've got to get it back because we've got a couple of big games after this one to finish the year strong on.
We're not a bad team. We just got a bad record.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
Okay. Scott Howard, if we get a big early lead, will we play all kinds of people today and rest the troops so that they can get ready for Auburn?
I think eventually we'll see some fresh faces get in the ball game. That's one thing that the coaches didn't really want to hear, at least from my perspective this week. They didn't want to hear about not playing our 1 and 2 guys and getting the most out of those players, and just so you could get some of the scout team guys in there, or the guys that are a little bit further down on the depth chart. They were trying to take this game as serious as possible. This is another opportunity to get another win. We don't want to hear about substitutions in the second quarter and that kind of thing. But I think that's always been the trend with Coach Rick. But it's more so in the second half. And who knows what the score is going to be at halftime here today. But I think we'll see some fresh faces as the game goes along. I don't know if it's going to be early substitutions or not.
Jacksonville State, Ole Miss.
Well, and I think we came up. I think we've heard that message a number of times this week because of the potential for that hangover effect. That we've got to keep our guys engaged and focused. We start talking about subbing guys in or out in the end of the first quarter, second quarter. Boy, it's easy not to prepare for a football game if you know that's coming. So I think in part that's why the message. I think we're going to see a lot of guys this week, especially if we get up early. We need to. We've gone a long stretch here without a break going into Auburn. If we can rest some of our guys and players, it's going to be beneficial.
All right, very good. Eric Zier is going to tee up his desires for today's contest for you now. Smack that ball, Zay.
I think as we've talked about, this is a football game that we should win. The first focus today is around execution. Can we come out and play flawless football and really focus on what we need to do? Number 2 is just stay healthy. Again, a football game that we should win pretty easily. Let's get out of this without any injuries and then gain depth and experience. Again, what we just talked about. How do we get as many guys out there to get some snaps and live action as possible to give them some experience as we start heading into the last couple of games, which are going to be big football games for this Georgia football team.
All right, thank you, Eric. We're down at the site of the dog walk. Georgia fans are amassing already, probably about 2 hours still till the dogs come in. Scott Howard mentioned that Idaho State being on mountain time, different kind of a shakeup for them today. When we kick off, it'll be about 10:40 on their body clocks, 10:40 in the morning, and their wake-up call this morning in suburban Atlanta coming at 5:45 mountain time for the Bengals of Idaho State. We're glad you're with us. Coming up next, Lauren Smith's Gridiron Notes, and then we'll preview today's SEC action, including top 25 matchups, Alabama at LSU and South Carolina versus Arkansas. This is the Verizon Wireless Tailgate Show live from Athens on the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
Maybe it seems like too big a question right now, but this just might be the best time to ask. What's your idea of financial security?
Right now, given the economy and all, it's a little hard to think too far ahead.
I know. Well, my take today, I want to make sure we've covered the basics,
right.
Home and life insurance, coverage for the car, peace of mind.
We want to know we're prepared for anything, and we'll always be ready for the unexpected.
Absolutely.
No matter what.
At Cotton States Insurance, we know there's no one right answer to the definition of financial security. It's a personal choice. Your nearby Cotton States financial representative can provide you with a tangible plan to protect what you have today and prepare for the future.
We'd welcome the help.
Right.
Get a better handle on things now and still have a good plan for the future.
At Cotton States, we always ask, what's your idea of financial security? Cotton States is an affiliate of Country Financial.
Flash Foods 5 reasons to go blue with our Go Blue payment card. Save 5 cents on every gallon of gas. For your convenience, we have 174 locations and counting. The Go Blue card offers you 3 main benefits to save you time, money, and earn rewards like 2% cash back when you purchase food and merchandise inside Flash Foods, your one-stop shop for your fuel and tailgating needs before a Bulldog victory. With Flash Foods Go Blue payment card, the card that does it all. Sign up today at flashfoods.com.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
The Arby's value menu starts at just $1 each, so you can eat how you want, when you want. Like when you want to treat the whole family.
I want a shake. I want curly fries.
What do I want again? Or snack on a junior roast beef to escape your evil mother-in-law.
I always told my daughter she could do better.
No Arby's for you.
Get 7 of your Arby's favorites on the Arby's value menu. And when you're craving something sweet, try the Arby's chocolate turnover starting at just $1. The Arby's value menu.
Where was it again?
Arby's?
Oh, right.
For a limited time at participating Arby's.
The Serve Pro franchise system knows that water damage is bad enough without worrying that your insurance agent chose the right company to handle the cleanup. But you'll have nothing to worry about if your agent calls Serve Pro for fire and water cleanup and restoration. Serve Pro franchise professionals are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's 1-800-SERVE-PRO or visit servepro.com. The Serve Pro franchise system is faster to any size disaster to help make it like it never even happened. Serve Pro franchises are independently owned and operated.
It's definitely tough. It's tough on all of us to put that sort of game behind us, but I think our guys we have some tremendous leadership who's really going to make sure we don't dwell in the past, that we focus on these next 4 games and get ready for that.
Yeah, there's Aaron Murray, Georgia's freshman quarterback, who had a tough first half last week. Fine second half as Georgia lost to Florida. But it's a new day, and it's a sunny one here in Athens, although a bit cold and breezy. Welcome back to the Verizon Wireless Tailgate Show. Coming up in less than 10 minutes, David Shoemate rejoins us from the Bulldog Studios. He'll talk about the SEC. Time now for Lauren Smith and Lauren's Gridiron Notes. Lauren, it's nice to be home again.
It is nice to be in Sanford Stadium, and even though it's cold now, I like it because it reminds you of killing ducks, quail, geese, pheasant. Munson may be listening. And but when you go on the road, it's nice to have an opportunity to visit with good Bulldog friends. And I had a great weekend last weekend with Jim Minner. He and his wife Ann have a nice place at St. Simon's, and Jim has a deep reservoir of stories from running the sports department all these years, Neil. Wrote for the Atlanta Journal Sports for many, many years. Became managing editor of the Constitution and then the editor of the paper. But he told me a funny story about live Atlanta wrestling. They used to get an envelope on Thursday afternoon at the front door of the Journal-Constitution building downtown, and it would have the wrestling card for Friday night. Who was going to wrestle whom. And then on Saturday morning, they'd get another little card, an envelope that had the winners for Sunday's paper. So
I can see where this is going.
They go down to get their wrestling card one Thursday and open it up, and they had the Friday night results.
Oh, is that great or what? True story.
True story.
Oh, that's rich.
But Jim also, in his position, he had multi-talents. He wrote a lot of things, and as editor, he was over the entire paper, of course. So he has a lot of political stories, and one of my favorite ones has to do with a farmer going to see a governor, a certain governor years ago, And his brother had been in prison for some serious capital offense for many years, and he went to see the governor and said, is there any way you can pardon my brother? He's been in there a lot of years, and my mother is sort of getting old, and she'd like to see her son home before she passes on. And he made it clear he would be willing to do something for the governor. The governor said, I couldn't do a thing like that. But they talked on, and he said, but I got a mule out here for sale. So the old farmer said, well, how much you want for it? Said, well, $1,000. Well, that was a lot of money back then. It'd be a lot for me now. So the old farmer said, well, what would I do with an old broken-down mule? The governor said, well, I thought your brother might want to ride him home from prison.
Very nice, very nice. Okay, getting back to football, Idaho State today. They're the Bengals. What do you know about this school?
Well, somebody asked me, do they play football, any football players in Idaho State? I said, well, I can tell you one. I happen to be friends with Jerry Kramer, the old Green Bay Packer. But I think he played at the University of Idaho.
Yeah, I don't think he played at Idaho State.
But there's a guy here on our campus, a graduate of Idaho State, played football at Idaho State, named Gary Birch. He is just retired, but he is one of the most valuable members of our faculty ever. He managed the East-West Trade Center, does things like this, working with former Senator Sam Nunn to try to manage the reservoir of atomic weapons that we have throughout the world.
Wow.
So he just does a great job. He created the Delta Prize and honored a lot of people. And I had great fun last night, Neil, moving to a more Georgia flavor. Jack Davis, the cartoonist who was here, was honored by the University of Georgia Library. They have a big display of all of his work. And if you see his entire collection, and we don't have all of them, it's just amazing. And Chantel Dunham put on a great party honoring Jack Davis and his family last night. And Jack, who's a sentimental kind of guy, is just warmed by this great reception with his friends and a lot of people who support the university libraries. And they're moving into a new wing or a new building here pretty soon. It's going to be the best library in the South, and just tremendous work being done by Chantel and Bill Potter and their staff. But it was so good to see Jack, an humble guy, honored and feel so warm. Just a great bulldog.
A great bulldog, Jack Davis, and his lovely wife, Dina. We can't forget Dina. A couple of old neighbors of mine growing up in New Rochelle, New York, when they were on hiatus from Georgia, while Jack was how many Time Magazine, Newsweek magazine covers, not to mention all the Mad magazines. So if you grew up reading Mad magazine, you know Jack Davis's work because he did tons of stuff for them as well. Sports Illustrated, all kinds of illustrations.
I think 35 Time Magazine covers, something like that.
Wow, that's incredible. All right, thank you, Lauren. Always love to catch up with those wonderful gridiron notes. And coming up at 12:30 today, it's Georgia and Idaho State here on the network. And right around the bend, an SEC preview, including Alabama's trip to Death Valley. The UGA bookstore is the only place dog fans need to shop for all the latest Georgia apparel and gifts. Shop the UGA bookstore before and after the game if you're here in Athens today. The UGA bookstore open 7 days a week, and if you're not in Athens, can't make it, you can shop online 24/7 at UGAbookstore.com. It's where the dogs shop. More to come from Athens in 2 minutes. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
Leather football helmets were considered adequate head protection back in the old days. Similarly, there was a time when old-fashioned liquid chemical solutions were considered adequate termite protection for homes. It's 2010. Time to upgrade to the unbeatable combination, Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. Discover how affordable it is to upgrade to the Centricon system. Call Cook's for a free evaluation.
Looky, looky, looky. Here comes Cookie. Cook's Pest Control.
Flying out of Atlanta Hartsfield on your next trip to follow the Bulldogs? Then park at the parking spot. Our yellow and black spotted shuttles whisk you right to the front door of your airline terminal. Nothing could be easier or a better value. You'll even earn credit for free parking in the Spot Club. The parking spot has 2 convenient locations, just minutes from Atlanta Hartsfield Airport. And don't miss the Georgia team shuttles while you're there. For directions and more information, visit theparkingspot.com. The Parking Spot. We have airport parking covered.
When you want to see your Bulldogs battle for SEC glory, the place to go for tickets is StubHub, where fans buy and sell tickets, and the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Georgia Bulldogs.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
Car problems can be a real negative. But at Tires Plus, we'll turn them into something truly positive.
Now at Tires Plus, buy 3 and get the 4th tire free on Falcon Zeek's ZE912 tires. And save on Smart Service with up to $50 off brakes with in-store and rebate offers combined, $20 off alignments. And save on interstate batteries and oil changes too. See store for details.
Tires Plus. The plus is in everything we do.
Are you ready to listen to the game in a whole new way? The hands-free live sports radio allows you to tune in live to Scott Howard and Eric Zier at every game. Wherever you're watching the Dogs, Sanford Stadium, on the road, East Coast, West Coast, conference, non-conference, even bowl games. If you're at the game, your live sports radio will always bring you the action from the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP. To order, call 1-877-577-5711 or log on to livesportsradio.com.
Let's take a flight on a trip around the SEC, piloted by AirTran Airways. Go! There's nothing stopping you.
First stop, Baton Rouge. Number 10, LSU hosting number 6, Alabama. Each squad relies heavily on their team defense as LSU is giving up fewer than 16 points a game, while Alabama is barely giving up 12 a contest. LSU head coach Les Miles has a particular strategy he's going to try today.
I think the thing that has to happen to get pressure on McElroy is to get him into predictable passing situations and then be able to get up the field. I think our guys rush the passer well. We would like not to call too much blitz, but it really kind of depends on how the game's going and what's needed to get pressure on that passer.
A 3:30 kick today on the Bayou. Number 10 LSU hosting number 6 Alabama. At 12:21, they'll get underway in Vanderbilt Stadium. The Commodores hosting the Florida Gators. The Commodores have been completely dominated and losing 3 straight, being outscored 113-21 over that span. They're 2-6. Many people say it's time to build for the future. For head coach Robbie Caldwell, it's all about the here and now.
We want to win now. We don't have time to institute the new plan. You don't have spring practice coming up and all those type things. So we got to take what we've gone this far with, try to tweak it, improve it, manage it, get better, and win. And we believe we can do that.
A win is what Florida needs to keep pace with South Carolina in the SEC East race. They are 3-3 in the league, 5-3 overall. Other games in conference play. Kentucky hosts Charleston Southern at 12:30 in Lexington. The Buccaneers' only other matchup with an FBS team this year ended in a 66-7 loss to Hawaii. Kentucky more than likely will be 5-5 when the day is done. Number 2, Auburn hosting Chattanooga. It's a 1 o'clock kick on the Plains after piling up better than 300 yards rushing for the 4th straight game. In a 51-31 win in Oxford last week, Auburn now has the 4th-ranked rushing attack in the country, averaging just shy of 308 yards a game. Head coach Gene Chizik on his team's potential going forward.
We've got a good football team. Our idea obviously is to continue to get better. I think we've proven that that we have a chance to be a really good team. We're not, I don't think we're there, but you see flashes of when we play. You see flashes of us showing that we have a chance to get there still, with still a lot of football left to play.
They get the Mocs of Chattanooga today at 1 o'clock out of the FCS Southern Conference. At 7 o'clock tonight, Mississippi hosting Louisiana Lafayette. All 4 of the Rebels' regulation losses have come by double digits, and you'll remember the lone overtime defeat came at the hands of FCS opponent Jacksonville State at the outset of what has been a very difficult season in Oxford. Head coach Houston Nutt trying to put things in perspective.
We all had different plans up to this point, but the bottom line, hey, this is reality, this is it. Let's do something to change it. And so that's where we are, and we're excited about this week.
A 7 o'clock kick from Vaught-Hemingway Stadium. At 8 o'clock, it's Memphis and Tennessee. From the Liberty Bowl, a loss for the Vols would officially eliminate them from bowl eligibility as they come into this one at 2-6. And a really good game tonight in Columbia. Number 18, Arkansas. Number 19, South Carolina. A 7 o'clock kick. There's a scenario where South Carolina can clinch the Eastern Division today. If they win and Florida loses at Vanderbilt, the Gamecocks will lock up a berth in Atlanta. South Carolina also looking for an unbeaten record at home. They've got 2 games left.
our guys, believe it or not, set a goal of winning all the home games. We actually thought we had a team that could win all the home games this year. And when the captain said that to me, I said, we play Alabama here, don't you? Well, Coach, we think we can beat them. Well, okay, we'll put that goal on our list to try to achieve, and we'll see if we can do it. So that would be neat.
A 7 o'clock kick tonight from Williams-Brice Stadium. Guys, with Troy the only other home game left for South Carolina, will they be unbeaten at the end of the season at Williams-Brice?
Well, why don't we put it up to the entire crew there, David? Thank you. Scott Howard, who do you like tonight, the Gamecocks or the Razorbacks?
I think the old ball coach just swayed me there. I got fired up for a moment. Who's talking about winning all their home games. Yeah, let's do it. So I'm going to go with the Gamecocks. I think they will win all their home games.
Well, he might have read some stuff about Bobby Petrino being the great mind in the SEC right now. That might spur you up a little bit. Playing at home, I got to go with the Gamecocks.
All right, I'm going to jump on the other side of that bandwagon. I'm going to go with Arkansas. I think Carolina's beat up a little bit in the secondary. I don't think they're going to be able to handle this passing attack coming from Arkansas. And guys, it is Steve Spurrier. We are coming off of a Florida loss, and those wounds have not yet healed over for me.
Let it go. Let it go.
I'm not going on Spurrier's side. I like Arkansas.
All right, with these two coaches, they both make me want to take a shower just mentioning their names, okay? South Carolina can run the ball, showed me early on that they're a better defense. Then Eric just brought up all of this about Arkansas. That made me sure that I'm but picking South Carolina tonight to set up a showdown with the Gators for the East title. And who are you going to cheer for then? Spurrier or Florida?
I'm not going to take neither one of them. It's 0-0 tie is what I'm going to vote
You'll
for there.
You'll implode. That's what
I will.
I think we have to go on record right now. Scott, Spurrier or South Carolina? Who would you rather see in the game? The title game.
Spurrier or South Carolina?
I mean Spurrier or Florida. Sorry.
Yeah. South Carolina.
South Carolina.
Yeah.
Eric?
Oh, gosh, yes, South Carolina and Spurrier.
Lauren?
I don't care.
Come on, play along.
Come on, play along. No doubt I'm cheering against Florida. All right, thank you, men. We'll have more from the Verizon Wireless Tailgate Show. David Shoemate will come back. He'll talk about today's top 25 games that are out of the conference. Eric Zier standing by to help us with some highlights from last week's game, and we had some highlights. We had some good plays, and we're going to talk about it. Stay with us. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
Stop settling for slow DSL. Join the millions who switch to fast, reliable Charter Internet. Surf, email, instant message. You'll do more online and save time. Plus, watch games live online for free at ESPN3.com. Say no to slow. Go faster today. Get Charter Internet, starting at an everyday low price of only $19.99 a month. Get more speed without paying more money. Call 1-888-GET-CHARTER.
Taxes, fees, equipment, install extra. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
All set for that landscaping job this weekend? There's one more item to add to your list. Call before you dig. Do you know what's under the ground where you're about to dig? Maybe some dog bones, maybe even some dirt, or maybe a live power line. Ow! Imagine a weekend without cable or internet. Safe digging is no accident, and calling before you dig has gotten even easier with an easy number to remember. Simply dial 811. 2 business days before you dig. That's 811. Call before you dig. Georgia 811.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
Build your better breakfast at Subway with the $2.50 breakfast combo. Try any egg muffin melt like the new Sunrise Subway melt and a 16-ounce cup of Seattle's best coffee, all for just $2.50, only at Subway. For limited time only at participating restaurants, may not be combined with coupon offers or discount cards plus tax where applicable.
Hey, Bulldog fans! Your favorite team counts on Lowe's, and so can you. Lowe's has the products and experience to help you save time and money on every project. Plus, we have the services you need to stay ahead of the game, like delivery to your office, job site, or home, the quantities to take on big projects, and volume pricing on more than 1,400 items. Now that's the kind of teamwork that brings home a win every time. Just go to LowesForPros.com to find everything you need. Lowe's, let's build something together.
The UGA Bookstore is the only place dog fans need to shop for all the latest Georgia apparel and gifts. Shop the UGA Bookstore before and after the game. The UGA Bookstore is open 7 days a week, 24/7 online at UGABookstore.com. It's where the dogs shop.
The Verizon Wireless Tailgate Show continues right now with a check of the Charter Communications Top 25 scoreboard.
David Schmidt inside our Bulldog studios. We'll get to the top 25 in just a second, but first we'll pause 10 seconds for station identification along the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network. Oregon is the top team in the most recent BCS standings, and they're at home today to take on the Washington Huskies. A 3:30 kick in Eugene. The Ducks overcame a major hurdle in a perfect regular season last week, rallying from 3 down 32-29 at USC to score the game's 24 final points in a 53-32 win. They're 5-0 in the Pac-10, looking to push that to 6-0 today and pick up their 9th win against the season against the Huskies, who are just 3-5 entering this contest. At 3:30, the game of the day, the game of the year in the Mountain West Conference. Number 3 TCU visits number 5 Utah in Salt Lake City. A matchup of unbeatens. The Horned Frogs are 9-0. The Utes are 8-0. Last year, TCU embarrassed the Utes in Fort Worth 55-28. But the Horned Frogs have never won in 3 previous trips to Salt Lake City. Many believe a BCS bowl berth is on the line today as well at Rice-Eccles Stadium. At 3:30 as well, number 4 Boise State host Hawaii. The Warriors were the last team to beat Boise State during the regular season, a game that was played in 2007 and won by the Warriors 39-27. Also at 3:30, number 7 Nebraska is at Iowa State. Nebraska turned it over a school record 8 times in suffering a stunning home loss to Iowa State last season, 9-7. They'll try to return the favor today in Ames at Jack Trice Stadium. Number 8, Oklahoma at Texas A&M, a 7 o'clock kick from Kyle Field. The Sooners are a dominant 71-2 at home under Bob Stoops, but just 33-15 on the road, including a loss at Missouri earlier this year. It's a noon kick in West Lafayette. Purdue hosting number 9 Wisconsin at Ross-Ade Stadium. The Badgers are one of 4 teams with just 1 loss in Big Ten play, including Ohio State, Iowa, and Michigan State. Some other games of intrigue today. Number 15, Arizona is at number 13, Stanford, an 8 o'clock kick from Stanford Stadium. And a good matchup in the Big 12. Number 21, Baylor, fresh off that win at Texas. At number 17, Oklahoma State. It's a 12:30 kick in Stillwater. Oklahoma State is 7-1. Baylor comes in at 7-2, 4-1, though, in league play. We're getting set for Georgia and Idaho State. The Verizon Wireless Tailgate Show continues in just a moment.
Toughness Defined with Mark Richt.
Well, to me, toughness has a lot to do with what we say here at Georgia, finish the drill. It means don't quit. There's so many things in life that will try to knock you down. People that are truly tough are the ones that keep going. And the same thing is true with the Ford Motor Company. Ford trucks have been the best as long as I can remember.
F-150 is built Ford tough and has been America's best seller for 33 years. Visit GeorgiaSaturdays.com today.
If Georgia's your team, then F-150 is your truck.
At Regions, we're building a better banking experience for each of our customers, handcrafting every relationship to make sure it's exactly what you want and need in a bank, with some pretty cool products and features like Life Green Checking, mobile banking, and online banking with bill pay. So if you're ready for a bank that's dedicated to making your banking experience easier and even more rewarding, switch to Regions. Go to regions.com/open today. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Regions Bank, member FDIC. Minimum opening deposit required. See individual account disclosures for details.
Pick up the phone and call Plumber 911 for all your emergency plumbing needs. At Plumber 911, it's same-day service with a state-certified plumber. Call 888-PLUM-911 or visit plum911.net.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
Save on products you buy all the time during the 10-item mega event at Kroger. Just use your Plus card, buy any 10 participating items, and get $5 back instantly when you check out. Look for the special mega yellow tags to save on a huge selection of products, like select Campbell's soups, Stover's frozen entrees, private selection ice cream, and more. And you can mix or match any 10 participating products. Share the joy and save during the 10-item mega event. Get more value for the way you live at Kroger.
You'll find mega event savings on a huge selection of groceries right now at Kroger. Like selected 32-ounce bottles of Gatorade, just 49 cents each when you buy any 10 mega event items. Selected 10.75-ounce varieties of Campbell's Cream of Mushroom or Chicken Soup are also just 49 cents each when you match any 10. And selected 12 to 13-ounce cans of Pet or Carnation evaporated milk are just 69 cents each after your mega event discount. Get more value for the way you live at Kroger.
the snap. Hand off to Washawn. Cuts left and right and into the end zone. Touchdown. And then he spiked the ball. I hope they don't flag us. He chunked the ball to the turf and it went bouncing away. But Ely with a 4-yard touchdown run.
Coming up in less than 10 minutes, Scott Howard highlights with Eric Zier's analysis. It's a chilly morning in Athens. We're glad you're along for the ride and encourage you to take us with you wherever you go today. Georgia and Idaho State kicking off at 12:30. Welcome back to the Verizon Wireless Tailgate Show. And right now, here's Lauren with our flashback. Lauren.
Before we introduce our guest, I want to ask Eric Zier, who was the Bulldog back who could jump the highest? I'll give you a clue. He wore number 34.
Herschel Walker.
No, Buzzy Rosenberg.
No.
Set up. I guess Buzzy could jump so high they called him Super Frog. And one of his greatest games was against Oregon State. So we're flashing back out west now since we're playing Idaho State. And going to talk to Buzzy about playing Oregon State in 1971 or 2. What was it? 71? Okay, Buzzy, you had a great day returning punts. What happened? What got into you? Or was Oregon State just tired from the trip and the heat and humidity?
Well, first of all, you sure are reaching back deep, Lauren. 1971, that's a long time ago. But that game was probably Oregon State was just tired from the heat and the humidity. Let a little guy like me run back a few touchdowns and have a lot of fun that day, to tell you the truth.
Well, you had punt returns of 79 and 66 yards for touchdowns, and then you had 3 other returns of 37, 4, and 16 yards, total of 202 yards, and an average return of 40.5. That was an NCAA record, but I don't guess it still stands anymore. But how memorable was that day for you?
It's very memorable. It was a perfect day. It was 72 degrees. It was beautiful. Everything came together. I wish I could have had a couple more of those, but I guess that's just a once-in-a-lifetime kind of dream that came true that day. First punt, it was about an 80-yard punt, like you said. It probably took me 10 seconds to get down the field because I had to go left, right, and all over the place to get there. So that was a kind of a unusual punt return. And the second one, I just put a little spin move on, and, of course, I had a bunch of blockers and just followed them down the field, and we scored. It was a good day. It was a good day for our team, too, because, as you know, we ran back the punt, so we practiced on them. We practiced a lot, and I had a lot of help. So, when you run back a punt for a touchdown, you always have a lot of help from your teammates. So,
Buzzy, there's a picture we had. Might have Claude Felt and Dan McGill might have run it in the media guide. You jumping over Coach Dooley's. Ed, where'd you learn, or how did you develop the skills to jump so high?
When you're 5 foot nothing tall, you better learn how to do something because it's not how big you are, it's how big you play. So I just kind of worked on my jumping from being a little boy and got to where I could. Most people don't believe it looking at me now, but I could dunk a basketball with 2 hands on 5'8". So I don't know how that happened.
Okay, you had some wonderful teammates in those years. I can remember several of them: Andy Johnson, Jimmy Poulos, Jim Cagle, Ricky Lake, Robert Honeycutt, Kim Braswell, Vixen Robinson, Chuck Hurd, the late Don Golden. How often you see your old teammates, and when you get together, do you reminisce about being Super Frog?
Oh, we always get together. As a matter of fact, the Georgia game was last week, and Dick Kahn, Milton Bruce, a bunch of the guys were down here last week, and we played golf. We had a great group of guys, all Andy Johnson, all of them. You could just keep naming them. I mean, those were great times, great people, and it's just fun for 40 years later for us to keep in touch. And once you go through those summer practices and those spring practices, and you get knocked on your butt and get run over, and you got to get up, got to keep getting up. Those are some memories you just don't ever forget. And I tell you, it makes you a better person and throughout the rest of your life for doing that.
Buzzy, thanks for joining us. Buzzy now lives in Jacksonville, and it was a disappointment for you last week, as it was for all of us. Your late father, Lehman Rosenberg, was one of the greatest of Georgia fans, and we thank Buzzy Rosenberg, Super Frog, for being with us. I look forward to barbecue from Harry's Pig Shop at every home game. Lee Epting and his crew sure know how to make a crowd happy with their delicious tailgate packages. Ordering is easy, and the food is outstanding.
All right, thank you, Lauren. Buzzy Rosenberg looking at that record book. He's still 6th all-time in punt returns for a season. Punt return yards with 436. He led the team in punt returns 70, 71, and 72. Hey, Georgia fans, G Extra is changing our name to GTV. GTV is the new home for the most online audio-video coverage of your favorite Bulldog sports. GTV brings you live game coverage plus features and highlights. Log on to georgiadogs.com/all access. With GTV, you're a fan no matter where you live. Scott Howard and Eric Zier bring you the play-by-play and analysis of Georgia and Idaho State in a 12:30 kick. And up next, Scott's highlights from last Saturday's thriller in Jacksonville. It's 40 degrees and a little breezy in Athens right now, but sunny as we're at the site of the dog walk. Stay with us. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
1 second, that's all it takes. A single second can alter the momentum of an entire game. A Hail Mary caught in the end zone, an interception returned for a touchdown. The thing is, that single second, it lives on for an eternity, forever written in the hearts and minds of true fans. Seconds make all the difference. That's why AT&T built the nation's fastest mobile broadband network. AT&T is the official wireless provider of the Georgia Bulldogs. Rethink possible. Mobile broadband not available in all areas.
Coach Vince Dooley for Champion.
Every month when Barbara gets the utility bills, she starts complaining about how much it costs.
Now, Coach, what will Barbara's reaction be when she learns that Champion Windows can lower your utility bills up to 30%?
She'll smile for the first time.
Go to GeorgiaDogs.com for your chance to win a house full of brand new Champion Windows. Or call 770-817-1953 for Champion.
The UGA Bookstore is the only place dog fans need to shop for all the latest Georgia apparel and gifts. Shop the UGA Bookstore before and after the game. The UGA Bookstore is open 7 days a week, 24/7 online at UGABookstore.com. It's where the dogs shop.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
Football is a game of inches, and the team that wins is the team most determined to achieve every single inch, because they know those inches add up to victory. Managing your money also takes a team determined to win, and choosing the right banking team makes all the difference. At United Community Bank, our determined team of experienced bankers will work with you every inch of the way. Play hard, win strong with United Community Bank, the bank that's service built. Proud supporter of the Georgia Bulldogs.
It's game day, and even if you don't have tickets, you're still going to wear that red and black shirt. That's the kind of passion that makes UGA football great. It's also the kind of passion that I have for AirTran Airways, with more than 60 destinations and affordable business class. This is Neil Williamson. Whether I'm headed to Orlando or New York, Phoenix, Boston, San Francisco, or Chicago, I bleed red and black, and I fly AirTran. Go to AirTran.com. AirTran Airways, go. There's nothing stopping you.
ISP's pregame radio coverage stays connected with AT&T's highlights of the Bulldogs' last game. AT&T, rethink possible.
All right, welcome back, Dogs fans and Honda. We're back here at home. We're on the low stage. You know what that means?
Tell me, buddy.
It means it's Gordo's time, and Gordo's authentic Mexican restaurant-style cheese dip, available at your local retailer. Always my favorite part of coming home.
No kidding, and that's even better than what I thought. I thought you were going to say you were going to just do a song up here on the stage. Thank you, Eric. Hey, Coach Rick joining the Verizon Wireless Tailgate Show with Scott Howard in the next 25 minutes, so lock your radio into this station for that exclusive sit-down with Mark Richt. Last week in Jacksonville, we had our share of great plays, that's for sure, and let's get to them right now. The Georgia defense came out of the box twice on 3rd and long on the Gators' first 2 possessions.
There's the snap to Brantley, drops back on the 25. Pressure, we yank it down back at the 28. Darrell Gamble got in there for the sack. Tyson was in there. Houston was in there. Jeff Dimps in the backfield, shotgun snap to Brantley, drops back. Here comes pressure. Boom at the 8. Wow, DeMarcus Dobbs got his money's worth and demanded some change back. Holy smokes, what a shot.
Well, the start of that football game looked like a flashback to the 2008 Sugar Bowl against Hawaii. Dogs came out aggressive on defense. Those 2 sacks indicative of the way we played the first couple of series of that football game.
The Georgia defense continued to dominate the first quarter when Brandon Smith returned from injury status to pick up the first interception of his Bulldogs career.
And Brantley and Burton flip-flop at quarterback. It's Brantley going to throw deep down the field, far sideline, over-the-shoulder interception. Brandon Smith, and the Gators drag him down around the 10-yard line. Brandon Smith just back after missing the last couple of games with a concussion, makes the interception.
Yeah, big play there by Brandon Smith to keep us in this football game early. We start off with an interception. We're able to keep them out of the end zone, so staying in the football game until they broke away a little bit after that.
Despite all those efforts, as Eric said, the Gators broke away. They drew first blood early in the second quarter, but our Dogs pulled even in short order with a long pass.
1st and 10 for the Dogs from the 37. Play fake. Murray wants to throw deep down the middle. There's Tavares King. Yes, he caught it. 18, 12, 10, 5, touchdown.
Now, Aaron Murray struggled a little bit there to start the football game. Started to get on track with that pass. Just a post route at Tavares over the middle. Couldn't throw that pass any better. Got it out in front. Let Tavares go get it, and that he did.
Fast forward to the fourth quarter, and the Dogs trailing 24-16. With under 11 minutes to play, Aaron Murray leads the good guys down the field with strikes to Chris Durham, Tavares King, Orson Charles, and then Charles again.
1st and 10 from the Florida 29. Play fake. They pick up the blitz. We throw over the middle. Orson Charles, 12, 5, touchdown! Murray and Charles relive their high school tandem and hook up here in Jacksonville.
Orson Charles, 6 catches on the day for 108 yards. None bigger than that touchdown pass, though, for him.
Florida struck right back to take the lead, but the Bulldogs would not quit as they showed throughout the night, facing a 3rd and 10 at the Florida 43.
Durham and King to the near side, Green to the far side. Shotgun snap to Murray, throws to A.J. Goal! Diving catch going up in the air, bringing it down at the 28. A.J. Green just forgot about his body, leaped in the air, made the grab. What a catch, A.J. Green.
4 plays later, that combo connected again.
We're down by a touchdown and an extra point. Snap to Murray in the shotgun, throws over the middle. A.J. Green! Touchdown in traffic! Right in the middle of the end zone.
You're not going to see a better pass at any level, anywhere across the country. Cover 2, the linebacker going with A.J. Green up the seam there. Aaron Murray had to throw that ball right at the linebacker's head, went right over his shoulder for the touchdown. Beautiful pass and catch there by Aaron Murray and A.J. Green.
And that's how it ended in regulation, 31-31. Today, the Dogs versus the Idaho State Bengals. Scott Howard sits down with Coach Mark Richt within the next 20 minutes, so don't tune away. This is the Verizon Wireless Tailgate Show with Eric, Hondo, and Lauren from the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
And now this important tailgating announcement. Due to increased sales of Gordo's authentic Mexican restaurant-style cheese dip, expect record crowds this year. We take you there live.
I just can't pull myself away from the creamy, cheesy goodness of Gordo's. I love the mouth, but my wife loves the hot jalapeno. And Herb, he just can't stop dipping the cheese in salsa. Hey, give me back my Gordo's!
Get your own Gordo's cheese dip in finer supermarkets everywhere.
All right, football fans, let's hear what the Scouts have to say about the 2011 Toyota Camry.
It's got agility. It's got agility out the wazoo.
It's a proven leader. You look at the records, the numbers, it'll make your head spin.
So get 0% APR financing for 60 months on a new 2011 Toyota Camry. And payments are deferred until 2011. Zero down with approved credit. Includes hybrids. Cannot combine with other offers. Must complete sale and delivery between November 2nd and November 30th, 2010. Toyota, moving forward.
Hi, this is Kirk Herbstreit. To me, fall isn't just college football season, it's Eckridge season. That's why at my tailgate parties, you'll always find plenty of Eckridge smoked sausage sizzling on the grill. Natural hardwood smoke gives Eckridge a satisfying flavor all my friends love. And at the parties at my house, I make sure there are plenty of sandwiches piled high with Eckridge deli meats. So this season, stock up on Eckridge meats at your neighborhood Kroger and make the moment rich. Eckridge.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
Have you ever invited someone to work in your home and wondered if they had a background check or a recent drug screening? Allowing a stranger into your home, whether they work for a reputable company or not, is not something to take lightly. Now at Plumber 911, we take who we hire very seriously. Our plumbers are screened and tested regularly so you'll feel secure. Not only do they have 10,000 hours of classroom and on-the-job training, they are state-licensed certified professionals. Call 404-373-9114 or plumber911.net.
What do the Georgia Lottery and College Bowl season have in common? The answer is Kroger. Starting now through December 8th, just buy your Mega Millions, Powerball, Georgia 5, Fantasy 5, Win for Life, Cash 3, or Cash 4 tickets at Kroger. Then go online at playkrogerlottery.com and enter the 18-digit serial number on the front of your non-winning ticket, and you could win a trip to Glendale or Miami or New Orleans to watch a college bowl game live. Today could be the day. Georgia Lottery. Please play responsibly.
The Verizon Wireless Tailgate Show continues with this Bulldog Point of Pride, presented by Plumbers, Pipe Fitters, and Technicians Local Union 72. We believe in our people. For the 411 on the University of Georgia, here's Steve Bell.
Hello, Bulldog fans. For the second straight year, a University of Georgia College of Education alum has been named National Principal of the Year. This time, the honor goes to Wes Taylor, principal of Lowndes High School in Valdosta, named the 2011 MetLife National Association of Secondary School Principals National High School Principal of the Year. Since becoming principal at Lowndes in 2003, Taylor has had outstanding results. The school has seen a 13% increase in graduation and across-the-board double-digit increases in pass rates, some increases as large as 38%. Congratulations to UGA alum Wes Taylor, National High School Principal of the Year. And that's another Bulldog Point of Pride.
It's time to take a look at today's opponent with Bulldogs head coach Mark Richt. It's brought to you by AirTran Airways, offering great low fares to over 60 cities. Coach Mark Richt, for the first time, Georgia playing Idaho State, a 1AA team from the Big Sky Conference in Pocatello, Idaho. So I'm sure a lot of Georgia fans are very unfamiliar with Idaho State, as are a lot of Georgia broadcasters. So tell us a little bit about the Bengals today.
Well, the one name that'll come up the most when you talk about the Bengals of Idaho State is a young man by the name of Tavoy Moore. He's number 10. He will play running back. He will jump into the slot as a receiver. He's their kick return man. He's their punt return man. And he actually has 2 kickoff returns for touchdowns. He has 2 punt returns for touchdowns. And what's unique about what he did is in 2 different games, he had a kickoff return for a touchdown and a punt return for a touchdown. One each in one game, and in another game he did it again. But he is a very special player, and that's the guy that everybody will be able to keep their eye on, because I'm sure they're going to try to get the ball to him. Their quarterback, number 12, Russell Hill, is a redshirt senior, and he's the guy that's been starting most all of these games, but they have played their freshman quarterback, Kyle Morris, number 9, a good bit, so you'll get a chance to see him too. And their offense is predicated on running the ball, play action, and throwing the ball downfield. It's not a big quarterback run system. I don't think you'll see much option or anything like that, so that'll give you an idea of what they'll do offensively. And then defensively, they are mostly a 4-3 team in alignment, especially when we're in our pro eye look. And they play cover 2, cover 3, and a little bit of man free. And they don't blitz a lot. They're not a heavy blitzing team, but they do line up and play true to their alignments. They do try to disguise. A lot of times they'll disguise a 2-deep look, and then after the snap of the ball, those safeties will be rolling down into coverage. So it's going to be important for Murray to not always buy what they're showing, because they're going to definitely try to make them think cover two a good bit of the time, and half the time they'll be spinning down to some type of one safety look. So he's going to have to be on the ball watching that.
Idaho State is not overly large. They're not a big team at all.
The positions that you have the hardest time finding, even at our level, are the big athletic defensive linemen. They're just so hard to find, and I'm sure they're having their troubles finding those kind of guys too. And then offensively, I've seen Division II teams have monstrous linemen, but can you find the big guy that really is athletic enough to pass protect and do all the things you're going to ask him to do? But they've got decent size up front, 278, 271, 283, 308 pounds. So they're decent size offensive linemen, but, most teams we play in this league are going to average around 300.
And speaking of their offensive linemen, they've allowed over 30 sacks now for 3 straight years. Is that an opportunity that you look at for Georgia's defense today?
Well, I hope so. First of all, I hope we get them in a position where they feel like they have to throw the ball, and when they do throw it, I hope our guys are able to really get after it and make plays. And you'd like for just your 3 or 4 man rush to be able to put the pressure on the quarterback, so you don't have to get into a lot of one-on-one situations. So we'll see if our down linemen could put the pressure on the quarterback without blitzing people.
Is your approach to this game any different from any other game that you played this year?
It's really not. You have to go through the same process throughout the week. You've got to see what you're going to do in short yardage and goal line on Sunday night. That's usually what we do as a staff, and then we practice that Monday. And then, on Monday night we work on the 1st and 10 and the 2nd and medium type calls. And then we'll practice that on Tuesday. Then Tuesday night, as a staff, we'll work on the 3rd and medium, 3rd and long red zone. And then we practice that on Wednesday. And then Thursday we gather them up and try to give them a taste of everything through certain drives that we script. And then we go to the hotel the night before the game Friday, and Saturday we wake up and go play. So it doesn't really change our routine much at all.
You think the time difference is a factor? I know we've talked about that when we go west sometimes in the travel. Well, now they've got to do it coming to us.
Yeah, I think it's probably tougher on the team going from the west to the east, because it's going to be like a 10:30 start for these guys, and that's hard to just wake up and have your clock say 10:30, your biological clock say 10:30, and it's time to play ball. So we'll see if they can start fast or not.
All right, that's Coach Mark Richt, and our look at the Idaho State Bengals coming up in just a little while. More with Coach Richt as we give you the inside skinny on the Bulldogs.
We'll have more with Coach Richt coming up. Stay tuned. The Verizon Wireless Tailgate Show continues in 2 minutes. This is the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
The ServPro franchise system knows that fire or water damage in your office building can have crippling effects. To minimize the losses for your property, call the cleanup and restoration specialist at 1-800-ServPro. ServPro franchise professionals are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week with specialized equipment and personnel. That's 1-800-ServPro or visit servpro.com. The ServPro franchise system is faster to any size disaster to help make it like it never even happened. ServPro franchises are independently owned and operated.
Are you eating out less often? Maybe you didn't go out of town for vacation this year. The economy is making people cut back in lots of different ways, but you should never cut back on the security of your family and home. Neil Hondo Williamson for Ackerman Security Systems, where you pay only $18.95 per month. $18.95 per month for local monitoring and no fee to switch from your current provider. I've used Ackerman for years to protect my wife and kids. Call 770-552-1111. 770-552-1111.
The Georgia Egg Commission is a proud supporter of Bulldog football. Eggs, incredible energy for body and mind.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
Next time you print, ask yourself, did I really need to waste that piece of paper? Experts say corporations can spend up to 3% of their revenue on printing with little or no cost control measures in place. Let the experts at Milner Complete Care help your business take 20 to 30% off the bottom line. Milner Complete Care can show you how to make your printing more environmentally friendly. Call 1-800-875-5042 and find out how Complete Care from Milner can benefit your organization today.
In the heat of the game, it's important to call the right play. In life, it can be even more important to make the right call, especially regarding termite protection for your home. To protect my home, I call the unbeatable combination for termite protection: Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. Discover how affordable it is to upgrade to the Centricon system's proven protection. Call Cook's for a free evaluation.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
We're standing at the site of the dog walk, and I'm pretty impressed. We have a great crowd on hand of Georgia Bulldog fans waiting for the team to come in. But right now, Lauren Smith is on the field at Sanford Stadium with a guest. Lauren?
Thank you, Neil. Our guest is Coach John Zamberlin of Idaho State. Dressed here in a nice tie and a coat. I'm going to get in his coaching togs, but I can remember when you were in football paraphernalia with the New England Patriots, playing with an old friend of ours, quarterback whom I've invited to come see us right now, but I think he stayed up last night cooking for the Letterman just behind you and this lot across the way. Andy Johnson. What do you remember about Andy Johnson?
Oh, you know, just besides an outstanding person and character, one heck of a football player. You know, I know he had been a quarterback here at Georgia, and he was a running back up in New England. I remember a streak. It might have been our second year. I don't know. They must have run a lot of tosses to Andy out of the backfield, and I think he had a string of about 3 or 4 games where he threw a touchdown pass out of the backfield, you know. So excellent football player and great person. So hope Andy and his family are doing well down here.
Well, Coach, we think a lot of him, and we are happy to have you as our guest today. A little bit more about your team and your background. I know you, after pro football, you tried business, but you just weren't happy. You had the itch to get back in it. How much do you enjoy coaching?
I love coaching. I love being around the players. You know, I love the teaching aspect of it, the lessons you can teach your players out of it. You know, it's like everybody says, you know, it's like life. You're going to get out of it what you put into it, and I enjoy the football and the competing part of it, but there's so much more to the coaching than that you can have a positive impact on a young person and hopefully make a difference for him down the road and see him graduate and go on and have success.
This is your 4th year at Idaho State. The status of your program, is it moving in the direction you want?
Well, you know, I'm kind of impatient. I came from a Division II team where we built that program and had a lot of success, and there's a lot of hurdles here that we have to overcome, and one is financially, and that's one of the reasons, Lauren, why we're here today. You know, it is what it is, a big financial boost for the athletic department to you know, play a game like this, and this is in the last 3 years 6 Division I teams that we played, and so we bring in I think we brought in the football program over $2 million into the athletic department, but that makes it tough to get it going to where you need to do. It was when you're playing those teams like that, and your scheduling and stuff plays a part in developing your program and going on and doing those things. So it's a work in progress. Idaho State's a great place, great university, and I think we can be successful there. But it takes some time, and it takes some people who are willing to say, okay, we understand what you're going through and what you're trying to build there, and build it for the long term.
Folks here don't know a lot about Idaho's and your football out there. Where do you get your football players? Where do you recruit primarily?
Well, we're in Idaho, but we recruit the state of Washington, Utah. We recruit California pretty heavily. You know, we've got some ties to Hawaii, so we recruit Hawaii a little bit. We actually picked up 2 kids from Hofstra when they dropped football this year, so pretty good football players for us. So, you know, those are kind of the areas that we're in, and we work them pretty hard, and you know, it's limited a little bit by your budget too, where you can go and what you can do. So there's good football in Idaho, but the population base isn't such, you know. And there's some other, obviously Boise State and Idaho, and then you got the Utah schools are right there on the border, so it's pretty heavily recruited. So we try to recruit as many in-state kids as we can, but we got to go out state to be successful.
Our guest has been John Zamberlin, the head coach at Idaho State. We thank him for joining us. And with him today is Tom Bates of Dublin, Georgia. He came up and spoke to me. He's a physical therapist for Idaho State, and we were happy to see Tom, a neighbor of mine, then I didn't know it.
Well, Lorne, I'll tell you, Tom, I had my hip replaced about 2 years ago, and here's the kind of person Tom is. He made a house call, came over to my house and checked on me, make sure I was getting in the right direction in my rehab, and so that says a lot about him.
Well, that's great, and I hope a lot of his friends in Dublin are listening. Tom Bates from Dublin, John Zamberlin, the head coach at Idaho State. We go back out to Neil Williamson.
All right, thank you, Lauren. Today's contest marks Idaho State's second confrontation with an SEC school. In 2005, the Bengals lost to Kentucky 41-29. Hey, Dogs fans, how would you like to be the Ackerman Security Systems Georgia Bulldog VIP of the game? That includes a visit to the broadcast booth, an autographed football, and much more. To register, go to GeorgiaDogs.com. Stick around. We'll have more from the Verizon Wireless Tailgate Show. Eric Zier rejoins us to talk about Georgia's offense, what we're going to look for today against Idaho State. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
Proud to stand on our own. Proud to be homegrown, a familiar face and a name you know. Come on, we know you, we know your needs. We know what being a neighbor means. Can you hear it? Fueling the American spirit. No matter when, no matter where, Marathon will take you there.
Fuel your American spirit at Marathon.
What exactly do we mean when we say nothing wakes up food like Texas Pete? Speaking metaphorically, let's imagine you're a buffalo wing. I know it's a stretch, but stay with me. All is peaceful as you lay sleeping soundly in your comfy little basket. Then suddenly, a drill sergeant by the name of Texas Pete barges in the room. Next thing you know, you're out of bed, running around in circles, screaming like a fourth grader on helium. In a nutshell, it's kind of like that.
Nothing wakes up food like Texas Pete.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
The financial landscape keeps changing. It's tough to navigate. Full of too many followers and not enough leaders. At BB&T, we help our mortgage clients know which way to steer to achieve the dream of home ownership. By sharing more than 135 years of financial knowledge, you and your family have the information you need to move in a brighter direction. With BB&T on your side, all that you follow are your goals. Stop by, visit bbt.com, or call 1-800-BANK-BBT. Talk to us today about your mortgage needs and know how it feels to know more. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872.
Member FDIC. Loans subject to credit approval. Equal housing lender.
Congratulations to Georgia players Chris Durham, Sean Chappis, and Drew Butler, who were named to the ESPN Academic All-District 3 First Team. Georgia was the only SEC program to have 3 players on the first team. Hey, don't forget, next week we'll tangle with third-ranked Auburn here on the network. Programming will begin at 11:30 a.m. The Verizon Wireless Tailgate Show cranks up at 12:30, and then kickoff from down on the plane will be at 3:30. Georgia and Idaho State from Athens here this afternoon at 12:30. The Georgia Redcoat Marching Band just beginning to crank up here at the Dog Walk. Eric Zier coming up with a look at the Dogs offense in about 10 minutes or so. And hey, Dogs fans, submit your favorite tailgate photo and you could win $100 and a gift certificate to Publix and have your photo on the video board of a UGA game. Just email your photo to ugaphotos@gmail.com or go to georgiadogs.com. Publix, where shopping is a pleasure. And now let's throw it to David Shoemate in our Bulldog studios. David.
All right, thank you, Hondo. It's a light day in the SEC, but there are 3 games to talk about in conference play as we check the Charter on-demand scoreboard. Get the fastest internet speeds in the area with Charter's Ultra Fast Ultra 60. Call 888-GET-CHARTER or go to charter.com/ultra for more information. The marquee matchup is on the Bayou, number 10 LSU hosting number 6 Alabama. The Tide are about to begin a tough stretch to close the season. They'll see them play 3 ranked teams in their Final Four contest. After visiting LSU, both Mississippi State and Auburn are still set to visit Tuscaloosa before the month is out. Alabama 7-1, 4-1 in the league. LSU with an identical record with 4 games to play in conference play. Number 18 Arkansas is at number 19 South Carolina tonight. It's a 7 o'clock kick in Columbia. This is the 4th straight year that the Gamecocks are 6-2 or better with 4 to play. In 2007, they were 6-1 before losing 5 straight and stumbling to a 6-6 finish. Then in 2008, a 3-game slide to close the year saw them finish 7-6, and then last year a 6-2 unraveling as they went 1-4 down the stretch, finishing 7-6. They're 6-2 again. A lot of talk about an SEC title game, perhaps in Atlanta, but they know that's a long, long way before they can get there, including a date next week in Gainesville. But they have Arkansas tonight at Williams-Brice. Again, a 7 o'clock kick. And another game in conference play, Florida is at Vanderbilt, a 12-21 kick in Nashville. Florida has dominated the all-time series between the two, leading it 32-9. There were 2 ties in the all-time series. Fans, stop by any of the 45 Golden Pantry food stores in Bulldog Country to pick up all your tailgate supplies, including delicious Oscar Mayer hot dogs. Trust your local Golden Pantry food store for value and service. When we continue on the Verizon Wireless Tailgate Show in 2 minutes, Eric Zier joins Hondo to talk about Aaron Murray's learning curve, AJ Green's game against Florida, and much more. This is the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network.
You have 3 new voice messages. Message 1.
Mike, it's Taylor, your favorite all-pro running back. Hey, man, I busted a, 46-yard TD run on 3rd and short last night. It was sweet, and you missed it. So now, dinner with your wife is more important than supporting the team, huh? That's how it is? All right, whatever.
Message 2.
Yo, Mike, it's Buckner, the center for your hoops team. I hear you went to the hardware store while the Buckman was in the playoff game. Couldn't wait to buy that ball peen hammer, huh? I feel you.
Message 3.
Hello, it's Ivan from Hockey Team. I make hat trick for you. You know, watch. Ivan here's you to shop for Honeydew Melon while Ivan is to work hard on ice. This make Ivan sad.
In sports, any second can be the second. Download game highlights, scores, and stats on the nation's fastest mobile broadband network so you don't miss a moment. AT&T. Rethink possible.
Certain geographic auto monthly charges and restrictions apply. Mobile broadband not available in all areas. See store for details.
Calling before you dig has gotten easier. Simply dial 811. One free call to Georgia 811 gets your utility lines marked and helps protect you from injury and expense. Know what's below. Call before you dig. Dial 811.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
I like doing things the easy way. And now I can save money easily with the Easy to Save event from Xfinity. Call 1-800-XFINITY today and switch to Xfinity TV, only from Comcast, for $29.99 a month for a whole year. Plus, get an HD DVR included for 3 months. Watch movies and TV shows on demand, on TV, and now online, anytime, anywhere. Plus, record your favorite shows and watch them on your schedule in stunning HD. But hurry, because easy comes and easy goes. Call 1-800-XFINITY and get digital starter TV for $29.99 a month for the first year. Plus, get an HD DVR included for 3 months. Or step up to an HD triple play and get up to $250 back. It's that easy. Call 1-800-XFINITY today. Offer ends 12/21/10. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. 2-year contract required. Early termination fee applies. After promo, regular rates apply. Equipment, installation, taxes, and franchise fees extra.
His goal for us is just to win the next 4 games. That's our new goal right now, is to, like I said, go out, win those 4 games, and finish the season off strong.
There's Aaron Murray, Georgia's redshirt freshman quarterback, who's not much like a freshman anymore, going into his 10th game today as Georgia hosts Idaho State here at Sanford Stadium. Great to have you with us on the Verizon Wireless Tailgate Show. And as the band keeps playing right out here at the Dog Walk, awaiting the Bulldog team to come in, let's pass it back to Lauren Smith.
Hi, Larry Rakestraw is our guest, Neil. I want to say hello. I can't see her face to my granddaughter right there in the polka dot.
Oh,
That's
how
Sophie.
adorable. How adorable.
And I'm sure, Larry Rakestraw, you've got me beat on grandchildren.
I think I do.
I have 4.
I have only 8.
Only 8.
But it's early. It's early.
And most of them are here today because you're the honorary captain.
They all are here, right.
Larry Rakestraw played in the 60s, 1961, 2 and 3. Played for Johnny Griffith, a gentleman, a very fine gentleman who was a Georgia coach, succeeding Wallace Butts, who recruited you.
Right.
And I'm looking at an old media guide, summary of the game in 1963 in Miami. And it says, written by Dan McGill, Rakestraw wrecks Miami in the record book. And Neil, yesterday I took Larry in to meet Coach Rick, and I told him about Larry's greatest game. I said, you know, it happened against your old school, Miami, and Coach Rick remembered enough about the game to carry on the conversation with Larry a little bit. But in that game, Larry, you set the NCAA yardage record, one game passing yardage record, 407 yards, and that also set the SEC mark, of course. And you set the one-game SEC total offensive record, 414 yards, and the one-game SEC passing record of 25 completions. That was a night where nothing went wrong for the Bulldogs. That was your greatest performance as a Bulldog, but how much fun was it playing in the humidity of the Orange Bowl and completing every pass in sight, it seems?
It was tremendous for myself, no doubt, but also for our team. Our captain, Billy Nose, and Mick Babb was a co-captain, and Lynn Hoss was a captain. We had such a good team back then. It's just a shame that we didn't do better. But that was you are right, that was an NCAA record. Now, the way they throw the ball around, that's now a family record. I passed for more yardage than anyone in my family, and I don't let them forget it either.
That's pretty good. The year before, 62, you had a similar game against Auburn. Georgia upset Auburn at Auburn, 30-21. In that game, Don Porterfield had a very good game. And Jimmy Whitehead had a great game on defense. Jimmy was a big guy, but when he played like a terror, which he didn't do very often, but when he did, it was look out.
Right. What a great athlete Jim Whitehead was. He just, something turned him on that game, and they couldn't stop him. He was voted by Auburn as one of their top for years. He was voted one of their top opponents in the defensive line.
And that game, Joe Burson returned an interception, I think, for 87 yards, as I remember, something like that.
We had a great game. Joe Burson had a great game. Whitehead had a good game. Porterfield, we were on.
Joe Burson, by the way, will be a guest of the Athens Touchdown Club next Tuesday night. Lavelle Edwards is the speaker. Joe Burson will be honored as the flashback guest for that game. Larry, you have retired from insurance. Are you still working?
Well, I work about 3 or 4 days a week, and the economy is about to retire us, though. There's a lot of business out there, but there's not enough to go around. And as soon as we get that all straightened out, things will be good for all of us. My daughter, Laura, works for me, and so we're kind of enjoying that.
Larry was elected a couple of years ago to the State of Georgia Sports Hall of Fame, a very well-deserved honor for one of Georgia's greatest quarterbacks from a talent standpoint. You didn't play on teams that won a lot of games. Went on to play successfully with the Chicago Bears, just ahead of their you were with them in 63 when they...
No, 63, Bill Wade, of course.
Bill Wade was
the quarterback, and my first season with the Bears was 64.
64, and then when did they win the NFL championship?
That was 63.
63, yeah, okay.
Yeah, Larry Morris
just missed it.
Larry Morris was the most valuable player in that game from Tech.
Made the big block on, made the tackle on Y.A. Tittle of the Giants and put him not out of the game, but where he couldn't operate. We thank you for being our guest today, Larry Rakestraw. Neil, he was really a very talented quarterback at Georgia.
Thank you, Lauren. Larry, great to see you. Thank you. And you're too modest To put it into perspective, Larry Rakestraw's game against Miami when he threw for 407 yards remained the Georgia record for most yards passing in a game until a kid named Zaire came along 30 years later. And Larry still remains in the top 10, although Eric has 6 of those. Right. Thank you, Larry, for joining us. Eric will join us next, and we'll talk about offense.
Fans stop by any of the 45 Golden Pantry food stores in Bulldog Country to pick up all your tailgate supplies, including delicious Oscar Mayer hot dogs. Trust your local Golden Pantry food store for value and service.
Thank you, Lauren. More from the Lowe's stage and the Verizon Wireless Tailgate Show in 2 minutes. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
It's game day, and even if you don't have tickets, you're still going to wear that red and black shirt. That's the kind of passion that makes UGA football great. It's also the kind of passion that I have for AirTran Airways, with more than 60 destinations and affordable business class. This is Neil Williamson. Whether I'm headed to Orlando or New York, Phoenix, Boston, San Francisco, or Chicago, I bleed red and black, and I fly AirTran. Go to airtran.com. AirTran Airways, go! There's nothing stopping you.
Meet Rugged Brown. It's at your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams paint store looking for a few good dens. If your idea of heaven is a giant flat-screen TV, some nacho cheese tortilla chips, and a nail-biter game, this is your color. Want to talk about deep stuff like art or music or feelings? Rugged Brown is fine with that too, as long as you wait for a commercial. To make the most of Rugged Brown or any other color, visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams paint store or sherwinwilliams.com.
The Georgia Lottery and Kroger team up for the ultimate football trip giveaway. Visit your local Kroger and purchase a qualifying lottery ticket and enter to win at playkrogerlottery.com. Visit georgialottery.com for free details.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
The Arby's value menu starts at just $1 each, so you can eat how you want, when you want. Like when you want to treat the whole family.
I want a shake. I want curly fries.
I want... What do I want again? Or snack on a junior roast beef to escape your evil mother-in-law.
I always told my daughter she could do better.
No Arby's for you.
Get 7 of your Arby's favorites on the Arby's value menu. And when you're craving something sweet, try the Arby's chocolate turnover starting at just $1. The Arby's value menu.
Where was it again?
Arby's?
Oh, right.
For a limited time at participating Arby's.
Coach Rick here, thanking you for supporting the Bulldogs and asking you to stand behind another team in Georgia, Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. To help, simply text CHOA to 90999 on your cell phone and follow the prompt to make your $5 donation. As a not-for-profit organization, Children's counts on your help to care for sick and injured kids. Again, text CHOA to 90999 and a one-time $5 donation will be added to your phone bill. Message and data rates may apply.
First and 10 for the Dogs from the 37. Play fake. Murray wants to throw deep down the middle. There's Tavares King. Yes, he caught it. 18, 12, 10, 5. Touchdown.
The touchdown he had, the long touchdown, I mean, he burned that guy pretty good. He had some tremendous wheels on him. And, when you get the ball to him in some space, I don't think anyone's really going to catch him.
There's Aaron Murray, who had a beautiful touchdown pass. In fact, several of them last week, three to be truthful. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Hondo on the radio as I try to spit it out, and Bulldogs legend Eric Zaire rejoins us now. We'll talk about Georgia's offense. Aaron Murray commenting on Tavares King and that lovely touchdown catch. Tavares ended up with 3 catches for 104 yards.
Yeah, 21 catches, 443 yards in the air. He's got 3 touchdowns out of those 21 catches, really emerging as a go-to guy. Chris Durham stepped up early in the year, played great. Of course, getting A.J. back makes everybody better on the football team, especially when you're at receiver or tight end because of the attention A.J. gets. But Tavares, every game you can see improvement, and he is a big play threat that can hurt you at any time, and last week was a good example of that.
This week, Tavares discussed the benefits to other skilled players when A.J. is on the field.
When A.J.'s on the field, it is kind of a one-on-one kind of thing. So I challenge myself, and I take pride in beating that guy.
and that is Tavares King. And I'll tell you what, anytime you have a talent like A.J. Green, just his presence on the football field makes defenses do so much to account for him. We've seen all year long, with few exceptions, but for the most part all year long, where defenses have had to roll over the top of A.J., giving one-on-one situations, even last week, because of how the Gators wanted to defend A.J., putting their best cover guys on him, present some good matchups for other guys on the field, and they just have to go take advantage of it.
Eric, have other teams now found the magic to slowing A.J., or was Florida's success either talent-driven or not really successful, seeing that Georgia scored 31 points despite 4 turnovers?
Yeah, I'm not sure how successful it was. No question. They came out, they did man up on A.J. several times with their top cover guys and did a pretty good job. Florida is an athletic team. They've got tremendous football players on that side of the ball. But what we did offensively is we really took advantage of other matchups that we had because of what Florida was trying to do. And it wasn't going away from A.J. or that he was covered up all that much. One prime example, the play in overtime where we take a shot at the end zone with Chris Durham. We go there because of that matchup. We've got a safety, not a cornerback, but a safety on Chris Durham. It's the kind of matchup that we want to go after. We've got confidence in our other players as well. When we get those matchups, that's where we want to go with the football, and I think that's what we're starting to see some.
What's the latest on the running back situation for the Dogs today?
Well, we've got everybody back. We're healthy. We're going to see all 3 of them. May see more than that, but it's good to start getting everybody back, getting everybody healthy. Very few times this year have we had that.
All right, thank you, Eric Zier. On tap next, Georgia's new athletics director, Greg McGarity. Then one of Munson's greatest calls. Weather for today's 12:35 kickoff with the Bengals going to be cold. About 52 degrees. We have a slight breeze right now. It's 44 degrees in Athens, but it feels like 40. The team is making its way into the stadium about 20 feet in front of us now, walking between the Georgia Redcoat Marching Band and the dancing girls with the silver pom-poms. We're glad you're with us. More to come from the Verizon Wireless Tailgate Show. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
Hey, Bulldog fans, your favorite team counts on Lowe's, and so can you. Lowe's has the products and experience to help you save time and money on every project. Plus, we have the services you need to stay ahead of the game, like delivery to your office, job site, or home, the quantities to take on big projects, and volume pricing on more than 1,400 items. Now that's the kind of teamwork that brings home a win every time. Just go to Lowe'sForPros.com to find everything you need. Lowe's, let's build something together.
Flying out of Atlanta Hartsfield on your next trip to follow the Bulldogs? Then park at the parking spot. Our yellow and black spotted shuttles whisk you right to the front door of your airline terminal. Nothing could be easier or a better value. You'll even earn credit for free parking in the Spot Club. The parking spot has 2 convenient locations, just minutes from Atlanta Hartsfield Airport. And don't miss the Georgia team shuttles while you're there. For directions and more information, visit theparkingspot.com. The Parking Spot. We have airport parking covered.
Ryder Hamilton, legendary dog trainer.
A lot of Georgia Power customers don't realize how much energy their homes are losing. We could bring a team of specially trained dogs into people's homes to conduct energy audits.
All right, let's go. Let's move. Come on, guys. Let's do this.
They could find gaps around pipes, spot leaky ductwork, change dirty air filters so they use less energy.
Sam, check the fridge.
I thought dog auditors was a big idea.
Was that an expensive cheese?
But Georgia Power felt doing energy audits on leash wasn't as easy as doing them online.
Take our online energy audit at GeorgiaPower.com.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
At Regions, we're building a better banking experience for each small business customer. That means giving you the basics, like checking and savings, as well as offering the right lending options. Because we understand how important capital, revenue, and cash flow are to your small business. So if you're ready for a bank that's as committed to growing your business as you are, switch to Regions. Visit Regions.com/yourbusiness today. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Regions Bank, member FDIC. All loans subject to credit approval. See individual account disclosures for details.
Hello, everybody. Chuck Dowdle here. You know, in 4 decades of covering sports, I've used the word miracle a lot. A miracle comeback. He needs a miracle. Now I want to tell you about something that's been a miracle for me. Prelex eye surgery from Woodham's Eye Clinic. Recently I had it, so I know. For a baby boomer who had worn contacts for distance and reading glasses for menus, this was life-changing. No more contacts or glasses. So if you wear glasses for distance and near, and if you have cataracts of the beginning signs, Prelex could be your miracle. Call 1-800-MY-VISION or go to woodhamseye.com for more information.
The Verizon Wireless Tailgate Show continues with this Bulldog Point of Pride, presented by Plumbers, Pipe Fitters, and Technicians Local Union 72. We believe in our people. For the 411 on the University of Georgia, here's Steve Bell.
Bulldog fans, there are some 2,000 business schools in the United States, and UGA's Terry College of Business is now ranked 43rd in the latest standings from the magazine The Economist, and 18th among all nationally ranked public institutions. The publication also ranks the Terry College 87th of all the business schools on the planet. And that's another Bulldog Point of Pride.
Welcome back, everybody. Charlie Mack with UGA Director of Athletics, Greg McGarity. Athletic Director always has to handle a little bit of everything. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's middle range, sometimes it's small.
No 2 days are ever the same. And I think what you've got to do is just try to be as prepared as best as you can for all situations and follow your heart in some decisions that you make. And like I've always said, some decisions we make may not be in the best interest of an individual, but it's in the best interest of the institution. And all decisions that I make, I'm sure, will be questioned by many, but that's what I'm paid to do, is make those decisions and move forward.
Do you spend, I would think, a good bit of time thinking about, no matter what decision it may be, because I know they're all very important to you, some take a little more time?
No question. I think you want to have all the information at hand. And sometimes that's hard to do, but I think that's the goal, is to, before decisions are made, that you have every piece of information, you have the complete picture. And as I said, some people might disagree with it, some people will agree with it, but at the end of the day, you're not going to make everyone happy, and you just have to make the best decision that you can on behalf of the institution.
I think everybody in your position must put their stamp on things. It has to be Greg McGarity's stamp. Would you agree with that or disagree?
Well, I try not to use the word I and me and things like that. I think every decision we make is made with consultation with several staff members. We do it as a group because I want to hear pros and cons. I want to hear different options as far as, is there another way to handle this? Are there different ways of doing this? Greg, you're making a mistake. Mm-hmm. And at the end of the day, we leave the room and we all agree on the decision. So I think it's important to get input from several people that are close to certain situations, get input, play the devil's advocate, and basically just make the best decision that you can possibly make.
Interesting, too, though, I think you get everybody together. No one is left out when you have a meeting, once a month possibly, where everyone is involved, no matter what the job.
Right. I mean, we don't meet just to meet. I think the one thing is when we meet, we want to be able to discuss matters, topics, things of that nature. And we'll have a general all-quarter staff meeting once a month. We'll meet with probably our top leadership positions every Monday morning. So everybody's current, and that doesn't mean we don't meet otherwise at other times. So we'll huddle when necessary, but it's one of these things where there's input from everyone so that I can really hear all the information, then make a decision from that standpoint.
Greg, thanks a lot.
All right, Charlie, thank you.
Our weekly visit with Georgia Athletics Director Greg McGarity is powered by Toyota. Moving forward. Up next, we'll revisit a great moment in Georgia football history as Supercuts presents Munson's Great Calls. This is Georgia Football from ISP.
G Extra has changed our name to GTV. We've moved to a new and improved online video player. GTV is the new home for the most online audio video coverage of your favorite Bulldog sports. GTV brings you live game coverage, press conferences, inside analysis, feature interviews, highlights, and more. Log on to www.georgiadogs.com/all access. With GTV, you're a fan, no matter where you live.
AutoZone. The weather may be cooler, but you can keep your ride looking hot with help from AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone. Now's a great time to get out there and pamper your car. Wash it, detail it, then wax it to protect the finish for winter. Right now at AutoZone, get your choice of select Eagle One car care products for just $3.99. See store for details. Everything you need to keep it looking good bumper to bumper. Heat up the street with a hot ride. Get to AutoZone today. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
Want to save 10 cents a gallon on fuel? Kroger and Shell are making it easier than ever. Now you can redeem your Kroger fuel points at any participating Shell station. If you're not already saving on fuel, it's easy to get started. Just do your regular shopping at Kroger. You'll get points for almost every purchase you make with your Plus card. Once you earn 100 points, you can instantly save 10 cents a gallon at any Kroger fuel center or any participating Shell station. Stop by your neighborhood Kroger or visit Kroger.com/fuel for details.
Also this week at Kroger, you'll find great specials on market fresh produce, dinner favorites in the meat department, and the kind of groceries your family buys all the time, like Kroger eggs. Right now, they're just 98 cents a dozen with your Plus card. In produce, we've got a great buy on red seedless grapes, just $1.48 a pound with your card. And you can save big on Sanderson Farms fresh split chicken breasts, Plus card priced at just 99 cents a pound. Get more value for the way you live at Kroger.
The Bulldogs have entered the stadium. They're between the hedges, and the band's on its way in. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
What's your favorite Georgia player doing away from the game of football? Marathon Petroleum takes us off the field with the Bulldogs. Marathon, fueling the American spirit.
Welcome back, everybody. Charlie Mack Alexander with Christian Robinson, outstanding linebacker for UGA. Before you get to what you do on the field, you do some other things off the field that I know are important to you and fun as well.
I'm involved in a lot of mission work, especially in high school. I was able to go on 2 trips to Namibia and Africa and 1 trip to Honduras and just help kids and schools and just rebuild communities there.
Now, what about you play an upright bass? You used to play in an orchestra in high school. What about your musical talents? How would you assess them?
I feel like I just try to keep up a little bit. My roommate, Ty, can play the guitar, so he's been teaching me a little bit on the guitar and just trying to, it's a way to unwind and just come back and hang out and learn new songs, and it's fun.
How does a guy with such a nice, quiet demeanor become a linebacker, a guy who would like to eat folks for lunch, basically?
My dad, a lot of people think he's a really nice guy, but on the field, just being able to go out there and execute responsibilities, you just get used to doing it and getting a certain mindset. And I like to be, a nice guy off the field, but I like to make plays on the field, and it takes a certain attitude and demeanor. You just got to practice and learn to hit hard. So that happened at an early age with my dad. So he taught me how to tackle and everything like that from when I was really little.
Tell us about your relationship with him.
He's my best friend. I call him up 3 or 4 times a week and just check up on his team and how they're doing, and he gives me advice on how to stay strong and keep working and persevere through tough times. And that's probably the best thing that I get from him, just learning how to keep going through difficulties.
For those who don't know who he is, tell us who he is and what he does.
My father, Ken Robinson, played at the University of South Carolina, played for the Washington Redskins, and he's currently the linebacker coach at Mountain View High School in Lawrenceville. And he was my coach through Little League and in high school, except for 1 year when I was in 5th grade, and he's been there through everything with me. So.
What do you do before a game? People talk about psyching yourself up. And when you're playing in such a wide open position with so much contact, what do you like before a game?
I like to, calm down a little bit before the game, just get mentally prepared and go over everything with, Coach Beelan and Coach Grantham, make sure we're on the same page. But before the game, I like to stay calm and relax, because the whole game you're going to be, it's stress-filled. You're always out there and there's responsibilities and there's plays to make. And so I just like to relax as much as possible and be a little bit loose, not too loose, but, be focused and know what's about to happen.
It's interesting you say that. Talking to so many coaches, you can get too geeked up and within 5 minutes all that energy's gone. This way, you keep it for a whole game?
it really does help me, especially, early on. My dad always, when we were in high school, taught me to weather the storm through that first drive. The first drive is always the most difficult, and you never know what the team's going to throw at you a lot of times because they've prepared and gotten ready, and so just being able to weather that first storm, that sets the tone. And I think relaxing beforehand, allows me to be able to deal with the stress early on.
Christian Robinson, hope you have a stress-free Saturday.
Well, thank you.
All right, thank you, Charlie Mack and Christian Robinson. It's great to have the band working its way in. It's cold here in Athens, sunny day. Our first chilly football game of the 10 games of the 10 Saturdays that we've played so far or about to play. Hey, the UGA bookstore is the only place dog fans need to shop for all the latest Georgia apparel and gifts. If you're not here in Athens, that's cool. You can shop 24/7 online at UGAbookstore.com. If you're coming over for a game or here today or just making a visit in general to the University of Georgia, you can shop before and after the game, and it's also open 7 days a week. The UGA bookstore, that's where the dogs shop. We'll come back with one of Munson's greatest calls. Eric Zier will talk about Georgia's defensive plans for today and more. Stay with us. Verizon Wireless Tailgate Show continues. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
Flash Foods 5 reasons to go blue with our Go Blue payment card. Save 5 cents on every gallon of gas. For your convenience, we have 174 locations and counting. The Go Blue card offers you 3 main benefits to save you time, money, and earn rewards like 2% cash back when you purchase food and merchandise inside Flash Foods, your one-stop shop for your fuel and tailgating needs before a Bulldog victory. With Flash Foods Go Blue payment card, the card that does it all. Sign up today at flashfoods.com.
Hey everybody, this is Ronnie from Green South, your local John Deere dealer, asking the question, what's your John Deere? If it's the new John Deere 50 horsepower Gator 825i XUV that goes up to 44 miles per hour, you're in luck. It's the fastest and most powerful Gator yet. Click over to greensouth.com for details and directions to the store nearest you. Green South is a proud supporter of Georgia football. Go Bulldogs.
The Georgia Lottery and Kroger team up for the ultimate football trip giveaway. Visit your local Kroger and purchase a qualifying lottery ticket and enter to win at playkrogerlottery.com. Visit georgialottery.com for free details.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
If you have the ultimate UGA tailgate party, submit your favorite tailgate photo and you could win a $100 gift certificate from Publix and have your photo on the video board of a UGA football game. Just email your photo to ugaphotos@gmail.com. Send your tailgate photos at any time to ugaphotos@gmail.com. Win gift cards from Publix, where shopping is a pleasure.
Bulldog fans, when you want to see your school battle for SEC glory, StubHub is the place to go for tickets. StubHub is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Georgia Bulldogs, giving season ticket holders a secure place to sell extra tickets and other fans a great selection of seats to every game. So, where do you want to sit? In the end zone at Sanford Stadium? How about up close at Stegman Coliseum? On StubHub, it's always your call and the service is always exceptional. Big-time matchups are on the schedule. So go to StubHub and choose your seats today.
StubHub!
Dogs fans, be sure to vote for the Mack Trucks Bulldog Tough Defensive Play of the Game. Visit GeorgiaDogs.com to vote for the top defensive stop in today's game and receive a discount offer from Mack Trucks, where you can get great Bulldog gear that's built like a Mack truck.
All right, thank you, Eric. Lauren Smith has rejoined us here on the stage. A vintage Larry Munson highlight is here for you right now. Munson's greatest calls are presented by Supercuts. Call 1-800-SUPERCUTS or visit supercuts.com to find the location near you. Let's crank it up. Back in 1997, one of my favorite plays of all time. And here's Muntz.
Interference on Tech, and I would imagine from the spot of the pile they'll step it down, but there's no time. 24-21, interference on Tech, and most of the stadium boos. They got the ball right down where it was on the 8-yard line. Here we are, only 14 seconds for 8 yards. We spread 4 men out. The ones on the right are kind of wide. Stafford pointing at the defense or center. Shotgun Bobo. Bobo going to take it and look and throw it in the corner. And a touchdown! Oh, my God! A touchdown in the corner! corner. My God, in the corner. Oh, my, it couldn't have happened. 27-24, it flashes up. You talk about a stupid miracle. Our heart that was torn out and bleeding, we picked it up and we stuck it back inside. I can't believe this. We won 27-24, and at the end we had no business winning this game.
One of the great Larry Munson highlights of all time. We're joined by the new voice of the Dogs, present voice of the Dogs, Scott Howard. And Scott, that was one fun Saturday in Atlanta, GA.
No doubt, and certainly any time as a Georgia fan you can beat Georgia Tech, it's a great day, and that was one of the all-time greats, the way the Dogs came back and won that ball game, and hopefully we can relive that memory in a few more weeks.
Yep, every time we play at Tech, I always get Mike Bobo to just walk down the field and walk me through that drive. So much fun. All right, thank you, Scott. We're getting ready for Idaho State today. We have a 12:35 kickoff for you. Eric Zier talks about defense with DJ Jones. That's coming up next. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
Toughness Defined with Mark Richt.
Well, to me, toughness has a lot to do with what we say here at Georgia, finish the drill. It means don't quit. There's so many things in life that will try to knock you down. People that are truly tough are the ones that keep going. And the same thing is true with the Ford Motor Company. Ford trucks have been the best as long as I can remember.
F-150 is built Ford tough and has been America's best seller for 33 years. Visit GeorgiaSaturdays.com today.
If Georgia's your team, then F-150 is your truck.
Land a place where you and your family can enjoy the small moments that really matter and pass a legacy of land ownership to your family for years to come. With 60 years of history, 4-Star owns and markets some of the finest waterfront, mountain, and timberland property in Georgia. Land a secure investment you can pass down for generations. Call 4-Star today, 770-272-8140, or visit them at landforsale.4stargroup.com. Land what you've been looking for all along. Your family, your foundation, their future. 4-Star.
Agriculture is Georgia's #1 industry, and Georgia Farm Bureau is the voice of Georgia farmers. Without farmers, Georgia can't grow.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
You'd have to be crazy to shop for a new car during a Georgia game, but now you can. Log on to GeorgiaBestChevy.com and shop over 7,000 new and used vehicles. Your Georgia Best Chevy dealers have a huge selection of new Chevys to choose from. Check out the All-Star Edition Silverado or Consumers Digest Best Buy Equinox and enter for your chance to win the all-new Chevy Cruze. During the game, stay focused, stay loud, and cheer hard. After the game, see your Georgia Best Chevy dealers.
At Regions, we're building a better banking experience for each of our customers, like our auto loans with great low rates, home loans for important purchases, and personal loans that help you consolidate debt into one low monthly payment. So if you're ready for a better banking experience, drop by a branch, visit Regions.com/loans, or call 1-888-NA-SNAP and switch to Regions. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Regions Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender. All loans subject to credit approval. See individual account disclosures for details.
Who could ever forget that Bulldog classic from back in the early 80s? A little Bulldog bite, and every Georgia fan worth his salt knows that one. Lauren Smith rejoins us now with the person who penned and sang that. Lauren.
Oh, he did it all. Clisby Clark wrote the music. He's a composer. He was the chief cook, bottle washer, and whatever else you need. That was a terrific song. It warms the Georgia people's heart, the cockles of their heart, even today.
30 years later. 30 years later.
When you hear it, what do you? What's your reaction?
I'm thrilled about it. I've gotten $1 million worth of fun out of it over the years.
Clisby Clark, who was an executive with McCann Erickson, always been a great Bulldog. and wrote that song and performed it. Did you have any premonition that it might be a good year in 1980 when you were writing the song?
Lauren, the whole thing started with Bob Argo in 1979 in April down at the City Club International Convention at the King and Prince. And he came up to me and asked me, he said, I think we need something new. We need some new music. And he said, I'm not sure about this, but we may have a phenom coming to Georgia. And, of course, it turned out to be Herschel.
Yeah.
and so, but Bob Argo was really kind of the father of Bulldog Bite.
Bob Argo, an Athens native.
Great guy.
Not a native, but he went to school here and never left, like a lot of us.
That's right. Well, he was head of the Alumni Association at the time. So
former state
he's a good friend.
Representative in the legislature, really worked tirelessly for Georgia in that position. Recruiting assistant back when alumni could help recruit. So Bob's been great for the University of Georgia. By the way, I want everybody to know that we invited Frank Ross to be on with us. Frank was captain of the 1980 team. He and the other members of the 1980 team who attended the reunion last night in Atlanta are on the way. I just talked to Frank. He's on a bus pulling into Athens, so I don't think he'll make the show today. But we need to talk about that 1980 team a little bit. The interesting thing about the national champions, and I think this happens with teams that win big, win championships. Georgia won every close game. 6 wins by 7 points or less. 4 of those wins were by 5 points or less, and beat Notre Dame in the Sugar Bowl, so that becomes another one. You add that. But during the season, we defeated Tennessee 16-15, Clemson 20-14, South Carolina 13-10, Florida 26-21, Notre Dame 17-10. But we also had a close game with Ole Miss. People have forgotten that game, but Herschel was hurt, as I recall. And Carney Norris had a big day against the Rebels. I can't remember my facts about the Ole Miss game, but it was close. And I think the greatest thing about that team was that it left everything on the field here against South Carolina. Next week in Jacksonville, we're a little off, just weren't sharp, and that happens when you got to play 2 tough games back to back.
You bet. But we had enough in the tank. We had enough big play left in us. Ballou to Scott, we win that game. Then go to Auburn, and it was very close until Butch Box blocked the extra point. Blocked the punt, went in and scored, and sort of got out front of Auburn at Auburn. And that's when Munson said, "Sugar's falling from the sky."
No, that was 82.
That came later. Did that come later?
It came later. That was when Jeff Sanchez broke up Auburn's 4th down pass in the end zone. That's when Munson came with "Sugar falling from the sky," because he knew we were going back to New Orleans. Clisby, through the years, you've been very close to Georgia, and your song "Bulldog Bite" has meant a lot to all of us. And we appreciate you coming by and being with us. We appreciate you writing that song. It ought to go in the archives. It ought to be a member of somebody's Hall of Fame. So we'll see. I'll talk to Paul Felton and see if we can't get you a plaque.
Well, I appreciate that, Lauren. It's always fun to hear it, and the band still plays it, and that's a wonderful thing.
Well, it's good to see you. Clisby Clark, author and composer, writer of Bulldog Bite. Now, I still have one of those little CDs you gave me, and I still play it, and I still love it. We go back over to Neil.
All right. Pleasure to be with you, Lauren.
Thank you, Clisby. Thank you, Lauren. Great to have the legend Clisby Clark, author of the Bulldog Bite and singer of the Bulldog Bite, with us. All right, DJ Jones is standing by. Eric Zayer's down here at the Tailgate Show with me. We're going to talk about defense, get back into football. It's Georgia and Idaho State, 12:35 kickoff. Stay with us, Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
This is the Coach's Corner. Jim, you're on the air. Let's talk.
Hey, Coach, let's talk insurance.
Insurance? Oh, yeah. Our touchdown in the 4th quarter definitely insured our win.
No, I'm talking Foremost Insurance.
But you do know we won the game, right?
Sure, I heard the game on the radio in my new car, which is now covered by Foremost Auto Insurance.
Foremost Insurance, huh? Sounds like a great play.
It is. Foremost is now insuring cars, and it was great working with my hometown Foremost agent.
Thanks for the call, Jim.
Log on to Foremost.com or stop by your local Foremost independent agent.
In the South, football isn't a season, it's a culture. Every week is rivalry week. Instead of pink or blue, parents dress new arrivals in team colors. Stadiums are packed regardless of the weather or the records. Southerners are just as serious about their food, so we shop Publix, the ultimate tailgate party headquarters for fresh fried chicken, wings, chips, teas, and all the paper products for game day. Publix, where shopping is a pleasure.
Pick up the phone and call Plumber 911 for all your emergency plumbing needs. At Plumber 911, it's same-day service with a state-certified plumber. Call 888-PLUM-911 or visit plum911.net.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
Car problems can be a real negative. But at Tires Plus, we'll turn them into something truly positive.
Now at Tires Plus, buy 3 and get the 4th tire free on Falcon Zeek's ZE912 tires. And save on Smart Service with up to $50 off brakes with in-store and rebate offers combined, $20 off alignments. And save on interstate batteries and oil changes too. See store for details.
Tires Plus. The plus is in everything we do.
Living the Solid Life, Day 55.
Raise your hand if you've ever spent more than you've earned. My hand is way up. But I've made some changes, and SunTrust has been right by my side. The people there have been truly supportive of my decision to be more disciplined about my money, which is way comforting. It's Day 55, and I'm living solid.
Experience the difference of genuine personal service. Visit a nearby SunTrust or go to suntrust.com/solid. Live solid. Bank solid. SunTrust. SunTrust Bank. Member FDIC.
Eric Zier, Neil Williamson back to talk about the Dogs' defensive challenges today. And joining us from our broadcast booth on the 200 level of Sanford Stadium, former Georgia defensive back DJ Jones. DJ, great to have you back with us.
Glad to be back, Hondo and Z. How you guys doing?
Doing great down here, buddy. Good to hear you again.
We're doing great, except Zier keeps whining about the cold. Other than that, we're okay.
It's because it's freezing cold. And listen, I didn't come properly attired today, so I've got a little bit of an excuse.
He's going to go into the equipment room. Hey, can you guys give me a shirt? Can I have some long johns? I'm kidding you, Z. Anyway, men, first, our players will need to get that icky feeling of giving up 31 points last week out of their bones. Will the first hit do that for them, or is Florida already in the rearview mirror? DJ?
I think that Florida's already in the rearview mirror. What's done is done. There's a heartbreaking loss. And, again, this is an opportunity to kickstart the last part of the season. And, of course, right here in beautiful Sanford Stadium, these guys aren't thinking about anything but going after these Bengals today.
Well, I'll tell you what, DJ, I hope you went down and talked to the team with that same kind of enthusiasm. I don't think it gets out of their system until midway through the first quarter, after the first quarter, once they get into the game. You know, we've all seen a lot of football. That loss last weekend, the way that this season has gone, well, we get a little bit of momentum, winning 3 in a row, then lose a heartbreaker to the hated rivals in Florida. I think it takes a while to get that game completely out of our system. I'm glad we've got Idaho State today and not Auburn.
Oh, no doubt about that. Over the last 3 years, turnovers have allowed Florida's offense to start at the Georgia 1, the Georgia 10, the Georgia 19, the 25, 3 times from the Georgia 29 and the 41. That's 7 inside the Bulldogs' 30-yard line. All 8 of these were turned into touchdowns. Men, before we get bent about the defense, there has to be some recognition of what they've faced, DJ.
Absolutely. I don't care what level you're playing football on. You can't play or you can't give an offensive football team that many opportunities in a short field. This defense has done a tremendous job, but the offense has obviously put them in some trying situations. And, again, even today against Idaho State, everybody thinks, I'm sure, that this will be a 40, 50, 60-point win, but you can't give Idaho State that kind of field position and expect to win.
Yeah, DJ, you're exactly right. It's the first thing that you talk about when you start playing football when you're 7 or 8 years old. You can't turn the football over because when you do, you put your team in really tough situations. When you play a team with the offensive talent like a University of Florida and you give them the football with that kind of field position, quick change of momentum type plays where that offense gets back on the field very quickly, your defense has to go back out. those sudden changes lead to points so many times, especially when you're playing good defenses. But regardless of who it is, you've got to take care of the football, and you've got to control the clock, and you've got to force those turnovers, not commit them.
3/4 of the way through the season, how does the 3-4 look to you compared to week 1?
I think that they look absolutely extraordinary. I think they look great compared to week 1. They have, of course, I think they're growing in this learning curve. They are picking up this defense. They have played with the swagger. And I know everybody that's been watching Georgia for the last 3, 4, 5 weeks have seen this defense get better. Now, granted, the offense hadn't put them in some good situations, but I think that you're seeing these players, they're playing with their ears pulled back. They are going after the football, and they're playing with a vengeance because they're confident in what they're doing. They're bought into this system, and now they understand the intricacies of this 3-4 defense.
Yeah, DJ, I tell you what, if you ask that question after week 5, so compare it from week 1 to week 5, I'd say, maybe not that big of a jump, that big of an improvement, but week 5 to where we are right now, I think tremendous improvement. You could see it really start to take place after that Colorado game, really about the third quarter of that Colorado game. Our team started to play at another level with their energy, started to play much more soundly in the secondary. Many of the big plays that we saw, we stopped giving those up. So tremendous jumps from about week 5 to where we are right now. Of course, when you go back to the start of the season, big jumps, and we still have a long way to go in this 3-4, but dramatically better from where we started.
Our 2 analysts for today's game, Eric Zier, of course, on the radio here, and DJ Jones will be the analyst on TV in Atlanta. TV only in Atlanta on Channel 2. And DJ, good luck with that, buddy.
I appreciate it, guys.
All right, good. Thank you. Thank you, Eric. Coach Mark Richt will join us twice between now and kickoff at 12:35. Stick around to hear his take on the Dogs and the Bengals. It's Idaho State here in Sanford Stadium. We kick off at 12:35. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
Coach Richt here, thanking you for supporting the Bulldogs and asking you to stand behind another team in Georgia, Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. To help, simply text CHOA to 90999 on your cell phone and follow the prompt to make your $5 donation. As a not-for-profit organization, Children's counts on your help to care for sick and injured kids. Again, text CHOA to 90999 and a one-time $5 donation will be added to your phone bill. Message and data rates may apply.
This is Vanessa. Who am I speaking to? Mr. Owens, let me transfer you.
This is Brian. Who am I speaking to? Mr. Owens? Right, I'm going to transfer you.
This is Janet. Who am I? Oh, Mr. Owens, I'm going to have to transfer you.
Your insurance company promised you personal service, so why don't they know the person they're talking to? Switch to Farm Bureau Insurance today and get real responses really fast. Get real auto, home, and life insurance. Get Farm Bureau Insurance.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
Hurry to Subway tonight, because any regular footlong sub is a $5 footlong sub after 5 p.m. when you buy 2 or more. Even your favorites like the Chicken and Bacon Ranch. Subway, eat fresh.
Plus applicable tax, prices and participation may vary. Not valid in Alaska and Hawaii. Excludes premium subs and double meat. Additional charge for extras.
Your signal is strong. Your signal is powerful. Your signal is ready to march down the field and flash your touchdown dance. Powered by Verizon, your signal blazes through the noise and delivers the football scores and stats you need. Update, post, and raise a ruckus while you keep on moving. End zone to end zone, your signal reigns supreme. Neil Williamson for Verizon. Visit any Verizon store, VerizonWireless.com, or call 1-800-246-5656. Rule the stadium. Rule the air. Verizon. Activation, early termination, and other fees apply. Coverage details at VerizonWireless.com.
You're going to love Arby's Chocolate Turnover, now part of our value menu, starting at just $1. A flaky pastry filled with Hershey's chocolate and topped with creamy chocolate icing. Chocolate decadence is now just $1 at Arby's.
The Verizon Wireless Tailgate Show continues with this Bulldog Point of Pride. Presented by Plumbers, Pipe Fitters, and Technicians Local Union 72. We believe in our people. For the 411 on the University of Georgia, here's Steve Bell.
Fans, your University of Georgia student body gets better each year.
This year's 6,100 new undergraduate students for the fall semester have a strong grade point average of 3.83 with an average SAT score of 1876 out of 2,400 points. This year, UGA had almost 18,000 applications. That's one of the highest totals ever recorded at UGA. And that's another Bulldog point of pride.
Our pregame radio coverage continues with today's game plan, presented by Cotton States Insurance. For your own tangible financial security plan, contact a Cotton States representative today. Chalk in hand, here's Neil Hondo Williamson.
It's something that you just kind of have to do because the next week's going to be here no matter what, and you don't want to let, one loss cause another one.
Georgia fullback Fred Munzenmeyer, like the rest of the Bulldog Nation, he's trying to shake the Gators from our minds and get onto a fresh game today against Idaho State, Eric.
Yeah, and not easy to do. When you lose a game, especially to a rival like the University of Florida, with the struggles that we've had against them for the past 20 years, and you're in a position where you probably have the better team, and you come out on the short end of it again, a heartbreaking loss. Very, very difficult to do. But one thing that you know for sure is you've got to get back up. You've got to go back to work, because as bad as it feels right now, it can get much worse if you don't take care of business.
Well, in a situation like this, with the fans being very passionate, the players lean on one another.
It's definitely tough. It's tough on all of us to put that sort of game behind us, but I think our guys we have some tremendous leadership who's really going to make sure we don't dwell on the past, that we focus on these next 4 games and get ready for that.
Z, you've been in this situation, an angry Georgia fan base coming off a heartbreaking loss to Florida. What would you say to the team?
I know. I look at this season very reminiscent of the 1993 season, where we started out 1-4. We lose a heartbreaker to the University of Florida. Then we have an Auburn team that's undefeated that we had to play shortly thereafter that. This Georgia team in a very similar situation. Very difficult to do. But again, you go back to this, is that when you step onto this campus, you know what it takes to be a Georgia Bulldog. You know what it means. That's the leadership that Coach Rick and all the coaches have provided. Every day when you step out to practice, you've got to get ready to go and pursue personal excellence every time you step on the field. We've got a couple of big games after this one that are looming in the distance. We better be ready to go.
How do you dial it up for Idaho State today?
It really goes back to can we go execute and play that perfect football game when we step on the football field. Not easy to do. We're coming off of last week's game. Really never an easy task to do when you're playing an opponent that you know you should beat pretty handily. But we know what is looming on the horizon with an undefeated Auburn team, 1 or 2 in the country right now, and then, of course, Georgia Tech sitting there. So you get dialed up because you know they're sitting out there. And every time you step on this football field, you want to play at your very best.
We're in Week 10. Are we past the point that Aaron Murray needs a lot of reps, and can Hudson Mason hopefully get some reps today?
Yeah, I think so. Aaron Murray, the way he has played this year, the first half of last week's game was the first time that we've seen him struggle at all. But you have to be impressed with the way he came back in the second half and led this Georgia Bulldog team to get in the position where we could have won the football game. But he has played great football all year long. We jump out to an early lead. I think you have to bring Hudson in, give him some reps, and give Aaron a little bit of a rest as we go face Auburn.
All right. Thank you very much, Eric.
And Dogs fans, join us every Sunday from 10 until noon live from the Hilltop Grill as hosts Jeff Dantzler and Kevin Butler break down all the action from today's game.
All right, thank you. Eric will rejoin us in moments along with Scott Howard and Lauren Smith down here at the Tailgate Show. Wait.
Hi, Bulldogs. My name is Hillary Graham. I'm a recent UGA graduate from Roswell, Georgia. The Verizon Wireless Tailgate Show will continue after these messages on the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
Brand name merchandise for your home. Furniture, computers, electronics, and more. Appliances, accessories too. Don't need credit, Aaron's makes it easy for you. Nobody beats Aaron's. Nobody. Nobody beats Aaron's. Nobody.
If you hear a woof woof, it might signal a Georgia touchdown, or it could be a dog sensing danger around your house. Protect your home and family with Ackerman Security Systems. Ackerman features local monitoring with a monthly fee of only $18.95. That's $18.95 with no charge for switching from your current provider. Neil Williamson for Ackerman Security Systems, the official security provider of the Bulldog Nation. Call 770-552-1111. 770-552-1111.
911, what's your emergency?
My neighbor was burning some leaves and the fire's out of control. The fire's heading straight for my home.
Could this be you? For tips on safe burning, contact your local Georgia Forestry Commission office or visit gatrees.org.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
Save on products you buy all the time during the 10-item mega event at Kroger. Just use your Plus card, buy any 10 participating items, and get $5 back instantly when you check out. Look for the special mega yellow tags to save on a huge selection of products, like select Campbell's soups, Stouffer's frozen entrees, private selection ice cream, and more. And you can mix or match any 10 participating products. Share the joy and save during the 10-item mega event. Get more value for the way you live at Kroger.
You'll find mega event savings on a huge selection of groceries right now at Kroger. Like selected 32-ounce bottles of Gatorade, just 49 cents each when you buy any 10 mega event items. Selected 10.75-ounce varieties of Campbell's Cream of Mushroom or Chicken Soup are also just 49 cents each when you match any 10. And selected 12 to 13-ounce cans of Pet or Carnation evaporated milk are just 69 cents each after your mega event discount. Get more value for the way you live at Kroger.
David Shumay back inside our Bulldog studios as we check the Charter on-demand scoreboard. Get the fastest internet speeds in the area with Charter's Ultra Fast Ultra 60. Call 888-GET-CHARTER or go to charter.com/ultra for more information. Well, the Dogs, one of 3 teams in the league taking on FCS opponents this early afternoon. It'll be a 12:30 kick in Lexington, Kentucky, hosting Charleston Southern. Also, number 2, Auburn, stepping out of the FBS ranks. They'll take on Chattanooga out of the Southern Conference. A 1 o'clock kick on the Plains from Jordan-Hare Stadium. Toyota is the number 1 vehicle brand in America, according to MotorIntelligence.com. Come on down to your local Toyota dealer for deals that'll make you feel like an MVP. Toyota, moving forward. Just inside an hour till kickoff as we take you back just outside Sanford Stadium and rejoin the guys at the Tailgate Show.
All right, thank you, David. Coach Mark Richt will join Scott Howard momentarily, but first, Scott has to rejoin all of us. He's up in the booth. Lauren and Eric down at the Tailgate Show with me. And, Scott, we'll start with you. Fortunate scheduling for the Dogs after last week.
Yeah, definitely. We talked about that earlier. That this is a good slot for this game after the result of last week. Good or bad from last week. I mean, this would have been the right game to play after that one anyway, because that's such an emotional game down in Jacksonville. And you win or lose it, you're probably not going to be on the same plane, the same level either way coming into the next week. So that's a fortunate situation for Georgia that they've got an Idaho State team that has had all kinds of issues and all kinds of problems. And even if Georgia's not at its best today, which they hope they are, but even if they're not, I think they still win this game pretty handily.
Eric, the pass rush was stifled after the first quarter. We got to the quarterback a couple of times last week. Brantley, boom, boom, knocked, and then all of a sudden, what happened there? What did Florida change?
I think that was really just how Florida changed what they were doing offensively. You saw Trey Burton get into the football game. They lined up many times with Trey Burton there. Then they would move Brantley right back into the quarterback position. It took us a while to adjust to that adjustment that Florida made. But it was more Florida offensively keeping us off balance, mixing in the run, so we couldn't get off the football. Those first couple of series, we were just it looked like we were shot out of a cannon with our defensive line getting upfield on our rush. As soon as they started to run the football, and that became a threat, all of a sudden it changed the makeup and chemistry of the game.
No huddle offense, Scott. Last week, Florida employed it, much to our surprise. Do we think we might see that out of either of our future opponents?
We could. I mean, there's so many schools that like to go to that we used to call it racehorse offense back in a long time ago. But it's effective for some guys, some schools, others it's not. I mean, if you're not making first downs, it's not very effective because you're keeping the ball for 30 or 40 seconds, and then you're kicking it back to the other guys, and your defense has to go back on the field. But Florida did a good job with that last week, and, we could see that in the future, I would think.
Lauren, when Coach Richt first came here, we came out of the gates with a lot of no huddle. We did a very hurry-up offense, and then the SEC rules at the time prohibited him from doing the things he wanted to do. Can you see Coach Richt re-employing something like that, since it's certainly in his repertoire?
Well, a lot of those decisions are made in the offseason. You sit down and plan for the next year.
Yeah, I don't mean today.
But I think it's still something he feels is effective, but you've got to have the circumstances. You've got to have experience at quarterback. We've got that now with Aaron Murray at this point. And the other, Eric can address this better than I, the other features of your team have got to be in place. The thing that I think, if you have confidence in your running game, you can do a lot of things, and I don't think that confidence is there just yet.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think the other thing that you have to have an awful lot of confidence in to implement a hurry-up or no huddle, you have to have confidence in your defense as well, because you run the risk there, like Scott just mentioned, of where you get a 3 and out, and all of a sudden that defense is coming right back onto the field. Defensively, if you're solid and strong and feel good about it, it frees you up offensively to pick the tempo up and speed it up a lot more than maybe you would do otherwise.
Lauren, quite a time change for Idaho State. They are up at 5:40 a.m. their time. Kickoff at 10:35 a.m.
Well, I think that's got to be a problem if you let it be a problem. But none of these things are important. You look at the NFL. They play all across the country, Monday night, Sunday night, so you just got to adjust. And if you talk about it, then that makes it harder. So I don't think it's going to be that much of a problem for them to adjust. They came in here very enthusiastic. I watched the kids' faces yesterday. They're happy to be here. They're excited about playing in Sanford Stadium.
Guys, and I'm watching them warm up right now, and I don't know if the time thing is a problem for them, but some of their guys are still wearing robes and slippers.
That's funny. When you talk about coming into Sanford Stadium and what it's like for these guys, Idaho State plays its home games at Holt Arena. It's a 12,000-seat capacity venue in Pocatello, Idaho. Holt Arena also plays home to 3 Pocatello high schools who often outdraw the Idaho State football team.
Ouch.
The Idaho State basketball and indoor track teams also play out of Holt Arena. Holt Arena was completed in 1970. It's the oldest enclosed stadium on a college campus in the United States, and the second oldest overall. The Houston Astrodome, built in 1965, being the only one older than that. How about that?
Wow.
Yeah.
But you can go fly fishing at the half.
You can go fly fishing. Anyway, one other note for you. The man who replaced John Wooden as the head coach at UCLA, Gene Bardo, lasted 2 seasons with the Bruins. His final game as the head coach at UCLA came in Holt Arena in March of 1977 when Idaho State eliminated the once proud Bruins in the first round of the NCAAs. Just a couple of historical notes for you guys.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, guys, we'll come back with Scott and Coach Richt in just a minute.
And Dogs fans, remember to stock up on plenty of Texas Pete sauces for your next tailgate, because nothing wakes up food like Texas Pete.
And once again, down here at the tailgate, Harris Pig Shop is serving delicious food. I look forward to Harris Pig Shop and this barbecue every home game. Lee Epting and his crew sure know how to make a crowd happy with their delicious tailgate packages. Ordering is easy, and the food is outstanding.
All right, and at home or when we take our tailgate on the road, we enjoy Gordo's authentic Mexican restaurant-style cheese dip. Heck, you could hear Scott Howard laughing in gaiety when he just ate a chip there. Gordo's is available at your local.
We're just having a big old time up here.
Retailer.
Sorry about that, guys.
It's okay. You go grab Coach Richt. We're going to take a break and chow down on some chips here. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
It's game day, and even if you don't have tickets, you're still going to wear that red and black shirt. That's the kind of passion that makes UGA football great. It's also the kind of passion that I have for AirTran Airways, with more than 60 destinations and affordable business class. This is Neil Williamson. Whether I'm headed to Orlando or New York, Phoenix, Boston, San Francisco, or Chicago, I bleed red and black, and I fly AirTran. Go to airtran.com. AirTran Airways, go! There's nothing stopping you.
Coach Richt here, thanking you for supporting the Bulldogs and asking you to stand behind another team in Georgia, Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. To help, simply text CHOA to 90999 on your cell phone and follow the prompt to make your $5 donation. As a not-for-profit organization, Children's counts on your help to care for sick and injured kids. Again, text CHOA to 90999 and a one-time $5 donation will be added to your phone bill. Message and data rates may apply.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
Ed Boyle's Hyundai is going uncensored, and you're not going to believe the good things people are saying. The 2011 Hyundai Sonata GLS is sale priced at $18,995. Model number 27402 comes with Bluetooth, keyless entry, iPod connectivity, power windows and locks, tilt cruise, and is 5-star crash test rated. The most searched vehicle on the internet is available at Ed Boyle's Hyundai at huge savings. We have the selection, and we have all 2011 Hyundai Sonatas on sale. We are uncensored. Cobb Parkway, Marietta, or visit us at EdBoylesHyundai.com.
Hello, everybody. Chuck Dowdle here. You know, in 4 decades of covering sports, I've used the word miracle a lot. A miracle comeback. He needs a miracle. Now I want to tell you about something that's been a miracle for me. Prelex eye surgery from Woodham's Eye Clinic. Recently I had it, so I know. For a baby boomer who had worn contacts for distance and reading glasses for menus, this was life-changing. No more contacts or glasses. So if you wear glasses for distance and near, and if you have cataracts of the beginning signs, Prelex could be your miracle. Call 1-800-MY-VISION or go to WoodhamsEye.com for more information.
Back with Bulldogs head coach Mark Richt and the Inside Skinny. It's brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Call Geico at 800-947-AUTO or visit geico.com. 2 home games to go in the regular season for Georgia today. Idaho State here for a 12:35 kickoff. We're moments away from that for the Bulldogs and the Bengals, the first meeting between the two teams. Any lineup changes today?
Well, we're going to go ahead and start Alec Ogletree at safety. And so it'll be Rambo and Tree, the big Tree at the safety. So we'll see how that goes. He's earned that right to start, we think. We'll keep a close eye on him to see how he does. But, one of the things for him and all young players is getting to the point where the coaches have confidence that you understand the system well enough to play it. And so we'll be keeping an eye on his assignments, and we don't have much doubt that he'll knock the heck out of you when he gets his opportunity. So we're excited about seeing what he can do.
Has that been his biggest challenge as a freshman, just learning what the scheme is? It's certainly not his athletic skills. He seems to be as athletic as anybody on the field.
Yeah, well, he's very athletic, and he's big and strong already, and he runs well. He's got good ball skills. But, yeah, learning what to do. You can learn the scheme, but the thing of it is in college, or maybe it's a little bit different than high school, is every week it's a new game plan because you're playing a completely different offense. So there's so many things changing on a weekly basis that it's hard for a freshman to really keep up with all the changes. But there's been enough carryover now with all the different offenses we've seen that we feel like he's had enough work in that area where we think he can do it.
How have you had to readjust your goals as this season has gone along? Here we are in November, and certainly Georgia would like to become bowl eligible. Is that one area where you've had to alter what your focus is?
Well, I've not talked to the team about bowl eligibility. We're just talking about playing hard and fast and playing in such a way that the Georgia people will be proud of us. And so that's what we're talking about. And just also understanding that every game we play is really it's a blessing. It's a honor to play football, and between the hedges especially. So those are the things we talk about, playing the way that we'll be proud of and that our families and our fans will be proud of.
Let me ask you one thing about an interesting stat that kind of jumps out about this season. When Georgia scores first, the Bulldogs are 4-0. When the opponent scores first this season, Georgia's 0-5. Is there anything to that statistic?
Well, there must be. It's 100%. I don't know if it'll stay that way the rest of the year or not, but hopefully we'll score first. But it's not going to change the way we decide to handle that coin toss. I think we'll still line up and play defense first. And some of those games, the first scores aren't necessarily the first time someone touches the ball either. But it'd be nice to score first at any game, no doubt.
Is it a different feel when you go out there and you maybe your first or second possession, you get points on the board? Do you have a little different hitch in your step, the way you play, a little more confidence maybe at that point? Does that have something to do with it?
Well, I think anytime you have success, it breeds more confidence. But it was just like last week's game. We started out behind, but I don't think it dampened anybody's spirit or anybody's ability to do their job well. And we came back and got the thing tied up. And same thing happened in the Arkansas game too. It wasn't like because they scored first, we were out of it. I don't think that's the case at all. But just so happens this year, it's been true.
All right, Coach, thanks very much. Thanks for your time, and we'll see you after the ball game.
Okay, we'll be looking forward to it.
The Bengals and the Bulldogs are coming up. That's the Inside Skinny with Coach Mark Richt. Now let's go back to Neil.
All right, thank you, Scott. Thank you, Coach Richt, for that. Georgia and Idaho State today. The Bengals haven't won a road game in 4 years. They've played 2 Division 1A opponents since 2009, losing at Arizona State and at Oklahoma. That final score was 64-0. We'll come back with more of the Verizon Wireless Tailgate Show from Athens. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
Living the Solid Life, Day 55.
Raise your hand if you've ever spent more than you've earned. My hand is way up. But I've made some changes, and SunTrust has been right by my side. The people there have been truly supportive of my decision to be more disciplined about my money, which is way comforting. It's Day 55, and I'm living solid.
Experience the difference of genuine personal service. Visit a nearby SunTrust or go to suntrust.com/solid. Live solid. Bank solid. SunTrust. SunTrust Bank. Member FDIC.
It's Georgia football season. There's a new quarterback, new coaches, and a fabulous new luxury snack this year at Sanford Stadium. It's Bentley's Popcorn, now sold in the stands at all Georgia football games. Bentley's is rich, sophisticated, delicious, and features a secret recipe of only the finest all-natural ingredients and kettle roasted to deliver the flavor that is unique to Bentley's. Bentley's is also featured on Delta Airlines and at airport gift shops nationwide. Bentley's Popcorn donates a portion of all sales to the Homeless Pets Foundation. For more information, go to Bentley'sPopcorn.com.
Engineered building materials from LP Building Products are Bulldog Tub, a proud partner of the University of Georgia Athletics Association. LP Building Products, build with us.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
Want to save 10 cents a gallon on fuel? Kroger and Shell are making it easier than ever. Now you can redeem your Kroger fuel points at any participating Shell station. If you're not already saving on fuel, it's easy to get started. Just do your regular shopping at Kroger. You'll get points for almost every purchase you make with your Plus card. Once you earn 100 points, you can instantly save 10 cents a gallon at any Kroger fuel center or any participating Shell station. Stop by your neighborhood Kroger or visit Kroger.com/fuel for details.
Also this week at Kroger, you'll find great specials on market fresh produce, dinner favorites in the meat department, and the kind of groceries your family buys all the time, like Kroger eggs. Right now, they're just 98 cents a dozen with your Plus card. In produce, we've got a great buy on red seedless grapes, just $1.48 a pound with your card. And you can save big on Sanderson Farms fresh split chicken breasts, Plus card priced at just 99 cents a pound. Get more value for the way you live at Kroger.
Man, the wind is picking up. It's chilly here in the shade. Okay if you're in the sun, but chilly in the shade. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network. Back at our Lowe's stage. Lowe's, the official tailgating destination of the Georgia Bulldogs. A couple of notes about Idaho State, since we don't really play them ever. Some of their famous alumni include Marvin Lewis, who's the head coach of the Cincinnati Bengals. Ironic, with Idaho State being the Bengals. Merrill Hodge, who you see on ESPN, and you remember as a running back from the Steelers. He went to Idaho State. So did William Peterson. That's Grissom on CSI Vegas. Roger Williams, the brilliant American pianist who played for 9 presidents, still alive. He went to Idaho State as well. The Bengals are 1-14 against Division 1A schools since 2000. They beat Utah State 10 years ago for that only victory. And that'll pretty much do it, because we're going to get out of here and get you ready for the BB&T countdown to kickoff coming up next. Thanks very much to Charles Youngs, our producer and engineer here in Sanford Stadium, and to David Shoemate for his scoreboards and production back in the Bulldog studios. That's going to do it for our Verizon Wireless Tailgate Show. Tony Schiavone and Charlie Mack Alexander contributors. For Scott Howard, Lauren Smith, and Eric Zier, this is Neil Williamson. Georgia and Idaho State at 12:35. Thanks for making this show a part of your Saturday morning. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
Oh, what are you doing?
Painting the baby's room.
Yeah, but baby colors are blue and pink, not red and black.
Nonsense. Red, as in, fire truck.
Uh-huh.
Hearts.
Right.
Black like ninjas.
Really?
Starry nights.
Stop it.
What?
You mean red and black as in the Bulldogs.
I do?
If you're like this man, you have what is known as a healthy obsession with the Georgia Bulldogs.
Go Bulldogs!
See, at Bank of America, we understand. With University of Georgia banking, you can get UGA and the UGA logo on your checks, debit card, and credit card.
And the Georgia jersey in the crib.
Blanket.
And the ball.
Pillow.
You can support the hometown team and your healthy obsession all at the same time, but only at Bank of America.
And the foam finger.
Oh, I was looking for that. Go team!
That's my head.
Sorry.
Visit your local banking center for more information and get started today.
An account setup fee may apply to accounts opened in banking centers or over the phone in some states. Other account services and fees vary by state. Visit your local banking center to review information for your state. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Copyright 2010 Bank of America Corporation.
Could switching to Geico really save you 15% or more on car insurance? Would helium make opera sound less formal and stuffy?
Quella parrucca? Presto la barba?
Tutti mi chiedono, tutti mi vogliono, donne e ragazzi, vecchie fanciulle, qua la sanguigna, preso biglietto. Figaro.
Be like the 4 million who switched to Geico last year, and you too could start saving money. For a free rate quote, visit geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. 15 minutes could save you 15%.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
Now is the time to take advantage of the Ed Boyles Honda sales event, where you can find great deals like the brand new 2010 Honda Accord LX for just $196 a month. And don't forget about the brand new 2010 Honda Civic LX, now available for just $166 a month. Combine those deals with the Ed Boyles Honda discounts of up to $5,000, and you can't miss the Honda sales event going on right now only at Ed Boyles Honda, Cobb Parkway, Marietta, or visit us at edboyleshonda.com.
Land a place where you and your family can enjoy the small moments that really matter and pass a legacy of land ownership to your family for years to come. With 60 years of history, 4-Star owns and markets some of the finest waterfront, mountain, and timberland property in Georgia. Land a secure investment you can pass down for generations. Call 4-Star today, 770-272-8140, or visit them at landforsale.4stargroup.com. Land what you've been looking for all along. Your family, your foundation, their future. 4-Star.
I'm ready to rock and roll. Here we go.
I know I'm asking a lot, you guys, but hunker it down one more time.
And he's dropped like a rock.
Big hole, Samuel. Oh, he's gone. Almighty, did you see what he did?
Boykin takes it all the way.
He just stepped on their face with a hobnail boot and broke their nose.
Here comes the pressure from the edges. We're going to get, no, he got out. And then we drilled him into the turf again.
Joe will try to kick one 100,000 miles.
And the kick is gone.
Oh, look at the sugar falling out of the sky. Look at the sugar falling out of the sky.
It is a very cool, crisp, and sunny fall day here in Athens as the Bulldogs are back between the hedges to face the Bengals of Idaho State for the first time ever. Both teams coming off overtime losses, albeit at a completely different level. The Dogs falling to Florida and Jacksonville, while Idaho State lost to Montana State, which, by the way, is ranked number 11 among FCS teams. The Bengals have never traveled this far east to play a game, and it's a difficult setting for them to end a streak of 25 straight road losses, which dates back 4 seasons. It's Georgia and Idaho State coming up here at Sanford Stadium this afternoon. And this is Countdown to Kickoff.
The Countdown to Kickoff is presented by BB&T. Visit us today and know how it feels to know more. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. Member FDIC.
Oh, Des Bryant unloaded on. He takes it all the way for the second time this year.
Today's pregame coverage of Georgia football is also brought to you by the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, by Eckrich Meats. It's Eckrich season. Make your moments rich with Eckrich. AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone. And by Nature's Own, the official bread of the Georgia Bulldogs. In less than 30 minutes, toe meets leather. We'll rejoin Scott Howard and Eric Zier for the Ford Keys to the Game after this 2-minute timeout on the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
A single second doesn't seem like much, but in football, it's huge. If a player is just a second faster than the man covering him, it can be what separates a tackle from a touchdown, a win from a loss. That second might as well be an hour, a year, a lifetime, because one single second can make all the difference. That's why AT&T built the nation's fastest mobile broadband network. AT&T is the official wireless provider of the Georgia Bulldogs. Rethink possible. Mobile broadband not available in all areas.
Flash Foods 5 reasons to go blue with our Go Blue payment card. Save 5 cents on every gallon of gas. For your convenience, we have 174 locations and counting. The Go Blue card offers you 3 main benefits to save you time, money, and earn rewards like 2% cash back when you purchase food and merchandise inside Flash Foods, your one-stop shop for your fuel and tailgating needs before a Bulldog victory. With Flash Foods Go Blue payment card, the card that does it all. Sign up today at flashfoods.com.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
Hello, Bulldog fans. This is Jimmy Ellis at Jim Ellis Automotive Dealerships, and we have a winning game plan to help you choose your next new or pre-owned vehicle. We have become Atlanta's most recognized automotive group in delivering value. Whether it's a Conmere luxury, truck, or SUV, we have a vehicle for you. We support the same standards of excellence as UGA, and we promise you at Jim Ellis you can expect the best experiences. We are proud to be family-owned and operated and serving Georgians for nearly 40 years. Visit our showrooms in Atlanta, Marietta, and Beaufort, or online at jimellis.com.
Are you paying $30, $35 per month for your alarm company? Need to cut back your spending but don't want to weaken your home security? This is Neil Hondo Williamson for Ackerman Security Systems, the company that I've trusted to protect my wife and kids for years. Call Ackerman and pay only $18.95 per month for home security, $18.95 per month for local monitoring, and no fee to switch from your current provider. Ackerman Security Systems, the official security provider of the Bulldog Nation. Call 770-552-1111. 770-552-1111.
Let's unlock the keys to the game, brought to you by your Georgia Ford dealers. Visit GeorgiaSaturdays.com today. Proud sponsors of Georgia football. Now, back to the stadium. Once again, here's the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
All right, the lock is open, the keys in hand, the Ford keys to the game with Eric Zier as we get you set for Georgia and Idaho State. And Z, you probably don't have to really go deep to get a lot of keys to today. Probably most of it's just kind of mental, and as you've been talking about through the tailgate show, a lot of execution.
Yeah, Scott, I think that's exactly right. You know, this is a game that we can win even if we're not at our best in a number of different areas today. So what I think we have to look for today is, can we go execute and get over the hangover from last week? No question that we're coming into this week of practice and preparation into this game feeling bad from last week, losing a heartbreaker to the Gators of Florida. So out here today, can we execute all of the small things, the fundamental things that we could lose sight of a little bit coming off of last week? So that's the first key that we want to look at today. The second is just staying healthy. We've got Auburn looming on the schedule. We've got Georgia Tech, 2 huge football games for this football team this year. We want to go into those as healthy as we can be. And then the last key is, can we gain some experience with some of the younger guys who haven't seen a whole lot of playing time, get our starters off the field, give them a little bit of a break. We haven't had an off week all year, and we started camp early on. So it's been a long road to get to this point. Can we get our starters off the field, get some of the guys who haven't seen a lot of action onto this field in a little experience today?
All right, those are your keys to the game. Bulldogs and Bengals coming up. And now let's head down to the field where Chuck Dowdle is standing upright and standing by with Kevin Butler. And they're going to take a look at today's field conditions and see how they might affect the game. It's brought to you by UGMO. You can find out how you can control your sprinkler system and start saving gallons of water and buckets of cash. Just go to UGMO.com. Chucky, it's all yours.
Thanks a lot, Scout. Yes, I am upright. I must tell you that. However, Kevin, I've just leg whipped him. He's now down. He's down. No, this turf today, Kevin. It looks like UGMO.com just doing a great job here.
Well, it is. And, if you're going to fall this week, Chuck, you're on the right grass to fall. It's going to have a nice soft landing. But field's in wonderful shape. Again, Kenny Pauly and his crew do a wonderful job. They're getting even the paint going in the end zone. So hopefully we'll see the end zone a lot today. But absolutely, it's going to be a good day. I think the wind's probably going to play a little bit more factor down here today. It's kind of whippy. It's coming out of the left and then kind of going right back around out to the northeast side of the stadium. So probably going to affect the punting and the kicks and the field goals, the longer ones today. And that'll be a challenge to those guys. But field's in great shape, and UGMO certainly is doing the job.
Let me ask you real quickly. Chance today, you think, and as a coach, I understand none of the coaches want to say this, but for you, do you think the chance today to see some future Bulldogs out here?
Well, I think so, Chuck. I think, at this point in the season, that's where this team is at. They talked about competition, getting out in the practice and competing, and now it's time to put them in a game, when the lights are on, to say and see how they perform. It's very important in the growth of this team to see what we have at the younger ages and get them out there, give them some playing time, because they're competing for starting jobs right now for next year, whether they like it or not.
Yeah, with Auburn up next week, key, nobody get hurt.
Well, you just want to come out of a game like this healthy. You want to come out, look sharp in the first half. And I think at that second half, you're going to start to see some of our young talent out there, and it's going to be exciting.
There you go, Scott, Eric, the Hall of Famer himself, Kevin Butler, and UGMO.com. Back to you guys.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. A gorgeous day here in Athens, albeit cool. And as Kevin pointed out, the wind is whipping from the west and into the stadium. So it might be a little bit of a swirl down on the field inside the bowl. So could be a factor today, and certainly in the kicking game. Subway is the official sandwich of the Georgia Bulldogs. Play hard, eat fresh. We'll continue with our Countdown to Kickoff show, brought to you by BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. Right after this on the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
Flash Foods 5 reasons to go blue with our Go Blue payment card. Save 5 cents on every gallon of gas. For your convenience, we have 174 locations and counting. The Go Blue card offers you 3 main benefits to save you time, money, and earn rewards like 2% cash back when you purchase food and merchandise inside Flash Foods, your one-stop shop for your fuel and tailgating needs before a Bulldog victory. With Flash Foods Go Blue payment card, the card that does it all. Sign up today at flashfoods.com.
Bulldog fans, when you want to see your school battle for SEC glory, StubHub is the place to go for tickets. StubHub is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Georgia Bulldogs, giving season ticket holders a secure place to sell extra tickets and other fans a great selection of seats to every game. So, where do you want to sit? In the end zone at Sanford Stadium? How about up close at Stegman Coliseum? On StubHub, it's always your call and the service is always exceptional. Big-time matchups are on the schedule. So go to StubHub and choose your seats today.
StubHub! You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
Attention shoppers, please join us on Rebel.
Every day you face financial choices, large and small. When you make the right choices, you head in the right direction. It helps to have good advice and a better understanding of the possibilities. At BB&T, we've spent more than 135 years helping clients become more informed in all areas of their financial lives. It can start with checking or a credit card and can continue with your mortgage, your lending needs, wherever you'd like more control and more confidence. With BB&T's checking and savings options, plus the convenience of online and mobile banking, it's easier than ever to make the choices just right for you. Make the switch. Stop by, visit BBT.com, or call 1-800-BANK-BBT. Talk to us today about your banking needs and know how it feels to know more. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872.
Member FDIC. Loans subject to credit approval. Equal housing lender.
This is the BB&T Countdown to Kickoff. BB&T, 138 years of financial knowledge shared daily. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. Member FDIC. Back to the stadium once again. Here's the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
Welcome back. Counting you down to kickoff here in Athens. And we'll be talking with Coach Rick in just a moment as the team heads into the locker room to get ready to kick this baby off. Idaho State SID Steve Shack is with us in the booth here. Steve, thanks for joining us. We appreciate you being here. And I know you guys are excited to be in Athens. It's a long trip for you.
It is. It was a long trip, but it's something our guys have been looking forward to. Our arena is a 12,000 indoor dome, and we've averaged about 5,000. So this is a big deal. We come down to the stadium yesterday, and our guys are pulling out their cameras, and hopefully they got the awe factor out yesterday at practice, so they can get them and play some football today. So,
what kind of an opportunity do you feel like this is for Idaho State?
You know what? Honestly, the obvious one, it's a huge financial game for our university, but then also one of the big keys is, this is a memory our guys are going to remember for the rest of their lives, that they played between the hedges. And, they were talking about it today, in media interviews all week. And it's just a great opportunity, and it's an experience that they're going to remember for the rest of their lives. So.
Are they thinking more along the lines of what you're talking about, or does the fact that they haven't won a road game in a long time, that kind of creeps in there?
It does. It really does. But these guys play hard. No matter what the outcome is of this game, they're going to lay it all out on the field. They've done that all season long. And, from our defense, offense, special teams, they're going to lay it out in the field. And, it's been a tough season, and there's no question about it. We've had some injuries. 4 of our original starting offensive linemen are gone, so we're our starting center today is 244 pounds, and so going up against some of these Georgia defensive linemen, it's going to be an interesting battle, but they're going to lay it all out.
That's a tough situation. Certainly. We're talking with Steve Shack of Idaho State. Talk about the quarterback situation a little bit. Russell Hill and Kyle Morris. Will we see both of those guys today?
You'll see Russell Hill, unless he gets hurt, and then Kyle Morris will come in. Russ had a knee injury in fall camp. It took him a while to get going, and once he got back into the lineup, they kind of rotated every 2 series, and then they gave the job to Kyle for a game and a half, and then Russ won the job when we played at Montana. He came in and won the job for good, and it's his job to lose.
Tavoy Moore is obviously one of the guys that, Coach Rick immediately at the beginning of the week was all over him. That's that's the guy you got to watch out for. He's dangerous. He does everything. Talk a little bit about him and how valuable he is to the team.
He's a special talent. He really is. He's run 2 kickoffs back for touchdowns, 2 punt returns back for touchdowns, and he's quick. You give him an open seam, and he'll break it. He'll break loose. Coaches are trying to find ways to get him the ball more. He's been moved to running back. He'll play receiver, just so he can touch the ball more. And he's a special talent. He wears the number 10 because he's the 10th of 10 children in his family. And so,
wow.
So he's a special talent. He'll be fun to watch.
Talking with Steve Shack of Idaho State here in the booth. Chuck is down on the field with the coach. Brought to you by AT&T. Rethink possible. Chuck, down to you.
Thanks so much, Scott. Here with Coach Rick. And, Coach, one of the great things about another Saturday here in Athens is an opportunity to get the team back on track here.
Right. It's always great to have another game. When you have a tough loss like we had, you always want to get back to work and to be able to focus on another opponent, and then immediately, the very next week, get out here in our beautiful stadium and play before our fans is a good thing for us.
Any changes in the lineup today?
Ogletree will start at safety. Alec, I don't know if that word got out or not, but that's the only change I can think of right now.
All right, we'll look for him. Coach, thanks so much.
All right, thank you.
All right, Chuck, thank you very much. Thank you, Coach. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Call Geico at 800-947-AUTO. That's 800-947-AUTO, or visit geico.com. We'll continue with Countdown to Kickoff, brought to you by BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. Right after this on the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
He's the most famous dog in all of college sports, a symbol of courage to the Bulldog Nation. And with a specially designed kennel to protect him on the road, a custom-built air-conditioned doghouse to protect him from the heat, and security to protect him on the field, the University of Georgia and the Seiler family do everything they can to protect the heart of Georgia. That's why we help protect Russ and Uga from heartworm disease with HeartGuard Plus. HeartGuard Plus is the heartworm preventive that dogs love because it comes in a real beef chewable. Protect your dog from heartworm disease the same way we help protect the dog. Ask your veterinarian for HeartGuard Plus.
All dogs should be tested for heartworm infection before starting a preventive program. HeartGuard Plus is well tolerated. In rare cases, digestive and neurological side effects have been reported. For more information, contact your veterinarian, visit heartguard.com, or call 1-877-323-1824.
HeartGuard Plus, proud sponsor of Russ and Uga.
The Georgia Lottery and Kroger team up for the ultimate football trip giveaway. Visit your local Kroger and purchase a qualifying lottery ticket and enter to win at playkrogerlottery.com. Visit georgialottery.com for free details.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
1 second, that's all it takes. A single second can alter the momentum of an entire game. A Hail Mary caught in the end zone, an interception returned for a touchdown. The thing is, that single second, it lives on for an eternity, forever written in the hearts and minds of true fans. Seconds make all the difference. That's why AT&T built the nation's fastest mobile broadband network. AT&T is the official wireless provider of the Georgia Bulldogs. Rethink possible. Mobile broadband not available in all areas.
Are you eating out less often? Maybe you didn't go out of town for vacation this year. The economy is making people cut back in lots of different ways, but you should never cut back on the security of your family and home. Neil Hondo Williamson for Ackerman Security Systems, where you pay only $18.95 per month. $18.95 per month for local monitoring and no fee to switch from your current provider. I've used Ackerman for years to protect my wife and kids. Call 770-552-1111. 770-552-1111.
Welcome back to Countdown to Kickoff from Sanford Stadium in Athens, brought to you by BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. Scott Howard back with you, talking with Idaho State SID Steve Shack as the Bengals make their first trip ever to Athens. And Steve, we talked a little bit about the offense a few moments ago. Tell me a little bit about A.J. Storms, the linebacker, he tackles everything in sight.
He's everything. He's 99 tackles. He's had 220 game tackles this year.
Wow.
He had a 20 against Utah State, and he had 20 against Montana. He's all over the place. If a running back gets past that line of scrimmage, he's going to be there and get it. He's all over the line. He's one of those no fear. He's going to throw his body in there no matter how big the guy is, and he's a fun guy to watch. He was originally recruited as a safety, but they needed a linebacker, so they moved him to linebacker. And there's been some questions asked about his professional playing ability, which he'd probably have to be back to a safety if he were to play beyond Idaho State. But no fear, he's a guy that fun to watch.
How does Idaho State match up in the Big Sky Conference in the FCS? How are things going there?
We're struggling. We're last right now. We've had two close games where we lost to number 13 Montana State in overtime, 23-20, and then we lost to Weber State on a last-second field goal. And so we're more competitive week in and week out. Injury. I mean, you hate to use injuries as an excuse, but a lot of these guys that were penciled in as starters at the beginning of the year aren't there anymore.
Yeah.
And so it's been hard.
Steve, thank you very much. Have a good day today in Athens, and glad that you guys are here.
Thanks for the opportunity. Thank you.
Steve Shack of Idaho State with us as the Bulldogs and the Bengals get set to kick it off here momentarily. We're less than 15 minutes from kickoff, and we'll continue with our countdown to kickoff presented by BB&T right after this on the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
The path to financial freedom can be crowded and confusing. You want to be confident in your choices every step of the way. At BB&T, we share the insight and knowledge that provide clear direction and a better understanding of the possibilities. Since 1872, BB&T has supported our clients' goals by offering a wide range of financial options and the personal attention that we believe should never go out of style. From day-to-day management of your finances to planning for your long-term goals, you'll be better informed so you can head in a brighter financial direction. Stop by, visit bbt.com, or call 1-800-BANK-BBT. Talk to us today about where your money can take you and know how it feels to know more. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872.
BB&T, member FDIC.
All set for that landscaping job this weekend? There's one more item to add to your list. Call before you dig. Do you know what's under the ground where you're about to dig? Maybe some dog bones, maybe even some dirt, or maybe a live power line. Ow! Imagine a weekend without cable or internet. Safe digging is no accident, and calling before you dig has gotten even easier with an easy number to remember. Simply dial 811. 2 business days before you dig. That's 811. Call before you dig. Georgia 811.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
Toughness Defined with Mark Richt.
Well, to me, toughness has a lot to do with what we say here at Georgia, finish the drill. It means don't quit. There's so many things in life that will try to knock you down. People that are truly tough are the ones that keep going. And the same thing is true with the Ford Motor Company. Ford trucks have been the best as long as I can remember.
F-150 is built Ford tough and has been America's best seller for 33 years. Visit GeorgiaSaturdays.com today.
If Georgia's your team, then F-150 is your truck.
What do the Georgia Lottery and College Bowl season have in common? The answer is Kroger. Starting now through December 8th, just buy your Mega Millions, Powerball, Georgia 5, Fantasy 5, Win for Life, Cash 3, or Cash 4 tickets at Kroger. Then go online at PlayKrogerLottery.com and enter the 18-digit serial number on the front of your non-winning ticket, and you could win a trip to Glendale or Miami or New Orleans to watch a college bowl game live. Today could be the day. Georgia Lottery. Please play responsibly.
This is Georgia football.
Tipped and intercepted in your face. He caught it anyway. He towed the line on the back portion of the end zone.
From ISP.
Post route. Caught by Green. He bumped by a man into the far corner. He's going to get there first. Touchdown!
Live play-by-play action of Bulldog football is brought to you by Marathon Petroleum, fueling the American spirit. By BB&T. Visit us today and move in a brighter financial direction. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. Member FDIC. Champion Windows, Siding and Patio Rooms. Factory Direct since 1953. Ackerman Security, the official security provider for the Bulldog Nation. By AutoZone. Charter Communications. Get the fastest internet speeds in the area with Charter's ultra-fast Ultra 60. Call 888-GET-CHARTER or go to charter.com/ultra for more information. By John Deere, nothing runs like a deer. Sherwin-Williams. Ask Sherwin-Williams how you can make the most of your color with the very best paint. By Texaco. People who know cars trust the unbeatable cleaning power of Texaco with Techron. McDonald's. I'm loving it. By Aaron's. Nobody beats Aaron's prices. Nobody. Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. The unbeatable combination for termite protection. By Nature's Own, the official bread of the Georgia Bulldogs. Your Georgia Ford dealers. Coach Mark Richt and Ford Trucks team up. Find out more at GeorgiaSaturdays.com today. The Georgia Lottery. Today could be the day. Regions Bank, the official bank of the Southeastern Conference. By ServPro, fire and water damage cleanup and restoration. ServPro, like it never happened. Budweiser, with full flavor and a crisp, clean finish. It's what we do. And by State Farm. All season long, State Farm's proud to be there as your Bulldog sponsor. It's game time on the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP. High above Sanford Stadium in Athens. Alongside Eric Zier, here's the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
University of Georgia Redcoats with the national anthem here on a gorgeous Saturday afternoon. Georgia and Idaho State coming up just momentarily. We're less than 10 minutes from kicking this one off. Currently 47 degrees, wind out of the northwest. Appears to be picking up a little bit. The last forecast said 7 miles per hour, but maybe gusts of up to 12 to 15 miles an hour in the stadium. We'll see how that affects today's kicking game and such. Dog fans, join us every Sunday from 10 until noon live from the Hilltop Grill in Athens as Jeff Dantzler and Kevin Butler host the show and break down all the action from today's game. We'll give you the starting lineups when we come back on the Countdown to Kickoff show, brought to you by BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. After this on the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
Adam and Nina Rotello have a lot to figure out about managing their spending.
He takes care of the finances, but I meddle.
She wants to know what's going on. Everybody should. That's why State Farm agents are there with a free discount double check to make sure drivers are getting the discounts they deserve, like 17% for combining car and home policies.
Basically, when you get a good deal, you win.
We want to win.
And when you're cheering on the Bulldogs, we're right there with you.
State Farm is there. Discounts may vary state to state.
Score a touchdown this football season with Nature's Own, the official bread of the Georgia Bulldogs. Perfect for any occasion, from dinner time to game time. And now, enter to win the ultimate in-state tailgate, brought to you by Nature's Own and Kroger. One lucky winner will receive tickets to the Georgia versus Georgia Tech game and a premium tailgating package with a brand new grill, tailgate table, UGA merchandise, and Kroger gift card. Plus, free bread for a year. To enter, look for the ultimate in-state tailgate display at your local Kroger or visit nature'sowntailgate.com. Nature's Own. We are nature's baker.
All right, football fans, let's hear what the Scouts have to say about the 2011 Toyota Camry.
It's got agility. It's got agility out the wazoo.
It's a proven leader. You look at the records, the numbers, it'll make your head spin.
So get 0% APR financing for 60 months on a new 2011 Toyota Camry. And payments are deferred until 2011. Zero down with approved credit. Includes hybrids. Cannot combine with other offers. Must complete sale and delivery between November 2nd and November 30th, 2010. Toyota, moving forward.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
Build your better breakfast at Subway with the $2.50 breakfast combo. Try any egg muffin melt like the new Sunrise Subway melt and a 16-ounce cup of Seattle's best coffee, all for just $2.50. Only at Subway.
For limited time only, participating restaurants may not be combined with coupon offers or discount cards plus tax where applicable.
Your signal is strong. Your signal is powerful. Your signal is ready to march down the field and flash your touchdown dance. Powered by Verizon, your signal blazes through the noise and delivers the football scores and stats you need. Update, post, and raise a ruckus while you keep on moving. End zone to end zone, your signal reigns supreme. Neil Williamson for Verizon. Visit any Verizon store, VerizonWireless.com, or call 1-800-246-5656. Rule the stadium, rule the air. Verizon. Activation, early termination, no fees apply. Coverage details at VerizonWireless.com.
The UGA Bookstore is the only place dog fans need to shop for all the latest Georgia apparel and gifts. Shop the UGA Bookstore before and after the game. The UGA Bookstore is open 7 days a week, 24/7 online at UGABookstore.com. It's where the dogs shop.
Counting it down to kickoff from Sanford Stadium. Starting lineups brought to you by Georgia Power for energy-saving tips that can save you hundreds of dollars a year. Go to GeorgiaPower.com and let the Energy Savings K9 unit sniff out savings for you. Offensively for Georgia, the Bulldogs will go with Josh Davis and Trenton Sturdivant at the tackles. Clint Bowling and Cordy Glenn will be the starting guards today. Ben Jones is the starting center. A.J. Green and Chris Durham are the wide receivers. Orson Charles, coming off a terrific game last week in Jacksonville, is the starting tight end. The tailback is Washawn Ely. The fullback is Sean Chappis. And the quarterback is Aaron Murray. That's how the Georgia offense looks. The probable starters as we inch a little bit closer to kickoff. And we'll come back and give you the defensive starters right after this on the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
No problem is just business as usual for your hometown auto owner's insurance agent. A policy that fits your needs and budget. No problem. Fast, fair claim service. No problem. Auto owner's insurance. Safe, sound, and secure for over 90 years. Working with an agent who knows you. No problem. For the independent auto owner's insurance agent nearest you, look for us in the Yellow Pages or visit us at autoowners.com.
Hello, my name is Mike Cullum, and I'm from Madison, Georgia.
My name is David Latham from Pendergrass.
Hello, I'm Dennis Hughes, your local egg producer here in Blackshare.
These are 3 of our local egg farmers who care about your food, who care about the environment, who care about the future of agriculture, our food supply, and provide the incredible edible egg for incredible people just like you. A message from the Georgia Egg Commission on the web at georgiaeggs.org.
All right, football fans, let's hear what the Scouts have to say about the 2011 Toyota Camry.
It's got agility. It's got agility out the wazoo.
It's a proven leader. You look at the records, the numbers, it'll make your head spin.
So get 0% APR financing for 60 months on a new 2011 Toyota Camry. And payments are deferred until 2011. 0 down with proof credit. Includes hybrids. Cannot combine with other offers. Must complete sale and delivery between November 2nd and November 30th, 2010. Toyota, moving forward.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
With every athletic endeavor, excellence is always the result of hard work and a commitment to doing the job right. Well, it's the same with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 613. Our Code of Excellence program was established to ensure a standard that contractors feel good about. Positive attitudes and superior productivity on all our job sites is an approach we know our customers appreciate and value. Call 1-888-IBEW-613 or visit us at our website at IBEW613.org. I'm Gino Kelly, Business Manager, IBEW Local 613, and we proudly support University of Georgia Athletics.
Bulldog fans, when you want to see your school battle for SEC glory, StubHub is the place to go for tickets. StubHub is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Georgia Bulldogs, giving season ticket holders a secure place to sell extra tickets and other fans a great selection of seats to every game. So, where do you want to sit? In the end zone at Sanford Stadium? How about up close at Stegman Coliseum? On StubHub, it's always your call and the service is always exceptional. Big-time matchups are on the schedule. So go to StubHub and choose your seats today.
StubHub!
Bulldogs have entered the stadium as the captains meet on the logo at the middle of the field. Georgia's captains today, Drew Butler, Ben Jones, Darrell Gamble, and DeMarcus Dobbs. And they're out there for the toss of the coin, and we'll be underway here in just a few moments. Right now, it's time to grade the team. Brought to you by Lowe's, the official tailgating destination of the Georgia Bulldogs. And for that, we'll go back to Eric Zier and see what he's grading the dogs on, at least in the first half, see?
Well, you know, we've talked about the need to come execute and how quickly can we get over the hangover effect from losing last week against Florida. So with that being said, we want to look today at how well are we executing in terms of penalties, turnovers, and then any blown coverages on the defensive side or big plays given up on the defensive side. All those are going to be mental plays today. And if we can keep from having those, we will have accomplished what we wanted to in this football game.
Idaho State has won the toss. The Bengals defer to the second half, so Georgia will be receiving to get today's game started. Our referee is Steve Shaw with an SEC crew here for this non-conference matchup. Georgia will be in their home reds and traditional silver breeches. Idaho State, the Bengals from Pocatello. Population about 54,000. They'll be in white jerseys, black pants, a little bit of orange trim around their white helmets with an orange and black stripe down the middle, and looking a little like the Halloween season that just passed. So Idaho State with a record of 1-7 overall. Again, we've talked about their road record, Eric, and I tell you, when you've lost that many away from home, it just continues to build, it snowballs, and the burden just gets a little bit heavier with a game like this.
Yeah, it really does. You know, in pregame warm-ups, even right now before the game, the Idaho State players looking up in amazement at the spectacle around them, what we've grown accustomed to seeing week in and week out. You know, for all those guys on the Idaho State sideline, this is an experience they're never going to forget. You kind of think back to the movie Hoosiers when Gene Hackman walks into the arena for the first time and has to measure from the rim to the floor and then from the foul line to the baseline, just to say, listen, this is just like how we play at home, but definitely a unique experience for those guys and adding to the pressure that they have had on the road.
Well, here we go. The kicking units out on the field. Idaho State will be kicking to Georgia from left to right. They'll be kicking with the wind. And back deep to receive for Georgia will be Brandon Boykin, who is on the verge of becoming Georgia's all-time leader in kick return yardage. He only needs 22 yards to break the long-time mark set by Gene Washington back in the 70s for Georgia. It'll be Brendan Garcia kicking off for Idaho State when television cuts us loose and says we can play. Brandon Boykin had a bit of a tweak of a hamstring earlier this week in practice, but he is okay to go today as he is back deep to receive the kick. Single safety for Georgia, and Idaho State will be kicking it off and getting it underway here in just a moment as the Bulldogs start this game on offense. The Dogs at 4-5, looking to even up their record at 500 today with 2 games to go in the regular season. At Auburn next week, and then an off week, and then home to host Georgia Tech on Thanksgiving weekend. So we are set to go here at Sanford Stadium in Athens. Here's Garcia's approach. His foot is into it. He punches it short. End over end, not high. It's taken by the up back at the 20. That is Sean Chappis. Chappis to the middle of the field at the 35, the 36-yard line. Let's see if he got across the 35. That's where Georgia will start on offense. Jacob Hutton, a senior running back, makes the tackle for Idaho State. And the Bulldogs will start smack dab on the 35-yard line. So Boykin didn't get a chance to return it as Garcia kicked it short.
Well, he didn't, but one thing that you have to like there, when we've had pooch kicks in the past, we've always fair caught that football with our up fullbacks there. We're able to catch that one and actually get upfield, get some extra yardage out of it.
Dogs start out in a I formation, play fake. Murray hides the ball, rolls to the right, throws to A.J. Green right in front of him on the right side of the field. Caught by Green. He gets a first down and more near the 50-yard line. I think they'll bring him down at the 49. Kelvin Miller, from Lakewood, Washington, makes the tackle on the far side of the field. But it's a gain of 13 yards and a first down for Georgia at their own 48.
Nice play action there by Aaron Murray. Really fooled the defensive end for Idaho State. Easily able to get outside of the pocket, and a good block at the end of the play by Orson Charles as well.
We split Tavares King out to the right side. 3 receivers grouped in tight on the left side of the line of scrimmage. Now we move Chappis in motion. We'll toss it to Brandon Smith, who lined up at the tailback. He avoids one tackler to the 50, near side 45 of Idaho State, tackled at the 40-yard line. So Brandon Smith getting the toss on a sweep to the near side. We'll get into Bengal territory. That's another first down for the Bulldogs as they move the sticks 12 more yards. A.J. Storms, the linebacker, makes the tackle.
Speed can do a lot of things for you there. Brandon Smith actually had a couple of Bengals on him. They're pretty quickly able to outrun him to the edge and then had a lot of room. But Idaho State in pretty good position to make that play initially.
Now Caleb King back in there at tailback. I formation for the Dogs from the Bengal 40-yard line. We'll pitch it to Caleb, blocking on the near side. Caleb quickly to the sideline, and a quick pickup of 10 yards and maybe a little bit more with Ben Jones and Chappis opening up some space with blocks out front. Caleb King down to the Idaho State 28-yard line before Basim Houdin makes the stop. Let's go down to the sidelines for Cook Pest Control sideline report and Chuck Dowdle. Chuck?
Well, Scott, I just want to let you know Caleb was knocked out right in front of me by about, I would say I was a good 14 to 15 yards behind that one.
It was a 12-yard gain for Caleb King.
Chuck is behind the hedge right now.
First and 10, Georgia from the Bengal 28. Murray to throw, throws it out in the right flat, a little bit short, and it's short hop to Tavares King, the intended receiver. He tried to go to the turf to scoop it up, but it is incomplete. It'll be second down and 10 for the Bulldogs now from the Bengal 28-yard line.
Tavares King just running an out route to the far side. A long ball to throw when you're throwing from the far hash, but nobody around Tavares. That ball short hopped into him. Aaron coming off of his worst first half of the season, really came on strong last week against the Gators, but struggled a little bit starting off. So you want to see him come out today and get off to a quick start.
2 receivers right. We slide a man in motion. Play fake. Murray rolls to the right with Troop in front of him. Hits Israel Troop on the run. 25, 20, and out of bounds right there. Tackled at the 20-yard line on the far side of the field by Houdin, the junior linebacker from Elizabeth, New Jersey. He's the transfer from Hofstra. Hofstra ended their football program, so guys went scattering looking for places to play, and Basim Houdin ended up out in Pocatello, Idaho.
Good decision there by Aaron Murray just to dump that football off. Idaho State played cover 2, and as Aaron was coming out on the bootleg, we flooded that zone. They had it all covered up pretty well. Good, smart decision just to dump that football off as opposed to running it there by Aaron Murray.
3rd down and 2 now for Georgia. I formation. Here's Caleb King taking the handoff, going to get to the right side, wrapped up from behind as A.J. Storms, the linebacker, came in and pulled down King at the 20-yard line. No gain. And 4th down now for Georgia as the field goal kicking unit will trot out onto the field to a smattering of unpleasant boos from the fans. I guess the Bulldog faithful wanted the dogs to go for it on 4th and 2. Here's Blair Walsh from the far hash. Butler holds on the 28, the 38-yard attempt. The kick is away, and the kick is good. Points on the board for Georgia. The Dogs lead it 3-0 with 12 minutes to go in quarter number 1 as the Bulldogs score on their first possession. They would have rather had 7, but they'll take the 3 and move on from here. You can show your Georgia spirit all season long with Nature's Own, the official bread of UGA. Find them on Facebook or visit nature'sownbread.com. Nature's Own, we are Nature's Baker. Let's go to our Bulldog Network studios and David Shoemate for a Charter on-demand scoreboard update. David.
All right, Scott, you can get the fastest internet speeds in the area with Charter's Ultra Fast Ultra 60. Call 888-GET-CHARTER or go to charter.com/ultra for more information. Let's check some scores from the top 25. A couple of games just underway. Number 14, Michigan State trying to bounce back from that throttling loss a week ago. Up early on Minnesota at home, 7-0, 13-28 to play in the second quarter. And number 9, Wisconsin has their hands full with the Purdue squad that came in 4-4. And West Lafayette, they've gone to the second quarter. Still no score. Scott?
All right, David, thank you very much. The Bulldogs use 7 plays to move 45 yards. And they get a 38-yard field goal from Blair Walsh to get on the board first. 3-0. Bulldog football is brought to you by BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. So Walsh will kick it off. He'll have to have someone hold it for him. The wind kept blowing it off the tee. Tavoy Moore, little guy, back deep to return it. He's one of the best kick returners in Division I AA football. High end over end kick by Walsh. Comes down between the 6 and the 7. Moore angles to the far side. Gets to the outside 20, 25, 30. And contact at the 36 and brought down there by the kicker. Blair Walsh had to make the tackle. But Tavoy Moore, we saw a little bit of his ability right there as he makes the return from the 7. All the way out to the 37-yard line, so a 30-yard return for Idaho State. Down to the sidelines and Chuck Dowdall for Cook's Pest Control sideline report. Chuck.
Well, Scott, getting his first start of the season, Alec Ogletree, the young true freshman out of Noonan, Georgia. He is a huge safety at 6'2", 225 pounds. Keep your eye on him. The Bulldog fans, Georgia's been wanting to get him in the lineup for a long time.
Idaho State will open up in the shotgun. Russell Hill, the quarterback. They'll roll the pocket to the near side, and 4 red shirts in hot pursuit of Hill. He just has to fling it into the Georgia bench. And incomplete. Wanted to go to Josh Hill, the tight end, but not there. And Dobbs, one of the players leading the charge in pursuit of Russell Hill. This Idaho State offensive line has been just beaten up by injuries, Eric, and they've already allowed 35 sacks this season. They've given up 100 sacks over the last 3 years. That's a bunch.
It is a bunch, and it showed right there. Hill had to get on the move pretty quickly and just throw that away before a host of Bulldogs would have been on top of him.
Hill in the shotgun, 2 receivers to the short side of the field. That's to the left. Here comes pressure. Hill throws it quickly. It is juggled and dropped by Moore. And he had Bakari Rambo wrapping him up while Moore was trying to catch it. He was unable to hang on. The incomplete pass brings up 3rd down and 10 now for Idaho State.
And no concern right there for the Bulldogs with anything deep. Had all 11 guys 5 yards within the ball, played man-to-man, brought linebacker pressure there, and just said, listen, our athletes are going to be able to out-athlete yours, and got man-to-man situations and good coverage there on that attempt.
Idaho State up to the ball. John Van Vliet, the substitute center, as Mark Clampett, their starter, is out with an injury. And if you heard Steve Shack in our pregame, Van Vliet, 244-pound center, snapping the ball. Now flags on the play just prior to the snap. The delay is the call, says Steve Shaw on Idaho State.
Remains third down.
So it'll be 3rd and 15 now for the Bengals as they back them up to the 32-yard line. 3-0 Georgia. Bulldogs went 45 yards in 7 plays and got 3 more from their leading scorer this season, Blair Walsh, a 38-yard field goal.
The Dogs defensively there created some confusion, just overloading the strong side of the Idaho State formation with 3 linebackers on top of that tight end.
Snap it to Hill in the shotgun. He throws high to the left side. At the sideline, it is incomplete. Trying to go to Roderick Rumble right in front of the Bengal bench. Sanders Cummings on the coverage for the Bulldogs, but the throw was high, and Rumble was unable to make the play, so an incompletion brings up 4th down and 15 now for the Idaho State Bengals, and it'll be David Harrington dropping back to kick it away. The transfer from Tennessee, played at junior college before settling at Idaho State. Brandon Smith set to receive the kick for Georgia. He stands on the Bulldog 28-yard line. And Harrington is a good one, although that kick is not good. Off the right side of his foot, he shanked it. It bounces on the Georgia 39-yard line. Idaho State touches it right there, although the ball caroms off one of their players and rolls a little bit farther downfield. But the referees will spot it at the 40-yard line of Georgia. Only a 28-yard punt for a guy that averages 45 a kick. Not a good start for Idaho State. 3-0 Georgia. Timeout here at Sanford Stadium. First quarter with 11:25 to go. And we're back in a moment on the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
You named your sons Herschel and Buck, took up beekeeping just so you could squish them. Even got a tattoo of UGA on your, well, never mind. Scott Howard here. You haven't done all you can to show you love UGA until you get Bulldogs banking from Bank of America. Your debit card comes with the UGA logo, plus you help support the university with every purchase. It's how real fans bank.
To learn more, visit a Bank of America banking center or go to bankofamerica.com/UGA. Bank of America NA member FDIC. Copyright 2010. Bank of America Corporation. Account setup fee may apply in some states.
Jack be nimble, Jack be quick. Jack knocked over a candlestick onto the shag carpeting, and his pants ignited into flames, causing him to stop, drop, and roll. Luckily, Jack recently had Geico help him with renter's insurance, because all his belongings went up in flames. Jack got full replacement and now has new pants he ordered from Banana Republic. Visit geico.com and see how affordable renter's insurance can be.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
I'm George Head, business manager of the Plumbers, Pipe Fitters, and Service Technicians Local 72. If you're a business owner or developer considering a new project, and quality workmanship and state-certified technicians are important to you, pick up the phone and call us today at 404-373-5778. or visit our website at ua72.org. We take pride in what we do, so make that call. And go Dogs!
McDonald's new real fruit smoothies from McCafe have such a spectacular burst of real fruit, they deserve a special intro.
Here it is, the Strawberry Banana Bonanza. Behold the Wild Berry Frenzy. Try McDonald's new real fruit smoothies from McCafe at participating McDonald's.
Introduce a refreshing strawberry banana or wild berry real fruit smoothie to your day. Get a small for just $1 at McDonald's November 1st through the 7th. Prices may vary.
All right, the Dogs hand it off to Brandon Smith, his second carry as he runs to the near side, and a positive gain for Smith, who gets up near midfield. They spot the ball just across the 49-yard line, so a pickup of 9 for Brandon. Makes it 2nd and 1. Basim Houdin, the linebacker for Idaho State, makes the stop.
A couple of good, strong runs there by Brandon. Actually ran that into a cover 3 look. That Idaho State rolled their safety down right into the area that Brandon was running. Again, able to outrun containment and pick up good positive yardage.
Will pass out of the eye as Murray rears up and fires to the near side to Tavares King, who makes the catch coming back to the line of scrimmage at the 45 of Idaho State. The cornerback Keith McGowan from Linwood, California, makes the stop for the Bengals, but it's a first down for Georgia and a pickup of 5 more.
Well, good completion there, no question about that, just on a hitch. But Aaron, a little bit late last week when you go back and watch the Florida game, Aaron had a couple plays where he was a little late getting the football out of his hand. Again there, a little bit late. Idaho State able to close on that hitch pretty quickly.
Caleb King, the tailback, play fake to him out of the eye. Murray going to go deep, far sideline, and a collision around the 8-yard line as the defender and A.J. Green got tangled up. Kenny Visor, a senior from Reno, Nevada, and A.J. Green kind of bumping inside the 10-yard line, and both of them hit the turf. There's no flag on the play. It just goes as an incompletion. It'll be 2nd down and 10.
And the crowd wanted pass interference there, but actually good coverage by Visor. Was able to get in position, was looking back for the ball, and just a case of A.J. and Visor bumping into each other.
We split 2 men out to the right side, Logan Gray and Rantavius Wooten. Drop back into the shotgun with Murray. On 2nd and 10 from the Idaho State 45, handoff to Caleb King straight ahead. King got a head of steam to the 40 and then was pulled down by the ankles by Chris Holmesley. A free safety, a 5'9" senior, came up to pull him down before he did any more damage, but King gets to the 39-yard line, a gain of 6 for the Bulldog Junior. It'll be 3rd down and 4 for the Dogs.
Nothing real fancy right now from Idaho State, playing pretty vanilla looks, starting off in a cover 2 look, rotating a safety down, so they end up playing cover 3. They are mixing in a little bit of cover 2, but not much in the terms of exotic blitzes or pressure at this point.
A.J. Green back in the ball game, lining up wide to the right. Murray will throw out into the right flat, and a poor throw by Aaron, trying to go to Logan Gray near the 1st down marker, but never got the ball there. And the incompletion will bring up 4th down. And it looks like the Dogs are going to go for it here. 4th down and 4 from the Idaho State 39-yard line, and the Bulldogs are going to line up and go for it on 4th.
And Aaron, who's been so sharp throughout the entire year, starting off this football game very similar to how he looked last week, struggling throwing the football out into the flats. Just looks like his timing throwing the football is just a hair off.
Dogs 4 out of 6 on 4th down opportunities this year. And Georgia may have altered the snap count a little bit and got Idaho State to jump. Their flags on the field before the snap of the ball. We'll see. Georgia indicating it's going against the Bengals. Here's the call.
Offsides. Number 97 on the defense in the neutral zone, causing the offense to react. 5-yard penalty. First down.
The left end, Rustin Phillips, a 6'2 senior, jumped, and that gives Georgia the 1st down, which may have been what they were hoping for anyway. So the ball on the 34-yard line now after the 1st down pickup on the Idaho State penalty. Dogs will continue to move forward towards the end zone as they move from right to left. I formation. King is the tailback. Play fake, Aaron Murray. In the pocket, here comes pressure, and Murray will be sacked back at the 41-yard line. And Idaho State jumping up and down. They got a sack here early in the ball game. Holmesley came in along with Chad O'Donnell to drop Murray for a loss back at the 41-yard line. A loss of 7 on the play. It's going to be 2nd down and long for the Dogs. Let's go down to the sidelines and Chuck Dowdle, Cook's Pest Control sideline report. Chuck.
Scott, one thing, your partner can probably address this. The wind's pretty stiff down here. I don't know if you can tell it up there, but and Georgia's going into it. That may be affecting Aaron Murray's throws.
Good point. We'll keep an eye on that on 2nd down and 17 now for Georgia. Dogs in the eyes. Murray under center. 3-step drop, pump fake to the near side, looks right, now in trouble, tries to step up in the pocket, and again will go down on a sack at the 42-yard line, Basim Houdin. So Idaho State bringing some pressure, and Georgia's offensive line unable to hold them out for a lengthy period of time. Murray unable to get rid of the football. Back-to-back sacks will bring up 3rd down now, and scoreboard says 3rd and 17, but he lost a little bit on the play.
And 2 sacks there in a row created by 2 different reasons. The first should have been a side adjustment. They brought a weak safety blitz. You can't pick up 4 weak in the protection that we were in. That's got to be a side adjustment that we probably missed. And on that one, that was a coverage sack. Good job by Idaho State.
Here's Murray. He'll run a screen. Oh, he lollipopped the screen. Goes to Caleb King. It hit off his hand, unable to get it. Caleb King in the right flat. We had the screen set up beautifully, but not a good throw from Aaron as he had too much of a little bit of a loop under that pass, and it was just out of the reach of Caleb King. He got a hand on it, but only one hand, and it wasn't really catchable.
No, that's not the kind of start that you wanted for this Georgia offense. We talked in the pregame about how much of a hangover we're going to have from last week's game. Coming out, a couple of mental mistakes, not executing anywhere close to what we want to be doing right now.
Here's Drew Butler going to punt it for Georgia. Beautiful kick, high, end over end. Got a little backspin in the air, although it never touched the turf, as we field it with Brandon Boykin down at the 10-yard line, and that's where Idaho State will start on offense again. 7:46 to go first quarter. Georgia 3, the Bengals nothing. Timeout. Back in a moment. Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
Sure, there are some hassles, but a beach vacation is so worth it. Okay, number one, salt water might seep into your snorkeling mask. Number two, yeah, you might get a little sand in the bathing suit while body surfing the waves. And number three, yes, you do have to take the goofy umbrellas out of your tropical drinks. On the face of it, though, not so bad after all, huh? AirTran Airways can get you there, Bulldog, with non-stop service from Atlanta to Nassau Paradise Island, Montego Bay, Aruba, and San Juan. You are just a few keystrokes away from escaping the oncoming cold and hitting the warm beaches of the Caribbean instead. Neil Williamson here for AirTran Airways, where you always find the lowest fares to more than 60 destinations, including some really fun, sunny vacation spots. So go ahead, make the sacrifice and commit to a little sand in your trunks. Book online at airtran.com. AirTran Airways, go! There's nothing stopping you.
A Texaco text message from Mike.
I'm an auto tech, as an automobile technician, but people think mechanic. It's a lot more complicated than that these days. I use a computer way more than a wrench, but some things are still the same, like a clean engine performs better, and no gasoline cleans better than Texaco with Techron.
People who know cars trust the unbeatable cleaning power of Texaco with Techron.
Maybe we need a new title like Gear Gurus or Motor Masters, Engineers. Hey.
Texaco with Techron. Trust your car to the star.
He's really cute. He just reheated our calamari.
Women love that goat. Now, how does he breathe fire?
That's Kevin. He ate my Keno ticket after I played the hot numbers.
Oh, right, hot numbers.
Kevin's goat girlfriend just walked in. Run, Kevin!
It's all fun and games till the girlfriend shows up. Play Keno from the Georgia Lottery for a chance to win up to $100,000 every 4 minutes. Today could be the day. Please play responsibly.
Keno!
Georgia football's brought to you by Lowe's for all your home improvement needs. Lowe's, let's build something together.
3-0 Georgia leading Idaho State first quarter. Green South Equipment is a proud sponsor of Georgia football and home to the all-new John Deere Gator 825i utility vehicle. It's the fastest and most powerful Gator yet. Visit greensouth.com for a location near you. Georgia's defense on the field, standing around, waiting for play to resume. Offense for Idaho State huddled on the far sideline. Let's go down to the field to Chuck Dattle and a Cook's Pest Control sideline report. Chuck?
Yeah, Scott, A.J. Green came off the field a while ago complaining about not being able to see the ball, looking back. And if you look back, in fact, directly behind you, the sun, very bright, was in his eyes. So look for Georgia maybe to try to work more to this side of the football field offensively.
All righty, Idaho State going left to right as we view it from the press box. Hill in the shotgun, play fake. They will dump it off to the left side. It is caught at the 20-yard line by Fuapau. And he's going to get the first down up near the 25-yard line. Bakari Rambo makes the tackle, actually at the 27. Lakeith Fuapau from Sacramento, California, 6'1 junior. Hit the tight end in the left flat and picked up the first down.
Yeah, pretty well-designed play there, just faking the off tackle, slipping the tight end out into the flat. Georgia defensively bit completely on the fake to the fake off tackle.
Hill throws, nearly intercepted, trying to go over the middle. Brandon Smith almost got his mitts on that one around the 35. Tried to go to Kelvin Crosh, the wide receiver, around the 35-yard line. The pass is broken up instead of intercepted, so an incompletion makes it second down and 10 from the 27 for Idaho State. Let's pause for station identification. Bulldogs Radio Network. Second 10 for Idaho State. They hand it off to Moore, heading to the left side. He's trying to tiptoe over fallen bodies blocking for him, and he's maybe got back to the line of scrimmage. Avery Jones, the defensive end, the sophomore out of Warner Robins, and Darrell Gamble converged to make the hit for Georgia. No gain on the play. So let's call it 3rd down and 10 now, still from the 27. Just the length of the ball across the 27-yard line. But Idaho State's offense not moving a whole lot after a 17-yard gain early in this possession. 3rd and 9 for the Bengals. Stay in the shotgun with the senior quarterback, Russell Hill, the 5th-year senior, will stand in the pocket, throw over the middle, and it is broken up and nearly picked off the turf by Bakari Rambo on the tip. Sanders Cummings in coverage tipped the ball, broke up the pass. They were trying to go to Cross again, and before the ball hit the turf, Bakari Rambo, bending over and running towards the football, nearly got his hands under it. But it touched the turf, and it is an incomplete pass. It'll be 4th down for Idaho State. Again, David Harrington on to kick it away, and Smith, the deep man for Georgia, to return the punt. Harrington's first kick was not a good one, only a 28-yarder, a shank off the right side of his foot. Georgia moving men up and back off the line of scrimmage. Harrington gets a high, wobbly spiral off. And, Smith is hit. Was he hit by his own man? Now here comes a flag. And he fumbled the ball, and he recovers it at the 20-yard line. Smith got on the ball, but a flag came out as Kelvin Miller may be the guilty party. 52-yard punt by Harrington, but they just ran right over Brandon Smith. I don't know if it was his own man that hit him or if Miller was the guy that hit him for Idaho State. The officials are discussing it. And here's Steve Shaw, our referee.
Holding number 58 on the receiving team during the kick. That'll be a 10-yard penalty from the end of the kick. 1st and 10.
So they called DeMarcus Dobbs for holding.
Wow, I'm not sure how they got
2 flags.
Two flags, okay.
And there is no foul for kick-catch interference as the player was blocked in, so there's no foul on this end of the field.
Okay.
Boy, I'll tell you what, that is a bit of a surprise. Looked like Miller just ran over our guy.
All right, so the Dogs will be backed up a bit and a timeout. First quarter, 6:25 to play, opening frame. Georgia 3, Idaho State nothing. Back after this on the Bulldogs Radio Network.
Leather football helmets were considered adequate head protection back in the old days. Similarly, there was a time when old-fashioned liquid chemical solutions were considered adequate termite protection for homes. It's 2010. Time to upgrade to the unbeatable combination, Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. Discover how affordable it is to upgrade to the Centricon system. Call Cook's for a free evaluation.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
Toughness Defined with Mark Richt.
Well, to me, toughness has a lot to do with what we say here at Georgia, finish the drill. It means don't quit. There's so many things in life that will try to knock you down. People that are truly tough are the ones that keep going. And the same thing is true with the Ford Motor Company. Ford trucks have been the best as long as I can remember.
F-150 is built Ford tough and has been America's best seller for 33 years. Visit GeorgiaSaturdays.com today.
If Georgia's your team, then F-150 is your truck.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
Ed Boyle's Hyundai is going uncensored, and you're not going to believe the good things people are saying. The 2011 Hyundai Sonata GLS is sale priced at $18,995. Model number 27402 comes with Bluetooth, keyless entry, iPod connectivity, power windows and locks, tilt cruise, and is 5-star crash test rated. The most searched vehicle on the internet is available at Ed Boyle's Hyundai at huge savings. We have the selection, and we have all 2011 Hyundai Sonatas on sale. We are uncensored. Cobb Parkway, Marietta, or visit us at EdBoylesHyundai.com.
There's a difference between the confidence you get from a supercut and a haircut somewhere else. A regular cut does karaoke, but a supercut rocks the Coliseum. Any haircut chats up ladies at the club, but a supercut makes an omelet for 2 the next morning.
Yummy.
Any old cut yells, but a supercut from the best trained stylists in the business gives you the confidence to be that man. Get in, get confident at Supercuts every time.
Tackle at the 15 and tumbled down at the 20. Washawn Ely just took a handoff, headed to the near side, got a nice block from Sean Chappas. He broke a tackle himself and picked up 9.5 yards. A.J. Storms tried to make the hit on Ely, but Ely ran right through him and was finally brought down at the 20-yard line for a 9-yard gain. Chris Holmesley, the free safety, had to come up to make the hit. So the Dogs now 2nd down and 1 from their 20-yard line.
And Idaho State, pretty good position on many of these plays.
Indeed, as we give the quick handoff to the fullback, Chappas, and he plows through the line for the first down. Rustin Phillips, the left end, makes the stop, but a first down for Georgia as they pick up a couple to just beyond the 22-yard line. 3-0 Georgia leading Idaho State here in the first.
And as we were saying, Idaho State in good position, just not able to make the plays. Brandon Smith on a couple of his runs, both of his runs actually able to outrun defenders that were in good position. Ely there breaking through some tackles, but Idaho State playing sound defensively.
Green and Marlon Brown split out to the right for Georgia, split the backfield as well with Ely and Chappas. Murray in the shotgun, drops back, will throw it over the middle to Washawn Ely, caught at the 26, turns upfield, and is tackled at the 30 by Storms, the linebacker, and Jared Nash. He's out of Glendale, Arizona, but Ely gets to the 30-yard line, a gain of 8, 2nd down and 2 now for the Bulldogs as the clock rolls under 5 minutes here in the first quarter.
And if Aaron Murray is patient, he's going to have short underneath passes open all day long when Idaho State's playing their zone defense. Their safeties are 15, 20 yards back right now, extremely deep.
Had 4 men down linemen for Idaho State. We hand it off to Ely. He angles to the right side, trying to run outside the tackle. Pushes the pile to near the 35-yard line. It's going to be a first down for Georgia. Gain of almost 5 on the play. Jared Nash, a linebacker, a senior from Glendale, Arizona, makes the hit. Second straight tackle for Nash. And the Dogs move the sticks. 1st and 10, just shy of the 35-yard line. Georgia will work out of the shotgun now. Ely's lone setback, offset to Murray's left. 2 receivers near side, 1 receiver far side. Handed off to Washawn. He runs right behind right guard and will get a few yards, 2, maybe 3 on the carry. Running behind Cordy Glenn and Ben Jones. A.J. Storms made the tackle along with O'Donnell, the nose guard for the Bengals. They're outsized, but they're giving good effort here in the first quarter. 3-0 Georgia, under 4 minutes to go in the opening period. Dogs 2nd down and 8 yards to go from the 37-yard line.
Give Dustin Tews, strong safety for Idaho State, some credit as well, getting into the hole quick.
Here's the handoff to Ely again, running straight ahead. There rolls a helmet out of the pile, but Ely brought down at the 44-yard line by Holmesley, the free safety. And he lost his helmet on the hit. Ely gets near the first down marker, but just shy. It's going to be 3rd down and less than a yard from the 44.
And Georgia's going to be able to do this throughout the game, take it over, running the football. We've got bigger, stronger athletes on the football field, but want to see a little more crisp activity out of the Dogs.
Murray with the keeper, just pushing the pile straight ahead. He gets the first down, and he got across the 45 to about the 47-yard line, so he may have picked up 3 yards on the quarterback keeper. As the Dogs brought Tanner Strickland in as the wham back. Big Tanner Strickland, 3'19", 6'5", out of Nashville. He's got hair going everywhere. He usually has to wear a hair band on game day to keep it in his helmet. Dogs 1st and 10 from their 47-yard line. Charles moving in motion. Murray, play fake to Ely, rolls to the right. Will hit Orson Charles out in the right flat. A man grabbing him by the ankle. Orson dragging him to the 50, trying to pull away from A.J. Storms, but Storms had enough on him until help arrived, and they get Charles right at midfield at the 50-yard line. Is there a flag on the play? There is. Orson gained about 3.5 yards. Let's see what the flag is.
After the play, personal foul, late hit, number 47 on the defense, 15-yard penalty.
Jack Francis came in with a late hit for Idaho State, according to Steve Nash, the referee, and that'll move the ball into Idaho State territory just inside the 35-yard line.
Well, that was kind of a ticky-tack foul. We'll take it, though. Take any one of those that you get, but Francis came in and kind of dove late and had his hand hit the back of Orson Charles. Not anything real damaging, but enough to catch the eye of the official.
Ely's the tailback now for the Dogs. 1st and 10 from the Idaho State 35. Play fake Murray will throw over the middle short, trying to go to Tavares King, running a post from the far side, and that ball hit about 4 or 5 yards in front of Tavares King. I don't know, Aaron just not crisp with that throw either. There's no wind on that play. At least the flag's not moving.
Yeah, it just looks like his release point is off. We started to see it in the first half last week against Florida, and even on that one, overstriding just a little bit, and where he's releasing the football just looks to be a little bit off and uncomfortable. It can happen at any time, but hopefully he can start to work himself through this.
Murray 5 out of 10 so far in the ball game. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Ely's the lone setback. Washawn gets the ball, sidesteps a tackler at the line of scrimmage, and then is hit hard by Jordan Monga, and A.J. Storms got in there too. Storms came into the ball game with 99 tackles on the year for Idaho State, one of the top tacklers in Division I AA, and he's showing why today. He's around the ball practically every play. It's 3rd down and 10 for Georgia. 3rd down and 10 from the Bengal 35-yard line. Dogs lead at 3-0. A.J. Green to the right, and 3 receivers set to the near side, with Ely's the lone setback. Murray's in the shotgun. There's the snap from Ben Jones, the center. Murray throws quickly out of the reach of A.J. Green. Had to get rid of it in a hurry, and Aaron ended up on his back on the logo. A.J. Storms came flying in on the blitz. And another incomplete pass brings up 4th down. And Blair Walsh is going to get an opportunity to try a long field goal here from 52, maybe 53 yards. Butler will kneel down between the 42 and the 43. And Walsh will kick it from the far hash. The kick is away. It is end over end, and it is good. 52, 53 yards, depending on the official score. We'll see where they spot it. His career long is 53, and he just boomed another one, as Walsh is now 8 for 12 in his career from 50-plus. That's amazing. Yeah, 6-0 Georgia.
And he hit that one right as he hit it. The wind, again, it's gusting right now. That wind picked up right as he hit it, and still plenty of leg to knock it through the uprights. All that on a cold day as well, so the ball's a little bit harder, not traveling as far. So just a testament to the kind of leg that Blair has.
1:19 remaining in the opening quarter. Georgia leads at 6-0. Don't forget, after the game, Dog Talk live from Hotel Indigo in downtown Athens. And Bulldog football is brought to you by BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. Let's send it down to the sidelines, and our man Chuck Dowdle staying safe today. Chuck.
You better believe that, Scott. But I did talk to Blair Walsh just before the start of the game. He told me that going in that direction, he was only good from about 54 yards. And I got to tell you, that thing cleared by probably another 5 or 6 yards. So he said he's good the other way, 63.
Ooh, how about that? I'd like to see one with a win, man. That would be exciting.
I would, too. If the way he hit that one, I have no reason to doubt 63 going the other way is an easy task for him.
Walsh's kickoff into the wind comes down at the 9 to Tavoy Moore. He bobbled the catch up to the 20, tries to reverse his field and head away from red shirts, but he's dropped at the 20-yard line.
For Idaho State
Blake
to get
Sailors made the tackle. Excuse me, Derek.
No, for Idaho State to get anything going offensively, they're going to have to throw the football. Just not strong enough up front to control the line of scrimmage. And with that being said, they've got to get the football out of their hand very quickly. The key for them, can they get enough separation with their wide receivers? Because we've been all over them defensively to start the game, and really no room for Hill to find any openings getting it to his receivers.
They spot the ball up at the 23-yard line. Handoff running to the wide side to Jacob Hutton, and Garrison Smith, a freshman out of Atlanta, freshman end, makes the tackle. Smith, number 56, the old number of Geno Atkins, makes the hit for a loss of 1. 2nd down and 11 now for Idaho State back on the 22.
Yeah, and again, just nowhere to run the football there. Georgia defensively in the Idaho State backfield immediately on the snap of the football.
4-man rush for Georgia. Unless they bring more. Here's the throw by Hill. Broken up by Marcus Doughton, the linebacker, crossing in the passing lane Wanted to go to Roderick Rumble, the wide receiver, but the ball never got there as Doughton batted it away for another incompletion. It'll be 3rd and 11 now from the 22.
And a poor read there from Hill. Georgia playing cover 2. Idaho State just ran double slants against cover 2. You've got to go to that inside slant. If not, the outside linebacker easily able to get into that flat hook zone. And fortunate for Hill, unfortunate for the Dogs that we didn't pick that one off. It would have been a walk into the end zone.
Certainly would have been an easy score for Doughton. Didn't hang on. 3rd down and 11 for the Bengals. Shotgun snap is low. Hill picks it up, scrambles out of the pocket to his left, looking and running, and now throws it just to get rid of it. Moore was right there near in the vicinity, but it is incomplete as it was Cornelius Washington chasing down Russell Hill, the quarterback, and the Bengals will have to punt it again on 4th down.
And it was Justin Houston that forced Hill initially out of the pocket. After the play, he turned to the umpire and was complaining that he's getting held and pulled as he's making his rush upfield.
Harrington, the punter, on to kick it away. Brandon Smith back deep to receive the kick for Georgia. He stands on the Bulldog 40-yard line. Harrington back on the 8. There's the snap. We bring pressure. We got a piece of it. The ball goes forward, hits at the 32, takes a Bengal roll up to the 43-yard line, but we blocked it. We got a piece of that punt. Was it Ogletree maybe that got in there? Alec Ogletree or A.J. Green? Was Green on the punt team? Was that Ogletree coming off? It was. It may have been Ogletree. The 9 kind of looks like an 8, and they're both about the same size, although Tree's a bit thicker, but it was Alec Ogletree, the freshman out of Newton who got the start on defense today, blocks the first kick of the year for Georgia. Dogs in business at the Idaho State 43-yard line. Leading 6-0. 2 Blair Walsh field goals. That last one, 50-plus. Murray, handoff to Caleb King. He fumbled it, and then he falls on it back at the 47. He just fumbled the handoff. Fell right on top of it. There was no one around him at the time. I don't know if it was a bad exchange. It was running to the far side, but Caleb dropped the ball. Fortunately, we fall on it, but we lose yardage on the play. That's the last play of the quarter, and we go to the second quarter with Georgia leading Idaho State 6-0 on the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
G Extra has changed our name to GTV. We've moved to a new and improved online video player. GTV is the new home for the most online audio video coverage of your favorite Bulldog sports. GTV brings you live game coverage, press conferences, inside analysis, feature interviews, highlights, and more. Log on to www.georgiadogs.com/all access. With GTV, you're a fan, no matter where you live.
He's really cute. He just reheated our calamari.
Women love that goat. Now, how does he breathe fire?
That's Kevin. He ate my Keno ticket after I played the hot numbers.
Oh, right, hot numbers.
Kevin's goat girlfriend just walked in. Run, Kevin!
It's all fun and games till the girlfriend shows up. Play Keno from the Georgia Lottery for a chance to win up to $100,000 every 4 minutes. Today could be the day. Please play responsibly.
Keno! You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
Now is the time to take advantage of the Ed Boyles Honda sales event, where you can buy great deals like the brand new 2010 Honda Accord LX for just $196 a month. And don't forget about the brand new 2010 Honda Civic LX, now available for just $166 a month. Combine those deals with the Ed Boyles Honda discounts of up to $5,000, and you can't miss the Honda sales event going on right now only at Ed Boyles Honda, Cobb Parkway, Marietta, or visit us at edboyleshonda.com.
Power Force is here with the official athletic wristband of the University of Georgia Bulldog. Go to PowerForceLLC.com to order your Power Force ion-infused sportswear. Show your Georgia pride and feel the power of the Bulldogs with your officially licensed Georgia Bulldog Power Force wristband. Power your inner force with the Power Force ion-infused sportswear by visiting PowerForceLLC.com today. Power Force is a proud partner of the University of Georgia Athletics. Visit PowerForceLLC.com to order your official wristband today.
Chuck Dowdle down here on the Bulldog sideline with Bulldog all-time linebacking great Rennie Kern. And Rennie, good to see you. Got a little bye week with the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah, I'm just back home, where I love to be. I miss the guys so much, man. So first opportunity I got, I'm just back over here, just enjoying the atmosphere. It's bringing back a lot of memories, a lot of flashbacks. So I'm just glad to be here.
How closely have you been able to follow the dog?
A lot. Anytime we're out of meetings and we're not doing anything with football up in Nashville, then preparing for a game, I'm watching my dogs. It's been tough to watch. It's because I got so many memories and just I miss it so much. But at the same time, I'm happy for them, and just hoping for the best for the rest of the season.
Yeah, this is a team that can still turn it around.
Yeah, definitely. There's always a chance to turn it around. And it starts with reaching every game. Every time that they go out on the field.
All right, Chuck, Rennie, thank you very much. Dogs second down as Murray will drop back and throw. He hits Tavares King inside the Idaho State 30-yard line, angling to the left on the near hash. Kenny Visor makes the tackle, the cornerback out of Reno, Nevada, but all the way down to the 25-yard line, a gain of 22 on that throw by Aaron Murray, and that's one of his best throws and catches of the day.
Yeah, it really is. And we flip fields now, so going with the win, so I think that helped a little bit, but Aaron only 5 out of 11 in that first quarter for 39 yards. Really struggling right now, trying to find any rhythm throwing the football. So we're going to need him to get back to the way he was playing as we move into Auburn. Hopefully he can find it through the rest of this game.
King was grabbing at his leg, came out of the ball game. Quick screen to the near side to A.J. Green. Caught, and Green down inside the 15 to the 11-yard line. Flag down at the 15-yard line. A.J. Storms made the tackle. A.J. Storms on A.J. Green. Clint Bowling with a big block out here on this screen to the near side. And we'll see what the flag is in just a moment.
Holding, number 60 on the offense. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. Repeat first down.
So that's why it was a big block for Clint Bowling. He had a grasp of somebody.
Yeah, it always helps when you're holding on to him.
Well, he's just trying to keep his balance.
It just hurts when you get caught.
So the ball back on the 27-yard line now for the Dogs. It'll be first down and 12. I formation for Georgia. Caleb King, the tailback. Murray going to give it to Caleb. He tucks the ball in his right arm, runs to the right side, 25-20, sideline, 15-10, and out of bounds at the 6-yard line. Chris Holmesley and Dustin Tu, the safeties, forcing King to go out of bounds at the 6. A gain of 21 yards, and first and goal, Georgia.
A good job by the Georgia offensive line there, paving the way for Caleb King, getting up. Sean Chappis threw a nice block to spring Caleb on the outside. And Georgia's going to be able to go to that all game long, but we'll continue to throw the football just to try to get back into some type of rhythm as well.
We move A.J. Green in motion from right to left. Going to keep it on the ground and run it with Caleb. Caleb cuts in at the 5, down to 4, maybe the 3-yard line. Tackled by Basim Houdin, the middle linebacker. A gain of 2.5, 3 yards maybe. It looks like they'll spot the ball at the 3-yard line. And it'll be second down and goal from right there on the 3.
And Houdin, only 5'10", 230 pounds, but brought every bit of it there on that tackle.
Dogs line up over the ball. Jones, Gates, Glenn, Sturdivant, and Bowling. And the tight end, Aaron White, to the right side. I formation. Toss it to Caleb King, running to the right. Block of Chappis, hops over a man, into the end zone, touchdown. Caleb King hopped over his blocker, Sean Chappis, who had flattened his defender. And Caleb with the 6 makes it 12-0 Georgia with 12:55 to go in the second quarter.
Another great block there by Sean Chappis. He was the star of that drive with some of the blocks that he threw, springing a number of those running plays. Good job getting out on the edge. Little cut block on safeties that were coming. Ben Jones, good job on that play as well, blocking up front.
Point after try by Blair Walsh is good. That Georgia touchdown brought to you by AirTran Airways, Atlanta's only airline with Wi-Fi on every flight. 13-0 Georgia over Idaho State on Caleb King's second rushing touchdown of the year. The Bulldogs out front. Back after this on the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
Sure, there are some hassles, but a beach vacation is so worth it. Okay, number one, salt water might seep into your snorkeling mask. Number two, yeah, you might get a little sand in the bathing suit while body surfing the waves. Number three, yes, you do have to take the goofy umbrellas out of your tropical drinks. On the face of it, though, not so bad after all, huh? AirTran Airways can get you there, Bulldog, with non-stop service from Atlanta to Nassau Paradise Island, Montego Bay, Aruba, and San Juan. You are just a few keystrokes away from escaping the oncoming cold and hitting the warm beaches of the Caribbean instead. Neil Williamson here for AirTran Airways, where you always find the lowest fares to more than 60 destinations, including some really fun, sunny vacation spots. So go ahead, make the sacrifice and commit to a little sand in your trunks. Book online at airtran.com. AirTran Airways, go! There's nothing stopping you.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
Save on products you buy all the time during the 10-item mega event at Kroger. Just use your Plus card, buy any 10 participating items, and get $5 back instantly when you check out. Look for the special mega yellow tags to save on a huge selection of products, like select Campbell's soups, Stouffer's frozen entrees, private selection ice cream, and more. And you can mix or match any 10 participating products. Share the joy and save during the 10-item mega event. Get more value for the way you live at Kroger.
You'll find mega event savings on a huge selection of groceries right now at Kroger. Like selected 32-ounce bottles of Gatorade, just 49 cents each when you buy any 10 mega event items. Selected 10.75-ounce varieties of Campbell's Cream of Mushroom or Chicken Soup are also just 49 cents each when you match any 10. And selected 12 to 13-ounce cans of Pet or Carnation evaporated milk are just 69 cents each after your mega event discount. Get more value for the way you live at Kroger.
Dogs lead at 13-0, second quarter. This in-game recap brought to you by Regions Bank. Georgia scored on its first possession, a 38-yard field goal by Blair Wall. She later added a 53-yarder to match his career long to make it 6-0. And then Alec Ogletree partially blocked an Idaho State punt that set Georgia up in good field position. They go 43 yards in 6 plays. And Caleb King scores from 3 yards out. That's where we stand. 13-0. Georgia leading as Walsh will kick it away with the wind. High and end over end. Going to come down in the end zone. Tavoy Moore lets it bounce away from him, and then we'll go back, put a hand on it, and kneel down near the back line of the end zone for the touchback. Idaho State will have the ball 1st and 10 at its own 20-yard line. Subway is the official sandwich of the Georgia Bulldogs. Play hard, eat fresh, Subway.
Not a whole lot going for Idaho State so far on offense. They've had 10 plays, 16 yards. They do have the 1 first down and the 1 successful pass play that they had. But Russell Hill, 1 out of 8 for 17 yards. And then running the football, nothing to speak of there, -1 yards rushing.
Hill came into the game only completing 49% of his passes this season for the 5th-year senior from Boise, Idaho. He'll work out of the shotgun. Will take the ball and try to throw it to the near side, but it's batted away by DeMarcus Dobbs at the line of scrimmage. Wanted to go to Tavoy Moore, the running back, the guy who does everything for them. He's out of Long Beach, California. They didn't get him the ball, though. Dobbs made sure of that as he batted it down at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, good job by Dobbs just being aware. Had been cut initially. Good job getting back up after he had been cut and getting his hands up in the air to knock that pass down.
2nd down 10 for the Bengals. 13-0 Georgia. We flip-flop Justin Houston and Darrell Gamble. Houston works from the right side of the line. Handed off in the backfield to Moore. Got away from one tackler, but Bakari Rambo going to wrap him up at the 20 and sling him to the turf. We had a guy shoot in there and almost bring him down at the 15-yard line behind the line of scrimmage, but Moore was able to elude that stop. But he barely gets back to the line of scrimmage.
I think that was D'Angelo Tyson getting in. We were in a diamond front, so covered up the center and then both guards. D'Angelo able to find a quick little seam, get in the backfield immediately. A little unfortunate he didn't make that tackle.
3rd down, 9 3/4 for Idaho State. They got about the length of the football gain on that last play. They slide a man in motion. They're tied in. They work out of the shotgun. Play clock down to 3, now down to 2. They get the snap off. Hill in the pocket, throws over the middle, and it's easily intercepted. Rambo at the 40. Rambo cuts at the 30. Rambo angling this way at the 25, the 20, the 15, the 10, the 5. Touchdown, right corner, Bakari Rambo. Wanted to go to Roderick Rumble, but overthrew him, and Rambo just had it land right in his gut. It was an easy interception. The return not as easily. He had to weave through a little bit of traffic, but Bakari Rambo with the touchdown to make it 19-0. That's the Dogs' second pick six of the year.
Good athletic return there by Rambo. Like you mentioned, Scott, the interception was pretty easy. The return is where all the athleticism showed through, but just sitting back in cover 2, ball came right to him, easy pick. And then the nice return for 6.
Walsh with the point after. It's good. That Georgia touchdown brought to you by AirTran Airways. Go. There's nothing stopping you. 20-0. Georgia leads Idaho State. Back in a moment. Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
You have 3 new voice messages. Message 1.
Mike, it's Taylor, your favorite All-Pro running back. Hey, man, I busted a, 46-yard TD run on 3rd and short last night. It was sweet, and you missed it. So now, dinner with your wife is more important than supporting the team, huh? That's how it is? All right, whatever.
Message 2.
Yo, Mike, it's Buckner, the center for your hoops team. I hear you went to the hardware store while the Buckman was in the playoff game. Couldn't wait to buy that ball peen hammer, huh? I feel you.
Message 3.
Hello, it's Ivan from Hockey Gym. I make hat trick for you. You know, watch. Ivan here's you to shop for honeydew melon while Ivan is to work hard on ice. This make Ivan sad.
In sports, any second can be the second. Download game highlights, scores, and stats on the nation's fastest mobile broadband network so you don't miss a moment. AT&T. Rethink possible.
Certain geographic author monthly charges and restrictions apply. Mobile broadband not available in all areas. See store for details.
Toughness Defined with Mark Richt.
Well, to me, toughness has a lot to do with what we say here at Georgia, finish the drill. It means don't quit. There's so many things in life that will try to knock you down. People that are truly tough are the ones that keep going. And the same thing is true with the Ford Motor Company. Ford trucks have been the best as long as I can remember.
F-150 is built Ford tough and has been America's best seller for 33 years. Visit GeorgiaSaturdays.com today.
If Georgia's your team, then F-150 is your truck.
He's really cute. He just reheated our calamari.
Women love that goat. Now, how does he breathe fire?
That's Kevin. He ate my Keno ticket after I played the hot numbers.
Oh, right, hot numbers.
Kevin's goat girlfriend just walked in. Run, Kevin!
It's all fun and games till the girlfriend shows up. Play Keno from the Georgia Lottery for a chance to win up to $100,000 every 4 minutes. Today could be the day. Please play responsibly.
Keno! When fire and water damage take control of your life, ServPro can help you take it back. Be sure to tell your insurance agent you want ServPro. ServPro, like it never even happened. Call 1-800-ServPro.
20-0. Georgia leading Idaho State. Second quarter, 39-yard interception return for a touchdown by Bakari Rambo, the second pick six of his career, as Walsh puts his foot into it. Left to right, Georgia kicking it into the end zone. Moore going to run it out. Moore cuts at the 5 to the near hash, tripped up at the 15, and tumbled down at around the 17-yard line. He got hit at the 15 and flew through the air 2 more yards. Sean Williams made the hit for Georgia on special teams. And the Dogs have an injured player. And we'll check on that after we tell you that tailgaters can submit your favorite tailgate photo, and you could win $100 gift certificate to Publix and have your photo on the video board of a Georgia football game. Just email your photo to ugaphotos@gmail.com or go to georgiadogs.com. Publix, where shopping is a pleasure. Chad Glower is the injured player for Georgia as the training staff attends to him around the 25-yard line. Bulldog football is brought to you by BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. Line of scrimmage will be the 18-yard line for Idaho State when play continues, but Glower is injured on the play. Shaken up, they will help him up. And he's a little bit woozy as he hobbles off the field with a little bit of assistance from the trainers. Let's hope he's all right. And back to business. 1st and 10 for Idaho State. Russell Hill picked off on the last play. That's his 41st career interception.
Ooh,
that's a bunch.
That is a lot of picks, isn't it?
In the shotgun. Down 20-0 now. Bengals play fake. Hill just throws it up with big Justin Houston right in his face, almost with a sack. He was just getting rid of it. Roderick Rumble was in the area code, but about 12 yards behind the football. So that's another way to get it picked. You just fling it up, hope it comes down safely.
Just let it. I don't blame him there, though. If you've got Justin Houston breathing down your neck, the last thing you want to do is hold on to that football any longer than you have to. So just throwing that one away is a good decision. But you're right. You just throw it up for grabs like that. That ball, for some reason, doesn't get out of bounds. It's an easy interception.
2nd down 10 for Idaho State. Hill in the shotgun. They break a man out in motion. That's Hutton. Hill will lateral it back to Javoy Moore. Back around the 13. He gets across the 15 and then shoved out of bounds by Justin Houston and Brandon Boykin on the far side of the field at the 18-yard line.
And the speed of the Georgia defense here just way too much for Idaho State to handle. We're 2 or 3 steps ahead of them on every play. Even when they've got some pretty well-designed plays, we're able to cut running backs off on that play. We're able to get outside as Moore was on that little swing pass that actually was a lateral. But we're out there before he is.
No gain as Moore was able to get back to the line of scrimmage. 3rd and 10 for Idaho State. Pressure. Another interception. Boykin picks it off, headed to the end zone, dragging the tackler with him inside the 5. Brandon Boykin picked it off around the 20-yard line and headed for the end zone. It was Tavoy Moore wrapping him up and finally dragging him down. One of the Georgia players carrying Boykin off to the sideline. That was Rambo. It had him in his arms and carried him off, but another interception for the Georgia defense, and the Dogs have it 1st and goal at the Idaho State 3-yard line now.
Idaho State has a slant-flat combination, and the flat route really never got outside. I think Hill was trying to throw it to the slant coming behind that flat route, but because that flat didn't get outside, Brandon was standing right there to make the pick, and an easy pick at that.
2nd interception of the year for Boykin. We run out of the eye. We'll throw it far side. A.J. Green, easy touchdown on the fade, far left corner. Murray floated it up there. Green ran a nice pattern, a little bit of a push off over there, but no one saw it. And it floated right down into the arms of A.J. Green for another touchdown. His 20th career touchdown as a Bulldog.
Yeah, just too easy there. You get one-on-one outside with A.J. Green. Regardless of who you are playing defense, that's an awfully tough task and pretty easy to execute there for Georgia.
Point after try by Walsh is good. 27-0 now. Bulldogs lead it here in the 2nd quarter. That Georgia touchdown brought to you by AirTran Airways with great low fares to Florida and the Caribbean. 10:40 to go, first half. It's all Bulldogs. 27-0 over the Bengals of Idaho State. Timeout. Back in a moment. Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
Are you paying $30, $35 per month for your alarm company? Need to cut back your spending but don't want to weaken your home security? This is Neil Hondo Williamson for Ackerman Security Systems, the company that I've trusted to protect my wife and kids for years. Call Ackerman and pay only $18.95 per month for home security, $18.95 per month for local monitoring, and no fee to switch from your current provider. Ackerman Security Systems, the official security provider of the Bulldog Nation. Call 770-552-1111, 770-552-1111.
Well, we're still catching every game, just a lot more from home than here in the stands, huh?
Yeah, and when we do get to go, Dad says we got to bring our own peanuts and stuff.
Looking for some extra ticket money this season? Let a State Farm agent do a free discount double check that could save you hundreds of dollars on car insurance.
We'll always be there for this team, even when we can't actually be here.
And when you're cheering on the Bulldogs, we're right there with you.
State Farm is there. Discounts may vary state to state.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
Hey, Dogs fans, bring your appetite to Applebee's for the 2 for $20 special. Get 1 shareable appetizer and 2 entrees for only $20. Choose appetizer favorites like tangy boneless buffalo wings. Then dive into mouth-watering entrees like the 7-ounce house sirloin or the new provolone stuffed meatballs with fettuccine. All for only $20. You can always catch the game in the Sports Zone at Applebee's, surrounded by tons of widescreen TV so you'll never miss a play. And with a 2 for $20 deal, you'll never leave hungry. Applebee's, there's no place like the neighborhood.
Next time you print, ask yourself, did I really need to waste that piece of paper? Experts say corporations can spend up to 3% of their revenue on printing with little or no cost control measures in place. Let the experts at Milner Complete Care help your business take 20 to 30% off the bottom line. Milner Complete Care can show you how to make your printing more environmentally friendly. Call 1-800-875-5042 and find out how Complete Care from Milner can benefit your organization today.
Sixth touchdown reception of the year for A.J. Green, the 20th of his career. That ties him with Fred Gibson for second most all-time at Georgia. Bulldog football is brought to you by BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. Blair Walsh to kick it high, end over end, straight down the middle between the hashes, taken by Moore at the 3. Moore quickly straight ahead to the 15, angles to the near side, and covered up at the 21-yard line in a pile. Glower is even back in there on coverage, and that was Blake Sailors to make the hit and the stop for the Bulldogs. So Idaho State, with 10:33 to go here in the second quarter, trailing 27-0, will begrudgingly come back out on offense. 1st and 10 from their own 21.
Yeah, if you're calling plays for Idaho State right now, what would you dial up? You're not able to run the football. You've thrown 2 picks here in your last 3 passes.
I got an answer to that. 9-1-1. Shotgun formation for the Bengals. They will keep it on the ground as the pile moves to the right, and so does the running back. Stacked up. Moore is stacked up at the 20-yard line for no gain. They actually may have lost yardage. Houston and Dobbs leading the way for Georgia to make the hit. Put them back on the 20. And call it second down now at about 10.5.
And the Dogs defensively not having to show a whole lot, able to dominate. Just with their up front guys and sit back and play cover 2 in coverage.
Stay in the shotgun. Hill fakes to the right, throws it to the near side, and sends it about 8 yards over the Georgia bench. Trying to go to Roderick Rumble, who was running down the near sideline, but the ball sailed well over his head and incomplete. We'll bring up 3rd down now, and 10 plus a foot and a 2 for Idaho State. Now Russell Hill. He's completed more to Georgia today than he has to his guys. He's completed just 1 pass, and he's thrown 2 interceptions.
That's right. His 1 completion just to the tight end out of the flat after a little play action for 17 yards. Outside of that, really hasn't been close to any guys in white shirts.
Moore goes in motion. Shotgun snap to Hill and moves to the right, throws on the move, and the catch, diving catch out of bounds, is made by Rumble. He caught it inbounds, but he ended up going out near the first down marker. I think he's going to be about 1.5 yards shy. Caught it at the 30. Yeah, he's going to be shy by about 1 yard. Let's go down to the sidelines to Chuck Dowdle for Cook's Pest Control sideline report. Chuck?
Scott, one of the things that has certainly happened now with these last couple of possessions by the Bengals is the Dogs' defensive backs are starting to play the ball now like they're the intended receivers, and you can see it noticeably here on the field as opposed to the way they generally play.
That's a good point. They're certainly not shying away from it as Hill completes his second pass, but it's short on 4th down. Logan Gray back deep to receive the punt now as David Harrington is out to kick it away for Idaho State. He gets his foot into one, a nice long spiral that Logan Gray will watch it land about 5 yards deep over his head. It kind of dies around the 20-yard line. They'll spot it dead at the 19. A 52-yard punt, no return, as the wind blowing in from the west stands again has picked up considerably. That punt may have been a little bit longer had the wind not kicked up right when he was punting it away, but the Dogs will have it 1st and 10 on their own 19-yard line. A text message from Texaco. If you want to help keep your car running great, do what people who know cars do. Trust the unbeatable cleaning power of Texaco with Techron to clean vital engine parts and help keep your car running great. First and 10 Dogs, who lead at 27-0. Start from our own 19-yard line. Play fake to Caleb King. Murray with time will throw over the middle. Caught by the tight end, Orson Charles, at the 38-yard line. He tries to curl away from the defender. Storms made the tackle as he brought him down right there at the point at which he caught the football at the 38-yard line. So a gain of 19 on the play to Charles, and the Dogs move the chains and start to look for a few more points before half.
Orson Charles had a post route that he actually broke off to make it a little in route against cover 3 at a safety right in the middle of the field. So good adjustment there by Orson Charles. A nice job by Aaron picking it up.
We'll run it this time with Caleb King, left tackle. And King piled up after a gain of 1.5, maybe 2 yards to the 39 or so.
Last couple of passes that Aaron Murray has thrown. Aaron started off really struggling, short hopped a couple of footballs to his intended target. Looks like the ball's coming out of his hand a little bit better. Almost looked like to start this football game he was overthrowing a little bit, trying to put too much on it. The last couple of passes, much smoother coming out of his hand.
About a 1.5 yard gain for King on that last play. It's second down for Georgia from the 39-yard line. Caleb takes it, heads to the outside, is tossed to the turf at the 40. Kind of body slammed him down there as Sean Rutten, the right end, was in on the hit along with Basim Houdin, the linebacker. Minimal gain for Caleb King. It's 3rd down and 8 now from the 40-yard line for Georgia. The Dogs leading it 27-0. A couple of interceptions giving the Dogs points. One, a 39-yard interception return for a score by Bakari Rambo, and then Brandon Boykin picked one off and returned it to the 3. And now Georgia hoping to continue this drive on 3rd down and 8. Shotgun snap to Murray. Throws from the far hash. Wide open is Charles over the middle. On the logo. One hit. Breaks that tackle. Another. And goes down at the 50 and got the first down on run after the catch. They move the sticks, and the Dogs keep the drive alive. Cameron Gupton and Kenny Visor, cornerbacks for Idaho State, make the tackle. And now Carlton Thomas has checked into the ball game at tailback for Georgia.
Good read there by Aaron Murray. Idaho State played cover 2. In that cover 2 look, they get an awful lot of depth. Just a spot route by Orson Charles underneath that coverage.
Play fake by Murray, will throw, and over the middle. Wanted to go back to Charles between the hashes. He was falling down around the Idaho State 33-yard line, and the ball just went sailing helplessly over his head as Charles couldn't keep his balance, or else that would have been another big gainer, similar to the touchdown he scored last week at Florida, a similar route. But it goes as an incomplete. It's 2nd down and 10 now for the Dogs from midfield, right on the 50-yard line.
Well, Orson Charles fell down there, but I'm not even sure if he stays up. He catches that one. Looked like that ball was a little bit behind him. Probably would have been incomplete anyway.
2 receivers to the left and 1 to the right for Georgia on 2nd down. Murray extends the arm, hands it off to Carlton Thomas. He'll run to the near side, twist away from one tackler, and be hit at 46 of the Bengals and stop there after a 4-yard gain. It'll be 3rd down. Rustin Phillips and A.J. Storms again on the tackle for Idaho State. Bulldog football is brought to you by BB&T, best bank in town since 1872.
A.J. Storms, a 6-foot, 215-pound junior, all over the field. He's the weak side linebacker at that size. That's really what you see at strong safety with most teams that we play. He's inside, so taking a lot of punishment, but is in a lot of spots for this Idaho State defense.
3 receivers to the left side for Aaron Murray, 1 to the right. That's Marlon Brown down low. Ely's the lone setback. Offset in the shotgun. Murray with the snap. Quick blitz and a quick throw. A.J. Green caught at the 37. Stiff arms a man out to the 30. Outside far sideline 20. Down the sideline 10. 5. Touchdown A.J. Green. That stiff arm is a great weapon.
You just can't do it. You can't go man up. It's what Idaho State did there. They man up. They bring linebacker pressure. Just a side adjustment there by A.J. Easy pitch and catch. And you get A.J. one-on-one. I don't care who you are. He's just almost impossible to bring down.
Point after try by Walsh is good. He's getting a workout today. 5:32 to go in the first half. It is Georgia 34 and Idaho State nothing. That Georgia touchdown brought to you by AirTran Airways, offering great low fares to over 60 cities. Down to the sidelines, and Chuck Dowdle for Cook's Pest Control Sideline Report. Chuck?
Scott, well, you guys mentioned the stiff arm, but I got to tell you, as I've often mentioned, you can't see a lot down here sometimes, but what you could see there at field level was A.J. had a second speed, and then he had a third gear. And when he hit that third gear, it was off to the end zone.
He caught it kind of in the middle of the field, and then he was angled to angle his way back to the far sideline and get into safety, and then it was an easy stroll into the end zone as he outran the rest of the Idaho State defense to give Georgia a 34-0 lead with 5:32 to go before the half. Let's check in with David Shoemate in our Bulldog Network studios. David?
All right, Scott, let's check the Charter On Demand scoreboard. Take you around the league. First in conference play, Florida is whipping Vanderbilt in Nashville. 5:43 to play till halftime, 34-0. The Gators have blocked a punt, returned a fumble for a touchdown. Auburn also off and running, number 2 in the country. They're up 27 to nothing on Chattanooga late in the first quarter. And Kentucky only up by a touchdown against Charleston Southern late in the second quarter. Scott?
All right, kickoff by Walsh, taken by Moore out of the end zone. Quickly out to the 20, hurdles over a man to the far sideline and pushed out of bounds just shy of the 30 by Alec Ogletree, the freshman from Noonan, who made the hit. Let's see where they spot the ball on the 27 or so. He ran him out of bounds on the Idaho State side of the field. But the Bengal offense has been non-existent today. Just 26 total yards of offense, -1 yard rushing, just 27 yards passing. They've thrown 2 interceptions. It's been all Georgia, especially in the second quarter when the Dogs kind of woke up a little bit. 28 points in the quarter for the Dogs, leading at 34-0. Hill going to roll to the near side, throw off balance. Ball is caught and then dropped out of bounds. Roderick Rumble jumped in the air, tried to cradle it, and then it just popped right out of his arms and an incomplete at the 38-yard line. Justin Houston may have tipped the pass from Russell Hill on the throw, but looked like Rumble on this side should have hung on to that.
Yeah, it really did. Rumble running a corner route. Hill somehow finds a way to get it in amongst 3 or 4 Bulldogs that were all around Rumble. Hits Rumble right in the breadbasket and pops out of his hands.
They'll stay in the shotgun, 2nd down and 10 for the Bengals. And they'll keep it on the ground this time with Jacob Hutton running to the near side, trying to push his way some positive yards, gets to the 30-yard line before he's brought down by Akeem Dent, senior linebacker from Atlanta, riding him down at the 30 or just across it. A gain of about 3.5 yards. It'll be 3rd down and a long 6 for the Bengals.
Idaho State 0 for 6 on 3rd down so far in this first half.
They break Rumble out of the backfield, send him in motion to the right. Hill takes the snap in the pocket with pressure, throws into traffic, and it's incomplete. Ball sailed by his intended receivers. They had Crosh and Moore standing practically right next to each other. The ball missed them both. Incomplete, brings up 4th down.
Well, they actually had all 3 receivers standing right there at about 2 or 3 yards from each other, and the ball was about 5 yards from the pile of Bengal receivers, so no chance for them to reach out and make that catch.
Bulldog football brought to you by BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. Harrington on to punt it away for Idaho State. Brandon Smith back deep to receive it at the Bulldog 32-yard line. There's the snap. Harrington gets it away. Low kick into the wind. Wow, the wind ate that thing up, and it comes down nose first at the 38-yard line. That thing just died. 32-yard punt. Bounces out of bounds into the Georgia bench. The Dogs with the ball just shy of their own 40-yard line, and plenty of time to go in the half for more. 4:29 to play before intermission. Georgia already leading at 34-0.
Aaron Murray starting to heat up after a slow first quarter. Now 11 out of 18, 147 yards, 2 touchdowns. Both those touchdowns to A.J. Green. Running the football, Caleb King, 43 yards on 9 rushes, is leading the way for the Dogs.
Brandon Smith in the ball game will take the handoff on the end around to the far side. Smith, with a few blockers, gets to the corner and then tripped upside down the 45-yard line as he is tackled out of bounds. He may have gotten just across the 45. Dustin, too, the safety, on the tackle for Idaho State, picked up about 7 yards. They spot the ball on the 45-yard line.
And that's good to see. Again, Brandon Smith getting some packages here and some offensive snaps with his great speed. Every time he touches the football, he's got a chance to do some damage. He's ran the football pretty well. The 3 opportunities he's had today running the football, 20 yards on, or actually 27 yards on those 3 carries.
Georgia moves early before the snap of the ball. We'd flip-flop the tight end, Bruce Figgins, but he got out of the blocks a little bit too soon, and the flag will be on him.
Ball start, number 89 on the offense, 5-yard penalty, remains second down.
So we'll back up the Dogs 5 yards as we go down to the sidelines, and Chuck Dowdle for Cook's Pest Control sideline report. Chuck.
Scott, Eric was just mentioning the difference in Aaron Murray and how he's kind of heating up. Well, I can tell you part of the reason for that is the wind. It is definitely, you can feel it down here at field level, and it makes a difference when you're throwing with the wind at your back.
It's at the back right now as the Dogs move here in the second quarter. Drop back 5 yards due to the penalty. Now it's second down and 8 from their own 40. Murray will throw it quickly out into the near flat to A.J. Green, a wide receiver screen. Green spins his way up across the 45 to the 50, where he's hit flat in the face by Kenny Visor. He got the ball across midfield to the Idaho State 49-yard line for a first down. Marlon Brown blocking on the near side for A.J. Green, but a first down for Georgia as the Dogs move the sticks again.
Scott, for one of the first times this year, Clint Bowling, right tackle, actually getting a bit of a blow on most of the rotations that we have in and out of the game with our offensive linemen. Clint's normally one of the guys that stays in the game. Today, able to give him a little bit of a rest.
Play fake Murray to Carlton Thomas in at tailback, throws to the near side, going up high and making a nice catch. Marlon Brown out of Memphis, Tennessee. The sophomore went up high, 6'5" and 219. He used every bit of that to bring it down and keep his feet in bounds at the 35-yard line for a gain of 14 yards. Kenny Visor covering on the play for Idaho State.
Nice athletic catch there by Marlon. He had to climb the ladder there to go catch that pass, and then tight roping there on the sideline. Actually got pushed as well, but able to get 1 foot down.
Previous play is under further review.
First one of those we've had today, as the officials will take a look at that one. And we'll remind you to show your Georgia spirit all season long with Nature's Own, the official bread of UGA. Find them on Facebook or visit nature'sownbread.com. Had a Nature's Own peanut butter and jelly sandwich just last night. Let's go down to the sidelines and Chuck Dowdle for a Cook's Pest Control sideline report. Chuck?
Scott, that was right in front of me, and that was just a beautiful catch by Marlon Brown and a spectacular, as Eric mentioned, athletic play. He put the 1 foot down inbounds, then went out of bounds with his other foot, but that is definitely a good catch.
All right, Hondo wants to know if you got hit on that play.
No, I was well beyond the play. Tell Hondo I appreciate at least someone in that booth is concerned about my safety.
The ruling on the field is confirmed. It was a catch, first down.
All right. Dogs ball on the 35. Let's pause for station identification. Bulldogs Radio Network. And for those of you that listening that may have missed it last week, Chuck got hit down in Jacksonville. That's why we keep teasing. In case you didn't see it, I think everybody saw it.
If you haven't seen it, you need to Google it.
Yeah, it's probably on YouTube
classic.
by now. Here's Murray back to throw. Dump pass over the middle to Carlton Thomas. And Thomas down at the 30-yard line, hit by Philip Arias, the linebacker, at the 30 after a gain of 5. Ball actually just inside the 30, near the 29. So maybe give him 5.5 on the play. It's second down for Georgia. Clock at 1:48 and moving. And the Dogs lead commandingly 34-0. Murray in the shotgun. Thomas still the lone setback for Georgia. Murray takes the snap, throws to the left side, caught by Marlon Brown at the 28. A little shake and bake and wrapped up at the 25 near the first down marker. Twisted down by Philip Arias, the senior linebacker. And that'll stop the clock with the first down. So move the chains. Clock stopped with 81 seconds to go in the half, and the Dogs looking for more points.
Timeout, Georgia. That's their first timeout of the half. This will be a 30-second timeout.
Bulldog football is brought to you by BB&T, a heritage of sound financial decisions for clients. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. It'll be 1st and 10, Georgia, from the 25 when we resume play. Let's check in with David Shoemate in our Bulldog Network studios. David.
All right, thank you, Scott. Things getting worse for Vanderbilt in Nashville. They've had another punt get blocked. This time Chris Rainey got it. Solomon Patton takes it back 42 yards for the score. The Gators have put up 34 in the second quarter. It's 41-0 as they approach halftime. It looks like it'll be Florida and South Carolina next week to decide the SEC East.
That'll be a good one. Florida with a little bit, or South Carolina rather, with a little bit of work to do today as they entertain Arkansas. Georgia here leading 34-0 with 1:21 to go in the second quarter and looking for more. 1st and 10 from the Idaho State 25. Snap to Murray. They'll roll the pocket. Throw on the run. Caught going out of bounds. Israel Troop at the 21-yard line. A jumping, falling down out of bounds catch by Troop. That'll stop the clock with 1:16 left after a pickup of about 4.
Idaho State may have learned its lesson there. Now playing cover 2, giving help over the top of A.J. Green. Designed rollout there by Aaron Murray, trying to find initially A.J. on a corner route, but Idaho State had him bracketed high and low, covered him up.
Gray, Troop, and Green are the receivers, 2 to the left and 1 to the right. Murray in the shotgun, throws it over the middle, post route to Logan Gray, incomplete, just out of his reach. Between the hash marks, he got hit after the ball went sailing by. A.J. Storms sent a little calling card there, the linebacker from Idaho State. The incompletion again stops the clock with 1:13 to go in the half and brings up 3rd down and 6 for the Dogs.
That's a kind of pass that as a receiver you're going into the middle, boy. You see that they've got other different colored jerseys right there in front of you. You know you're going to take a shot. Just a matter of can you hang on to the football when it gets to you.
Gray out of the ball game. Marlon Brown is checked in. Dogs work out of the shotgun on 3rd down from the 21. Murray to throw, far side of the field, caught by Marlon Brown, gets by one tackler, tries to tightrope it on the sideline, gets all the way down to the 7-yard line. Marlon Brown, Dustin 2 pushes him out of bounds. The strong safety, the senior from Idaho Falls, Idaho. But Brown, with that catch and run, sets up Georgia with 1st and goal from just outside the 6-yard line.
And a better job by Marlon Brown there at catching that flat route, making one move, then getting upfield. Same pass that he caught a few plays ago. We mentioned that he did a little shake and bake, did a little too much shake and bake, and didn't get upfield initially. Came back to the sideline, got coached up there, caught the pass, one move, and got upfield.
15-yard pickup. 2 receivers to the left now. Caleb King, one of them in the inside slot. Murray will throw over the middle. Easy touchdown, wide open. Bruce Figgins out of Columbus. And look at the team just cover up Bruce Figgins, who missed all of last season. That's his first touchdown catch this year. And he had 11 guys jumping on him in the back of the end zone after that touchdown catch.
Boy, Bruce Figgins, just a little hook route, but give Aaron Murray credit. His eyes immediately went to the left. Bruce Figgins there to the right side of that formation, but Aaron got everybody going with his eyes, came back to Bruce, it was wide open.
Walsh with the point after. It's good. 6-yard touchdown pass to Bruce Figgins. His 2nd career touchdown and 1st since we played Oklahoma State 3 years ago in 2007. That Georgia touchdown brought to you by AirTran Airways, the official airline of the away game, and Idaho State wishes they were on AirTran right now. It's 41-0, leading Idaho State with 1 minute and a second to go here in the first half. Let's go back to David Shoemate in our Bulldog Network studios for a scoreboard update. David?
All right, Scott, this time we're headed to Auburn as we check the Charter on-demand scoreboard. The Tigers rolling as expected over Chattanooga, 34-0. Cameron Newton has already thrown 4 touchdown passes, 11 of 16 for 276 yards. He's also run for 1. A lot of controversy surrounding him today, but obviously still getting it done on the field, up 34-0. Scott?
What, did something happen to Cam Newton this week?
Just a little something.
Did I miss that?
Yeah, maybe.
We'll get the Tigers next week. Can we start thinking about them yet? Is it too early?
No, I think we can start thinking.
41 to nothing. Can you start thinking about it?
I was thinking about him before the game.
Hondo's giving me the evil eye there. He says never. Kickoff caught on the run by Tavoy Moore on the far side of the field. He cuts upfield to the 20 and out of bounds around the 27-yard line or so. They kicked that one to the far corner, Walsh did. But Moore scurried over there to catch it and then headed up the sideline. They spot him out of bounds at the 25-yard line, so 54 seconds to go in the second quarter. And the Dogs are in complete command here, as expected, 41 to nothing. Although the first quarter was a slow start, Dogs with a couple of first quarter field goals, but pouring it on here in the second quarter with 35 points. New quarterback in the ball game for Idaho State is the backup Kyle Morris. He'll work out of the shotgun, but hand it off. And running right, and not much running space there, as the back is covered up by DeMarcus Dobbs after a gain of a yard to the 26. That was Jacob Hutton, the senior.
And a pretty rough first half there for Russell Hill, Idaho State quarterback in this first half. 2 out of 16, 2 picks, 27 yards total yards throwing the football.
Ouch. So Morris will hand it off to Moore, running to the far side. Breaks a leg tackle from Darrell Gamble in the backfield. Cuts to the corner and maybe got a couple. Let's see where they spot him out of bounds. Clock stopped with 10 seconds left.
Yeah, it was a direct snap there to Moore. The ball actually hit the ground, though, so good job by Moore being able to go down and pick it up.
And Moore was able to get the ball up to the 28-yard line. Bring up third down. 7 yards to go with only 10 seconds remaining in the half as Idaho State breaks the huddle. A lot of the Georgia players already starting to shuffle towards the locker room or get on that end of their sideline there as they get ready to head into the locker room. Moore takes the handoff, running to the left tackle side of the field, and will gain positive yards up to the 35. A pickup of 7. Akeem Dent makes the last hit of the half as he records that tackle. And the clock will tick down to 0. So 2 quarters are in the books. And the second quarter was an excellent one for Georgia as the Bulldogs racked up 35 second quarter points, and they lead Idaho State at intermission here in Athens by a score of 41 to nothing. So very solid first half of football for the Bulldogs as they look for their 5th win of the season, try to even up the record at 5-5. They'll go into the locker room and hash out what they want to do in the second half here as the Redcoat Band starts to form on the sidelines and getting ready for their halftime show on a sunny afternoon. A little bit windy, a little bit cool on this fall Saturday. And Chuck has the coach now. It's brought to you by AT&T. Rethink possible. Chuck.
Thanks a lot, Scott. Coach, after kind of rough first quarter, kind of the special teams with a block punt and then a couple of steals by the defense, and you're off to the races.
Yeah, that's what happens in games like this when the points start getting racking up. Usually it's because the defensive players are making plays and your special teams make a difference too.
All right, and then once that offense got rolling, it seemed like things really went your way.
Yeah, we just needed to throw and catch better. Murray was struggling hitting his target early on, but he's settled down. He's doing real good now.
Best of luck to you, Coach.
There you
go. There you go, Scott. He saw it pretty much the way we did. Kind of a rough first quarter, and then once it got rolling and once they got the wind at their back, I think that really helped Aaron Murray a lot.
That's a good point, Chuck. Thanks very much. As the Bulldogs racked up some yards and some scores in that second quarter, and they lead it convincingly at halftime by a score of 41 to nothing. Stay tuned for the halftime show. Hondo is next to bring that to you, and we'll continue right after this on the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
All right, football fans, let's hear what the Scouts have to say about the 2011 Toyota Camry.
It's got agility. It's got agility out the wazoo.
It's a proven leader. You look at the records, the numbers, it'll make your head spin.
So get 0% APR financing for 60 months on a new 2011 Toyota Camry. And payments are deferred until 2011. 0 down with approved credit. Includes hybrids. Cannot combine with other offers. Must complete sale and delivery between November 2nd and November 30th, 2010. Toyota, moving forward.
Ryder Hamilton, legendary dog trainer.
Dogs can sense when something is wrong even when we can't. Take Phantom Energy. This is energy that's still being used even when your electronic devices are turned off. Georgia Power asked if we might be able to train dogs to attack phantom energy loss. All right, unplug them, boy. Unplug them. Dogs know that a plasma TV uses nearly as much electricity when it's turned off as when it's turned on. And that using a power strip can save you up to $100 a year. Good boy.
Find more ways to sniff out savings at GeorgiaPower.com.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
Hello, everybody. Chuck Dowdle here. You know, in 4 decades of covering sports, I've used the word miracle a lot. A miracle comeback. He needs a miracle. Now I want to tell you about something that's been a miracle for me. Prelex eye surgery from Woodham's Eye Clinic. Recently I had it, so I know. For a baby boomer who had worn contacts for distance and reading glasses for menus, this was life-changing. No more contacts or glasses. So if you wear glasses for distance and near, and if you have cataracts of the beginning signs, Prelex could be your miracle. Call 1-800-MY-VISION or go to woodhamseye.com for more information.
Land a place where you and your family can enjoy the small moments that really matter and pass a legacy of land ownership to your family for years to come. With 60 years of history, 4-Star owns and markets some of the finest waterfront, mountain, and timberland property in Georgia. Land a secure investment you can pass down for generations. Call 4-Star today, 770-272-8140, or visit them at landforsale.4stargroup.com. Land what you've been looking for all along. Your family, your foundation, their future. 4-Star.
We've reached the midway point of today's game and the BB&T halftime show. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. Anchoring our coverage, here's Neil Hondo Williamson.
Dogs are rolling it pretty good right now, 41-0 over Idaho State here at the half at Sanford Stadium. Sanders Cummings has had a good first half. He hasn't picked one off yet, although we have had one interception for a touchdown return by Bakari Rambo and another pick by Brandon Boykin that was carried back to the 3.5-yard line. But still, Sanders leads the defense with 3 interceptions this season. And Steve Bell has our halftime profile of Sanders Cummings, your State Farm Athlete of the Week.
Thank you, Hondo, and hello, Bulldog fans. Augusta, Georgia native and Bulldog redshirt sophomore Sanders Cummings leads the team so far this season with 3 interceptions plus a fumble recovery with a return of 23 yards against Kentucky. Sanders told me one of the greatest things about being a Georgia Bulldog has to be the Bulldog Nation.
The fans. I feel like we have the best fans in the world, you know. Game in, game out. You know, this year hasn't been the best, but they still love us, you know. They know next year we're going to bounce back, have a better season. So I think that's the best part about being a Bulldog.
Every athlete has some ritual or regime you go through on game day. How do you prepare for the game from the time you get up till you walk out on the field?
First thing I do is when I get up, I always start my day off with a prayer. You know, especially game day, I pray, you know, about the game. I ask God to keep both teams safe. You know, ask him to give me a good game, of course.
Hondo Sanders is a speech communication major and is the recipient of the William J. McKenna Football Scholarship. I'm Steve Bell with Sanders Cummings, your State Farm Athlete of the Week. Remember, all season long, State Farm is proud to be your Georgia Bulldog sponsor.
All right, thank you, Steve. It's 15 minutes until the second half kickoff. You could be saving 15% or more on car insurance. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO. That's 1-800-947-AUTO or visit geico.com. More with our BB&T halftime show after this break. It's 41-0, Georgia leading Idaho State at the half. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
Score a touchdown this football season with Nature's Own, the official bread of the Georgia Bulldogs. Perfect for any occasion, from dinner time to game time. And now, enter to win the ultimate in-state tailgate, brought to you by Nature's Own and Kroger. One lucky winner will receive tickets to the Georgia versus Georgia Tech game and a premium tailgating package with a brand new grill, tailgate table, UGA merchandise, and Kroger gift card. Plus, free bread for a year. To enter, look for the ultimate in-state tailgate display at your local Kroger or visit nature'sowntailgate.com. Nature's Own. We are Nature's Baker.
Leather football helmets were considered adequate head protection back in the old days. Similarly, there was a time when old-fashioned liquid chemical solutions were considered adequate termite protection for homes. It's 2010. Time to upgrade to the unbeatable combination, Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. Discover how affordable it is to upgrade to the Centricon system. Call Cook's for a free evaluation.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
At Regions, we're building a better banking experience for each small business customer. That means giving you the basics, like checking and savings, as well as offering the right lending options. Because we understand how important capital, revenue, and cash flow are to your small business. So if you're ready for a bank that's as committed to growing your business as you are, switch to Regions. Visit regions.com/yourbusiness today. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Regions Bank, member FDIC. All loans subject to credit approval. See individual account disclosures for details.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
Nothing's better than the 2 for $20 deal at Applebee's. Get one shareable appetizer and 2 delicious entrees for only $20. And catch the game of the sports zone at Applebee's with tons of widescreen TVs and all-day, everyday drink specials. Make Applebee's your game day headquarters.
Hello, Bulldog fans. This is Jimmy Ellis at Jim Ellis Automotive Dealerships, and we have a winning game plan to help you choose your next new or pre-owned vehicle. We have become Atlanta's most recognized automotive group in delivering value. Whether it's a Conmere luxury, truck, or SUV, we have a vehicle for you. We support the same standards of excellence as UGA, and we promise you at Jim Ellis you can expect the best experiences. We are proud to be family-owned and operated and serving Georgians for nearly 40 years. Visit our showrooms in Atlanta, Marietta, and Beaufort, or online at jimellis.com.
The UGA Bookstore is the only place dog fans need to shop for all the latest Georgia apparel and gifts. Shop the UGA Bookstore before and after the game. The UGA Bookstore is open 7 days a week, 24/7 online at UGABookstore.com. It's where the dogs shop.
The BB&T Halftime Show continues with a check of the Sherwin-Williams scoreboard. Ask Sherwin-Williams how you can make the most of your color with the very best paint. Inside the ISP Network studios, here's David Shoemate.
The Dogs rolling at the break, up 41-0 on Idaho State. Let's check the SEC scoreboard. Florida visiting Vanderbilt today. So far, all Gators.
Stacy, the tailback. Toss sweep left. Stacy hit immediately. Ball loose. Picked up by Florida. Rumbling the other way with it. Florida. Number 92, Teron Sanders, is going to get the lineman's dream and score a touchdown.
45 yards for the score, made it 27-0. Special teams have been a problem for Vanderbilt all day, and it continued later in the second quarter.
That punt is blocked. The Gators have blocked it. They're going to pick it up and return it for a touchdown. Second blocked punt of the day.
That part of a 34-point second quarter for Florida. They're up 41-0 at the break. They have 249 total yards of offense. Vanderbilt just 65 as Florida appears headed to their 6th win of the season. They're at the half in Lexington, Kentucky, and Charleston Southern 28-14. The Wildcats up by 2 scores. Mike Hartline 10 of 19 for 160 yards, a touchdown, and an interception. Just underway in the second quarter, number 2 Auburn having their way with Chattanooga.
Newton takes a snap from Pugh, looking downfield, into the end zone. There's Blake. Touchdown, Auburn!
That, my friends, is a football pass right there.
Rod Bramblett on the Auburn Sports Network as Cam Newton has already thrown for 4 touchdown passes, 11 of 16 on the afternoon, 276 yards. He's also run it in for a score. Get this, Auburn early in the second quarter already has more than 380 yards of offense, and they lead at 41-7 at home as they've got 10 minutes to play until halftime at Jordan-Hare. 2 games to come tonight in the league. Mississippi and Louisiana Lafayette, a 7 o'clock kick. In Oxford at 8 o'clock, it's Memphis and Tennessee from the Liberty Bowl. But the marquee matchups we'll be watching in Baton Rouge, where number 6 Alabama is visiting number 10 LSU. That's a 3:30 kick from Tiger Stadium. And number 18 Arkansas is at number 19 South Carolina. From Williams-Brice, it's a 7 o'clock kick tonight in Columbia. From the top 25, the marquee game comes from the Mountain West. Number 3 TCU, number 5 Utah, a 3:30 kick in Salt Lake City from Rice-Eccles Stadium. Points could be hard to come by as Utah's only giving up 14 a game, while TCU's even better, less than 9 a contest the Horned Frogs are giving up, including a grand total of 16 combined in their last 5 games. We're at the half at Sanford Stadium, 41-0. The Dogs out in front, and the BB&T halftime show continues in just a moment.
Ryder Hamilton, legendary dog trainer.
When I heard about Georgia Power's new energy audit tool on their website, I wanted to have it tested out, so I took it down to our computer lab, Cromwell, for his analysis. First, Cromwell completed his home profile. Then he answered a few easy questions, and then it gave him a comprehensive report. Based on Cromwell's analysis, he thinks the online energy audit could help the average homeowner find ways to reduce their yearly energy costs up to 30%.
Sniff out up to 30% savings a year at GeorgiaPower.com.
Hey, Bulldog fans! Your favorite team counts on Lowe's, and so can you. Lowe's has the products and experience to help you save time and money on every project. Plus, we have the services you need to stay ahead of the game, like delivery to your office, job site, or home, the quantities to take on big projects, and volume pricing on more than 1,400 items. Now that's the kind of teamwork that brings home a win every time. Just go to LowesForPros.com to find everything you need. Lowe's, let's build something together.
Forestry One, we have a debris burn that's escaped and is threatening homes.
Forestry One is en route to the fire location.
This is an all too common occurrence. For tips of safe burning, contact your local Georgia Forestry Commission office or visit gatrees.org.
Aaron's Sales and Lease Ownership. You don't need credit. All you need is Aaron's. How's that?
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
The 2011 Hyundai Sonata Turbo with 274 horsepower and 33 miles per gallon is now available at Ed Voiles Hyundai. Find out more on Cobb Parkway, Marietta, or visit us at edvoileshyundai.com.
There's a difference between the confidence you get from a supercut and a haircut somewhere else. Any haircut can hang 10, but a supercut hangs 20. A regular cut can outrun an angry dog, but a supercut runs with fierce Spanish bulls. Any haircut will take off about an inch, but a supercut from the best trained stylists in the business will give you the confidence to try anything.
Awesome.
Get in, get confident at Supercuts every time.
The Georgia Lottery and Kroger team up for the ultimate football trip giveaway. Visit your local Kroger and purchase a qualifying lottery ticket and enter to win at PlayKrogerLottery.com. Visit GeorgiaLottery.com for free details. Georgia Football's brought to you by Lowe's for all your home improvement needs. Lowe's, let's build something together.
Our BB&T halftime report continues from Sanford Stadium, where Georgia leads Idaho State 41-0 here at the half. Time now for our Lowe's Grill the Quarterback. Lowe's, the official tailgating destination of the Georgia Bulldogs. And joining us now is the quarterback himself, Eric Zier. And Eric, before we talk about the first half here, that's kind of fun out there. 30th anniversary of the national championship team, and they were out in force.
Boy, were they ever. And, you know, you never get tired of seeing those guys. They mean so much to this university. It's great to see all of them. I've got a chance to know many of them over the years, and to come back and to recognize them like this for what they accomplished, you know, it put Georgia truly on the map as a national power, and just a great recognition for each one of those guys, and great to see Coach Dooley again, and got a raucous round of applause as well, which is of course well-deserved for him.
Besides Coach Dooley, the loudest cheer was probably for Lindsey Scott, and I just wish the stadium announcer had said his name 3 times because it really would have jacked them up. All right, here to the first half. Dogs leading the Bengals 41-0. Eric, what have you taken away from this?
About what we expected to see. You know, I think coming in, I expected to see a little bit of a slow start. Coming off of Florida's game, you're preparing for an opponent that you know that you should handle pretty easily. We had that slow start, really picked it up because of our defense and what they were able to do and what they've been able to do this entire football game. I think the one thing that I want to see is Aaron Murray getting back into some kind of a rhythm. He's been struggling a little bit, better here in the second quarter, but still not quite in sync with his drop back and his rhythm. He's patting the ball a little bit before he throws it, just doesn't look confident and sure of himself when he's throwing the football. Made some improvements, but still not what we got accustomed to seeing there in the first 6 or 7 games of the year.
All right, well, the second half's going to be a toss-up as far as who's going to play, and Scott Howard and Eric Zier will come back, not only bring you the play-by-play and analysis of the second semester here from Sanford Stadium, but also Eric's thoughts on what we're going to see out of the Bulldogs as we kick off the third quarter. Today's 35-point second quarter, that's the most points in a quarter scored by the Bulldogs since a 1988 win over William and Mary. We won that game 59-24 here between the hedges. Georgia scored 35 points in the second quarter. And right now, today's team is running out through a gauntlet of family members of the 1980 national championship team. So it's wives and kids and grandkids and players from 1980 who are given 5 to our players as they retake the field. That's going to do it for our BB&T halftime report from Athens. 41-zip Dogs over Idaho State. Scott and Eric and Chuck back with second half action following these words. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
Attention shoppers, please join us on level.
Every day you face financial choices large and small. When you make the right choices, you head in the right direction. It helps to have good advice and a better understanding of the possibilities. At BB&T, we've spent more than 135 years helping clients become more informed in all areas of their financial lives. It can start with checking or a credit card and can continue with your mortgage, your lending needs, wherever you'd like more control and more confidence. With BB&T's checking and savings options, plus the convenience of online and mobile banking, it's easier than ever to make the choices just right for you. Make the switch. Stop by, visit BBT.com, or call 1-800-BANK-BBT. Talk to us today about your banking needs and know how it feels to know more. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872.
Member FDIC. Loans subject to credit approval. Equal housing lender.
1 second. That's all it takes. A single second can alter the momentum of an entire game. A Hail Mary caught in the end zone. An interception returned for a touchdown. The thing is, that single second, it lives on for an eternity, forever written in the hearts and minds of true fans. Seconds make all the difference. That's why AT&T built the nation's fastest mobile broadband network. AT&T is the official wireless provider of the Georgia Bulldogs. Rethink possible. Mobile broadband not available in all areas.
Proud to stand on our own, proud to be homegrown, a familiar face and a name you know. Come on, we know you, we know your needs, we know what being a neighbor means. Can you hear that? Fueling the American spirit. No matter when, no matter where, Marathon will take you there.
Marathon, fueling the American spirit.
The Georgia Lottery and Kroger team up for the ultimate football trip giveaway. Visit your local Kroger and purchase a qualifying lottery ticket and enter to win at playkrogerlottery.com. Visit georgialottery.com for free details.
This great bowl moment in Georgia history is brought to you by Arby's $1 value menu. The Bulldogs' only Rose Bowl appearance occurred in 1943 as Georgia's dynamic duo of Heisman Trophy winner Frank Sinkwich and future Hall of Famer Charlie Trippi helped derail UCLA 9-0. Trippi, a sophomore, ran for 115 yards, while Sinkwich, hobbled with 2 sprained ankles, scored the game's only touchdown. It was also the 6th Georgia shutout of the year as the Dogs capped a national championship season with a record of 11-1.
Scott Howard, Eric Zier, Chuck Didle back with you, along with Neil Williamson, Charles Youngs, Tony Schiavone, David Shoemate. The whole crew is here. Second half about to get underway. Let's take a look at the SunTrust solid adjustments. SunTrust live solid, bank solid. Z, what do we adjust?
I don't think we adjust much. Defensively, we're dominating the football game. I do think we need to see Aaron Murray stay in this game, even though it's 41-0. Just to get back into some kind of a better rhythm. He struggled in the first half of the Florida game. He struggled some here today, even in the second quarter that was better, not up to where we've seen him play. So I'd like to see him a couple more series and see if he can get a little bit back of what he had to start the year. Defensively, no adjustments needed whatsoever. We are dominating the football game.
Now let's grade the team, brought to you by Lowe's, official tailgating destination of the Georgia Bulldogs. What were we looking for in that first half?
To come out and execute right away. We didn't execute right away. Defensively, we did, but a little bit of that hangover effect coming from last week's Florida game there in the first quarter. Offensively, only 2 field goals. Ramped it up in the second quarter and did all the things that we needed to do. We can run the football at will. We can throw it at will, too, if we can just throw and catch a little bit better than what we saw there in the first half.
35 points by Georgia in the second quarter, their most in a quarter since 1988 in a 59-24 win over William and Mary as Walsh kicks it off to get the second half underway. Tavoy Moore catches it on the 1, quickly straight ahead to the 15, to the 20, and up to the 25 as Sean Williams brings him down. And that's where they'll spot the ball right on the 25-yard line. So 1st and 10 for Idaho State, 41-0 Georgia. The Bulldogs, with their 41 points, make it 5 straight games they've scored 30 or more, and that's a first in school history. 30 points or more in 5 consecutive games by the Bulldogs, with Vanderbilt, Tennessee, Kentucky, Florida, now Idaho State, as the Dogs are piling up the points. 1st and 10 from the 25, and Kyle Morris will start the second half as the quarterback for Idaho State. Russell Hill had a tough first half. They'll hand it off, keep it on the ground. Jacob Hutton trying to duck inside, run straight ahead behind the guards, but not much there. He may have lost a little bit of territory, and Georgia has a player shaken up. D'Angelo Tyson is injured on the play, apparently. The training staff hustles out to him. It was a gain of about a yard by Hutton to make it 2nd down and 9 from just shy of the 25. Bulldog fans, G Extra is changing our name to GTV. It's the new home of the most online audio-video coverage of your favorite Bulldog sports. GTV brings you live game coverage plus features and highlights. And you can log on to GeorgiaDogs.com/all access, because with GTV, you're a fan no matter where you live.
Scott, it was a tough first half for this Bengals offense. 41 yards on a total of 25 plays. They had 14 yards rushing the football, 27 throwing the football. Russell Hill really struggled. 2 out of 16, had 2 picks. And then running the football, Tavoy Moore was our leading rusher with 10 yards on the ground, 6 carries. Jacob Hutton, 3 carries for 4 total yards. So not a whole lot offensively. 2 first downs was all they were able to muster there in that first half.
It was rough indeed, as D'Angelo Tyson is up and walking off the field. And the training staff, led by Ron Corson, will take a look at him on the Georgia bench. 41-0 Georgia, just underway here in the second half. Kyle Morris, redshirt freshman, 6'1", just 164. There's not a lot of size back there with what Georgia's going to have coming at him. He's the quarterback. In the shotgun, drops back, going to air it out, far sideline, nobody there. He threw it 20 yards over the head of the receiver as Roderick Rumble had broken off at around the 35-yard line. I don't know if he's just trying to get rid of it because he saw about 5 red shirts coming his way, or if there was some miscommunication. I tend to think there was a little miscommunication.
Well, I do too, but I'm sure the other part of that, your first part of that comment had something to do with it as well. But that was a hitch route outside, and anytime you have a hitch route outside and you've got press coverage where you have a defensive back that is sitting at the point where you're going to break that route, it converts to a fade. That's what he read. The receiver read it as a hitch.
Here's Morris, going to have to run, scrambles to the right, out of the pocket, throws out of bounds, incomplete into the Idaho State bench. Roderick Rumble was the closest receiver in the territory, and it was Cornelius Washington in pursuit of the quarterback Morris, chasing him to the far sideline and forcing 4th down. So Smith will drop back for the Dogs. He's on the Georgia side of the 50, back near the 42-yard line. And again, David Harrington, who got a workout in the first half with 5 punts, is on to kick it again for the 6th time. There's the snap. The kick is away. Low, spiral. Going to come down to Smith at the 34. To the near side. 41, 45, 50, 45, 40. Smith still on his feet near sideline. 35-30. Avoids the tackler. 25 and caught at the 11-yard line. A terrific return by Brandon Smith. Basim Houdim finally tackled him, but they're going to spot him out of bounds at the 11. A 41-yard punt and a 50, make it a 36-yard punt and a 50-yard return by Brandon Smith. Idaho State has a player shaken up on the field now. Oh, they're going to bring it back even more? Wow, he was down inside the 10 originally, then they brought it back to the 11, and now they're bringing it back to the 26-yard line. So the punt return not quite as long, as we said, but still a good punt return nonetheless.
So it was Brandon's inside foot, actually, as he was crossing over and got past the kicker, his inside foot actually stepped out of bounds right before he made that tremendous cutback. Nonetheless, a great return. Good way to start the second half for Georgia.
A.J. Storms, their talented linebacker for the Bengals, was the player shaken up on the play, and he's headed to the Idaho State bench now. So a 36-yard punt and 35 on the return? Okay. Back to the 26-yard line of Idaho State now is where Georgia will go on offense here momentarily, leading it 41-0. Again, 5 straight games now where Georgia has compiled more than 30 points, and that's a first in school history. Ely's the tailback. We come out in the I. 2 receivers to the left side, Brown and Green. Handed off to Washaun Ely. Runs to the right side, breaks 1 tackle, and then brought down at the 21-yard line by Houdin and Arias, linebackers for Idaho State. A gain of about 4 yards, down to the 22.
302 yards for Georgia offensively in the first half. At 95 on the ground. At 207 through the air. Aaron Murray, 18 out of 26 for those 207. 3 touchdowns, and Caleb King, our leading rusher, with 47 yards.
Murray going to throw it to A.J. Green, left side. Again, another stiff arm to break away from the tackler. Down to the 10, down to the 5, and he didn't get in. Down at the 1-yard line. They spot him out at just inches outside of the goal line. Oh, my goodness. Like the nose of the ball is breaking the plane. Basim Houdin finally caught him, but A.J. Green about a quarter of an inch away from his 3rd touchdown of the day.
Anytime A.J. has off coverage and is one-on-one out there, it's a play that we can go to very quickly. Aaron Murray basically standing up and just throwing a hitch, and it's a long running play or a long handoff, if you will. You get it to A.J. outside one-on-one, very difficult to bring down.
21-yard gain, 1st and goal from the 1. Handoff to the senior Chappis out of St. Augustine. Plows straight ahead, no signal. Didn't get in. 2nd down. All of the officials holding up 2 fingers. No gain on the play for Chappis. May have just fallen down over one of the big linemen in front of him. He didn't really get any traction on the turf.
Yeah, that may be against the laws of physics not to be able to get the touchdown on that. You can't even see. There's barely air between the goal line and the tip of the ball. So long as we're not going backwards, I don't see how we don't score.
Well, we're back up over at 2nd and goal from the 1-inch line. Murray under center. We slide a man in motion, give it to Chappis again. This time he does score. Going behind right guard, falling into the end zone. Touchdown for the senior. And the Dogs lead it 47-0. Sharing the wealth today.
Sharing the wealth and a good start there. And again, sparked by special teams. It happened in the first half. We had the partially blocked punt that helped get us going. Defensively helped get us going as well. So putting points up on the board with help from every aspect of the team here.
Walsh with another extra point. It's good, 48-0. That Georgia touchdown brought to you by AirTran Airways, offering great low fares to over 60 cities. Timeout here in the 3rd quarter, 11:46 to go. It's 48-0 Dogs. Back in a moment on the Bulldogs Radio Network.
In the heat of the game, it's important to call the right play. In life, it can be even more important to make the right call, especially regarding termite protection for your home. To protect my home, I call the unbeatable combination for termite protection: Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. Discover how affordable it is to upgrade to the Centricon system's proven protection. Call Cook's for a free evaluation.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
When the going gets tough, it's time to hunker down, you hairy dogs. Time to take what the other guys can dish out, crank it up a notch, and come out a winner. LP Building Products create engineered building materials with that same spirit. Products designed to look their best while standing up to nature's worst. Engineered building materials from LP Building Products, a proud partner of the University of Georgia Athletics Association. Build with us.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
Be a part of the Honda sales event with great deals at Ed Boyles Honda, Cobb Parkway, Marietta, or visit us at edboyleshonda.com.
The Arby's value menu starts at just $1 each, so you can eat how you want, when you want. Like when you want to treat the whole family.
I want a shake. I want curly fries.
What do I want again? Or snack on a junior roast beef to escape your evil mother-in-law.
I always told my daughter she could do better.
No Arby's for you.
Get 7 of your Arby's favorites on the Arby's value menu. And when you're craving something sweet, try the Arby's chocolate turnover starting at just $1. The Arby's value menu.
Where was it again?
Arby's?
Oh, right.
For a limited time at participating Arby's.
Natural gas customers, you have a choice. To learn more, call the Georgia Public Service Commission 404-656-4501 or visit us at psc.state.ga.us.
Interested in a no-emissions form of transportation? Look for the little red WeGo around campus and go to jimellisgreen.com for more information.
Sean Chappis with a 1-yard touchdown plunge to increase Georgia's lead to 48-0 over 1AA opponent Idaho State. Stay tuned after the ball game. Plenty more radio programming coming your way from Hotel Indigo in downtown Athens with Dog Talk. Brandon Bogatay will kick this one off for the Dogs. Bogatay kicks it high and end over end, comes down at the 5 between the hash marks. Moore quickly sprints to the far side of the field, hesitates at the 20, tries to find a little bit of running room, lost his helmet at the 25, and down to the sideline we go. And Chuck Dowdle for a Cook's Pest Control sideline report. Chuck.
Well, Scott, you might expect this now with the score out of hand for Georgia at 48-0. I see Hudson Mason now warming up. It looks like he'll replace Aaron Murray at quarterback. And don't be surprised, I see number 16, Josh Murray, his 26-year-old older brother, with his helmet on. Looks like he may get some playing time. He was drafted in baseball by the Milwaukee Brewers in the second round. Among guys who were drafted after him, Brian McCann.
Wow. 48-0. Here's Idaho State, 1st and 10 from its own 24-yard line. Morris remains the quarterback. They hand it off to Philip Pleasant, a transplanted defensive player. He runs straight ahead, up close to the 29. He may have gotten 5 yards on the play. That might be one of their longest runs of the afternoon. Christian Robinson, the linebacker from Norcross, makes the tackle for Georgia.
Yeah, just an inside handoff. He found a little bit of a seam and able to snake his way through the interior of the Georgia defense. And that 5-yard pickup, indeed, their longest run of the afternoon.
Shotgun snap to Morris. It's low and away, but he fields it, fires the pass with big Keontae Tripp coming in, raising his arms. He had to get it by him. It's incomplete as it lands at the feet of Kelvin Crosh. Covered there by Jordan Love.
It's a couple of times today that Georgia defensively has had guys at our feet. We've been able to either shed that block or get up from that block. Not able to get to the quarterback, so immediately getting our hands up in the air, trying to deflect passes. Very sound defensively there, and getting our hands up in the air, making it difficult not only to see the receiver, but to get the ball to him.
3rd down 5 for Idaho State. Man in motion to the near side. Bengals moving from right to left. Here comes pressure. The quarterback runs, still on the run to the far side, and will just scurry out of bounds as Kyle Morris just had to bring it down and run for his life. Marcus Doughton in pursuit, as well as Christian Robinson. And he runs out of bounds well short of the 1st down, actually loses yardage on the play. So the Bulldogs get credit for a sack back at the 26-yard line.
Marcus Doughton untouched there into the backfield, a little too sharp on his angle, allowing Morris to get outside of him. If he can widen that angle a little bit, at the very least, keep Morris, make him move up into the pocket where you've got a push from your interior defensive line coming ideally is what you'd want to do.
Derek Owens, the return man, as Idaho State in punt formation again. Harrington kicks it away. Owens backpedaling. Wobbler going to come down at the 30. Owens makes the catch, sidesteps the first tackler, and gets brought down after the second wave gets there at the 33-yard line. A 44-yard punt and a 3-yard return. Dogs ball on their own 33-yard line, leading 48-0 here in the 3rd quarter. Timeout on the field. Back to Sanford Stadium in Athens right after this on the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
Georgia legend Vince Dooley talks about his champion patio room.
You do hear this expression, wow. I hear it a lot from people that come and see it for the first time.
Would you recommend it to others?
Would I recommend it? That's the understatement of the world. This is a great product, and I'm proud to speak for it.
Go to GeorgiaDogs.com for your chance to win a house full of brand new champion windows. Or call 770-817-1953 for champion.
Ryder Hamilton, legendary dog trainer.
When I heard about Georgia Power's new energy audit tool on their website, I wanted to have it tested out, so I took it down to our computer lab, Cromwell, for his analysis. First, Cromwell completed his home profile. Then he answered a few easy questions, and then it gave him a comprehensive report. Based on Cromwell's analysis, he thinks the online energy audit could help the average homeowner find ways to reduce their yearly energy costs up to 30%.
Sniff out up to 30% savings a year at GeorgiaPower.com.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
Your signal is strong. Your signal is powerful. Your signal is ready to march down the field and flash your touchdown dance. Powered by Verizon, your signal blazes through the noise and delivers the football scores and stats you need. Update, post, and raise a ruckus while you keep on moving. End zone to end zone, your signal reigns supreme. Neil Williamson for Verizon. Visit any Verizon store, VerizonWireless.com, or call 1-800-246-5656. Rule the stadium. Rule the air. Verizon. Activation, early termination, and other fees apply. Coverage details at VerizonWireless.com.
You'd have to be crazy to shop for a new car during a Georgia game, but now you can. Log on to GeorgiaBestChevy.com and shop over 7,000 new and used vehicles. Your Georgia Best Chevy dealers have a huge selection of new Chevys to choose from. Check out the All-Star Edition Silverado or Consumers Digest Best Buy Equinox and enter for your chance to win the all-new Chevy Cruze. During the game, stay focused, stay loud, and cheer hard. After the game, see your Georgia Best Chevy dealers.
Back in Athens, between the hedges, Dogs leading 48-0. Now the freshman Hudson Mason in at quarterback, along with the other substitutions. We'll tell you those momentarily. The handoff goes to Carlton Thomas, running straight ahead, and he will twist his way forward to the 38-yard line for a gain of 5. Tackle made by the linebacker Basim Houdin. Georgia's offensive line is A.J. Harmon and Canarius Gates at the tackles, Tanner Strickland and Dallas Lee. The guards, Chris Davis is the new center. Hudson Mason is the quarterback, replacing Aaron Murray. Mason play fake, going to dump it to the fullback, Munsenmeyer, and he dropped it. Munsenmeyer just dropped it on the near side around the 40-yard line. Waist high. He was running, twisting back to catch it, but certainly a very catchable ball. Just Munsenmeyer unable to hang on.
And prior to that throw, Hudson Mason 6 out of 9 on the year. If you recall, the first pass that he threw as a collegian was for a touchdown.
Yeah, that was his very first snap. And he's in the record books for that.
That's right.
He'll drop back in the shotgun now on 3rd down and 5 for the Bulldogs from our own 38-yard line. Mason on the far hash, spins away from trouble, running to the near side, now curls back around to the far side, gets a block, will throw it, lobs it up down the sideline, and in and out of the hands again of Fred Munsenmeyer on the far sideline, and incomplete. Would have had the first down if he's able to hang on, but he was not. Canarius Gates was the big lineman that provided Hudson Mason with a little extra time through that block as he was scrambling and weaving his way behind the line of scrimmage. Gates moving that big 6'5", 307-pound body back there to get a piece of one of the Idaho State players, but Dogs unable to pick up the first down. And on 4th down, Drew Butler will kick it away to Voy Moore back deep. He's got 2 punt returns for scores this season. Butler takes the snap, gets the kick away. Wind not really blowing, but it is a beauty of a punt. Moore takes it at the 11 and is going to work on the far sideline and be brought down near the 15-yard line. About a 4-yard return and a booming punt of 51 yards by Drew Butler. That'll stop the clock with 9:05 to go in the 3rd quarter. It's Georgia 48, Idaho State nothing. Timeout on the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
Could switching to Geico really save you 15% or more on car insurance?
Does a rolling stone gather no moss? No moss. You're gonna have to trust me on this one.
Switch to Geico now and you could save hundreds on your car insurance. For a free rate quote, visit geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. 15 minutes could save you 15%.
Today we salute you, Mr. Unathletic Sports Talk Radio guy. You know everything there is to know about the world of sports, except how to play them.
No coordination.
You talk sports for 8 hours a day, which is 7 hours and 45 minutes more than anyone listens.
Is anybody out there?
So crack open an ice cold Bud Light, Mr. Unathletic supporter.
Mr. Unathletic Sports Talk Radio
Bud Light beer,
guy.
Anheuser-Busch, Cartersville, Georgia.
All right, football fans, let's hear what the scouts have to say about the 2011 Toyota Camry.
It's got agility. It's got agility out the wazoo.
It's a proven leader. You look at the records, the numbers, it'll make your head spin.
So get 0% APR financing for 60 months on a new 2011 Toyota Camry. And payments are deferred until 2011. Zero down with approved credit. Includes hybrids. Cannot combine with other offers. Must complete sale and delivery between November 2nd and November 30th, 2010. Toyota, moving forward.
Idaho State, 1st and 10 from its own 14-yard line. Morris, the quarterback, takes the snap in the shotgun. They'll hand it to Pleasant, and he'll run straight ahead and pick up a couple of yards to the 16-yard line. Keontae Tripp and Brandon Wood make the tackle for the Bulldogs. Pleasant, a converted defensive back. They've had so many injuries at running back that they had to move Philip Pleasant over from his defensive back position, where he had to think about his high school days as a running back in Rosamond, California. He's the lone setback now. They'll stay in the shotgun on 2nd down and 8. Dogs 48, Idaho State nothing. A draw play to Pleasant. Pleasant breaks to the outside, 20, 25, 30, and Ogletree rides him down from behind. Jumped on his back and went for a ride, but Pleasant got up to the 32-yard line. Cuff a little shaken up on the play. Vance Cuff at one of the corner positions. But a first down for Idaho State. Got their 2nd or 3rd first down today.
I think that's number 3 on the day, but a good job there by Pleasant. It was a little draw play, zone blocking up front. So Pleasant had choices to make as he got to the line of scrimmage on where to go. Had a big hole with the cutback, was able to make that cutback and had plenty of green grass in front of him.
32 or 16-yard pickup up to the 32. That's their biggest gain of the afternoon. 1st and 10 for the Bengals. Play fake. Now Morris in trouble. Scrambles to the right. Filogi in pursuit. He'll throw it and into the bench, incomplete. Ruben Filogi, the redshirt freshman defensive end or outside linebacker at 6'5" from Martinez, Georgia. Chased him to the far side, and Morris just dumped it out of bounds. And that stops the clock with 7:31 to go in the 3rd. Bulldog football is brought to you by BB&T, best bank in town since 1872, and by Subway, official sandwich of the Georgia Bulldogs. Play hard, eat fresh.
Got to feel bad for these quarterbacks, both Russell Hill and Kyle Morris for Idaho State. Just nobody to throw the football to. Georgia defensively has covered up Idaho State receivers all day long without leaving any room to throw the football.
Shotgun snap. Morris out of the pocket will throw it to the near side. It's caught at the 35 by Demetrius Coward, and he is dropped right there at the point of the catch. Derek Owens over in coverage, the freshman from Jacksonville, to drag him down. Dogs secondary right now is Owens and Jordan Love. Jakar Hamilton in at safety. Vance Cuff may have left the game a few moments ago. He's shaken up a bit. No, he's still down there. Alec Ogletree's out there. Ogletree got the start today on defense. Third down, 7 to go for the Bengals. They've yet to score today. They move their tight end Hill in motion to the far side. Here comes pressure. Ogletree on a blitz. They block him. Morris has to throw. There's a flag down. Now there's 2 down, and the pass is incomplete to Voy Moore, the intended receiver, at the 40-yard line off to the far side of the field. But let's check and see what the penalty flags are about as the Dogs brought pressure. And Kyle Morris took that snap and immediately ran for his life to the right.
There were 2 fouls on the play. Illegal formation, 5 men in the backfield on the offense. Offsides, number 95, number 97 on the defense. Those penalties offset. We'll replay the down.
That's Steve Shaw, our referee. Now you can really hear the wind blowing into his microphone down there, but you look at the flags while he was talking, and they were barely moving. So that wind it's deceiving to look at the flag above the stadium to see how it's rolling around in the bowl down on the field.
Yeah, I definitely could hear the wind there. But you're right. You look up at the flags, and the flags are standing still, but wind apparently swirling on that last play. Give Idaho State offensive line some credit. They're picking up that free safety blitz as Ogletree came on the blitz on the weak side. Good job of their tackle to get out there and pick him up.
Here comes pressure again, and Morris will just heave it again into the Idaho State bench. Jakar Hamilton blitzed from his safety position. Got a little piece of Morris, but Morris was able to get the ball out of his hands before Jakar got to him. And that'll bring up 4th down. So the Dogs blitz on 3rd and force another Idaho State punt. This will be their 7th punt of the ball game. 48-0, Georgia laying it on Idaho State with 6:06 to go here in the 3rd quarter. And we'll see Derek Owens drop back to receive the punt again for Georgia. David Harrington to kick it away, the transfer from Tennessee. The punt is away. A wobbly spiral taken by Owens at the 24, straight ahead 30, and tripped up at the 35 as the Bulldog coaches next to us may have had they had the return on. They thought they were going to get a little bit better one than that. Basim Houdin, a linebacker, made the tackle on special teams for Idaho State. 41-yard kick, 12-yard return by Derek Owens, put the ball on the 36-yard line for Georgia.
And what our coaches saw there is we had a wall of blockers set up. If Derek Owens makes that one guy miss, he may be off to the races.
They were excited. Handoff goes to Rantavius Wooten on an end around coming this way, and Wooten piled up at the 41, maybe the 42-yard line. Will pick up about 6 yards on the play. Storms and Dustin 2, the safety, strong safety for Idaho State, make the stop. They give him 5 on the play. 2nd down and 5 from just across the 41-yard line now.
A couple of looks by Georgia offensively today put into the game plan to force Auburn next week to prepare for it. Brandon Smith's run the football a couple of times. That run there by Rantavius Wooten at receiver.
Carlton Thomas running it this time and gets to the left corner but can't go upfield. He is brought down around the 43-yard line, a gain of maybe 1.5 or 2. It'll be 3rd down after the 2-yard gain by Thomas. Visor and Houdin make the stop for Idaho State. 4:53, clock moving here in the 3rd quarter. 48-0 Georgia, working on their 2nd shutout of the season. Hudson Mason is the quarterback. Aaron Murray's day, 19 of 27, 228 yards and 3 touchdowns, 2 of those to A.J. Green. Mason throws it over the middle, trying to go to Figgins, the tight end, at the 50-yard line, but it was broken up by Dustin 2, and the Dogs will have to kick it right back. So Georgia goes 3 and out, as did Idaho State on the previous possession. And Drew Butler will trot out to kick it away for the 2nd time today.
And Mason just a touch quick on that pass. Wanted to get that ball out of his hands a little bit too early. Idaho State comes with the blitz, so it was a good read, but didn't allow us to completely finish our route. Let it go a little bit early before we got to the top of the stem on that route. Result, incomplete pass.
Idaho State crowds the line. They bring everybody. High, beautiful, long, spiraling kick by Butler. Fair catch called for by Moore back at the Idaho State 12. And that's where the Bengals will get the ball and start again after a 46-yard punt by Drew Butler, the All-American. Let's pause for station identification. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network. Text message from Texaco. Want to help keep your car running great? Do what people who know cars do. Trust the unbeatable cleaning power of Texaco with Techron to clean vital engine parts and help keep your car running great. Now Morris, the quarterback, will work from under center. Offset I with Pleasant, the tailback. Play fake to him. Rolls to the right. Here comes Filogi again in pursuit, and Morris just has to get rid of it yet again. I don't know how many times we've seen that now. Georgia with good defensive pressure, and Morris, the redshirt freshman quarterback, just has to unload it to avoid the sack.
Yeah, just absolutely nothing that Morris can do there. Play action fake doesn't fool us. We keep contained, and we're right in the face of Morris. Nowhere for him to go with the football. And then on top of that, like we've been talking about all afternoon, our coverage today has been very, very good against these Idaho State receivers.
Filogi getting good upfield pressure. He'll line up on the left side of the line of scrimmage. Smith and Tripp also in there, as well as Avery Jones and Chase Vassar up on the line. Throw by Morris to the right side, caught by Crosh and gang tackled across the 20 at the, let's see where they give him forward progress. It's near the first down marker. Did he get it? I think he did. They give it to him up on the 25. Didn't look like he got quite that far, but they spotted on the 25 and give him a first down. So a 12-yard pickup for the Bengals on that pass play. And a first down, only the third of the day by Idaho State. 2 receivers to the far side and 3 to the near side. Empty set for the redshirt freshman quarterback Kyle Morris. In the shotgun, there's the snap. On the far hash, he'll throw it quickly. And it's picked. Vance Cuff, he's going to take it to the house right now. Touchdown. Cuff with a 25-yard interception return for a score down the far sideline. The second defensive touchdown of the day. And see, you said it earlier. You said we're going to get another defensive score and blah, blah, blah.
That's right.
There's the beginning of the blah, blah, blah.
There's the beginning of the blah, blah, blah. We'll finish that statement if it does indeed happen. But you just kind of felt that we'd get one more on the defensive side, and that really was a gift. We're playing cover 2, a hitch right into cover 2. Vance Cuff doesn't even have to move. He's right there in position to make that pick. We talked about earlier in the game the confusion Idaho State had where Morris threw it deep. Receiver ran a hitch route because he thought it was pressed there. He should have run a fade route and converted that hitch into a takeoff. Didn't do it. Result, pick 6 for us.
Extra point is good by Walsh. That Georgia touchdown brought to you by AirTran Airways, the official airline of the away game. You knew once Cuff had it in his hands, no one was going to catch him. He's one of the fastest players on this Georgia team, and that is his first career interception, and it goes for a touchdown, and Georgia now leading it 55-0 over Idaho State. You can show your Georgia spirit all season long with Nature's Own, the official bread of UGA. Find them on Facebook or visit nature'sonbread.com. Funny story about Vance Cuff. When we come back, we're going to check in with David Shoemate in our Bulldog Network studios. David?
All right, Scott, let's check the Charter On-Demand scoreboard. Kentucky and Charleston Southern, the Wildcats unable to shake the Buccaneers. A 1-yard rushing score for DeMarcus Moon cuts it to 14, 35-21. They're late in the third quarter. Meanwhile, Florida's still in control in Nashville. It's now 55-7, under 4 minutes to play in the third quarter.
David, thank you very much. 3:30 to go in the third quarter. Dogs with a whopping 55-0 lead. Let's go down to the sidelines and Chuck Dowdle for Cook's Pest Control sideline report. Chuck?
Scott, I want to hear the funny story about Vance Cuff, so let me get back to you.
Bogate's going to kick it off for the Dogs. A long, high end-over-end kick. Tavoy Moore reaches up high and will catch it in the end zone and take a knee for the touchback. So Bogate with an easy touchback, kicking with the win. The funny story about Cuff is, if you guys recall last year in the Georgia Tech game, Demarius Thomas, which was it? Demarius Thomas scored a long touchdown.
The story's over.
It was a long touchdown run. It was a long, come on, I'm old here.
You've ruined it.
Yeah, you guys. Anyway, Thomas scores a touchdown for Georgia Tech on a quick out. It was like we throw to A.J. Green, like the little screens to the side. And it was about a 70-yard pass play. Well, Cuff was in coverage. Thomas gives him a stiff arm, and he runs down the sideline for a touchdown. I'll tell you the rest in a second. Here's the snap. Boise State, 1st and 10 from the 20. And they hand it off to Pleasant. Well, now it's not going to be that good. Pleasant gets about 3 yards on the carry. It's going to be 2nd down and now about 7.
All right, Scott, you've got to bring it home now. I mean, bring it home because it started off. This is just terrible.
I'll say, okay, so Cuff gives up the score, right? Georgia Tech, long touchdown, got stiff-armed. And there were pictures of it everywhere, in the newspaper, online the next day. The stiff arm of Vance Cuff. He's grasping at Thomas, and Thomas is just pushing him away and goes for the long score. Here's Boise State now with another, or rather Idaho State, with another handoff here to the 25, maybe the 26, a minimal game. Well, they keep playing here. I can't tell my story. So anyway, Cuff is all down. He said that's the most depressing moment he's had in his Georgia career.
Right.
He said that play still haunts him. He's just torn up about it. So later that week, he gets an email from his father. He sees his dad's email address in his inbox, and he thinks, "Oh, this is Dad gonna lift my spirits. He's gonna cheer me up." So he clicks on the email. He opens up the email from his dad. It's the picture of Cuff being stiff-armed by Thomas and going for the touchdown. So even his dad was piling on. Thank you, Tony. Here's a flag on the play.
We've got 30 seconds left in the game.
Nothing like a Curtis. It's 55-0, guys. Come on. We got more hours to fill.
For the snap.
Let's go down to Chuck Donald, see what he's got.
13 on the offense. 5-yard penalty. Remains 3rd down.
Golly. Wow.
Oh, boy.
Chuck's doing that still from behind the hedges, though.
Guys, listen, I did mention to you that these defensive backs are playing now like the receivers. I mean, they are really breaking on it.
Yeah, 2 pick sixes today, 3 interceptions for Georgia, 1 for Boykin, and 1 for Rambo, and 1 for Cuff, and it's 55-0. Here's the snap to Morris. He's going to throw deep now to the far side of the field, and broken up and out of bounds around the 50-yard line. Late flag comes in. Roderick Rumble at midfield. Owens in coverage along with Ogletree, and Owens it may not be interference. It may be a late hit out of bounds, as Owens may have delivered that blow as the flag came in after the play had ended.
Pass interference, number 20 on the defense. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. Automatic 1st down.
They did call interference. Thought it might have been a late hit. But Derek Owens flagged for pass interference. That'll give Idaho State a 1st down at the 36-yard line.
And it was a hitch and go there from Idaho State. The one thing Idaho State hasn't done, because we've been so good up front applying pressure to whoever's been in at quarterback, they haven't stretched the field vertically at all. That was really the first time. Chuck just mentioned, and has mentioned a couple of times, we've been running the route for them. We do it again there, but the hitch and go is one way you get people out of doing that. It's exactly what Idaho State did there.
3rd penalty of the day on Georgia. Now here's another flag before Idaho State is able to snap the football. 1st and 10 on their own 36.
For the snap, false start, number 79 on the offense. 5-yard penalty, remains 1st down.
Brad Shedd, their left tackle, a 6'7", 278-pound junior from Flagstaff, Arizona, with some early movement. And that'll back him up 5 yards. Bulldog football and that terrific Vance Cuff story brought to you by BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. 1:38 to go in the 3rd quarter. It's fun today. It may not be as fun next week. I hope it is. Here's the throw from Morris that goes sailing over the bench and out of bounds on the near side. Trying to go to Josh Hill, and if he had been 20 feet tall, he would have caught it. Incomplete. Chase Vassar with a good rush and pressure on Kyle Morris, the quarterback. Vassar, the redshirt freshman linebacker from Gainesville. Stops the clock with 1:34 to go in the 3rd and brings up 2nd down and 15 for the Bengals from their own 31-yard line. They're moving right to left. Well, they're trying to move from right to left. They're not really moving. Moore in motion back and forth, lines up in the slot. Morris will throw to the far side, and a leaping catch going out of bounds, falling out of bounds by Roderick Rumble, 6'2" sophomore from Oak Harbor, Washington, makes a nice catch, falling backwards out of bounds into the Idaho State bench. But not a first down. It's third down and about 3.5, 4 yards to go for the Bengals. But a nice catch, as they've been trying to go to Rumble a lot today.
Yeah, and that catch there by Rumble, a result of the hitch and go that they just ran where we had the pass interference. Owens that time a lot of cushion, and for the first time today actually gave some cushion. Only the 5th completion, 26 attempts for Idaho State quarterbacks today.
Second catch by Rumble. Third down and 3 for Idaho State. They roll the pocket to the near side. Flag down. Pressure on. Georgia in pursuit of the quarterback Morris, and he throws it again incomplete towards the Georgia bench. Again, Filogi with good pressure chasing after Morris, the redshirt freshman quarterback. And let's check the flag here momentarily. And here's our referee, Steve Shaw.
Illegal shift on the offense. Number 13 went in motion before all players were set. That penalty is declined. It'll be 4th down.
All right, let's go down to the sidelines and Chuck.
Scott, I just got an injury update. Kwame Gathers has a left ankle injury, and he is out for the remainder of the game. We don't need any injuries now. We need guys healthy for next Saturday.
No doubt about it. Thank you, Chuck. That report brought to you by Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination in termite protection. Just 41 ticks left to go in the third quarter, and again, Harrington will come on to kick it away for Idaho State. He leads the Big Sky Conference in punting, his average of 45 yards. Derek Owens back deep to receive the punt for Georgia. He stands on the Bulldog 20. There's the snap, and Harrington gets it away. A high, hanging, wobbly spiral, and Owens lets it bounce. He's instructing everybody to get away from it. And Idaho State will down it at the 13-yard line, and it ends up being about exactly a 45-yard punt. 1st and 10, Georgia from the Bulldogs' 13-yard line. Is that the 9th punt of the day by Idaho State? They only have 4 first downs this afternoon. 55-0. Georgia laying it on thick. This has been lambs to the slaughter for the Bengals.
And even through that, coaching opportunities come up throughout these games. One there for Derek Owens. You've got to come up and fair catch that ball, make a catch instead of letting it hit the ground.
Carlton Thomas going to take it and get away from a group of tacklers and angle to the far side across the 20 near the 22-yard line. And it'll be a gain of about 8 on the play. A.J. Storms and Jake Rouser, linebacker and defensive end, make the stop. Short of the first down, but a pickup, they'll give him 9. 2nd down and 1 for the Bulldogs, and that's the last play of the third quarter. So 15 minutes to go for Georgia. The Bulldogs with a commanding 55-0 lead over Idaho State. 1 more mile to go for Georgia as they try to even their record at 5-5, or they will even their record at 5-5. Timeout here in Athens. We're back in a moment on the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
Today we salute you, Mr. Ex-Pro Football Commentator Guy. You offer keen, in-depth analysis, like scoring more points will help you win.
I did not know that.
Your physique was once built to handle the rigors of professional football. Now it's built to handle a 23-pound honey-glazed ham.
I'm still hungry.
So crack open an ice-cold Bud Light Night of Sports Insight.
Mr. Ex-Pro Football Commentator
Bud Light beer, Anheuser-Busch, Cartersville, Georgia.
He's really cute. He just reheated our calamari.
Women love that goat. Now, how does he breathe fire?
That's Kevin. He ate my Keno ticket after I played the hot numbers.
Oh, right. Hot numbers.
Kevin's goat girlfriend just walked in. Run, Kevin!
It's all fun and games till the girlfriend shows up. Play Keno from the Georgia Lottery for a chance to win up to $100,000 every 4 minutes. Today could be the day. Please play responsibly.
Keno! You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
Hurry to Subway tonight, because any regular footlong sub is a $5 footlong sub after 5 p.m. when you buy 2 or more. Even your favorites like the Chicken and Bacon Ranch. Subway. Eat fresh.
Plus applicable tax prices and participation may vary. Not valid in Alaska and Hawaii. Excludes premium subs and double meat additional charge for extras.
Your signal is strong. Your signal is powerful. Your signal is ready to march down the field and flash your touchdown dance. Powered by Verizon, your signal blazes through the noise and delivers the football scores and stats you need. Update, post, and raise a ruckus while you keep on moving. End zone to end zone, your signal reigns supreme. Neil Williamson for Verizon. Visit any Verizon store, VerizonWireless.com, or call 1-800-246-5656. Rule the stadium. Rule the air. Verizon. Activation, early termination, and other fees apply. Coverage details at VerizonWireless.com.
You're going to love Arby's Chocolate Turnover, now part of our value menu, starting at just $1. A flaky pastry filled with Hershey's chocolate and topped with creamy chocolate icing. Chocolate decadence is now just $1 at Arby's.
Carlton Thomas going to take the handoff on second down from the 22-yard line. He ran left and ran into a wall of tacklers and blockers and then cut back to the right. And will get the first down at the Bengal 33-yard line. Kelvin Miller, the cornerback, finally had to make the tackle on little Carlton Thomas, a 5'7", out of Frostproof, Florida. The redshirt sophomore picks up the first down and 11 yards to boot. Hudson Mason, the quarterback, the freshman from Lassiter High School. Handoff Thomas, straight ahead running, cuts right, and wrapped up just beyond the line of scrimmage by Basim Houdin. He's made an armload of tackles today for the Bengal defense. Spot the ball at the 34, give Thomas a yard on the carry.
And Idaho State right now, obviously on the wrong end of this beating, but give some credit to what this defense has done. They're an undersized unit that has really stepped up and played pretty well. You go across their defensive line, 226, 286, 256, and 219, just undersized, but still staying in there and hanging with the Bulldogs pretty well.
Play fake straight ahead, end around to Rantavius Wooten to the far side. Wooten across the 40 and out of bounds at the 45-yard line, chased out by the free safety Chris Holmesley, the 5'9" senior from Mission Viejo, California. First down for Georgia as Wooten picks up 11 more yards. And the Dogs move the sticks again. 13:28 to go in this ball game. In what will be Georgia's 5th win of the season. The Dogs will be 5-5 heading to Auburn next week. Bulldog football brought to you by BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. Two receivers near side, one to the far side. We'll run it with Carlton Thomas. Cuts to the outside the right tackle, and then tries to slant back in and slips at the 50. A.J. Storms credited with the stop after a gain of 5 for Thomas. Second down at 5 for the Dogs, right on the midfield stripe.
Tell you one guy from Idaho State that I've been impressed with today, Basim Houdin, the 5'10", 230-pound middle linebacker. Again, an undersized guy, but he has played some physical football. He's been around the football quite a bit as well. A lot of heart in that young man.
Toss it to Thomas. Thomas with a hole, 45-40, stumbles a bit at the 39 and then tackled at the 35-yard line of Idaho State. Munzenmeyer with a block to spring him. They're going to bring the ball back to the 41 and say his knee touchdown right there. He went 6 more yards, but the officials spot him down at the 41. So a gain of 9. Jordan Monga, the defensive tackle from Henderson, Nevada, with the stop for Idaho State. 1st and 10 from the Idaho State 41-yard line as the Dogs look for more points. Leading at 55-0. Here's Israel Troop in motion to the near side. Play fake Mason in trouble. Now throws on the run. And an off-balance throw is off the hands of Fred Munzenmeyer, the fullback, and incomplete. Munzenmeyer couldn't hang on, working on the far side of the field. Don't know how accurate the pass was from this angle. Looked like it hit him in the hands.
And Mason a little quick right now, getting out of the pocket on that one. Had a flash of white. We ended up picking up the Bengal rusher there, but with that little flash, Hudson getting out of the pocket earlier than he should, disrupted the flow of that play.
So we'll send Marlon Brown and Wooten to the far side. Now bring Wooten in motion. He lines up in the backfield. We'll take the handoff coming to the near side. Needs a blocker. Not going to get it. And is wrapped up. Dropped for a loss by Holmesley, the safety, back on the 45-yard line. A loss of about 4 yards. If we get that block, he might get to the corner and get positive yardage, but the defender beat the block of Carlton Thomas. So call it third down now and 15 to go back at the Bengal 45-yard line.
Dogs just marginally successful today on third down, considering the score, 4 conversions out of 10 attempts at it.
Mason drops back into the shotgun. Here's the snap. We'll throw it over the middle. Caught by Figgins, the tight end, at the 38. Steps over 2 tacklers before he stopped at the 35-yard line. It'll be shy of the first down, but a pickup of 10 for the tight end Figgins, who had his first touchdown in 3 years earlier today. And it's 4th and about 4.5 for the Bulldogs, and they'll keep the offensive unit on the field and go for it on 4th down. A little bit of a shadow starting to edge onto the turf here at Sanford Stadium now in the west end zone. Snap to Mason on 4th down. He throws, and it is, bobbling catch. No, he dropped it. He was open. And, that would have been a first down. But Rantavius Wooten couldn't hang on to the ball. The 23-yard line, he had it right in his arms and just couldn't secure it.
Yeah, and a good job there by Hudson Mason staying in the pocket in light of some pressure. He had blitzing Bengals coming right at him, stood tall, delivered a good ball.
So the ball goes over on downs, and we'll take a timeout. 10:39 to go in the ball game. 55-0. Georgia leads Idaho State. Back in a moment. Bulldogs Radio Network.
The financial landscape keeps changing. It's tough to navigate. Full of too many followers and not enough leaders. At BB&T, we help our mortgage clients know which way to steer to achieve the dream of home ownership. By sharing more than 135 years of financial knowledge, you and your family have the information you need to move in a brighter direction. With BB&T on your side, all that you follow are your goals. Stop by, visit BBT.com, or call 1-800-BANK-BBT. Talk to us today about your mortgage needs and know how it feels to know more. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872.
Member FDIC. Loans subject to credit approval. Equal housing lender.
Meet Rugged Brown. It's at your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams paint store looking for a few good dents. If your idea of heaven is a giant flat screen TV, some nacho cheese tortilla chips, and a nail-biter game, this is your color. Want to talk about deep stuff like art or music or feelings? Rugged Brown is fine with that too, as long as you wait for a commercial. To make the most of Rugged Brown or any other color, visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams paint store or sherwinwilliams.com.
Adam and Nina Rotello have a lot to figure out about managing their spending.
He takes care of the finances, but I meddle.
She wants to know what's going on. Everybody should. That's why State Farm agents are there with a free discount double check to make sure drivers are getting the discounts they deserve, like 17% for combining car and home policies.
Basically, when you get a good deal, you win.
We want to win.
And when you're cheering on the Bulldogs, we're right there with you.
State Farm is there. Discounts may vary state to state.
The Georgia Lottery and Kroger team up for the ultimate football trip giveaway. Visit your local Kroger and purchase a qualifying lottery ticket and enter to win at playkrogerlottery.com. Visit georgialottery.com for free details.
Snap to Morris in the shotgun. He bobbled the snap, tried to go down to the ground to cover it up. Did he fall on it? I think he did, as Georgia's defense came bulling its way back at the 32-yard line. Idaho State keeps the ball, and it's going to be a loss of about 3 or 4 on the play. Derek Lott was in there to fall on top of Morris to get credit for the stop, even though Morris was already face down in the turf covering up the football. Second down, they say 14 to go for Idaho State. 55-0, Georgia. Morris up to the line of scrimmage. Now back into the shotgun. There's the snap. He'll throw it to the left side. Passes a little bit behind the receiver. Crushed the receiver on the far side. He was unable to hang on. And it's incomplete. That'll make it third down now and 14 to go for the Bengals, who have been held scoreless today by Georgia. 3 interceptions by the Bulldog defense. 2 of them returned for a touchdown. One by Bakari Rambo, one by Vance Cuff.
And that last one there is one Kyle Morris is going to want back. Just a simple slant route, as basic a pattern as you can get, and threw it about 3 yards behind his intended receiver.
He's going to pump fake and throw down the far side, and it is caught in Georgia territory at the 35-yard line. And falling down there is Demetrius Coward. Their longest pass play of the day as they have crossed into Georgia territory and down to the Bulldog 35-yard line.
Boy, and there was the hitch and go again, this time with a little rollout action. But once again, we bite hard on that initial pump fake and running wide open right behind us.
Better than 35 yards on that pass play, down to the Georgia 35. Bengals break 3 men out to the left and 2 to the right. Empty set for the Idaho State offense. Clock at 9:15. We're in the fourth. It's 55-0 Georgia. Shotgun snap to Morse on the far hash. He looks left. Pass is batted in the air and falls to the ground incomplete. Now there's a flag on the play. There were 2 receivers in 4 red jerseys over there, and it touched about 3 different players before hitting the turf. Coward was the intended receiver, but he didn't hang on. Here's the call from Steve Shaw, the referee.
Number 25 on the defense. That penalty will be enforced at the spot of the foul. 1st and 10.
Well, they called Vance Cuff for interference. Cuff and Ogletree, Hamilton, Love in the Georgia secondary. Filogi and Jeremy Sulik, Akeem Hebron and Chase Vassar, the linebackers. Jones, Avery Jones, Garrison Smith, Derek Lott up front for the Georgia defense right now with 9:06 to go in the ballgame. I want to preserve the shutout. The Georgia defense does. The Bengals are on the Dogs' 25-yard line. 1st and 10. Here's Morris with time. Hangs it up into the end zone. Right corner and incomplete. Ball lands about 6 or 7 yards out of bounds. Trying to get it to Josh Hill, the tight end. But Georgia had 3 players chasing him to the right edge of the sideline. And that ball had no chance to be caught. 2nd down and 10 for the Bengals. Idaho State today with 95 yards of offense on 44 plays. Georgia nearing 400 yards of total offense. The Bengals with only 5 first downs in this ballgame. 2nd down 10 from the Georgia 25. Man in motion to the near side. Morris is under center. And a timeout.
Timeout.
Idaho State.
Idaho State, that's their first timeout of the half.
Stops the clock with 8:58 to go, and that'll be a break in the action here at Sanford Stadium as the crowd thins out here in Athens. 55-0 Georgia leading Idaho State. Back in a moment, Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
All right, guys, gather around. There's a girl out there right now. She wants to meet you. She doesn't know it yet. I want you to go out. I want you to hand her an ice-cold Budweiser. I mean frosted ice-cold. Hurt your hand cold. Because what if she's not just some girl, guys? What if she's the girl? Hand her that crisp, cold Budweiser because the spark you feel could get you through 2 mornings, maybe longer. Great times are waiting.
Please drink responsibly. Budweiser Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Well, we're still catching every game, just a lot more from home than here in the stands, huh?
Yeah, and when we do get to go, Dad says we got to bring our own peanuts and stuff.
Looking for some extra ticket money this season? Let a State Farm agent do a free discount double check that could save you hundreds of dollars on car insurance.
We'll always be there for this team, even when we can't actually be here.
And when you're cheering on the Bulldogs, we're right there with you.
State Farm is there. Discounts may vary state to state.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
Your signal is strong. Your signal is powerful. Your signal is ready to march down the field and flash your touchdown dance. Powered by Verizon, your signal blazes through the noise and delivers the football scores and stats you need. Update, post, and raise a ruckus while you keep on moving. End zone to end zone, your signal reigns supreme. Neil Williamson for Verizon. Visit any Verizon store, VerizonWireless.com, or call 1-800-246-5656. Rule the stadium. Rule the air. Verizon. Activation, early termination, and other fees apply. Coverage details at VerizonWireless.com.
Hello, everybody. Chuck Dowdle here. You know, in 4 decades of covering sports, I've used the word miracle a lot. A miracle comeback. He needs a miracle. Now I want to tell you about something that's been a miracle for me. Prelex eye surgery from Woodham's Eye Clinic. Recently I had it, so I know. For a baby boomer who had worn contacts for distance and reading glasses for menus, this was life-changing. No more contacts or glasses. So if you wear glasses for distance and near, and if you have cataracts of the beginning signs, Prelex could be your miracle. Call 1-800-MY-VISION or go to woodhamseye.com for more information.
Well, Idaho State just got its first points of the ball game. A little 25-yard pass, far sideline. Tavoy Moore beat Vance Cuff on the far sideline for the 25-yard touchdown. Now Brendan Garcia will try the extra point for the Bengals, as they will not be shut out today on the road. They will lose their 26th consecutive road game, but they won't go home empty-handed as they get a touchdown, and the extra point is good. 55-7 is our score, and probably a lot of defensive disappointment right there. Timeout on the field. Back in a moment. Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
All right, guys, gather around. Tonight, it's going to be you against you. And who you going to be, huh? You going to be that guy who missed it? No. That guy will never buy a round of Budweisers for the whole bar. We love that guy. We do. Boys, you got to crack open some ice-cold buds and pass the love around. Because missing the greatest night of your life is just too much regret for any one man to carry. Great times are waiting. Grab some bud.
Please drink responsibly. Budweiser Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
A single second doesn't seem like much, but in football, it's huge. If a player is just a second faster than the man covering him, it can be what separates a tackle from a touchdown, a win from a loss. That second might as well be an hour, a year, a lifetime, because one single second can make all the difference. That's why AT&T built the nation's fastest mobile broadband network. AT&T is the official wireless provider of the Georgia Bulldogs. Rethink possible. Mobile broadband not available in all areas.
Great news, UGA fans! You can save 20% or more off standard rates on Charter Business Internet and Phone and get Charter Business TV for free for 12 months. Call 877-BIZ-BUNDLE now to get blazing fast internet, reliable business phone, and crystal clear TV. Save big with Charter Business, a proud sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs. Switch to the Charter Business Bundle today. Call 877-BIZ-BUNDLE or visit businessbundle.com. Services not available in all areas. Subject to change. Restrictions apply. Call for details. Expires 1/31/11.
Hey, Bulldog fans! Your favorite team counts on Lowe's, and so can you. Lowe's has the products and experience to help you save time and money on every project. Plus, we have the services you need to stay ahead of the game, like delivery to your office, job site, or home, the quantities to take on big projects, and volume pricing on more than 1,400 items. Now that's the kind of teamwork that brings home a win every time. Just go to Lowe'sForPros.com to find everything you need. Lowe's, let's build something together.
8:51 to go in the ball game. Idaho State gets on the board with a 25-yard touchdown pass, 55-7. This in-game recap is brought to you by Regions Bank. The Dogs with a whopping 35 points on the board in the second quarter. Their most in a single quarter since 1988. And they've got 3 interceptions today, 2 returned for touchdowns. A.J. Green has a couple of touchdown catches. Aaron Murray threw for 228 yards and 3 scores. 55-7. It's been complete domination by Georgia as Garcia will kick it off for Idaho State. A short kick fielded around the 20-yard line, far side of the field, by Bruce Figgins, the tight end, and he's spun out of bounds around the 27 by Jacob Hutton. Derek Owens was the deep man for Georgia, but the ball never got that far. And the Dogs will have it 1st and 10 from their own 26-yard line. Coming up after today's ball game, Dog fans, don't forget to keep it tuned right here for the BB&T Dog Talk program live from Hotel Indigo in downtown Athens. And BB&T, of course, a proud sponsor of Georgia football, best bank in town since 1872. Hudson Mason, the quarterback, hands it off to Carlton Thomas, running straight ahead. The redshirt sophomore up to the 30-yard line. Be a gain of about 4. Dustin 2, the strong safety, makes the tackle for the Bengals with 8.5 minutes to play here in Athens. Next week, it's on to the plains of Auburn for a 3:30 start. We'll be on the air with you at 11:30 for Bulldog Game Day from Hotel Indigo. That's 11:30 Eastern Time as we take you right up to kickoff at 3:30.
Boy, and a lot of bad feelings about this year can be righted next week if we can go into Auburn and beat the #1 team in the country.
Derek Rich in the game at tight end. Alexander Ogletree at fullback. Here's a toss to Carlton Thomas. Cuts in just outside the near hash and is hit hard at the 31-yard line. And kind of buckled back right there after a gain of a couple, maybe 3 yards on the gain up to the 32.
That run puts Carlton Thomas over the top as the leading rusher today. He's at 48 yards on the ground.
Third down and 4 for the Dogs, leading at 55-7. Mason will pass out of the pocket. Now he'll duck it and run. Straight ahead, 35-40. Slides at the 43. Got the first down. And did what the coaches like to see their freshman quarterback do. Get down on the turf. Let's get down to the sidelines now. And Chuck Dowdle for Cook's Pest Control Sideline Report. Chuck?
Scott, I do have a funny story. Rennie Kern, who's down here bye week with the Titans, got his first play in action last week, had a couple of big tackles at linebacker for the Titan, and his reward, Randy Moss came in and took his locker.
Nice.
That's the way you tell a story right there. Did you see it was succinct?
Wait a minute, I'm taking notes.
It was to the point.
What was that last part you said? To the point.
And it was funny.
Toss sweep to Carlton Thomas. Nearly broke a tackle at the 45. Falls forward to the 50. And it ends up being about an 8-yard gain. Philip Arias got enough of Thomas to knock him off balance and get credit for the tackle. Second down and 2 for the Dogs, right on the midfield stripe now. With 6:48 to go. Thomas could see the end zone after he took that toss and ran to the near side, but just got tripped up. 55-7 Georgia. A lot of substitutions for the Bulldogs on offense and defense. Here's Mason with the handoff to Carlton Thomas. Tries to cut outside. Now reverses his field and dances around between the hashes back towards the near side of the field. And maybe got a 1-yard gain out of it as he lost his helmet to the Bengal 49-yard line. It'll be 3rd and 1. Keith McGowan makes the stop for Idaho State, the Bengal cornerback, a senior from Linwood, California.
And a good decision there by Carlton Thomas. Reverse field, thought about trying to bring it all the way back to his left to the Georgia sideline. Thought better of it, just tried to get upfield and minimize the loss.
Toss sweep to Thomas coming this side with a blocker. Thomas runs out of room into the Georgia bench at the 40, where did he go? 46-yard line, 47. He got the first down, I believe. Arias chasing him out of bounds. They will spot it at the 46, and it is enough to move the chains once again for the Georgia offense. Bulldog football brought to you, as always, by BB&T, best bank in town since 1872.
A good block there by Alexander Ogletree, leading the way for Carlton Thomas on that first down run.
Coming up before the end of the ball game, we'll be selecting the Texaco Star Player of the game. A 55-7 result in the works right now. Handoff goes to Munzenmeyer, straight ahead and pushed back. He ran right into the pile and got shoved back on the logo back to the 50. Let's see where they'll give his forward progress to the 47. So a loss of a couple on the play. Second down and 12 now for Georgia. As the Dogs take their time, let that clock tick away. Their 5th win of the season is about 4.5 minutes away. Mason back in the shotgun. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Mason will throw over the middle, and it is caught at the 35-yard line by Rhett McGowan, redshirt freshman out of Calhoun, Georgia. Made the catch on a little slant from the far side of the field, and he got enough for a first down.
Good job there by Mason. Kept his eyes downfield on that slant or skinny post, kept his eyes downfield, held that safety in the middle of the field. Good, strong throw. Only a second completion on the day, but he's had a number of balls right on target, but bobbled and dropped.
1st and 10 for the Dogs from the Bengal 35-yard line. Less than 4 minutes to go now. Handoff to Carlton Thomas. Tries to hurdle over two Bengal tacklers in the backfield. They trip him up, and he falls forward just across the line of scrimmage. But not much. They call it no gain on the play. 2nd down and 10, we'll say. Clock still moving at 3:37. 55-7. Slow start for Georgia today in the first quarter. Just a couple of Blair Walsh field goals, but his longest of the season, a 53-yarder. That's the longest in the SEC this year, as a matter of fact. Play fake Mason. Plants in the pocket. Throws it. Caught by Derek Rich, the tight end, at the 17-yard line. In traffic. Tackled at the 16. Rich with the catch. And the coaches in the booth next to us like it. Boy, these guys that don't get to play much, see, it's always nice when they make a nice play.
Yeah, it really is. And a nice, well-thrown football there by Hudson Mason. Had Idaho State linebackers running back. Had to get that ball up and over the top of them and then down quick enough before safety support got there. Well-thrown football.
Well, the spotting board is filling up in a hurry as Georgia's running in substitutions left and right. Less than 3 minutes to go. Dogs in the I formation. Wes Van Dyke is the tailback. He takes the handoff, runs to the near side, shedding one tackler, and then knocked out of bounds at the 14-yard line. Was Chuck anywhere in the vicinity? Chuck, you're safe, I hope. Yeah, there you are, back down on the other. Look how far away he is from the action.
Chuck's behind the fence outside of the stadium right now.
No, I am not. I'm down, but I'm just. Actually, I'm getting a head start on that locker room. That's where I want to be, near the locker room.
Josh Saylor's in the game at fullback for Georgia with a key block on that last play. I formation. Same tandem behind Mason, who's under center. He'll hand it to the fullback. Sailors breaks through the line of scrimmage, hit at the 10, and then pushed back. Boy, he could see the goal line from there. He got through that first wave, but hit after a gain of about 3.5 or 4. Let's see where they give him his forward progress to the 11. Minute 55 to go in the contest. And the Dogs threatening to score, but will they? It's already well in hand at 55-7. Two receivers right. Man in tight on the near side. In the shotgun. Here's Mason. Oh, he tried to catch it with one hand on the snap, and he dropped it. Snap was a little high and to the left. And Mason tried to field it with the left hand, but ball fell to the turf, and he had to fall on top of it. And that'll bring up 4th down now. And Brandon Bogate will get an opportunity to try a field goal. So Bogate with his first field goal try of the season. They'll spot it on the near hash at the 25 for a 35-yard attempt into the wind. Bogate from California. There's the snap and the hold and the kick. He punches it, and did he have enough? He did not. Off to the right. Looked like if you're playing golf, that looked like a shot that he clubbed. He got too much turf behind the ball.
It looked like he hit it fat, and they just pushed it out there to the right. Bogate's got plenty of legs to make that all day long. But, anytime you first get into a game, I'm sure nerves are up a little bit, regardless of what that scoreboard says, and hit it fat.
55 seconds to go. We go down to the sidelines again to Chuck.
Scott, I got to tell you, you've had 2 field goals down on the West End. Not a single touchdown scored on the West End today. How about that?
Wow, that is strange. There's 62 points on the board and nary a touchdown on the left end of the field. Here's Idaho State from the 20. They'll hand it off and run it off left side, spinning away from the tackler. Jeremy Sulik is Corey White, who came into the game as the leading rusher for the Bengals, but that's the first snap he's taken today. Sulik gets the stop after a 2-yard gain. And the clock ticks down under 35 seconds. They'll have to snap it one more time. And then that will be that. And the Dogs will start thinking about the Auburn Tigers, if they haven't already. 20 seconds to go.
We've actually done a good job today not looking ahead.
Yeah.
Up here in the booth, yeah.
Well, we can start doing it now.
Or we can.
2nd down and 8 for Idaho State. They'll hand it off to White again. He just runs into a wall at the 20 and gets shoved backwards underneath the Avalanche. Akeem Hebron leading the way for the tackle. That's the last play of the game. Texaco star player of the game. Z, who do you like? While you look at that, I'll tell you this. People who know cars trust the unbeatable cleaning power of Texaco with Techron to clean vital engine parts and help keep their cars running great. Texaco with Techron.
We're going to go star player of the game with the defense. Just a dominating performance today. Had a couple of good performances. A.J. Green was close, but and a couple pick sixes today.
Yeah, that's nice.
I think we give it to the defense as a whole unit.
Bakari Rambo with a pick six. Vance Cuff with a pick six. Brandon Boykin nearly had one. Got the ball down to the 3 on his interception return as Georgia dominates today over tiny Idaho State, 1AA opponent. That their misery continues on the road. 26 straight road losses now. They haven't won a game outside of Pocatello since 2006. And they don't come close here in Athens today. Final score, Georgia 55 and Idaho State 7. Plenty to come in the post-game show. Locker room, Chuck Dowdle will be talking to Bulldog head coach Mark Richt in just a little while. And we'll continue from Sanford Stadium right after this on the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
Brand name merchandise for your home. Furniture, computers, electronics, and more. Appliances, accessories too. Don't need credit, Evans makes it easy for you. Nobody beats Evans. Nobody. Nobody beats Evans. Nobody.
From the place that brings you the only 24/7 radio channel dedicated to fantasy sports. And every game, every race, and every major sport comes SiriusXM College Sports Nation.
Your dedicated home for the biggest college sports games of the week with exclusive shows hosted by former Texas Tech coach Mike Leach.
If your conference has a conference championship.
And Heisman Trophy winners Eddie George and Eric Crouch.
It's sad that someone has to give their trophy up.
College Sports Nation. Only on SiriusXM Radio. Visit SiriusXM.com for more details.
Coach Vince Dooley for Champion.
Every month when Barbara gets the utility bills, she starts complaining about how much it costs.
Now, Coach, what will Barbara's reaction be when she learns that Champion Windows can lower your utility bills up to 30%?
She'll smile for the first time.
Go to GeorgiaDogs.com for your chance to win a house full of brand new Champion Windows. Or call 770-817-1953 for Champion.
AutoZone. The weather may be cooler, but you can keep your ride looking hot with help from AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone. Now's a great time to get out there and pamper your car. Wash it, detail it, then wax it to protect the finish for winter. Right now at AutoZone, get your choice of select Eagle One car care products for just $3.99. See store for details. Everything you need to keep it looking good bumper to bumper. Heat up the street with a hot ride. Get to AutoZone today. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
You don't really think about stability until you don't have it. Auto Owners Insurance has been safe, sound, and secure for over 90 years. And working with your hometown independent agent, that's stability you can count on. Auto Owners Insurance, the no-problem people. For the independent Auto Owners Insurance agent nearest you, look for us in the Yellow Pages or visit us at AutoOwners.com.
At Regions, we're building a better banking experience for each of our customers, like our auto loans with great low rates, home loans for important purchases, and personal loans that help you consolidate debt into one low monthly payment. So if you're ready for a better banking experience, drop by a branch, visit Regions.com/loans, or call 1-888-IN-A-SNAP and switch to Regions. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Regions Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender. All loans subject to credit approval. See individual account disclosures for details.
Calling before you dig has gotten easier. Simply dial 811. One free call to Georgia 811 gets your utility lines marked and helps protect you from injury and expense. Know what's below. Call before you dig. Dial 811.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
Your signal is strong. Your signal is powerful. Your signal is ready to march down the field and flash your touchdown dance. Powered by Verizon, your signal blazes through the noise and delivers the football scores and stats you need. Update, post, and raise a ruckus while you keep on moving. End zone to end zone, your signal reigns supreme. Neil Williamson for Verizon. Visit any Verizon store, VerizonWireless.com, or call 1-800-246-5656. Rule the stadium. Rule the air. Verizon. Activation, early termination, and other fees apply. Coverage details at VerizonWireless.com.
Hello, everybody. Chuck Dowd here. You know, in 4 decades of covering sports, I've used the word miracle a lot. A miracle comeback. He needs a miracle. Now I want to tell you about something that's been a miracle for me. Prelex eye surgery from Woodham's Eye Clinic. Recently I had it, so I know. For a baby boomer who had worn contacts for distance and reading glasses for menus, this was life-changing. No more contacts or glasses. So if you wear glasses for distance and near, and if you have cataracts of the beginning signs, Prelex could be your miracle. Call 1-800-MY-VISION or go to woodhamseye.com for more information.
Play clock down to 3, now down to 2. They get the snap off. Hill in the pocket, throws over the middle. And it's easily intercepted. Rambo at the 40. Rambo cuts at the 30. Rambo angling this way at the 25, the 20, the 15, the 10, the 5. Touchdown, right corner, Bakari Rambo.
And the route was on. There's your AT&T call of the game presented by AT&T. Rethink possible. Bakari Rambo with the second quarter pick 6 to give Georgia a 19-0 lead with the extra point by Blair Walsh, who was 20-0. And Georgia then sails on to a 55-7 win over Idaho State here between the hedges on a sunny, cool, breezy day. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Sanford Stadium. Neil Williamson with you now. We'll come back with Chuck Dowdle. He'll have Coach Rick down in the locker room. Also, Scott Howard and Eric Zier will rejoin us to give us their analysis. We'll check scores from around the country as well. Michigan is leading Illinois 67-65. They're in their third overtime. The Illini has just scored a touchdown and has to go for 2. And we'll tell you about it when we come back. 55-7, Dogs over Idaho State. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
Score a touchdown this football season with Nature's Own, the official bread of the Georgia Bulldogs. Perfect for any occasion, from dinner time to game time. And now, enter to win the ultimate in-state tailgate, brought to you by Nature's Own and Kroger. One lucky winner will receive tickets to the Georgia versus Georgia Tech game and a premium tailgating package with a brand new grill, tailgate table, UGA merchandise, and Kroger gift card. Plus, free bread for a year. To enter, look for the ultimate in-state tailgate display at your local Kroger or visit nature'sowntailgate.com. Nature's Own. We are nature's baker.
In the South, football isn't a season, it's a culture. Every week is rivalry week. Instead of pink or blue, parents dress new arrivals in team colors. Stadiums are packed regardless of the weather or the records. Southerners are just as serious about their food, so we shop Publix, the ultimate tailgate party headquarters for fresh fried chicken, wings, chips, teas, and all the paper products for game day. Publix, where shopping is a pleasure.
Meet Rugged Brown. It's at your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams paint store looking for a few good dents. If your idea of heaven is a giant flat-screen TV, some nacho cheese tortilla chips, and a nail-biter game, this is your color. Want to talk about deep stuff like art or music or feelings? Rugged Brown is fine with that too, as long as you wait for a commercial. To make the most of Rugged Brown or any other color, visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams paint store or sherwinwilliams.com.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
I like doing things the easy way. And now I can save money easily with the Easy to Save event from Xfinity. Call 1-800-XFINITY today and switch to Xfinity TV, only from Comcast, for $29.99 a month for a whole year. Plus, get an HD DVR included for 3 months. Watch movies and TV shows on demand, on TV, and now online, anytime, anywhere. Plus, record your favorite shows and watch them on your schedule in stunning HD. But hurry, because easy comes and easy goes. Call 1-800-XFINITY and get digital starter TV for $29.99 a month for the first year. Plus, get an HD DVR included for 3 months. Or step up to an HD triple play and get up to $250 back. It's that easy. Call 1-800-XFINITY today. Offer ends 12/21/10. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. 2-year contract required. Early termination fee applies. After promo, regular rates apply. Equipment, installation, taxes, and franchise fees extra.
This is the Regions Bank Locker Room Report. If you're ready for a better banking experience, then switch to Regions. Regions Bank, proud to be the official bank of the Southeastern Conference. The Regions Bank Locker Room Report is also sponsored by Ackerman Security, the official security provider for the Bulldog Nation. AT&T, find out what's possible with the nation's fastest mobile broadband network. AT&T, rethink possible. By Nature's Own, the official bread of the Georgia Bulldogs. And by SearsAuto.com. Now, back to the stadium. Once again, here's Neil Hondo Williamson.
Well, the Dogs hold Idaho State to 150 net offensive yards today and a 55-7 cruising over the Bengals. Time now for us to go downstairs to Chuck Dowdle and Coach Richt in the victorious locker room. AT&T sponsors our first question with Coach Richt. AT&T, rethink possible. Chuck, take it away.
Thanks a lot, Hondo. Coach, fans, pundits, those of us in the media, we can all look at a game like this and go, oh, well, Georgia ought, but you still have to go do it. And therein comes the rub.
Right. We did a nice job today. We started a little bit slow offensively. I think, Murray was just a little bit off target today, starting out, but defense did a good job of making some plays. We got a pick six and then another interception that set up another score early on. And after that, everything started to flow a little bit. We moved the ball pretty well, but we just didn't get the touchdowns until after the defense showed us how to do it.
Well, and the special teams, too, got you started. They blocked a punt, put you in pretty good position.
Right. I think it was Ogletree got that. Coach McLennan heads up that team. So special teams defense did really ignite this thing today.
Talk a little bit about Alec as he got his first start today.
Right. We feel like Alec deserved the opportunity to start. And, this is a game that we just felt like would be a good one to start him off with. But, I can't really sit there and say, how he did yet. I'll have to look at the film to be sure. But it was a good experience for him.
Throughout this game, once it got rolling, it seemed to go pretty well. You mentioned Aaron seemed to have a little of the jitters early. But once he settled down and started hitting his targets, then that seemed to open up everything for him.
Yeah, it did. We had people open. We had opportunities. But, if you don't put it in play, you're not going to catch it if you don't put it in a position where they can catch it. And for whatever reason, Aaron was a little bit off, a little bit shaky, as you said. But, we got a few touchdowns on the board. And then Murray started putting it on the money.
And one of the things, too, that helped you early on, even when you did in that first quarter, and I thought the wind played a little bit of a problem in that when you were moving, toward that west end there in the first quarter, it seemed like that may have been affecting the passing, but once you had the wind at the back, that seemed to help things.
I don't think that was a factor on those. It was mostly short-range throws, and the wind can affect the ball, but I don't think there was enough wind to do that. But I think he just missed them, but every QB has a moment or two or a quarter where he's not as sharp as he ought to be. And but again, he really settled in and played real well after that.
All right, great win for the Dogs. We're going to take a break. I'm going to let you look over some stats. When we come back, Hondo, I'm going to talk to Coach about some of the guys that he got an opportunity to take a look at today, young men that were getting some playing time that may turn out to be very valuable for these Bulldogs down the road.
Very good, Chuck. Thank you, Aaron Murray. As we said, an off day a little bit. Not bad when your off day is 19 for 27 for 228 yards and 3 touchdowns. But Aaron going to try to regain that touch next week against Auburn. We'll come back with more with Coach Richt in the locker room after these words. 55-7, Georgia over Idaho State today. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
Living the solid life, day 55.
Raise your hand if you've ever spent more than you've earned. My hand is way up. But I've made some changes, and SunTrust has been right by my side. The people there have been truly supportive of my decision to be more disciplined about my money, which is way comforting. It's day 55, and I'm living solid.
Experience the difference of genuine personal service. Visit a nearby SunTrust or go to suntrust.com/solid. Live solid. Bank solid. SunTrust. SunTrust Bank. Member FDIC.
The ServPro franchise system knows that water damage is bad enough without worrying that your insurance agent chose the right company to handle the cleanup. But you'll have nothing to worry about if your agent calls ServPro for fire and water cleanup and restoration. ServPro franchise professionals are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's 1-800-ServPro or visit servpro.com. The ServPro franchise system is faster to any size disaster to help make it like it never even happened. ServPro franchises are independently owned and operated.
The Georgia Lottery and Kroger team up for the ultimate football trip giveaway. Visit your local Kroger and purchase a qualifying lottery ticket and enter to win at playkrogerlottery.com. Visit georgialottery.com for free details.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
Want to save 10 cents a gallon on fuel? Kroger and Shell are making it easier than ever. Now you can redeem your Kroger fuel points at any participating Shell station. If you're not already saving on fuel, it's easy to get started. Just do your regular shopping at Kroger. You'll get points for almost every purchase you make with your Plus card. Once you earn 100 points, you can instantly save 10 cents a gallon at any Kroger fuel center or any participating Shell station. Stop by your neighborhood Kroger or visit kroger.com/fuel for details.
Also this week at Kroger, you'll find great specials on market fresh produce, dinner favorites in the meat department, and the kind of groceries your family buys all the time, like Kroger eggs. Right now, they're just 98 cents a dozen with your Plus card. In produce, we've got a great buy on red seedless grapes, just $1.48 a pound with your card. And you can save big on Sanderson Farms fresh split chicken breasts, Plus card priced at just 99 cents a pound. Get more value for the way you live at Kroger.
Georgia beats Idaho State 55-7. We'll go down to Coach Richt in the locker room after we pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network. Dogs improved to 5-5. Michigan did hang on and win that triple overtime game over Illinois, 67-65. Welcome back to the Regions Bank Locker Room Show from Sanford Stadium. This segment with Coach Richt is presented by the Georgia Farm Bureau, the Georgia Farm Bureau Insurance Companies. Real auto, home, and life coverage. Helping you is what we do best. Chuck?
Thanks a lot, Hondo. I just, during the break there, had an opportunity to watch a picture being taken with Coach Richt and Sonny Seiler and Dr. Adams and UGA 8. And need I tell you, in a shopping mall, which of those four is going to draw the biggest crowd?
That's easy. UGA always wins. UGA always wins.
Yeah, that's not fair competition. Coach, you did get an opportunity to look at a lot of young men today. And that's always valuable, not only to a coach, but to a program, to get those young men playing time. And I know that makes you happy and proud.
Well, it's most exciting because it's great for morale. And, some guys are getting in there for the first time ever, and some guys are getting in there for the last time ever, and some guys are getting there for their very first and last time. There's nothing like getting out there on that field and saying that you played for the University of Georgia. And we got a chance to get that done with a couple guys that sometimes you're just not able to do.
You mentioned Alec Ogletree and going back and looking at film here, but is there ever a case where when guys do get playing time like today that coaches do go back and start to look at film afterwards and go, that young man is really did a pretty good job. Maybe we need to take a closer look at him.
Oh, there's no doubt. Every time you get a chance to play, it's an opportunity to show the coaches you deserve more playing time, and maybe even you deserve to start. So, you want guys to take advantage of the opportunities that they get. Derek Owens is got some opportunities to return some kicks, and Bogate got a chance to kick off and kick, extra point field goals. So, there's a lot of guys getting opportunities to show what they can do, and the better you do, the more you play.
When you come out of a game like this, your record now 5-5, but dead ahead of you, back on the SEC road and against what many people consider to be perhaps the best team in the country in Auburn. So, very short amount of time to really enjoy this one.
Right, but that's okay. We're excited about this game here with Auburn. There's no doubt about it. I'm sure every young man on the team, even before the clock went to zero, will begin to think about going to Auburn and playing this game. I know our coaching staff will be excited about it, and I'll probably spend some time actually today. Usually the day of the game, you don't start working on the next opponent till the next day, but I'll definitely spend some time studying a little bit of Auburn. I got my computer loaded up with all the information ready to go.
A challenge like Auburn is one that you welcome at this point?
Of course, there's no doubt, and we want that opportunity to play, the number one or number two team in the country, and I hope they vote them number one. I'd love to play number one.
All right. Well, Coach, listen, congratulations. Huge win for Georgia today, and best of luck next week. We'll strap them up and go get them down there in the loveliest village on the plains, as they call it.
Okay, Chuck. There can't be any lovelier than Athens, though, I can tell you that.
That is absolutely right. The classic city. Hondo, just a very happy locker room, as you might well imagine. Back on a winning track. Club now has won 4 of their last 5. The only loss, the overtime loss at Florida, and I know that's still one that all of us, the Bulldog Nation, feel like should have been ours.
No doubt, Chuck, and I love the way you just put that in perspective. 4 out of the last 5, because certainly over the past year or so, there have been plenty of critics and pundits who have selectively picked where they wanted to pick up Mark Richt's record from. You know, like, in his last 2 games against Georgia Tech, he's only 1-1, and in his last game against Alabama, he's 0-1, rather than looking at the complete body of work. Thank you, Chuck. Great job down there. Great job by the Bulldogs. We're going to come back and talk to Scott Howard and Eric Zier about today's game, some highlights from today's game, and also send it off to Jeff Dantzler soon thereafter. He will be over at the beautiful Hotel Indigo in downtown Athens with our own Kevin Butler to take your calls. Whole lot more coming your way. Georgia wins it today 55-7 over Idaho State. Quick check of the Charter scoreboard. LSU first blood against Alabama. It's 3-0 Bayou Bengals midway through the first. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
Could switching to Geico really save you 15% or more on car insurance? Do only dogs hear dog whistles?
You can enjoy multi-car, safety feature, and good driver discounts when you switch to Geico. For a free rate quote, visit geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. 15 minutes could save you 15%.
At Regions, we're building a better banking experience for each of our customers, handcrafting every relationship to make sure it's exactly what you want and need in a bank, with some pretty cool products and features like Life Green Checking, mobile banking, and online banking with bill pay. So if you're ready for a bank that's dedicated to making your banking experience easier and even more rewarding, switch to Regions. Go to regions.com/open today. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Regions Bank, member FDIC. Minimum opening deposit required. See individual account disclosures for details.
You know what stinks? Customer reward programs that are geared to keep you from ever actually reaching the awards. Not so at AirTran. AirTran Airways A+ rewards program is the fastest and possibly the easiest reward ticket of any airline. Forget miles, it's about how often you fly. Even enrolling is easy. Go to airtran.com or call 1-800-AIRTRAN. This is Neil Williamson handing out grades, and the AirTran Airways A+ rewards program gets an A+ from me. AirTran Airways, go. There's nothing stopping you.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
Hello, everybody. Chuck Dowdle here. You know, in 4 decades of covering sports, I've used the word miracle a lot. A miracle comeback. He needs a miracle. Now I want to tell you about something that's been a miracle for me. Prelex eye surgery from Woodham's Eye Clinic. Recently I had it, so I know. For a baby boomer who had worn contacts for distance and reading glasses for menus, this was life-changing. No more contacts or glasses. So if you wear glasses for distance and near, and if you have cataracts or the beginning signs, Prelex could be your miracle. Call 1-800-MY-VISION or go to woodhamseye.com for more information.
Bulldog fans, when you want to see your school battle for SEC glory, StubHub is the place to go for tickets. StubHub is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Georgia Bulldogs, giving season ticket holders a secure place to sell extra tickets and other fans a great selection of seats to every game. So, where do you want to sit? In the end zone at Sanford Stadium? How about up close at Stegman Coliseum? On StubHub, it's always your call and the service is always exceptional. Big-time matchups are on the schedule. So go to StubHub and choose your seats today.
StubHub!
always fun to win, gentlemen. Welcome back to the Regions Bank Locker Room Show, where Georgia has disposed of Idaho State 55-7. Scott Howard, Eric Zier rejoining us right now, and that's a lot of fun to win, Scott. We kind of rolled over these guys as expected.
Yeah, and in this manner, and everybody can kind of relax in this win, and it's a lighter mood and lighter attitude, and, it's back to work next week because the climb upward is a lot higher and a lot tougher next Saturday than it was today.
Yeah, it really is, but a good win, a needed respite, if you will, after coming off that Florida game. To be able to play Idaho State, get our legs back underneath us, because we're going to need them when we go face Cam Newton and the Auburn Tigers.
Yeah, that's especially the part that I loved about this game and where it fell, is that our guys could get their heads wrapped back around football and get a little rest as well. And we'll bring up Auburn just a little bit with you fellas and talk about today's game and some of the stats. First, we want to congratulate Connor Dillon of Powder Springs, Georgia. He's our game ball recipient. Now, congratulate and tell Connor that we're pulling for him. Connor's 17 years old. He's a student at Hillgrove High School and was diagnosed just 2 weeks ago with Hodgkin's lymphoma at the Aflac Cancer Center of Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. Now, Connor will be undergoing an aggressive treatment of chemo and radiation for the next 6 months. Eric, that's a tough break for a 17-year-old.
Yeah, it really is. Connor went to his first Bulldog football game 3 years ago and was immediately hooked. He now is a huge fan and has set his sights on attending UGA when he graduates from high school. Connor is listening to today's game with his younger brother, Travis.
And we have a game ball for you, Connor, because we want you to pull through, want you to fight this thing and know that all of us have the good fight behind you. Okay, buddy? Find a special spot for this game ball from Coach Rick. And every time you look at it, Connor, let it be a reminder that the entire Bulldog Nation is pulling for you, too. And thanks to the folks at Kroger. Kroger is donating $19,300 today to Children's Healthcare of Atlanta through the Children's Miracle Network. That brings our season-long total from Bruce Lucia and the folks at Kroger to $193,000, and that is not pocket change, friends. We'll come back with more from Sanford Stadium, where Georgia has defeated Idaho State 55-7. Scott Howard and Eric Zier with final thoughts. We'll look at stats, a whole lot more, and then over to Jeff Dantzler and Kevin Butler at the Hotel Indigo for our post-game call-in show. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
He's the most famous dog in all of college sports, a symbol of courage to the Bulldog Nation. And with a specially designed kennel to protect him on the road, a custom-built air-conditioned doghouse to protect him from the heat, and security to protect him on the field, the University of Georgia and the Seiler family do everything they can to protect the heart of Georgia. That's why we help protect Russ and Uga from heartworm disease with HeartGuard Plus. HeartGuard Plus is the heartworm preventive that dogs love because it comes in a real beef chewable. Protect your dog from heartworm disease the same way we help protect the dog. Ask your veterinarian for HeartGuard Plus.
All dogs should be tested for heartworm infection before starting a preventive program. HeartGuard Plus is well tolerated. In rare cases, digestive and neurological side effects have been reported. For more information, contact your veterinarian, visit heartguard.com, or call 1-877-323-1824.
HeartGuard Plus, proud sponsor of Russ and Uga.
Natural gas customers, you have a choice. To learn more, call the Georgia Public Service Commission, 404-656-4501, or visit us at psc.state.ga.us.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
Car problems can be a real negative, but at Tires Plus, we'll turn them into something truly positive.
Now at Tires Plus, buy 3 and get the 4th tire free on Falcon Zeek's ZE912 tires, and save on Smart Service with up to $50 off brakes with in-store and rebate offers combined, $20 off alignments, and save on interstate batteries and oil changes too. See store for details.
Tires Plus. The plus is in everything we do.
There's a difference between the confidence you get from a supercut and a haircut somewhere else. A regular cut does karaoke, but a supercut rocks the Coliseum. Any haircut tats up ladies at the club, but a supercut makes an omelet for 2 the next morning.
Yummy.
Any old cut yells, but a supercut from the best trained stylists in the business gives you the confidence to be that man. Get in, get confident at Supercuts every time.
Taking a look at that charter scoreboard, LSU continues to lead Alabama 3-0. 3.5 minutes to play in the first quarter in Baton Rouge for that one. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the Regions Bank Locker Room Show. Neil Williamson along with Scott Howard and Eric Zier. Just minutes away from throwing it over to Dog Talk and Jeff Dantzler and Kevin Butler and your phone calls. Guys, when we take a look at today's game, our defense pretty much choked them off pretty good, held Idaho State to 150 net offensive yards. Georgia with acquiring 3 turnovers, returning 2 of those interceptions for touchdowns. All 3 were picks. And Scott, you mentioned the passing line for the Idaho State QBs.
Yeah, it was to be nice, it was a tough day. To be exact, it was a hideous day. 7 of 32 passing. That's combined for the 2 quarterbacks and 3 interceptions, and as you pointed out, 2 of those returned for touchdowns. That's a dominating performance any way you look at it by Georgia's defense. Yeah,
it really was. You know, Idaho State never threatened vertically until late in the game. They ran a couple of hitch and goes and then the one takeoff to Tavoy Moore for the touchdown, but never threatened vertically. That allowed our defensive backs really to sit on all of the quick passing game that they were trying to throw. We gave no space to put the football, and then on top of that, we had a defensive pass rush again that was in the Idaho State backfield all game long, and for both quarterbacks just had to run for their life many times and heave it up in the air, typically out of bounds.
I don't want to sound flippant, and I really respect Coach who came in here with his kids and understand it's a different level of football altogether. But I got the feeling on some of those passes by the Idaho State guys as they were being pursued by our monstrous defensive linemen and linebackers that they were screaming as they were running before throwing the ball, like, ah! Just chucking the
old
ball
pick up
up.
and smear days, right? Yeah.
Yes.
I remember those. If you had a girl playing with you, then she would always just pitch it straight up in the air.
Throw it up in the air.
Oh, you're playing like a gird.
That's exactly.
But no offense. I mean, no offense.
Yeah. I mean, we're just having some fun here and all. And Georgia did a really nice job on defense. I think I'm gonna be honest. Offensively, I wasn't as impressed that we couldn't run block a little better today, Eric.
I agree with that.
Okay.
I think offensively, it was not a dominating performance. We got 2 touchdowns by the defense. We were set up several times, a great field position all game long. But, when you go through a defensive line, we're the heaviest guy on that defensive line, 285. They had a defensive end at 219, give or take. It's a defense that you would think that we're going to be able to just to run the ball down their throat anytime that we want. Now, we wanted to work on some things. Aaron Murray struggled a little bit throwing the football in the first quarter, so we wanted to get him into some kind of rhythm. But no question, when you look at Idaho State, you think this is a team that anytime we want to, we can go get 6-7 yards a pop. Into the fourth quarter, we had 100 yards rushing on 25 carries, 4 yards a carry, but couldn't get it in critical situations. So not a dominating performance by our offense by any stretch of the imagination.
No, and that's certainly something that they're going to have to go to work on that in this week as we go back into SEC play for next week. But, Auburn's kind of offense heavy. If you had to pick one today, okay, which one's going to be better, offense or defense, going into next week, then I'm happy we had a good, solid defensive performance today. Everybody closer to being on the same page to get ready for what we're about to see next week, which is the best scoring offense in the conference.
Yeah, and it's a different story next week with Cam Newton, behind center and what that offense has been able to do all year. So we're going to have our hands full next week when we head over to Auburn. And we're going to have to play well offensively. Points are going to be put up on the board. We better show up and bring our best game to the table from an offensive perspective.
Scott, you brought it up. The best offense in the SEC in Auburn's offense, led by Cam Newton. How do you stop this guy?
That's a good question. Chain him into the locker room, I guess.
Yeah.
He's a leading rusher in the SEC, which is just crazy. He's already over 1,000 yards, better than any running back in the SEC. Maybe that's what he is, really, is a glorified running back, although he's much more talented than that, certainly. But I don't know. I don't think anybody has been able to do that yet. So maybe Georgia will be the first team to figure that out. And I don't know if you can corral him, but maybe if you can just kind of limit what he does, then you can stay in the ballgame.
Z, would you go a whole game with just manning up and having people making sure that you don't let him beat you with his legs?
Yeah, first, I'm glad I'm not the one designing the game plan to go against him. But if I'm competing against Cam Newton, that's exactly what I do. I try to make him one-dimensional. I'd even go as far as I'm going to play zero coverage, so doing just what you said. I'm going to man up outside. I'm going to get an extra guy in the box to eliminate the one-man advantage you have when you run the quarterback. We've seen it with Tim Tebow and with the whole Wildcat-type offense. That's why people do it. They've got one extra man, and now that runner, the quarterback, is free. I would eliminate that advantage. I would try to force Cam Newton to beat us with his arm, and then see if he can do it. Because if you sit back and play zone, now you allow him to run the football, and that becomes a threat. Then you can still throw the football that way as well. So I'd do whatever I could to take his legs out of the game and make him beat us with his arm.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so much. Great job today calling the game, and great job by Chuck Dowdle down in the locker room as well and on the sidelines. And really funny story there, Scott, about Vance Cuff. We really enjoyed that. Hey, we'll see you guys next week down on the Plains, okay?
All right, sounds
Thanks,
great.
Neil. All right, thanks very much. Hey, that's going to do it for our Regions Bank locker room report. We're going to throw it over to the Hotel Indigo, to Jeff Dantzler and Kevin Butler, and they will take your calls shortly. Right now, we've got an empty Sanford Stadium, save for about 10 kids who are down in the corner doing backflips and throwing a couple of footballs, and they're itty-bitty kids, and it sure is a lot of fun to see. With Old Glory over on the west side waving and the sunshine kissing it, it's great to be here in Athens, win, lose, or draw, but especially with a 55-7 win today over Idaho State. We'd like to thank our producer-engineer, Charles Youngs, who's here and does such a fabulous job for us, home and away, every Saturday. Also, thanks to David Shoemate back at the Bulldog Studios, and he'll update you on scores throughout our Dog Talk segment with J.D. and Kevin. And thanks to Tony Schiavone, our spotter, Chuck Dowdle, sidelines, Eric Zier, our analyst, and our play-by-play man, the voice of the dog, Scott Howard. For all of them, this is Neil Hondo Williamson. We'll see you next Saturday at Auburn. Go down there and put that first L on the Tigers. Hope you'll join us for that. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network.
Hey everybody, this is Ronnie from Green South, your local John Deere dealer. Asking the question, what's your John Deere? If it's the new John Deere Z910A Pro Series zero-turn commercial mower, you're in luck. Plus, with a 23-horsepower V-twin engine, it's the right mower for any job. Click over to greensouth.com for details and directions to the store nearest you. Green South is a proud supporter of Georgia football. Go Bulldogs.
Adam and Nina Rotello have a lot to figure out about managing their spending.
He takes care of the finances, but I meddle.
She wants to know what's going on. Everybody should. That's why State Farm agents are there with a free discount double check to make sure drivers are getting the discounts they deserve, like 17% for combining car and home policies.
Basically, when you get a good deal, you win.
We want to win.
And when you're cheering on the Bulldogs, we're right there with you.
State Farm is there. Discounts may vary state to state.
At Regions, we're building a better banking experience for each of our customers, handcrafting every relationship to make sure it's exactly what you want and need in a bank, with some pretty cool products and features like Life Green Checking, mobile banking, and online banking with bill pay. So if you're ready for a bank that's dedicated to making your banking experience easier and even more rewarding, switch to Regions. Go to regions.com/open today. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Regions Bank, member FDIC. Minimum opening deposit required. See individual account disclosures for details.
Flash Foods 5 reasons to go blue with our Go Blue payment card. Save 5 cents on every gallon of gas. For your convenience, we have 174 locations and counting. The Go Blue card offers you 3 main benefits to save you time, money, and earn rewards like 2% cash back when you purchase food and merchandise inside Flash Foods, your one-stop shop for your fuel and tailgating needs before a Bulldog victory. With Flash Foods Go Blue payment card, the card that does it all. Sign up today at flashfoods.com.
Natural gas customers, you have a choice. To learn more, call the Georgia Public Service Commission, 1-800-282-5813, or visit us at psc.state.ga.us.
When you call your insurance company, what do you hear?
Welcome to our automated menu. To get an insurance quote, please press 1. To make a claim, please press 2. To get the runaround, please press 3. For false hope of talking to a real person, please press 4.
Switch to Farm Bureau Insurance and you'll get real answers really fast. Unless, of course, you happen to really like on-hold music. Get real auto, home, and life insurance. Get Farm Bureau Insurance.
All right, football fans, let's hear what the Scouts have to say about the 2011 Toyota Camry.
It's got agility. It's got agility out the wazoo.
It's a proven leader. You look at the records, the numbers, it'll make your head spin.
So get 0% APR financing for 60 months on a new 2011 Toyota Camry. And payments are deferred until 2011. Zero down with approved credit. Includes hybrids. Cannot combine with other offers. Must complete sale and delivery between November 2nd and November 30th, 2010. Toyota, moving forward.
The Georgia Lottery and Kroger team up for the ultimate football trip giveaway. Visit your local Kroger and purchase a qualifying lottery ticket and enter to win at PlayKrogerLottery.com. Visit GeorgiaLottery.com for free details.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
This is Kevin Butler. It won't come as a surprise to many of you that Georgia has some of the highest water rates in the country. Imagine how much it costs for the Bulldogs to keep Sanford Stadium in perfect shape. Well, the Dogs have a secret weapon to save water and save money. That secret weapon is UGMO. Now you can get UGMO installed in your home to control your sprinkler system and start saving gallons of water and buckets of money. Just go to UGMO.com to find out how you can save like the Dogs. Do you UGMO? The Dogs do. Available at Stovall Irrigation.
For up-to-date breaking news on the Georgia Bulldogs, there's no better source than GeorgiaDogs.com, the official website of Georgia Athletics. GeorgiaDogs.com provides detailed content and results of all Bulldog teams with innovative photos, live game and coaches show broadcasts, and in-depth interviews about the Georgia Bulldogs. Visit GeorgiaDogs.com and make it your start page each time you log on to the internet. Go to the source. Go to GeorgiaDogs.com. The Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP presents BB&T Dog Talk, live from Hotel Indigo in Athens. Experience Hotel Indigo, Athens' finest downtown hotel. It's your chance to comment on today's game with our Georgia football radio crew. Dog Talk is managed by BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. Dog Talk is also brought to you by Eckrich. It's Eckrich season. Make your moments rich with Eckrich and the Foremost Insurance Group Auto Program. Now, let's continue our post-game radio coverage. From inside Hotel Indigo in Athens, here's your host, Jeff Dantzler.
And a good afternoon, an easy win for Georgia as expected today as the Bulldogs cruise past Idaho State 55-7. Joined by Bulldog legend Kevin Butler, our on-site producer, Tim Beck, our network studio producer, David Shoemade. And a little bit of a slow start for Georgia. Dogs settled for a couple of field goals in the first quarter, but an all-out explosion in the second quarter, Kevin. 5 touchdowns in period number 2.
Yeah, it was really just as you described. I think it was a little bit of a hangover from the Florida game, and it was kind of just a sluggish start. And then all of a sudden, after the 2 field goals, and the second one was just an incredible field goal. If you heard the guys earlier, they were talking about Glory was standing straight up today. It was a pretty good wind going on at the stadium, and we chose to kick a 52-yarder. Into the wind, and Blair really crunched it and hit that one. And then after that, if you went and got a Coca-Cola, you came back, there was 41 points on the board, and you didn't know how it happened, and it happened real quick. A very impressive wake-up for the University of Georgia against a team that they treated them just like they should have.
So the Dogs now at 5-5, at top-ranked or number 2-ranked Auburn. Up next on the Plains, and Auburn cruised to an easy win today over Chattanooga. And of course, there is one home game left against the enemy as Tech will be coming in Thanksgiving Saturday, and there are still rooms available here at the beautiful Hotel Indigo. Go ahead, call ahead, 706-546-0430. And how about this deal here, Kevin? If you go ahead and sign up for that 2011 football package, there's 7 home games next year, by the way, you're entered into a contest to win a full season package. That's 14 nights, all 7 games. Great deal right there.
That's a darn good deal. Take it from me, who spends the weekends up here at the lovely Hotel Indigo. Fabulous place. That's a great package right there.
It is indeed. Go to indigoathens.com and sign up today. We'll crunch the numbers and take your phone calls. The phone number is 888-813-2947. That's 888 81 Dogs, along with one of the Bulldogs' all-time greats, the greatest college football kicker ever, Kevin Butler. I'm Jeff Dantzler. This is Dog Talk, brought to you by BB&T, the best bank in town since 1872.
Flash Foods 5 reasons to go blue with our Go Blue payment card. Save 5 cents on every gallon of gas. For your convenience, we have 174 locations and counting. The Go Blue card offers you 3 main benefits to save you time, money, and earn rewards like 2% cash back when you purchase food and merchandise inside Flash Foods, your one-stop shop for your fuel and tailgating needs before a Bulldog victory. With Flash Foods Go Blue payment card, the card that does it all. Sign up today at flashfoods.com.
What do the Georgia Lottery and College Bowl season have in common? The answer is Kroger. Starting now through December 8th, just buy your Mega Millions, Powerball, Georgia 5, Fantasy 5, Win for Life, Cash 3, or Cash 4 tickets at Kroger. Then go online at PlayKrogerLottery.com and enter the 18-digit serial number on the front of your non-winning ticket, and you could win a trip to Glendale or Miami or New Orleans to watch a College Bowl game live. Today could be the day. Georgia Lottery. Please play responsibly.
Plumbers, pipe fitters, and service technicians, Local Union 72. Visit us at ua72.org for all the details on how we can create a greener environment for your company.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
With every athletic endeavor, excellence is always the result of hard work and a commitment to doing the job right. Well, it's the same with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 613. Our Code of Excellence program was established to ensure a standard that contractors feel good about. Positive attitudes and superior productivity on all our job sites is an approach we know our customers appreciate and value. Call 1-888-IBEW-613 or visit us at our website at IBEW613.org. I'm Gino Kelly, Business Manager, IBEW Local 613, and we proudly support University of Georgia Athletics.
Land a place where you and your family can enjoy the small moments that really matter and pass a legacy of land ownership to your family for years to come. With 60 years of history, 4-Star owns and markets some of the finest waterfront, mountain, and timberland property in Georgia. Land a secure investment you can pass down for generations. Call 4-Star today, 770-272-8140, or visit them at landforsale.4stargroup.com. Land what you've been looking for all along. Your family, your foundation, their future. 4-Star.
Welcome back from the lobby of the beautiful Hotel Indigo in downtown Athens. Jeff Dantzler joined by College Football Hall of Famer Kevin Butler. Dogs cruised to a 55-7 victory over Idaho State today. And Kevin, great to see the reunion, 30 years, 1980 national championship team. A lot of former teams here today. Had Mr. Kimsey, our oldest living letterman, was here.
1939.
Yep, from Coach Butts' first team there, and just great to see the camaraderie. And Kevin, I got to tell you, in all honesty, I was a little bit worried about the crowd today throughout the week. 2 thumbs up to the Georgia people. 4-5 coming off a heartbreaking loss to Florida. It's been a difficult season, but it was a beautiful fall day, and this is why the Georgia people are the best around. I thought a terrific today between the hedges for the crowd.
Oh, it was. It was just a beautiful day, spectacular weather, not too hot, not too cold. As they always say, a touch of fall in the air, and fall is officially here, and we do really appreciate all the fans that come out there. And, you know, they came in a little slow at first, but the early games, you know, you just experience that with the early games. All of a sudden you look up and the stands were full and everybody was into it. It was kind of like they were on the same schedule as the team out there. You're like, they're going to start slow. We'll be in there after, you know, one more pop, and then we're going to go in there after I finish this sandwich and things like that.
By the way, I have to tip my cap to one of your former snappers, our good friend Paul Mondo Messer. Today, home game number 242 in a row for him, going back to being a young guy all the way through play-in to being a coach. And
has he really?
Yep,
242 straight games.
Yep.
At home.
At home. 242 in a row at Sanford Stadium.
I think there was one game where we didn't let him watch it. So I don't think that's true. We need to study that record. I don't know.
That's great stuff. All right, here's another great nickname question for you. And remember, you can play smartestbulldog.com every day. My buddy Rick came up with this, and it's a great deal. Smartestbulldog.com. Today's Bulldog trivia question is, what was the nickname of 1931 All-American Vernon Smith? Was it Moon Pie, Catfish, or Tire Iron? You can check it out. Oh, yeah, that's an easy one. That's an easy one. SmartestBulldog.com. It's a ton of fun to play every day.
Have you ever been beat yet?
I'm still holding out to do the SEC edition.
Oh, you're going for all of them.
I'm going for all the marbles there. Let's go to Randy from Gainesville. Oh, Randy, what do you got for us?
Oh, yes, this is the Macho Man, Randy Savage, flying high above beautiful Sanford Stadium in the Goodyear blimp, sipping on yet another keg of Budweiser. Hey, guys, last weekend I went trick-or-treating, stopped by Obama's house. Guess what kind of candy bars he was giving out? $100,000 bars. Hey, speaking of trick-or-treating, I got a little confused. I wanted to be an Auburn fan, but I didn't know if I was supposed to dress up as a tiger, a war eagle, or a plainsman. And hey, Cam Newton, get ready to be snapped like a Slim Jim. Go Dogs!
Always good to have the Macho Man lead us
Randy's
off.
The best.
The one and the only. The numbers again, 888-813-2947, 888-81-DOGS. Those numbers brought to you by AT&T. AT&T, rethink possible. Let's go to Brian from Gray, Georgia. Hey, Brian, good afternoon. You're on Dog Talk, brought to you by BB&T.
Hey, man, I just wanted to talk to you today about A.J. Green.
Yep.
You think he's going to stay as last year, or you think he's going to go pro?
I would guess he'd go pro. He's probably going to be a top 5 pick, and I know he hates the way things went this year, the way everything started. I think one thing that could, for some guys who are on the fence, possibly lead them back to going back is a potential for a lockout in the NFL next year. But when you've got a guy who looks like a surefire, top-end, first-round talent, you just have to assume that they're going to sign because the money's so good.
Well, it is, but the money, they don't know what the money's going to be. And I think that's, just as you said, Jeff, that can be the only factor that's going to weigh on a lot of these juniors that have the opportunity to go pro. Certainly the seniors are in a situation, they're going to fall into a situation with the union and the league that they know nothing about. They're not going to have a vote, so they're stepping into an unknown right now, and that should be of some concern. When you talk about the top 10 guys, and A.J. will certainly be in there, and, you're hearing Justin Houston's name thrown around in there also. So we've got 2 people that could really impact, and I'm sure they'll be waiting to find out where they're going to go and get a better idea of what's laying out there.
Let's get back to the phone, joined by Jay from Atlanta. Hey, Jay, good afternoon. Welcome into Dog Talk from the Hotel Indigo.
How's it going?
Hey, Jay.
Just wanted to know what the chances are, what is necessary for the Dogs to go to a bowl this year. I haven't heard any talk about it, so I was concerned or wondering about that.
You got to win the next 2. And there's an outside shot. You could split and be sitting there at 6-6, but that's really reaching right there. You win the next 2 and you're in.
Yeah, if you win the next 2, you're in. If you do get to 6-6, you are bowl eligible.
Right.
And at that point, Georgia, I sit on a bowl selection committee for the Chick-fil-A Bowl, and you absolutely look at the followings of crowds and how people attend bowls. So in that aspect, Georgia would be
Can you get me on one of these committees one day?
Absolutely.
And by the way, congratulations to you. 25-year anniversary, Chicago Bears Super Bowl champs. I think for a one-time champion, arguably – the greatest champion in the history of pro sports, 25 years, and Coach Ditka coming through. And I got to tell you, the dedication. I mean, a night at Gibson's versus Idaho State, but you came back to watch your son, to watch your beloved alma mater, and a tip of the cap to Coach Ditka.
Well, you know what? Yes, Coach Ditka is a lovely, lovely man. And
he was great on Howard Stern earlier this week, by the way.
Well, you know what? It was so funny. We're celebrating the 1980 National Championship team was here today. They had a nice function last night, I heard, and a lot of great stories, and kind of a little tribute to Irk Russell, which was very nice. And they all had great stories today. It was great to see a lot of those players. And, on the other flip side, I got to experience that yesterday in Chicago and early into this morning in Chicago. We had our 25th anniversary, and what they did was they made a television show out of it, kind of did it in 4 quarters. We were at the.
Did you do the Super Bowl shuffle again?
No, they did. They certainly played it, but we were at the area Crown Theater, so there was a 5,000 people there in attendance.
I can sing that whole song for you, by the way, if you want me to.
No, I really don't want you to.
No, I wouldn't want me to either.
That's not going to be good for any kind of ratings. I mean, we're carrying less than a 1 right now.
And you didn't make it to Gibson's last night?
No, they had it all taken care of. It was very nice done. They had floors, they had bars everywhere you could see, and a lot of film was running, and nice tribute to Walter Payton we did. Jarrett was there. He was on stage for a little while. So it was very cool, and I know our Georgia Bulldogs experienced the same thing this weekend. So if you see them out there somewhere around town, be sure to congratulate them. That's the only one we got, so it's a nice national champion.
Always special, certainly, to celebrate those reunions, and certainly great to see so many of the great names. And unfortunately, a lot of the members of that 1980 national championship team no longer with us, including, of course, the great All-American defensive tackle Jimmy Payne, and the greatest defensive coordinator ever, a guy who I got to spend a lot of time with growing up in Statesboro, Georgia, the one, the only, Irk Russell. Which brings us to GeorgiaDogs.com. You can register to win Ackerman Security Systems Georgia Bulldogs VIP of the game, which includes a visit to the broadcast booth, an autographed football, and much, much more. And Kevin might even tell you true-to-life stories about Dan Hampton and Steve McMichael from his rookie year and all kinds of hazing stories.
Oh, they were telling some great ones last night, and that's why if it was cable, it would have really been a good show.
Oh, you got to go, or XM
It was
radio.
NBC. It was NBC.
Oh, yeah, you got to tape that down. So if you hear Kevin's head hit the table here, you'll understand why.
Well, and Coach will tell how Coach Dickey came through for me as the great man he is.
Yes, indeed. Like I said,
he and Buddy Ryan were on stage for the first time
together
since
85.
Since 1985.
So you got Herschel and Walter Payton and Coach Dooley and Coach Ditka. That's not bad.
I had some good.
You had tailbacks and coaches.
You're only as good as the people around you.
Absolutely. That's why I've got one of the all-time greats here, Georgia's legendary Hall of Fame kicker Kevin Butler. Tim Becker to my left, and our network studio producer David Shoemate. A reminder here at the Hotel Indigo, go ahead and sign up for the 2011 football packages. 7 home games next year. If you sign up now, and I mean right now, you'll be entered to win a full season. 14 nights, all 7 games. Go to IndigoAthens.com and sign up. And if you want to jump in there last second for the Tech game coming up in just a couple of weeks, go ahead, call ahead, 706-546-0430. Back to the phones after this timeout. Dogs big today, 55-7 over Idaho State. This is Dog Talk, brought to you by BB&T, the best bank in town since 1872.
What if we told you there's a new utility vehicle with the most advanced engine in its class? That it has an 812cc 3-cylinder engine with dual overhead cams? That it has 50 horsepower and that intense acceleration comes standard? Now what if we told you it's a John Deere? The all-new Gator XUV 825i is going to leave a tire track over your expectations. Get the all-new Gator XUV 825i exclusively at your local John Deere dealer. Blanchard Equipment is your local John Deere dealer. Visit BlanchardEquipment.com today for a location nearest you.
What do the Georgia Lottery and College Bowl season have in common? The answer is Kroger. Starting now through December 8th, just buy your Mega Millions, Powerball, Georgia 5, Fantasy 5, Win for Life, Cash 3, or Cash 4 tickets at Kroger. Then go online at PlayKrogerLottery.com and enter the 18-digit serial number on the front of your non-winning ticket, and you could win a trip to Glendale or Miami or New Orleans to watch a College Bowl game live. Today could be the day. Georgia Lottery. Please play responsibly.
Calling before you dig has gotten easier. Simply dial 811. One free call to Georgia 811 gets your utility lines marked and helps protect you from injury and expense. Know what's below. Call before you dig. Dial 811.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
Your signal is strong. Your signal is powerful. Your signal is ready to march down the field and flash your touchdown dance. Powered by Verizon, your signal blazes through the noise and delivers the football scores and stats you need. Update, post, and raise a ruckus while you keep on moving. End zone to end zone, your signal reigns supreme. Neil Williamson for Verizon. Visit any Verizon store, VerizonWireless.com, or call 1-800-246-5656. Rule the stadium. Rule the air. Verizon. Activation, early termination, and other fees apply. Coverage details at VerizonWireless.com.
In the heat of the game, it's important to call the right play. In life, it can be even more important to make the right call, especially regarding termite protection for your home. To protect my home, I call the unbeatable combination for termite protection: Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. Discover how affordable it is to upgrade to the Centricon system's proven protection. Call Cook's for a free evaluation.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
Murray with the snap. Quick blitz and a quick throw. A.J. Green caught at the 37. Stiff arms a man out to the 30. Outside far sideline 20. Down the sideline 10. 5. Touchdown A.J. Green.
And that's your Comcast triple play of the game. Comcast, home phone, internet, and cable. Air Murray got up to a bit of a slow start. A.J. Green going over 100 yards, a couple of TDs today. Comcast triple play of the game as the Dogs roll past Idaho State. Final score this afternoon, 55-7. The Bengals, one of the lower-end teams in Division I AA, now known as the FCS. The phone numbers, if you'd like to join us today, brought to you by AT&T. AT&T Rethink Possible, 888-813-2947. That's 888-81-DOGS. And, Kevin, some of the positives that you brought out of today's game.
Well, I think, one thing you go into this game, you want to get out in front, you want to take control of the game, then you want to start playing a lot of players. And I think that was the main thing that you accomplished today. We're sitting here looking at the stat sheets and
tackle charts long.
The tackle charts long. You're seeing names you have never seen. I mean, first time some of these kids got out on the field, and that's a great thing. And for these kind of games, there's been a lot of guys that have been out there for 4 years and really haven't had a chance to get on the field.
The walk-ons.
And you know what? And I don't care. It's the old Rudy adage, but I'm telling you, that's special when you can get out there. You all of a sudden you do represent the Bulldogs, and you'll have a story to tell your kids from then on out when you come back to the game. So it was a very important day for that. On the good side, we got a lot of guys on film. The coach is going to have something to look at them in a real situation. Certainly wasn't the caliber of talent we were up against in the SEC, but you can tell a lot from them, and you'll learn a lot from that. I think the team came around. They woke up. I think our offensive line finally did take charge. Couple of things I'm looking at and I'm questioning still, the running back situations. I just feel like, some weeks we have a guy that hits the hole hard. Carlton Thomas ran hard today. Just doesn't have that breakaway speed. Makes a lot of cuts. Sometimes, clearly makes the wrong cut. To an open field, he goes inside. He does like to go to his right a good bit. I think we need to really find a running back that wants to hit that hole hard and quick, and it just seemed like we weren't doing that all the way around. We started running the ball a little bit, but we were wearing the team down.
41-4, the coach Rick Darrow, when Georgia has a running back go for over 100 yards, and it'll take a Herculean effort next Saturday as the Dogs take on number 1 Auburn from the loveliest village on the Plains. Auburn, an easy winner today over Chattanooga. We'll keep you up to date with everything going on in the world of college football. Bama and LSU locked up in a big one down in Baton Rouge. And remember, there's still rooms available for the Tech game. Go ahead, call ahead, 706-546-0430. We rush back to the phones after this timeout. This is Dog Talk, brought to you by BB&T, the best bank in town since 1872.
Hey, dog fans, Kevin Butler here for Smartest Bulldog. Being a former Bulldog myself, I love testing my Bulldog knowledge. I go to www.smartestbulldog.com every day and answer questions about my beloved Bulldogs. It's fast, fun, and free, and you can even win great UGA prizes just for playing. Just go to www.smartestbulldogs.com and start playing today. Smartestbulldog.com is an official trivia game site of the University of Georgia. Again, that's smartestbulldog.com.
It's Georgia football season. There's a new quarterback, new coaches, and a fabulous new luxury snack this year at Sanford Stadium. It's Bentley's Popcorn, now sold in the stands at all Georgia football games. Bentley's is rich, sophisticated, delicious, and features a secret recipe of only the finest all-natural ingredients and kettle roasted to deliver the flavor that is unique to Bentley's. Bentley's is also featured on Delta Airlines and at airport gift shops nationwide. Bentley's Popcorn donates a portion of all sales to the Homeless Pets Foundation. For more information, go to Bentley'sPopcorn.com.
The Georgia Lottery and Kroger team up for the ultimate football trip giveaway. Visit your local Kroger and purchase a qualifying lottery ticket and enter to win at PlayKrogerLottery.com. Visit GeorgiaLottery.com for free details.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
McDonald's new real fruit smoothies from McCafe have such a spectacular burst of real fruit, they deserve a special intro. Here it is, the Strawberry Banana Bonanza. Behold, the Wild Berry Frenzy. Try McDonald's new real fruit smoothies from McCafe at participating McDonald's.
Introduce a refreshing strawberry banana or wild berry real fruit smoothie to your day. Get a small for just $1 at McDonald's November 1st through the 7th. Prices may vary.
Ryder Hamilton, legendary dog trainer. Dogs can sense when something is wrong even when we can't. Take phantom energy. This is energy that's still being used even when your electronic devices are turned off. Georgia Power asked if we might be able to train dogs to attack phantom energy loss. All right, unplug them, boy. Unplug them. Dogs know that a plasma TV uses nearly as much electricity when it's turned off as when it's turned on. And that using a power strip can save you up to $100 a year. Good boy.
Find more ways to sniff out savings at georgiapower.com.
Welcome back from the lobby of the beautiful Hotel Indigo in downtown Athens. This is where all the beautiful people are hanging out here today.
Here's a beautiful one right here. Look at there. Thank you.
Including my sidekick, the greatest college football kicker ever, the first kicker ever inducted into the College Football Hall of Fame. Well, check out these. He's got his Tom Cruise stunt double
those
glasses.
Are model, only models
those are
can get those.
Straight out of Top Gun, 1986. Right
those
there.
are model glasses.
Straight out.
You have to have walked the runway to wear those right there.
Very, very Zoolander, though, no doubt about it. Don't forget 2011 football packages. If you sign up now, you'll be entered to win a full season package. That's 14 nights, all 7 games. Go to IndigoAthens.com. Sign up today, and the phone number 706-546-0430. Let's go to Jack from Rochelle, Georgia. Hey, Jack, you are on Dog Talk, brought to you by BB&T.
Well, hey, I got some good news for the future. Nick Marshall looked great last night in the Wilcox County playoff game.
He's a heck of a player, isn't he?
He threw a 75-yard pass, hit a boy running in stride in his hands. Unbelievable athlete. I mean, he can be another A.J. Green. Put him wherever you want to. The one thing I had to comment about the game, little devil advocate, we still don't run the ball between the tackles. Where's Ely? Can we run against Auburn? Can we run with Ely against Auburn? That's my question.
That's a good question. And again, that stat, 41-4, the coach Rick Deere with a 100-yard rusher. And even on that first drive, George had a 3rd and 2, couldn't line up and run it to get a first down. But Ely's a back. You saw it in the Kentucky game. You saw it in the Tech game last year. He really needs to get into a rhythm and get going. And I just still contend, and perhaps we'll see it against Auburn, and perhaps we'll see it against Tech, that you've really got to have that back that you lean on, that you get a lot of carries with. And, Kevin, you and I even talked about it after the Kentucky game when Ely was really hot, getting King back, and King played well against Florida. Would that actually be one of those curses in disguise going to socialism running backs instead of leaning on that one guy? Because George has clearly been better when you've got that one back who's got the hot hand, and then that secondary back is the counterpuncher.
Well, yeah, we know that Georgia lives and dies in the SEC with the run. We've talked about it. The stats prove it. And we usually win when we do just exactly what you say, establish the run, because that plays into our offense where we can start highlighting people like Green, like Durham. Today he asked about, running. We did go outside the tackles more today than we have in the past, but the key to that was we had Brandon Smith running the ball outside with his speed. We had Wooten trying to get around the corner. That's the only way we got around the corner. We still don't hit those corners when we're talking about Caleb and we're talking about Woshan. They just don't have that speed to hit the corners. Carlton's right on the edge. He almost kind of gets out of control, though. He's more of one that you do want to run up the middle because he is kind of that little scat back that can jump and get you to 4 to 6 yards. So I think,
Georgia
can we do
needs
it against,
to get a great tailback.
Well, you know what? You're exactly right.
Desperately.
We've got a great one here in the state, and that should be our goal. If we don't land him and he can come in and do what a Lattimore did for South Carolina, and that's bring a whole new dimension into your offense.
And Georgia, better than anywhere, knows the dynamic impact that an outstanding freshman tailback can have. The score of today's game was Georgia 55, Idaho State 7. Brought to you, as always, by the plumbers, pipe fitters, and service technicians, local Union 72. Let's go to Nathan from Fun Road, Georgia. Nathan, you are on Dog Talk, brought to you by BB&T.
Hey, guys, what's going on? I'm just kind of frustrated.
Hey.
Georgia always, during the Florida-Georgia game, Florida always has off before Georgia. It seems like they care more about that than we do. You know what I'm saying? And when we did have off a couple years back, I think that's the year we beat them. I could be mistaken. It just frustrates me growing up. And
there were open dates. Yep.
Go ahead.
Georgia also had an open date. No, and thanks for the call, Nathan. Yeah, Georgia had an open date in 04 and 07. When Georgia was dominating Florida, Florida used to play Auburn the week before the Georgia game.
That was 2 weeks ago. Can we give it up? I don't want to talk about the Florida. And don't call in here and ask a question about the Florida game anymore. We're hanging up on you.
It's obviously been a huge.
I'm sick of that. I just don't want to relive that week.
Huge edge for the Gators. And tip your cap to Steve Spurrier. And he eyeballed Georgia when he was hired. And
what are we talking? Why are we giving kudos to Steve? We won today. Let's don't talk about Steve
He
Spurrier.
saw the opportunity for a school to jump, and they did it, and he got that schedule changed, so they didn't have to play Auburn the week before the Georgia game.
I heard, you know what we're doing? We're going to schedule 2 games in the week before the Florida game, just to show them.
Georgia does have an open date before the game in Jacksonville next year, by the way. 888-813-2947. That's 888-81-DOGS. The phone number's brought to you by AT&T. AT&T, rethink possible. You know, your freshman year, we beat Temple 49-3 before the Florida game.
We beat Florida 44-0.
That was your sophomore year.
Yeah, but I don't want to talk about that.
Your freshman year, we won 26-21. Did you miss an extra point in that game?
I might have.
You did. Herschel got 4 touchdowns.
You know what?
Missed
as a
one
kicker,
of those PATs.
As a kicker, you got to, sometimes you got to do something a little special to get a little airtime.
Just to mix it up a little bit.
And usually they cut right to a commercial. If you miss one, they'll follow you all the way to the sideline.
Yes, they will.
They do.
Watch you kick helmets and throw water cups and everything.
I also want to talk a little bit about this slash and the choke sign.
Oh, yes.
That's the life of a kicker, and if you don't like a coach doing that, then you cannot allow a coach to call a timeout. Because when coaches call timeouts, what they're telling the kicker, and that would be me, I'm calling this timeout because you're going to choke. And that's exactly what they're trying to do.
And I love the mental, tell what Coach Ditka told you once, listen, if you miss this kick.
Yeah, so just go.
I'm going to cut you.
Yeah. That's motivation.
Absolutely, it's motivation. You want to keep your job,
it'd probably be good for me to make this.
That's right. Okay, Coach. So what you're saying is,
here, let me repeat this. At one time, I went out to kick one, and he told me, just try to put your foot on the ball.
Wow.
And I went, I was 1 for 5 at that point during the game. I thought it was pretty good advice.
Yeah, that is pretty good advice. But if you miss this kick, I'm going to cut you. That wasn't the game where Lindetta whiffed, was it?
No, I missed 3 that day.
Oh, gee, that was windy, though. That's tough. That's a different ball game there.
That was really
2011 football packages. Sign up now. You'll be entered to win a full season package. 14 nights, all 7 games. Go to IndigoAthens.com. Sign up today. Go ahead, call ahead. Get those reservations for the Tech game, 706-546-0430, as we broadcast live from the lobby of the beautiful hotel.
It's hopping here.
Hotel Indigo.
There's a party somewhere.
Tim shows up. There's these 3 pretty blonde girls who just flock along to come see him. Tim Becker on site. David Shoemate, our network studio producer.
We can put the table long way. You can get up and do a little runway for us.
Along with the Hall of Famer Kevin Butler. They are doing a fashion show downstairs in February, by the way. This is Dog Talk, brought to you by BB&T, the best bank in town since 1872.
Hey, dog fans, Kevin Butler here. Have you been to Hotel Indigo in downtown Athens yet? It's my new place to stay, only 5 short blocks from the Arch in downtown Athens. Hotel Indigo Athens just celebrated its 1st year anniversary, so come see this new chic boutique hotel and experience what I've been experiencing over the last 12 months. When I'm in Athens, it's Hotel Indigo, and there's no other place. Call 706-546-0430 for reservations or visit us online at www.indigoathens.com. I bet you didn't know that one of the secrets to keeping the field at Sanford Stadium so green and healthy also saves millions of gallons of water each year. Under that Story Turf are wireless moistness sensors that tell them how wet the soil is so they know how much water to use to keep the grass healthy. Now you can get UGMO installed in your home to control your sprinkler system and start saving gallons of water and buckets of cash. Just go to UGMO.com. That's UGMO.com to find out more about UGMO. Do you UGMO? The dogs do. Available at Stovall Irrigation.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
The path to financial freedom can be crowded and confusing. You want to be confident in your choices every step of the way. At BB&T, we share the insight and knowledge that provide clear direction and a better understanding of the possibilities. Since 1872, BB&T has supported our clients' goals by offering a wide range of financial options and the personal attention that we believe should never go out of style. From day-to-day management of your finances to planning for your long-term goals, you'll be better informed so you can head in a brighter financial direction. Stop by, visit BBT.com, or call 1-800-BANK-BBT. Talk to us today about where your money can take you and know how it feels to know more. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872.
BB&T, member FDIC.
Dogs roll to victory today, 55-7 over Idaho State. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network. Well, let's check in from the Georgia locker room where Chuck Dowdle is standing by with Hudson Mason, who got to play most of the second half at quarterback.
Got another opportunity in there today and took advantage of it. How is it, when you come in as a true freshman and suddenly this is a very different atmosphere than anything you ever saw in high school?
Yeah, it's exciting and nerve-wracking at the same time. When I got here, I wasn't kind of pushed to the side and had time to learn things. From the get-go, I was, had to pick up on things fast and I had to learn. But so far it's been going good. I've, asking questions, spending time in the film room. I feel like I've gotten better since week one. I still got a lot of improvement and tons of things to work on, but from an improvement basis, I feel like I've gotten better. And, like I said, spending time in the film room and, when Murray's getting physical reps, I'm sitting there getting mental reps and just always trying to get better, every second chance that I get.
You have to be ready. You're always one snap away from being the guy.
Yeah, it's like, some of the newspaper people were asking me how to feel to get in today and stuff like that. It's like I told them every week I prepare to get in. I kind of had, an idea that I was going to get in today, obviously. But, every week in and out, you're thinking you're one snap away from playing. And, it's nerve-wracking. You sit out there and see Murray get up slowly, and you're like, oh, shoot, I need to go grab my helmet. But, he's been playing really well. And I think we played well today, too.
When you do get in there, what's the biggest difference? You played at the top level in this state and state playoffs against the finest competition this state can provide in high school football. But what's the biggest difference? Is it the speed?
I would say that and the physicality of, the men that are playing out there. You can train yourself to speed yourself up a little bit, with your footwork, get the ball out quicker. You can game plan yourself to know where you're going to go with the ball pre-snap. And I think speed is, you got to get adjusted to that too. But, these guys out here are men. This is the SEC, and, it's not even comparable to the guys in high school. And, just be able to take shots and, like I said, speed the game and the physicality of the guys out here.
What's your relationship like with Aaron, and how helpful is he to you?
He's like, anytime we get an opportunity, we're always together studying. I'm sure he gets annoyed by me because I got so many questions, but he's always helpful. He's always, sometimes I'll text him during the middle of the day when I'm trying to, go over my plays, and he answers me really quick. And he's just been like I said, huge help for me. With a young guy trying to come in and learn as quick as possible. I know that can be frustrating sometimes, but he's done a great job with me.
That really helps.
Yeah, it sure does.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, Dogs 55-7, extended play for Hudson Mason. And certainly, Kevin, that's one of the things as you look towards this game. We talked last Sunday at the Hilltop that obviously in a game like this, Georgia's going to win. Georgia's going to win easy. You want to get snaps for a lot of younger players who haven't gotten nearly as much playing time, and really a big opportunity for Hudson Mason today.
Yeah, it was. I think he did a good job with it. First couple of plays, he got that there and did look like the old patented Fran Tarkenton
I thought
move,
the same thing. He was like 30 yards back.
The
he
180
made a good
one
move.
way and then the 180 the other way, and then ran over. And it showed great mobility. Really did. And, that's something you obviously want to see from a quarterback. But I think you're exactly right. The unfortunate thing is it's still a freshman year for Aaron, so he needs his time too. But you need to get that back up, because one play, one hit, one injury, all of a sudden he's our man, and we don't want to go in there very raw. We want to have some playing time under his belt, so he got some today.
Murray, 19 of 27, 228 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks. Mason, 3 of 8, 41 yards, no TDs, no interceptions. A.J. Green, Georgia's leading receiver, 6 catches for 103 yards. He really did. Long of 46, 2 TDs, average of 17.2. We are back to the phones after this timeout. The phone number is brought to you by AT&T. AT&T Rethink Possible, 888-813-2947. That's 888-81-DOGS. Live from the lobby of the beautiful Hotel Indigo in downtown Athens, this is Dog Talk, brought to you by BB&T, the best bank in town since 1872.
Hey, Bulldog fans! Your favorite team counts on Lowe's, and so can you. Lowe's has the products and experience to help you save time and money on every project. Plus, we have the services you need to stay ahead of the game, like delivery to your office, job site, or home, the quantities to take on big projects, and volume pricing on more than 1,400 items. Now that's the kind of teamwork that brings home a win every time. Just go to Lowe'sForPros.com to find everything you need. Lowe's, let's build something together.
This is the Coach's Corner. Jim, you're on the air. Let's talk.
Hey, Coach, let's talk insurance.
Insurance? Oh, yeah. Our touchdown in the fourth quarter definitely ensured our win.
No, I'm talking Foremost Insurance.
But you do know we won the game, right?
Sure, I heard the game on the radio in my new car, which is now covered by Foremost Auto Insurance.
Foremost Insurance, huh? Sounds like a great play.
It is. Foremost is now insuring cars, and it was great working with my hometown Foremost agent.
Thanks for the call, Jim.
Log on to Foremost.com or stop by your local Foremost independent agent.
The Georgia Lottery and Kroger team up for the ultimate football trip giveaway. Visit your local Kroger and purchase a qualifying lottery ticket and enter to win at PlayKrogerLottery.com. Visit GeorgiaLottery.com for free details.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
A Texaco text message from Dan.
I'm an auto detailer. Hey, when I clean your car, I do not disappoint. The key? Use the right tools. You know, sponges, brushes, toothbrushes. I clean everywhere, except inside the engine. Say, leave that to Texaco with Techron. No gasoline can beat its cleaning power, and there's no elbow grease required.
People who know cars trust the unbeatable cleaning power of Texaco with Techron.
Elbow grease. Yeah, you don't want any of that stuck to your car.
Texaco with Techron. Trust your car to the star.
Coach Richt here, thanking you for supporting the Bulldogs and asking you to stand behind another team in Georgia, Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. To help, simply text CHOA to 90999 on your cell phone and follow the prompt to make your $5 donation. As a not-for-profit organization, Children's counts on your help to care for sick and injured kids. Again, text CHOA to 90999 and a one-time $5 donation will be added to your phone bill. Message and data rates may apply.
Welcome back from the lobby, the beautiful Hotel Indigo in downtown Athens. Jeff Dancer and Kevin Butler, College Football Hall of Famer and Chicago Bears all-time leading scorer. Quick scoreboard update brought to you by Lowe's. Lowe's, the official tailgating destination of Bulldogs. They are nearing the half in Baton Rouge. It is Alabama 7, LSU 3, TCU lambasting Utah 23-0 at the half, and Iowa State leading Nebraska 10-7, trying to go back-to-back weeks with wins over Texas and Nebraska. Wouldn't that be something? Let's go to the phones. We're going to Columbus, GA, joined by James. Hey, James. Good afternoon. Welcome to Dog Talk.
How you doing, fellas?
Hey, James.
All right. I was just calling to congratulate the Georgia Bulldogs and Mark Richt for a great victory today. I just got one comment. I want to comment on the recruiting, this 2011 recruiting year. And I just want to let you know that these guys, that this year is very crucial to our future. This class right here, the in-state guys at least. And we need to start recruiting more impact freshmen that's ready to play. When I mean by that, meaning, ready to come in and push like Dent for a position or Borkin, somebody just to make the competition real interesting. So I'm gonna hang up and listen to you guys come in on that.
No, I agree with you, and you're preaching to the choir there. Yeah, we've been saying from day one, one of the things that makes this season so important is this is as talented as the state has been. You probably have to go back to the fall of '97 when he had, interestingly, John Stinchcomb, Terrence Edwards, and Boss Bailey were all coming out, and obviously all of their older brothers were Georgia stars, so that was a huge leg up, and that class provided such a great foundation for Georgia. This is that kind of class, and there's no doubt for Georgia to win big, and I'll say this for the 1,975th time, it starts with getting most of the best players in this state. When Georgia gets most of the best players in the state of Georgia for a couple of 3 or 4 years on end, that's when Georgia wins as big as anybody in college football.
Yeah, you know what? The caller was right, man. He wants people that are coming in and get the jerseys dirty, not just fill them up. You know, you can get anybody off the street to fill up a jersey. We need to get guys in here that want to tear that jersey, get it dirty, try to fight for a position. And, you know, the competition, I think, has been laid. Now it's just a matter of how we're going to feed that pipeline every year. And I think that's one thing that's going to be reevaluated. I think it has to be. And, you know, there's a lot of kids going out of state for other reasons, and we can put ourselves in positions that those other reasons shouldn't matter.
Let's go to Bob from Hartwell. Hey, Bob, good afternoon. Welcome to Dog Talk, brought to you by BB&T from the Hotel Indigo.
Well, I was just wondering about the coaches. I feel like he's got satisfied with. I feel like he got satisfied with the coaches or the season, and he's not doing the play calling right anymore. What you think? So this season is going awful.
Yeah, it's been a very disappointing season. There's no question. And again, I think play calling is one of those things, and obviously there's situations where it's easy to disagree, and there are things that Georgia runs, there are things the Falcons run that you like and that you don't like. But the bottom line is it comes down to getting the players in here, and it comes down to player development, and then it comes down to production. I think that's one of those things, kind of like with the scheme. A lot of people got juiced up about a 3-4 defensive scheme. Well, the bottom line is you're only in that maybe a third of the time. Now, when you look at the play calling and you look at the big picture type stuff, I'd like to see Georgia get Aaron Murray out moving more. I think in the pocket he's very good throwing it down the field, but maybe he's not at his best when he's in the pocket throwing those 10 to 15-yard routes right now. He's better when he's out moving. And certainly you can go back to last week, and it's easy to question how you don't even get a chance when you've got the ball first at overtime. At the very least, you've got to give yourself a chance to get 3 points out of it.
Well, you do. I mean, you know, the caller calls in and says, you know, it's a horrible year. It's very insightful. I mean, you know, it hasn't been a fun year.
Sure,
okay?
5-5.
But today they did the right things. I mean, it's 55-7 now. They went out there and at least performed like you needed to perform, and that's how you get better. I mean, you can't keep going back and, you know, if you get caught up in the past, that's when you're never going to get good enough, and you start moving forward and start making improvements. And that's what Georgia's doing now by getting other people in there. So, you know, did the game get a little sloppier as it went on? I think we still were pretty sharp out there with a lot of different players in, and that's good to see. The recruiting, you know, we could talk to we're blue in the face on that, and that's something that, you know, it points out itself. When you start having losing seasons, you know, you have to do one thing, and you have to look at your product you're putting on the field. You're going to have to look at the players that are out there, and you're going to have to, you know, create competition at those positions so you know that you're giving the Georgia fans the best player at that position, and then we go to war with that, and you live with it. And, you know, that's the one thing that you have to, you know, as a fan, you have to be willing to accept if you're going to get out there and cheer the teams on, that sometimes in this world, you're not going to finish first all the time. But, you know, it's how you arrive, and that's how you have to keep playing hard, and I think our team's doing that.
It's all about the journey. All right, we're going to take a break, then go to the locker room. Okay, Rodney Garner, who is Georgia's recruiting coordinator, will be standing by with Chuck Dowdle when we come back. And don't forget, packages available, 7 home games next year, 2011 football season. And if you sign up now, you'll be entered to win a full season package, 14 nights, all 7 games. Go to IndigoAthens.com and sign up today as we broadcast live from the lobby. This is Dog Talk, brought to you by BB&T, the best bank in town since 1872.
He's the most famous dog in all of college sports, a symbol of courage to the Bulldog Nation. And with a specially designed kennel to protect him on the road, a custom-built air-conditioned doghouse to protect him from the heat, and security to protect him on the field, the University of Georgia and the Seiler family do everything they can to protect the heart of Georgia. That's why we help protect Russ and Uga from heartworm disease with HeartGuard Plus. HeartGuard Plus is the heartworm preventive that dogs love because it comes in a real beef chewable. Protect your dog from heartworm disease the same way we help protect the dog. Ask your veterinarian for HeartGuard Plus.
All dogs should be tested for heartworm infection before starting a preventive program. HeartGuard Plus is well tolerated. In rare cases, digestive and neurological side effects have been reported. For more information, contact your veterinarian, visit heartguard.com, or call 1-877-323-1824.
HeartGuard Plus, proud sponsor of Russ and Uga.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
I like doing things the easy way. And now I can save money easily with the Easy to Save event from Xfinity. Call 1-800-XFINITY today and switch to Xfinity TV, only from Comcast, for $29.99 a month for a whole year. Plus, get an HD DVR included for 3 months. Watch movies and TV shows on demand, on TV, and now online, anytime, anywhere. Plus, record your favorite shows and watch them on your schedule in stunning HD. But hurry, because easy comes and easy goes. Call 1-800-XFINITY and get Digital Starter TV for $29.99 a month for the first year. Plus, get an HD DVR included for 3 months. Or step up to an HD Triple Play and get up to $250 back. It's that easy. Call 1-800-XFINITY today. Offer ends 12/21/10. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. 2-year contract required. Early termination fee applies. After promo, regular rates apply. Equipment, installation, taxes, and franchise fees extra.
Welcome back from the lobby, the beautiful Hotel Indigo in downtown Athens. Jeff Dancer joined by College Football Hall of Famer and the Chicago Bears all-time leading scorer, Kevin Butler.
They heard that a minute ago.
I know. Let's go to the Georgia locker room. Bulldogs defensive line coach and recruiting coordinator Rodney Garner standing by with Chuck Dowdle.
Coach, I was telling Coach Rick, fans, pundits, media people, they can look at a name on a schedule like Idaho State and they go, well, yeah, but, you still have to go out there and do it. And that's the thing.
Oh, that's so true. A lot of times, those are the most difficult teams to be ready to play for because your kids don't know a lot about them. And sometimes they can come into the game not quite focused, a lack of daisical, and not being quite as sharp. And so many times you find yourself struggling against an opponent like that. So, I was just glad to see the guys come out and execute and seem to be on top of their game and try to get better.
And this was kind of a case where it was the defense that sort of ignited the offense. Defense kind of got it going.
Well, I just think, it's a team thing. When the offense is not playing well, the defense got to take up the slack. And vice versa. If we're not playing well, they've got to play well. And then maybe a game where neither offense or defense is playing well, and special teams has got to really do their part to make sure they change the field. So, it's a team effort, and that's what makes this game so great. Anytime you can go out and score those amount of points and hold them for so long, scoreless, it's a team effort. Everybody had to play well.
What does it mean to you, and how important is it to you when you get an opportunity to look at young men in game action that you don't normally get a chance to see? And that was certainly the case today.
It's just valuable, to be able to watch that film and critique it with them on Monday, seeing, here's your mistakes, because a lot of times those guys go out and they practice every day, and they never ever get it.
Just as hard as everybody else.
Just as hard. So, it does your heart good, it does them good, spirit-wise, for them to be able to actually get out and go and play between the hedges.
Are there cases or instances where you'll go back and look at film and see a kid and go, that young man really played pretty well, and maybe we ought to be giving him more of a chance?
Well, that happens all the time. It's just like a couple of weeks ago, Derek Lott, went out and, he played 10 snaps, and I think he had like 4 tackles, so, it didn't always line up the right way. He didn't do the right calls, but, he was very productive.
Well, that's coaching, though.
Yeah, that's right. That's coaching. Everybody saying, Coach G's dumb because he didn't play that guy, but, you do see that, and it's good to see the guys execute.
Well, now it's you don't get much time to enjoy this because you're going to have just a great challenge next Saturday, and perhaps the number one team in the nation. Certainly a team that a lot of people consider to be the number one team. And I would assume a challenge like this at this point in the season is one you welcome.
Oh yeah, you do. I mean, that's what you play for, and that's why you came to University of Georgia to be able to play those type of ball games. And it'll be a great game. Auburn, Georgia. I think about just me playing in that game. It's always such such a big game. It's a big rivalry game, and it means a lot to both programs.
Well, we're glad you're coaching on the right side now because you didn't play on the right side now.
All right, you're right. You're right. So true.
All right, Coach, thank you. The very, very best of luck to you next week.
Thank you.
Yeah, Rodney Gardner, indeed, an Auburn alum out of Leeds, Alabama, the cousin of one Charles Barkley.
He's cousins with Charles Barkley?
Indeed.
I did not know that.
Indeed. So it'll be Georgia and Auburn. The Bulldogs have won 4 in a row in the series. And that 4th straight win, Dogs hadn't done that since 1944 through 48, that 5-game winning streak.
When was the last time we beat a number 1 ranked team?
The Florida game in 85.
That was a few years ago.
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
Yes. And Georgia has had a great record against defending national champions. We can kind of delve into that at some later point. Well, it's because we have to play them. We play like 3 or 4 of them. It happens a lot,
in the SEC. I mean, my gosh.
Georgia
we
has
put a lot of national champions out there from the SEC.
Including the greatest opening game in Georgia history, Labor Day night, 1982.
Georgia versus Clemson.
13-7, last 2 national champs.
I kicked 6 field goals that day.
We had 2 touchdowns called back by penalties from those.
We even gave some points back just to make it look better for TV ratings.
Doggone cheating zebras there. All right, 2011 football packages. If you sign up now, available. Entered to win a full season package, 14 nights, all 7 games. Go to IndigoAthens.com and sign up today. Also got rooms available for the Tech game, 706-546-0430.
And if you can't have a good time here, you're dead.
Exactly. No place like
You're
it.
Just not breathing.
Let's run into a timeout along with Bulldogs legend Kevin Butler. I'm Jeff Dantzler. This is Dog Talk, brought to you by BB&T, the best bag in town since 1872.
Flash Foods 5 reasons to go blue with our Go Blue payment card. Save 5 cents on every gallon of gas. For your convenience, we have 174 locations and counting. The Go Blue card offers you 3 main benefits to save you time, money, and earn rewards like 2% cash back when you purchase food and merchandise inside Flash Foods, your one-stop shop for your fuel and tailgating needs before a Bulldog victory. With Flash Foods Go Blue payment card, the card that does it all. Sign up today at flashfoods.com.
Proud to stand on our own, proud to be homegrown, a familiar face and a name you know. Come on, we know you, we know your needs, we know what being a neighbor means. Can you hear it? Fueling the American spirit. No matter when, no matter where, Marathon will take you there.
Fuel your American spirit at Marathon.
Aaron's Sales and Lease Ownership. You don't need credit. All you need is Aaron's. How's that?
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
Save on products you buy all the time during the 10-item mega event at Kroger. Just use your Plus card, buy any 10 participating items, and get $5 back instantly when you check out. Look for the special mega yellow tags to save on a huge selection of products, like select Campbell's soups, Stouffer's frozen entrees, private selection ice cream, and more. And you can mix or match any 10 participating products. Share the joy and save during the 10-item mega event. Get more value for the way you live at Kroger.
You'll find mega event savings on a huge selection of groceries right now at Kroger. Like selected 32-ounce bottles of Gatorade, just 49 cents each when you buy any 10 mega event items. Selected 10.75-ounce varieties of Campbell's cream of mushroom or chicken soup are also just 49 cents each when you match any 10. And selected 12 to 13-ounce cans of Pet or Carnation evaporated milk are just 69 cents each after your mega event discount. Get more value for the way you live at Kroger.
Well, to quote my buddy Tony Schiavone from his late night Saturday wrestling days back in the 80s, we are desperately short on time, so let's jump straight to the phones and go to Andrew from Buford. Andrew, good afternoon, and welcome to Dog Talk from the Hotel Indigo.
Hey, guys. How are y'all this afternoon?
Doing great. What you got for us today?
Well, I had a couple things. Attended the game today. Thought it was a very good turnout, but I had a question about the first quarter starts for the offense. Last week versus Florida, this happened too, but we had just seeming like a slow first quarter, and our defense actually did better in the first quarter, I noticed too. And then also, besides that question, another question on what keys the game next week will be, the keys to the game against Auburn. Thanks, guys. Bye.
Well,
first of all,
they've got a dream backfield, so you got to slow them down.
And everybody send $200,000 in cash to Cam Newton this week. That'll cause some trouble down there if he gets 6-7 cases of money. I think that would be a good start.
You got to try and slow down that attack. You got to make some turnovers
too. Slow down process
but they've got Dyer's a great tailback, McCaleb's tremendous in space, Darvin Adams a great receiver. I'm going to tell you something too. Their nose tackle Nick Fairley is a beast. He and Drake Nevis from LSU are the two best interior linemen in the SEC.
Absolutely.
Extremely talented
team. They're not where they're at right now by being lucky.
No, talk about recruiting. They got Cameron Newton and Michael Dyer in the same class. Let's go to Ed from Calhoun. Ed, good afternoon and welcome to Dog Talk.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I just had a question about do you think they'll come out next week and try something kind of like they did a few years back against Auburn when nobody gave us a chance? And Coach Rick, Coach Bubbo just had Stafford jump out there and start running the ball like a madman and just took out Auburn right out of the game, right out of the chute. Do you think we have a chance of doing that? Is there any way possible?
Well, let's keep in mind, too, Georgia had 4 interceptions that day. Trey Battle ran one back, and also Stafford was 6'4", 230, and Craig Lumpkin had 100 yards rushing that day. That was a huge day for Georgia. This Auburn team's a lot better than that Auburn team. They had Brandon Cox at quarterback. This one's got Cameron Newton.
Well, it's just always a great game. It's very competitive. You can't just go by stats going in this game. Obviously, we're going to be underdogs going in there. They've got the number one rusher who happens to be their quarterback in the SEC and Cam, and it's going to be a great challenge. I mean, the one thing that I do see is their defense has been scored on. So we can move the ball on their offense. It's going to turn out to one of those. You got to match every score for them. You got to check them a few times and stop them and make them punt the ball. And then we start playing some field position. We're going to have a very smart, intelligent strategy of what we want to do, and you need to stick with it until the game changes. And you've got to have the ability to change during that game, because just like the caller said, if Aaron starts running wild, it's going to open up other things. And if we're running the ball with success, we need to stick with running the ball with success. We're in their house. We need to take every advantage we can get and not put ourselves in those second and long, third and long situations. That's when Auburn's going to tuck their ears back and come at you.
4 straight over Auburn. Hadn't happened since 44 through 48. Also, of course, last time Georgia won 5 in a row in the South's oldest continuous rivalry. 888-813-2947, 888-81-DOGS, the number if you'd like to join us. Phone number's brought to you, as always, by AT&T. AT&T, rethink possible. We are live in the lobby of the beautiful Hotel Indigo in downtown Athens. This is Dog Talk, brought to you by BB&T, the best bank in town since 1872.
Kevin Butler here for Hotel Indigo. This is my second football season staying with Hotel Indigo in downtown Athens. What a great new hotel. Unlike anything Athens has to offer in accommodations. From the spectacular open lobby space to the newly covered outdoor patio. Their guest rooms have hardwood floors, spa-inspired showers, and the most comfortable beds. Hotel Indigo Athens, the most sophisticated hotel in all of Athens. Call 706-546-0430 for reservations or visit us online at indigoathens.com.
Stop settling for slow DSL. Join the millions who switch to fast, reliable Charter Internet. Surf, email, instant message. You'll do more online and save time. Plus, watch games live online for free at ESPN3.com. Say no to slow. Go faster today. Get Charter Internet, starting at an everyday low price of only $19.99 a month. Get more speed without paying more money. Call 1-888-GET-CHARTER.
Taxes, fees, equipment, install extra. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
The Georgia Lottery and Kroger team up for the ultimate football trip giveaway. Visit your local Kroger and purchase a qualifying lottery ticket and enter to win at PlayKrogerLottery.com. Visit GeorgiaLottery.com for free details.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
Your signal is strong. Your signal is powerful. Your signal is ready to march down the field and flash your touchdown dance. Powered by Verizon, your signal blazes through the noise and delivers the football scores and stats you need. Update, post, and raise a ruckus while you keep on moving. End zone to end zone, your signal reigns supreme. Neil Williamson for Verizon. Visit any Verizon store, VerizonWireless.com, or call 1-800-246-5656. Rule the stadium. Rule the air. Verizon. Activation, early termination, and other fees apply. Coverage details at VerizonWireless.com.
Toughness Defined with Mark Richt.
Well, to me, toughness has a lot to do with what we say here at Georgia, finish the drill. It means don't quit. There's so many things in life that will try to knock you down. People that are truly tough are the ones that keep going. And the same thing is true with the Ford Motor Company. Ford trucks have been the best as long as I can remember.
F-150 is built Ford tough and has been America's best seller for 33 years. Visit GeorgiaSaturdays.com today.
If Georgia's your team, then F-150 is your truck.
David Shumay back inside our Bulldog studios as we check the Charter on-demand scoreboard. Get the fastest internet speeds in the area with Charter's Ultra Fast Ultra 60. Call 888-GET-CHARTER or go to charter.com/ultra for more information. In the SEC, they're just getting underway in the third quarter in Baton Rouge. Alabama visiting LSU. The Crimson Tide broke pay dirt first.
Dial in motion. Trent rolls right. The throw to him. Catch is made. Is he going to get in? Yes, says the line judge. Touchdown.
That 1-yard passing touchdown for Greg McElroy, the only touchdown so far of the ballgame. 7-3, the Tide in front. That was Eli Gold from Learfield Sports on the call. Elsewhere in the top 25, they're at the half in Eugene. Number 1 Oregon leading 18-6 over Washington. The matchup of the day in the top 25 was to be number 3 TCU at number 5 Utah, but so far all Horned Frogs.
And Dalton's going to play action, rolling to his right. He's got Boyce deep down the field, comes backward, makes the grab, breaks the tackle, across midfield. Josh Boyce inside the 30, down to the 15, to the 10, touchdown, 93-yard score. Andy Dalton to Josh Boyce, and the Frogs open up 13-0.
That strike part of a 23-0 first half for TCU on the road. All over the Utes, 23-0, as they're just getting underway in the third quarter. That was Brian Estridge on the TCU Sports Network on the call. Other scores from the top 10, number 4 Boise State leads Hawaii 21-0, 13:57 to play in the third quarter. And number 7 Nebraska at Iowa State, but trailing at the half by field goal 10-7 from Jack Trice Stadium. Georgia a winner today as they take out Idaho State 55-7, and will continue with Dog Talk presented by BB&T in just a moment on the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network.
The ServPro franchise system knows that fire or water damage in your office building can have crippling effects. To minimize the losses for your property, call the cleanup and restoration specialist at 1-800-ServPro. ServPro franchise professionals are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week with specialized equipment and personnel. That's 1-800-ServPro or visit servpro.com. The ServPro franchise system is faster to any size disaster to help make it like it never even happened. ServPro franchises are independently owned and operated.
Hey, it's Kevin Butler. I'm not ready to hang it up yet, but when I do, it's going to be at Harbor Club on Lake Oconee, where I've owned property for 20 years. An incredible golf lake community. And here's a lifetime opportunity. Harbor Club is completely debt-free, and the developer will provide no red tape financing on 25 home sites, all substantially reduced. Lake access, golf course, pond, and interior lots. Forget about bank financing. Get hassle-free financing direct from Harbor Club. Come home to Harbor Club. HarborClub.com.
The Georgia Lottery and Kroger team up for the ultimate football trip giveaway. Visit your local Kroger and purchase a qualifying lottery ticket and enter to win at PlayKrogerLottery.com. Visit GeorgiaLottery.com for free details.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
If you hear a woof woof, it might signal a Georgia touchdown, or it could be a dog sensing danger around your house. Protect your home and family with Ackerman Security Systems. Ackerman features local monitoring with a monthly fee of only $18.95. That's $18.95 with no charge for switching from your current provider. Neil Williamson for Ackerman Security Systems, the official security provider of the Bulldog Nation. Call 770-552-1111. 770-552-1111.
What do the Georgia Lottery and College Bowl season have in common? The answer is Kroger. Starting now through December 8th, just buy your Mega Millions, Powerball, Georgia 5, Fantasy 5, Win for Life, Cash 3, or Cash 4 tickets at Kroger. Then go online at PlayKrogerLottery.com and enter the 18-digit serial number on the front of your non-winning ticket, and you could win a trip to Glendale or Miami or New Orleans to watch a college bowl game live. Today could be the day. Georgia Lottery. Please play responsibly.
From the lobby of the beautiful Hotel Indigo in downtown Athens, Jeff Ansler and Bulldogs icon Kevin Butler with you. Our International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 613, wants to thank Brandon Smith for his contributions during today's game. Brandon averaged 9 yards a carry and had a 40-yard punt return. Pretty spectacular there, KB. He almost was able to break through, shuck off about 6 or 7 tacklers and score on it.
Well, he really does. He brings a different dynamic to our team. It's speed. It's pure speed, and it's something that every team loves to have. And when we have Brandon out on the field in any capacity, especially in the specialty teams, he can flip it and make a big play out of seemingly nothing.
All right, so Brandon Smith, our IBEW Special Teams Player of the Game. Let's go to Ron from Cleveland. Hello, Ron. Good afternoon, and welcome to Dog Talk.
Thanks, guys. What's up?
Hey, Ron.
I'd like to thank Coach Rick. Congratulations on the big win, the team, all of them. I really don't have a question. I got a statement earlier. A guy asked a question about a game in the past, and y'all pretty much hung up on him. A big history lesson I learned in school was if you don't learn from the past, you're forced to repeat it. And we've been repeating the Florida game for 15 years now.
Yeah,
I know that's like a Groundhog Day in a book. You read the same chapter over and over. I've learned from that. I just don't want to talk about it.
Jacksonville has definitely been a bad Groundhog's Day, and nobody appreciates history more than we do. But good gosh, it's it's brutal. And unfortunately, in many of those Florida losses, it's been red zone failings, missed opportunities.
Here we go. We're talking about
interceptions.
This is direct defiance.
There we go. Now, on
the
flip side of that, of course, the Georgia-Auburn series is littered with road victories and historic upsets.
Now you're talking, Jeff.
Let's go to DW from Athens, who I believe Tim is telling me is going to be our last caller of the day.
Don't talk about Florida. You're going to get hung up on.
DW, make it a good one, buddy. Good afternoon and welcome to Dog Talk.
Yeah, no, I don't want to talk about Florida. I'm really looking forward to the Auburn
caller of the day.
Because I feel like that, of course, I may be wrong, but I feel like that that we may not get a lot of respect coming into the game. I'm sure we'll be a pretty heavy underdog. But I guess my question is, we have beat them 4 times in a row, and maybe the pressure might be on Auburn. I don't really know. I've never played college football, so I don't know what it's like. But do you think the fact that maybe Auburn may have a lot of pressure on them, and also the fact we've beaten them 4 times in a row, and I don't know, maybe that may play into our favor. I'll hang up and listen.
All right, thanks, DW. I think certainly from Auburn's standpoint, they're sitting there. They're 10-0. Georgia's 5-5. And in all the history of this series, years like 1986, years like 1970 for Georgia, and, of course, no school has taken more from Georgia than Auburn has. Years like 42 and 71 and 83 and 87 and 88 and 2005. So, yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, Auburn's looking at this, and I'm sure Gene Chizik is telling him, hey, listen, Ghost and history aren't playing this game. And for Coach Rick, he can say, hey, we've done it before. In fact, all you got to do is go back to 2006 when Georgia was sitting there with 4 losses already, and Auburn was ranked number 5 in the country, and the Bulldogs rolled to victory there. So you can use history on your side, but at the same time, unfortunately, history's not going to help you tackle Cam Newton and Michael Dyer or block Nick Fairley.
No, and I think they've got some great challenges. It always seems like when you're up there near 1, 2, and 3, you have everything becomes a challenge.
Sure.
Certainly with the story, and we were joking about it earlier, but it's certainly no joke. I'm sure somebody's looking into it by the name of the NCAA is the allegations that came out this past week. Those are type things that can make a team get out of focus.
Sure.
The 4 wins in a row for Georgia down there certainly gives Auburn a chance to focus on Georgia and not take them lightly. I think the other factor that's going to work into this is, it's only natural. They live in the state of Alabama, and their next game is against Alabama.
That'll be an easy
and
ticket,
it's going to be something that the coaches down there, Chiswick and that group, are really going to have to get that team to focus on Georgia, because it's going to naturally be a subject that comes up more and more. If Alabama gets out of a win today out of LSU, that game gets bigger, and that puts them on the spotlight. It's hard to go undefeated, and, each time you go undefeated, you got to work harder that next week, and Georgia has certainly a great opportunity to really make a season that has been far from what we expected.
Kevin, your freshman year, Georgia went in the Sugar Bowl ranked number 2. Your sophomore year, Georgia went in the Sugar Bowl ranked number 1. Your junior year went to the Georgia-Auburn game number 3, number 4. And there's just so much on the line, and that pressure just more and more each week. And that's a difference from the NFL, because in the NFL, you stump your toe a couple times late in the season. You still got the playoffs if you've had a great year. But, boy, you get to this point at 10-0, there's so much pressure. This is the playoffs right
now. When you're this deep into the season, you really can't lose. We've seen some SEC teams lose this late, go right back into the championship game, win, and then they're in the BCS mix. Very difficult to do. This year might be one of those years to do it, because it looks like the strength lies in the West.
Yeah, great race in the West, no doubt about it. Let's run into a timeout. We'll come back and start to wind her down as we broadcast live from the lobby of the beautiful Hotel Indigo in downtown Athens. This is Dog Talk, brought to you by BB&T, the best bank in town since 1872.
You have 3 new voice messages. Message 1.
Mike, it's Taylor, your favorite all-pro running back. Hey, man, I busted a, 46-yard TD run on 3rd and short last night. It was sweet, and you missed it. So now, dinner with your wife is more important than supporting the team, huh? That's how it is? All right, whatever.
Message 2.
Yo, Mike, it's Buckner, the center for your hoops team. I hear you went to the hardware store while the Buckman was in the playoff game. Couldn't wait to buy that ball peen hammer, huh? I feel you.
Message 3.
Hello, it's Ivan from Hockey Gym. I make hat trick for you. You know watch. Ivan here's you to shop for Honeydew Melon while Ivan is to work hard on ice. This make Ivan sad.
In sports, any second can be the second. Download game highlights, scores, and stats on the nation's fastest mobile broadband network, so you don't miss a moment. AT&T. Rethink possible.
Certain geographic other monthly charges and restrictions apply. Mobile broadband not available in all areas. See store for details.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
You know what stinks? Customer reward programs that are geared to keep you from ever actually reaching the awards. Not so at AirTran. AirTran Airways A-Plus Rewards program is the fastest and possibly the easiest reward ticket of any airline. Forget miles, it's about how often you fly. Even enrolling is easy. Go to airtran.com or call 1-800-AIRTRAN. This is Neil Williamson handing out grades, and the AirTran Airways A-Plus Rewards program gets an A-Plus from me. AirTran Airways, go. There's nothing stopping you.
GeorgiaDogs.com is your home for up-to-minute University of Georgia sports news. Log on to GeorgiaDogs.com and you'll find exclusive stories, updated stats, ticket and schedule information, and much more on the official website of Georgia Sports. Plus, you can tune into live games and coaches show broadcasts from anywhere in the world. Follow your favorite Bulldogs team online. Keep up with sports news as it happens on GeorgiaDogs.com, the official website of University of Georgia Sports.
Play clock down to 3, now down to 2. They get the snap off. Hill in the pocket, throws over the middle, and it's easily intercepted. Rambo at the 40. Rambo cuts at the 30. Rambo angling this way at the 25, the 20, the 15, the 10, the 5. Touchdown, right corner, Bakari Rambo.
And that's today's John Deere Run of the Game, brought to you by Green South. That's where you'll find the new 5 Series utility tractors with low financing options available. Bakari Rambo with today's John Deere Run of the Game. Well, DW has earned us one more phone call, and we'll take that as we roll along from the lobby of the Hotel Indigo in downtown Athens. It's Dog Talk, brought to you by BB&T, the best bank in town since 1872.
Coach Rick here, thanking you for supporting the Bulldogs and asking you to stand behind another team in Georgia, Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. To help, simply text CHOA to 90999 on your cell phone and follow the prompt to make your $5 donation. As a not-for-profit organization, Children's counts on your help to care for sick and injured kids. Again, text CHOA to 90999 and a one-time $5 donation will be added to your phone bill. Message and data rates may apply.
A single second doesn't seem like much, but in football, it's huge. If a player is just a second faster than the man covering him, it can be what separates a tackle from a touchdown, a win from a loss. That second might as well be an hour, a year, a lifetime, because one single second can make all the difference. That's why AT&T built the nation's fastest mobile broadband network. AT&T is the official wireless provider of the Georgia Bulldogs. Rethink possible. Mobile broadband not available in all areas.
Aaron's Sales and Lease Ownership. You don't need credit. All you need is Aaron's. How's that?
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
The Serve Pro franchise system knows that water damage is bad enough without worrying that your insurance agent chose the right company to handle the cleanup. But you'll have nothing to worry about if your agent calls Serve Pro for fire and water cleanup and restoration. Serve Pro franchise professionals are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's 1-800-SERVE-PRO or visit servepro.com. The Serve Pro franchise system is faster to any size disaster to help make it like it never even happened. Serve Pro franchises are independently owned and operated.
There's a difference between the confidence you get from a supercut and a haircut somewhere else. Any haircut can hang 10, but a supercut hangs 20. A regular cut can outrun an angry dog, but a supercut runs with fierce Spanish bulls. Any haircut will take off about an inch, but a supercut from the best trained stylists in the business will give you the confidence to try anything.
Awesome.
Get in, get confident at Supercuts every time.
Welcome back from the lobby of the beautiful Hotel Indigo in downtown Athens. Jeff Dancer, Bulldogs legend Kevin Butler with you. Let's go to Virgil from Athens. Hey, Virgil, you now are our final caller on this afternoon's edition of Dog Talk.
Well, hi, guys. How y'all doing?
Hey, Virgil, always good to hear from you, buddy.
Hey, I love y'all, too. Hey, that was wonderful today, and thank you for reminding everybody about Jimmy Payne. That was my buddy.
Oh, he was one of Georgia's great players and a great guy. And I know his father, James Payne, worked at the university for a long time and was just a wonderful, wonderful guy, Virgil.
Yes, he was. I attended theater shows with him. And then, back in the early 70s, we had a mentor program from over there at the university where the college players and the coaches would come and play, and teach the kids in the high schools basic fundamentals. And my question is, do you all still have that program, or do the alumni come back and help y'all players, that went on to the pros, that come back and mentor these guys that playing with y'all now?
Virgil, I think that's one of those things that unfortunately the NCAA doesn't let schools do, because they look at that as a kind of recruiting inducement when it comes to the actual game. But I know the university and the athletic association do a great job in terms of getting the athletics department involved with a lot of the elementary and middle school kids here.
Well, they do, and as far as how the university assists our players through the mentor programs and tutor programs on the educational side, they've got a great support foundation in the Georgia athletic program, and that's for all sports, not just football. And certainly when they pick their majors and they get down the road, they all have an opportunity to give back to the community some way, and our athletes do, and they've done a great job of it. Our graduation rates are going up. We were ahead of the people down the road, I believe, the other day I saw in the paper, that institution down there. And something to be proud of, and we're getting kids that are, having a great time playing Georgia football, getting degrees, and getting degrees on time, which is very important. We've got a lot of smart kids out there that we don't talk enough about, and they certainly deserve some recognition.
Luckily, the broadcaster's time of graduation didn't count in those graduation rates. I would have been an anchor.
No, I tell you, when Drew brings home those, he just got a regional academic All-American award, and it's like, I got to see that. I've never seen one.
I know. It's like you can't get mad at him. It's like, what'd you make this quarter, son, or semester? 3 A's and a B. Well,
okay, you're
good job.
Okay, I'm grounded.
It's like I said, I made a B once, and my mom gave me $100. What was the nickname of 1931 All-American Vernon Smith, smartestbulldog.com? Today's Bulldog trivia. Well, that, of course, is Catfish. He scored all 15 points in the inaugural Sanford Stadium game victory over Yale, 15-0 in 1929. And you can play smartestbulldog.com every day.
I don't think you can be beat. I really don't think you can be beat.
Catfish Smith. Great stuff there.
It's a good nickname.
Absolutely. Then, of course, Moon Pie was none other than...
Well, we had a catfish, too, Catfish Jackson. And he's the only darn catfish I know.
The great Irk Russell told me that he was called Catfish because he was quick as a cat and he drank like a fish.
You know what? That's a very good description of that young man.
We'll come back and wrap her up after this timeout, live from the lobby of the beautiful Hotel Indigo in downtown Athens. This is Dog Talk, brought to you by BB&T, the best bank in town since 1872.
This is the Coach's Corner. Jim, you're on the air. Let's talk.
Hey, Coach, let's talk insurance.
Insurance? Oh, yeah. Our touchdown in the fourth quarter definitely insured our win.
No, I'm talking Foremost Insurance.
But you do know we won the game, right?
Sure, I heard the game on the radio in my new car, which is now covered by Foremost Auto Insurance.
Foremost Insurance, huh? Sounds like a great play.
It is. Foremost is now insuring cars, and it was great working with my hometown Foremost agent.
Thanks for the call, Jim.
Log on to Foremost.com or stop by your local Foremost independent agent.
When the going gets tough, it's time to hunker down, you hairy dogs. Time to take what the other guys can dish out, crank it up a notch, and come out a winner. LP Building Products create engineered building materials with that same spirit. Products designed to look their best while standing up to nature's worst. Engineered building materials from LP Building Products, a proud partner of the University of Georgia Athletics Association. Build with us.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
Want to save 10 cents a gallon on fuel? Kroger and Shell are making it easier than ever. Now you can redeem your Kroger fuel points at any participating Shell station. If you're not already saving on fuel, it's easy to get started. Just do your regular shopping at Kroger. You'll get points for almost every purchase you make with your Plus card. Once you earn 100 points, you can instantly save 10 cents a gallon at any Kroger fuel center or any participating Shell station. Stop by your neighborhood Kroger or visit Kroger.com/fuel for details.
Also this week at Kroger, you'll find great specials on market fresh produce, dinner favorites in the meat department, and the kind of groceries your family buys all the time, like Kroger eggs. Right now, they're just 98 cents a dozen with your Plus card. In produce, we've got a great buy on red seedless grapes, just $1.48 a pound with your card. And you can save big on Sanderson Farms fresh split chicken breasts, Plus card priced at just 99 cents a pound. Get more value for the way you live at Kroger.
$55-7, the Dogs rout Idaho State today as we come back live one last time from the lobby, the beautiful Hotel Indigo in downtown Athens with Dog Talk, brought to you by BB&T, the best bank in town since 1872. A reminder, 2011 football packages. If you sign up now, you'll be entered to win a full season package. That's 14 nights, all 7 games. Go to IndigoAthens.com and sign up today. Also, rooms available for the season finale against the enemy. 706-546-0430, the number. Jeff Dancer, Kevin Butler, one final time. A heartbreaker last week, and the Dogs come back and win easily today, 55-7. And Kevin, a monumental challenge coming up next Saturday. And obviously, as loaded as the SEC has been, producing the last 4 national champions. This is something that Georgia and all the big boys in the SEC are familiar with. You're going to have to go up against number 1, number 2, number 3 when you play in this league.
Well, that's why the SEC, gets the bulk of the recruits. I mean, people want to play in the SEC. You play for championships when you play in the SEC, and that's the ultimate goal of all teams when you start that season. And we've weeded it out right now, and Auburn has themselves positioned to make a run for that title, and that's something that's very exciting. Now they got a tough road. I mean, Georgia's not going to be, walk in and sit down. Georgia's going to go out there, stay focused, and give it their best shot. And you never know what happens. I mean, if turnovers start coming in and Newton's neutralized, which he's almost like a Jordan. You're going to give him what he's going to get. You're not going to shut this guy out, but you can control the other guys. That's really where Auburn's been really successful. It's not only been Cam. They've got some weapons out there. So our defense has certainly got their hands full, and our offense, they got to come out sharp. They can't come out a little deadpan like they did today, and I don't expect they will. I think they'll be very focused. We are still a good road travel team, and we need to lean on that and try to take that to our advantage because, when you're up against number 1 or 2 at their place, that's what a challenge is, the definition of a challenge right there.
A 3:30 kick from the loveliest village on the Plains next Saturday. And don't forget, fall back tonight, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, from the Hilltop Grill in Athens.
That means something totally different to you, doesn't it?
It means you get an extra hour of sleep tonight. That's good stuff. Thanks again to Barry and Rick and Jim and all the great crew here at the Hotel Indigo for taking great care of us. As always, special thanks to Tim Becker and to David Shoemake for their great work throughout the day. For the greatest college football kicker ever, Bulldog legendary icon Kevin Butler, I'm Jeff Dantzler.
God, hey, next week you will be. I'm having a meeting, and if you say that like that next week, I think you're going to get fired.
All right, that's fine by me as long as they keep paying me. This has been Dog Talk presented by BB&T, the best bank in town since 1872.
Go Dogs.
The financial landscape keeps changing. It's tough to navigate. Full of too many followers and not enough leaders. At BB&T, we help our mortgage clients know which way to steer to achieve the dream of home ownership. By sharing more than 135 years of financial knowledge, you and your family have the information you need to move in a brighter direction. With BB&T on your side, all that you follow are your goals. Stop by, visit bbt.com, or call 1-800-BANK-BBT. Talk to us today about your mortgage needs and know how it feels to know more. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872.
Member FDIC. Loans subject to credit approval. Equal housing lender.
$55-7. The Dogs a winner today at home against Idaho State. The record is level once more at 5-5. Next week it's off to Auburn, a date with the Tigers, and with the preview, here's Lauren Smith.
This is Lauren Smith with Georgia on My Mind. Next week, the Bulldogs will visit Auburn, where for years home field advantage was an anomaly. But first, these facts. For 40 years, the game was played in Columbus, with Georgia holding a 22-16-2 advantage. The game got too big for Old Memorial Stadium and went home and home following the 1958 game. Georgia won in Athens in 1959, 14-13, to clinch the SEC championship. That was the game in which the Bulldogs forced a fumble late in the game, with Auburn leading 13-7. Fran Tarkenton promptly marched the Bulldogs down the field 35 yards to complete a touchdown pass to Bill Heron on 4th down for the victory, 14-13. The Georgia-Auburn rivalry, the oldest in the Deep South, has been a big family feud over the years. Entering this week's game, Georgia has won 52 times, Auburn 53 times, and there have been 8 ties. But the Bulldogs have won the last 4 games in a row. The longest win streak in the series, Georgia with its 9 games won from 1923 to 1931. In one stretch in the 90s, it was different. The home team lost 7 out of 8 years. Records reflect this interesting statistic. Georgia has 10 wins and 17 losses in Sanford Stadium. Auburn has this record on their home field, Jordan-Hare Stadium: 9 wins, 14 losses, and 2 ties. In 1957, Auburn was undefeated and went on to win the national championship, aided in part by a key Georgia fumble in the matchup in Columbus. With the Tigers leading 6-0, Auburn was defending. Georgia moves close to the Auburn goal and fumbled, erasing a golden opportunity to upset the Tigers 7-6. Fan recognition this week goes out to Jerry Grimsley of Colquitt, a loyal dog of many years. And a high five for Chester Leathers, an Athens native now living in Gainesville, Florida. He proudly wore his red and black all week. And a high five, too, to Jack Bush of Athens. Jack was a starting tackle on Georgia's 1946 team and moved to Athens from Jacksonville so he could be close to the dogs. Now he listens to the games on radio. Georgia place to visit this week, and it will be convenient for a lot of dog fans, is Callaway Gardens. And if you go there, be sure and visit the Ida Cason Callaway Chapel, which sits peacefully by a stream. It's one of my favorite places in Georgia. This is Lauren Smith on the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network.
All right, Lauren, thank you. As the Dogs win it today 55-7, LSU has taken the lead against Alabama at home. We'll tell you how it happened. Check the Charter Communications scoreboard. When we come back, one more segment to go. BB&T Dog Talk continues in just a moment.
Hello, everybody. Chuck Dowdle here. You know, in 4 decades of covering sports, I've used the word miracle a lot. A miracle comeback. He needs a miracle. Now I want to tell you about something that's been a miracle for me. Prelex eye surgery from Woodham's Eye Clinic. Recently I had it, so I know. For a baby boomer who had worn contacts for distance and reading glasses for menus, this was life-changing. No more contacts or glasses. So if you wear glasses for distance and near, and if you have cataracts of the beginning signs, Prelex could be your miracle. Call 1-800-MY-VISION or go to woodhamseye.com for more information.
A Texaco text message from Mike.
I'm an auto tech, as an automobile technician, but people think mechanic. It's a lot more complicated than that these days. I use a computer way more than a wrench, but some things are still the same, like a clean engine performs better, and no gasoline cleans better than Texaco with Techron.
People who know cars trust the unbeatable cleaning power of Texaco with Techron.
Maybe we need a new title like Gear Gurus or Motor Masters, Engineers. Hey.
Texaco with Techron. Trust your car to the star.
This broadcast of University of Georgia football is authorized under rights granted to International Sports Properties Incorporated by the University of Georgia and is intended solely for the entertainment of our listening audience. Any publication, rebroadcast, retransmission, or commercial use of the descriptions and accounts of this game without the express written consent of ISP Sports and the University of Georgia is prohibited. The announcers are selected by ISP Sports and approved by the University of Georgia.
One more time, we check the Charter on-demand scoreboard. Get the fastest internet speeds in the area with Charter's Ultra Fast Ultra 60. Call 888-GET-CHARTER or go to charter.com/ultra for more information. We told you LSU has taken the lead in the most unlikely of fashions. Jordan Jefferson in that struggling passing attack, a 75-yard hookup with Ruben Randall caps a 2-play, 94-yard drive that just took 40 seconds. And LSU has got a 10-7 lead as they play with 6:56 to play in the third quarter in Baton Rouge. Georgia a winner today against Idaho State, 55-7. The final next week. It's at Auburn, a 3:30 kickoff, and we'll have pregame coverage along the network beginning at 11:30. So for our entire broadcast crew, I'm David Shoemate. We'll talk to you next week from down on the plains.
You've been listening to Dog Talk on the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP. Dog Talk has been presented by BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. Georgia football has also been brought to you by Charter Communications. Get the fastest internet speeds in the area with Charter's Ultra Fast Ultra 60. Call 888-GET-CHARTER or go to charter.com/ultra for more information. Marathon Petroleum, fueling the American spirit by SearsAuto.com. AirTran Airways, go. There's nothing stopping you. Champion Windows, Siding and Patio Rooms, factory direct since 1953. By AT&T. Find out what's possible when you can talk and surf the web at the same time on the nation's fastest mobile broadband network. AT&T, rethink possible. John Deere, nothing runs like a deer. Comcast, Xfinity TV has the most live college football in the South. By McDonald's, I'm loving it. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Sherwin-Williams, ask Sherwin-Williams how you can make the most of your color with the very best paint. By Toyota, moving forward. Texaco, people who know cars trust the unbeatable cleaning power of Texaco. Texaco with Techron. By the Foremost Insurance Group Auto Program. Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. The unbeatable combination for termite protection. Georgia Bulldog football has also been sponsored by Hotel Indigo. Experience Hotel Indigo, Athens' newest and finest downtown hotel. By SunTrust. Live solid, bank solid. Lowe's. Let's build something together. By Charter Communications. Get the fastest internet speeds in the area with Charter's Ultra Fast Ultra 60. Call 888-GET-CHARTER or go to charter.com/ultra for more information. Publix, where shopping is a pleasure. Regions Bank, the official bank of the Southeastern Conference. By LP Building Products. Build with us. The Georgia Lottery. Today could be the day. IBEW Local 613. Experience our code of excellence. The Georgia Egg Commission. Eggs, nature's miracle food. By ServPro. Fire and water damage cleanup and restoration. ServPro, like it never even happened. Bud Light, the sure sign of a good time. Here we go. By Georgia Power. Official power source of the Georgia Bulldogs. State Farm. All season long, State Farm is proud to be there as your Bulldog sponsor. And by your Georgia Ford dealers. Georgia Saturdays are built Ford tough. Visit GeorgiaSaturdays.com today. The executive producer of the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP is Ben Sutton. Associate producers Chris Ferris and Jeff Huffman. Network manager David Shoemate. Staff announcer Carl Shannon. A special thanks to the University of Georgia, Athletics Director Greg McGarity, and Associate Athletics Director for Sports Communications Claude Felton. Also to the staff and management of flagship stations WRFC AM, WNGC FM, and WPUP FM in Athens. Be sure to join us Sundays at 10 a.m. for Bulldog Brunch and Mondays at 8 p.m. for Bulldog Hotline. University of Georgia Football is an exclusive presentation of ISP, America's home for college sports.